moon was a sphere. That fucking bricked you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're laughing at yourself because you created that straw man yourself.
Dude, you tried this
No one
laughing
claimed
shit
that.
before. Remember when I called you out on
it
it? You
Cope?
tried this laughing stuff before?
Oh, Cope. This is Cope.
Yeah, this is really bad.
I'm gonna be real. You kind of sound stupid.
He was hyperventilating.
But the thing is, one guy tells me that the moon is a sphere, and the other guy tells me that the sun is.
What do you see the sun doing?
This is just narrative painting bullshit, bro. This is like, now you'll talk about us and how dumb we are, and et cetera, because you actually have no arguments.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't. And you're laughing at the straw. You're laughing at yourself. You created a straw man, tried to say we said that, and now you're laughing at it. That's hilarious.
But I look, man, look. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
None of these gimmicks work in here. Go in one of the other chats for your bullshit, dude. Like, seriously, none of these immature little gimmicks work here.
Serious question. Does the moon float?
Do you see the moon go across the sky?
Does the moon float above Earth?
Do you see the moon above Earth?
Define float.
Yes,
float. What is float? Define float for us, will you?
So what I think the gentleman
define
over there
float.
implied. Float? Well, like he posted a GIF and the sun appeared to be moving.
No, define float as what you're laughing at. What's so funny? How are you defining float? What does float mean?
Like float, bro. It floats above Earth.
Yeah, define it. Define it.
Yeah, define it. Don't describe it.
Suspended in midair.
Suspended?
Above Earth.
That's what float means?
Well, I guess that's what the GIF showed.
We can see him moving. It can't be suspended.
So if I threw a turd like you in water and you floated, you'd be suspended?
Like in orbit, I think. He thinks it's in orbit. Floating.
Well, I mean, he used the word float, so ask him to define. I don't know. He said float.
You said it.
But he said that the sun floats above Earth.
And what do you think that means?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the professor.
No, you're the one laughing. You must think it means something for it to be comedic.
It means that it's not rolling on the ground. It's above us.
Yeah. It's floating, like suspended in air.
So that's not what float do during the day. What does the sun do during the day? Does the sun move or no?
Sure.
Wow, you were cackling like an asshole, and you know the sun moves, and now you're laughing because you figured out the sun moves. Congratulations.
But you said that the sun moves and floats above Earth like it moves on the Earth.
What do you think it does? How would you describe it?
You see it moving.
Like
how
for
would
example,
you describe the motion of the sun descriptively?
Right. Like in the GIF, it appeared to like.
How would you
describe? Wait, I'm trying to fucking answer your question. So it's like the bowling ball. You know when you throw a bowling ball and it starts rolling, right?
What the fuck? No, you're not answering the question. That's not an answer. How would you describe observing the sun move across the sky?
How would I describe it? Well, you wouldn't like how I would describe it because it's on a spherical model.
No, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for a description. See, Professor Triangle gave you a description. When you asked what's the moon look like, I said a circle. That's a description. You're confusing descriptions with explanations. As in the difference between what is and how and why. Those are two different questions, right? So
Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Dude, leave your girlfriend alone, dude. Stop. Dude.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's relax.
If you were just going to describe to someone that's never seen the sun what it looks like, you're just going to describe exactly what it looks like to your eyes. You're going to how would you describe it to? How would you describe it to them?
If the sun is moving across the sky, floats across the
That is not a fucking description, dude. Are you deaf?
Relax. That's what the other guy said.
I want to know what you say. How would you describe it?
Walk outside. You're looking at the sun. What does it look like it's doing?
Well, the sun obviously rises from the east, from the horizon and moves across the sky in a well, to our perspective, it looks like it goes across the sky in a spherical motion. Well, to
in
some
a
degree,
spherical motion.
And then it sets down to the east.
Wow. Oh, so the sun moves. Wow. Now,
can you draw? Hold on, I want him to draw a spherical motion. Can you draw a spherical motion in the fucking chat, dude?
Sure. It's when you take your arm, and you move your arm across.
And you want to cackle like an asshole. Please,
I'm answering your question. I was asked a question, right? So
I asked you to draw it.
From the right side, you extend your arm fully, where you imagine the horizon is, and then you rise your arm across, and then all the way
imagine the horizon is
to the other side, which is the west.
He thinks making an arc is a sphere.
That's a sphere?
Yeah, that's a sphere. Making an arc motion with your hand.
But
you pointed. Let's say you're at the equator. You pointed at east on the sunrise on the equinox, and then you raised your hand over your head, and then brought it back down the horizontal, and that's a sphere.
Sure. But I have a different question. Wait, I have a different
changing everything.
So this is the problem. You can't even honestly and accurately describe reality.
Okay, yeah, I'm a retard and all that, but
well, I mean,
right?
No, you're not. You're stubborn.
Hold up. Wait,
if the moon describe what you see, dude, and you're defensive.
Hold up. If the moon is a circle,
he said the sun sets in the east as well. You just can't let that go.
Shit! Yeah, he probably doesn't know anything, man.
East to west. Yeah, I don't know what you heard, but sure. So if the moon is a circle, right? How does it move across the Earth? Do you get to see
is this a flat Earth server?
Oh my God!
The same way the sun moves, except for it doesn't do it as fast.
Right.
So the moon just faces you at all times. It just decides to face you, or.
Well, it's so far away.
Dude, is there
like a magic force?
This is your problem. You said it was a sphere. Why don't we see it on the sphere?
Does the moon Does a magic force?
Why don't we see the sides of the sphere? Why
is this 24/7
you problem? You don't understand that you're fucking literally debunking the shit you said earlier.
Really?
Why don't we see this? If the moon's a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
I don't know, because you claimed it's a circle, so I'm assuming.
No, if the moon is a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
Yeah, if it moves across the flat surface of the Earth, then it's a disc. So therefore, we should be able to see the other side.
No one said it's a disc. No one said it's a disc.
Well, it's a circle, right? So it's a 2D plane, so therefore it should be a disc.
Like, bro, you're dense, dude. Looks like a circle. So really simple. Things can look like something and be something else. For instance, railroad tracks are parallel, but they look like shut up. But they look like they converge.
So you have to burp too.
So they look like they converge. They're not actually converging. They look like that. If you draw a parabola that went all the way to the horizon when you were at the arc of the curve, that would look like an ellipse. Okay, so things look different because we see in a projected world, right? The 3D world is projected onto our little retinas, and that makes a 2D image. I said it looks like a circle. I didn't say is a circle.
So moon looks like a circle. But what is it? Though?
Purely descriptive.
What is it though?
How would I tell by looking at it? Flat Earth, yes. Go to the ocean. There you go.
If you're
so what's the moon then? What shape
you should know how the moon works.
What does the moon got to do with a flat Earth?
Well, because I want to know what shape is this object in the sky that I keep seeing?
Well, I already told you. It looks like a fucking circle.
So it looks like a circle, but what shape is it?
Ask, ignore, repeat. Why are you doing it?
It's a circle, right? So it's a circle, so it's a disc.
Let's get this out now.
No. Not
logically linked for us. What you witnessed, the moon, whatever you believe it is, logically link that now, shape of the ground. Circle.
Matrix, you're breaking up.
Not again.
Yeah, it's skipping.
It sounds like you're in the garage and your computer's in somebody else's house.
I know why he keeps asking. He wants to equate the things in the sky to the ground because the things in the sky look like a circle or a sphere.
It's terrible logic.
Chandeliers.
Well, I mean, explain to me why is it things in the sky look like spherical?
I don't know.
Why would our
chandelier
Earth
not
be
look
flat?
like my floor, dumbass?
That's what happens when things are in the sky. That's what they look like after a while. How's that for an
How are you in
explanation?
the military and you're a flat earther? That just doesn't add up. How does that work?
How?
He just outed
Military
himself for being a
gridmaps are flat,
dumbass.
dummy.
Yeah,
Wait, I really, do you work with rockets and missiles? Do you
Yep, they
work with
require flat
rockets
Earth.
and
They
artillery?
require flat Earth. They require a flat Earth.
Hold on, dude. Do you think that to fire artillery accurately, you need to account for the curvature of the Earth or Coriolis?
No, because artillery just goes no more than 30 kilometers, which isn't enough to make this,
well,
assumption.
fucking, you better tell Neil deGrasse Tyson because he thinks the field goal is far enough.
Still talking here.
Yeah, because you're contradicting your own belief system.
30 kilometers is not merely enough to make any kind of assumption.
But you've never even
not what
fired
the
a gun.
physicists say.
He's just wrong.
Not what the physicists say, brother. Yeah, Ranger, you talk to him. Maybe you can talk sense into him. I doubt it.
No, I'm gonna be in a bad mood.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, why is that? Why is that?
Because you're full of shit, dude. And we all see it.
Yes, thanks.
So right now your mathematical model says, can you bring it up again? It says what? Something like sine y or something? What is that? Can you bring up your formula?
Oh, yes, wait, the screen share again. Need the PowerPoint. You want the flat or globe?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, you're still going to have to include.
Right. Yeah, wait.
So you're going to get an answer which is plus or minus something.
Sure. Yeah. Yes. You see?
Yeah. So that's
20 nautical miles, not 26, and
right. But that's sine 3 equals y. That formula is not correct.
Yes.
You have to include a margin of error.
Oh yeah. But still the formula is correct. But you can include this 1% if you like.
Okay, I have to point this out. So they already talked about the accuracy, the margin of error of the DME, right? Right? Earlier?
Yes.
Okay, so check this out. So
It's less than 1%.
he cited, hold on, I'm going to show you. Watch. I'm going to post in the chat. I'm going to post a couple things in the chat. This is a screenshot. He cited this paper. And he highlighted this part. So I'll get that. And he highlighted this part, that highlighted part. Now, I'm going to read you the highlighted part because I have this paper right in front of me. And this was his reason, him saying about the accuracy. Today's DME, this is the highlighted part, is specified to provide position accuracy of around 0.6 nautical miles. This is seen in the DME overall range accuracy specifications presented in Table 15. Okay? First glance, that's what he's arguing. Hey, dude, it only has an accuracy of 0.6. And Shiva, listen to what he said. Well, if he would have read in the beginning of the paper, want to know what this paper is about? That the actual tested accuracy is better than the specification. Yeah, that's right, dude.
That's wild,
this paper examines DME accuracy, starting with its performance today. Accuracy values from several data collection efforts are presented. A top-level examination of range accuracy is done using FAA flight inspection data. The results show that the measured DME ranging accuracy is generally much better than the listed current specification.
That's wild.
That's wild, dude. That's fucking wild. Because
I wonder if they gave that.
He put this because what the reason I'm saying this is important, right? He lectured. So, dude made a claim. Kevin made a claim, and dude lectured Kevin about citations. And then dude's like, okay, I'm going to go get my citation. Even though Shiva never lectured him to go do that, he went and got it. Now the citation he brings back, Shiva just takes that as face value, that it supports what he said, when in fact it absolutely contradicts what he said, and the paper is about that the specification accuracy that he cited, the part he highlighted in the yellow, is the specification accuracy. They actually measured a greater accuracy. It's more accurate than the specification. So his entire argument, all the shit they shit on him about, they were all wrong. All of them. Dude, what do I say? What do I always say, bro? And you always pay. Don't never believe a fucking word a Goldberger says. Ever. Always check. Always.
Yeah, you do. You're like, even check a flat earth.
It took me 2 seconds to check. Like, literally, I just, okay, this is the paper he cited. Fucking go read it. Just read what they're trying to do. Okay. Oh, shit. They're saying that they measured accuracy. Well, what's the highlighted part? So I look for the highlighted part. Is that the data or is that the specification? Oh, that's the specification. They said they measured accuracy greater than the specification. But he went off the specification accuracy, not the data accuracy that they collected.
I wonder if the specification that they rated it for was based off of like the expected standards of what pilots can control during the landing process.
Based upon what the fucking lawyer said.
Yeah, you're right.
It's based upon what the lawyer said. Don't claim accuracy greater than that. We'll get fucking sued. Just say it's worse than it really is.
No, you're exactly right. They consulted with the lawyer. They're like, yeah.
Look, distances from DME facilities varied from overhead to 220 nautical miles. The results showed that 94.9% of stations had mean errors of less than 0.05 nautical miles, and 95.5% of the stations had standard deviations of error less than 0.05 nautical miles. However, range data for 3 stations were found to have standard deviations of 0.2 nautical miles. Okay. In all cases, the range uncertainty was well within 40 meters.
That's wild.
Yeah, wild. And they sat there, dude. Crazy, dude. They sat there and they fucking goddamn reamed him, saying, you don't understand science. Do I have to explain this to you like it's kindergarten? All this shit, and they were wrong the entire time. The entire time. Let that sink in.
I vote for the 1%.
It's not what we like. You need to document it.
No, stop. You need to actually include the margin of error based on reality, as close as you can get. Okay? Yes. So Dan has given you a reference, and then Mike has brought up something else, but that, I think we're just keeping it very objective here. That equation, the output of that equation, the input is going to be garbage in, the output is going to be garbage out, because you don't have the margin of error.
So if I can share real quickly.
Yes, I stop, but it's garbage is a hard word.
Well, that's called GIGO, G-I-G-O in computer science, garbage in, garbage out. Don't take it personally. But that's what you have. You have a garbage in, garbage out model without the margin of error being included.
So is this up and running right now?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is from.
Can you zoom in a little bit? Can you zoom in so we can
Yep.
see the title of the paper? Yeah.
Yeah. So this is from Stanford University and also done with someone from the FAA and the Aviation Management Associates. So this talks about the distance measuring equipment accuracy performed today and future alternative for position navigation training. Specifically, when I was talking about ICOP, it was also Annex 10. I'm still looking for that one. But just right here, if we go down to DME and TACA and its military counterpart are desirable features for providing positioning services. Today's DME is specified to provide position accuracy of around 0.6 nautical miles.
At what distance?
That's the accuracy of the DME as a whole, DME. As a system. That's the margin of error for what the value that it reads is coming out at. Because again,
now, like I just said, the whole purpose of this paper was to show that he just cited was to show that that specification is not how the equipment actually performs, that the equipment actually performs much better than the specification. That's the whole purpose of the paper he cited. You want to know what cherry picking is? He literally cherry picked one. They're just like just regular papers, right? They give you a background. If they're testing the specification on how accurate it is, they got to tell you what the specification is. He took them saying what the specification is as like the conclusion of the paper or something.
And the distance isn't what you land with, it's the glide slope. The distance is just a reference.
Can you kindly send that over to Kevin, Dan? So he's got that?
Sure. I mean, do you have the chat open? I can just put the link into it.
Yeah, you can send it over to Dr. Prabhakar and he'll send it. Okay. Zoom is this really wacky thing with chat on who can chat to who and how you set it up. It's gotten, I think you have to do a new, yeah.
Okay. I'll shoot it over right now. I'll pull my email and I'll send it over.
I need to pull it up again because I saw something now with 200
Kevin,
miles.
Michael, and Dan, is there a consensus that that formula needs to be updated with margin of error? Is that what we're saying? Is that what you guys?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And if the margin of error of the slope and the beam width together cannot provide something that's distinct for both globe and flat, then the experiment won't be useful. It's inconclusive, so it'd be a waste of money to do.
Yeah,
it's a non-issue. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is an important thing. To the audience listening, if you get a result out of this and it's in the margin of error between of globe and flat, the number means nothing. Okay.
But the 0.6 miles would be, yeah, we look it up. I stand with this statement, but I saw something with 200 nautical miles. I need to look at the document. Can I come up with my objections or we go on with my?
Well, so I think we've given anything else, Mike and Dan, Prabhakar?
I mean, if they want to do if you want to do a radio experiment, right? Because it sounds like what this falls under is we see too far, and you're using radio as an idea to get rid of some of the optical problems of mirages, of scintillation, and things like that. I can suggest another way of doing this with basically lighthouses, boats, and UHF transmitters and receivers. It's something that's going to keep it under roughly $500, depending on the cost of the boat. And it's something anybody can do as long as there's 3 specific heights that.
Now, there's another part where he bullshits. You can simply Google, is there equivalent to mirages in the in UHF? It'll say yes, and I'll give you examples. You can also Google whether there's scintillation in VHF. Yes, there is. So the 2 things he just said was made up bullshit. Nonsense.
Have anywhere from 5 times to 10 times elevation standards. You're just raising the transmitter, You're verifying radar horizon. On a flat Earth, there should not be a radar horizon because there is no geometric horizon. On a globe Earth, there is a radio horizon, and it's directly dependent on the square root of the height of the transmitting antenna or receiving antenna.
So, Kevin,
did you hear what he just said? There would be no horizon on a flat Earth because there is no geometric horizon.
I guess physics don't work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, there's no geometric horizon on the globe either that you can find.
Yeah, because perspective isn't a thing, right?
In fact, there's a radio horizon which is based on 4.3R. It's not a physical horizon, even in radio. More double speaking bullshit, bro.
is the intent, was this your experiment or someone else's? Because we saw someone else's name on this.
Yes. No, I like to present my.
It said stones this, stones that.
Yes.
And it was all in English. I know you're in meters over in Austria.
No, in the flight aviation is in nautical miles, but it's his experiment. I would like him up here, but he wasn't allowed. And
So is this your experiment or someone else's?
No one did it yet. It's just in 10 miles we did the slope.
No, but is this your proposal or someone else's?
It's someone else's.
Oh, okay. Well, this was supposed to be done by the science panel. That's one of the goals here, not someone else's. Anyway, the other thing is, are you into doing the radio, to Dan's question? And what would be the cost of this with an airplane, hiring it? Because we looked at
you can't assess now.
Okay, now think about what you just said. You're supposed to do your own and not someone else's. Do you think that McToon's sun measurement is going to be his and not someone else's? Do you think they're going to be his calculations or someone else's?
I already know whose it's going to be.
Well, I'm just saying, like, do you think that, like, McToon is going to reinvent how we predict sunrises and sunsets, and he's going to invent his own way of calculating them? Of course not.
I don't even think he's going to discuss sunsets. He's just going to use sun locations, and I think he's going to use flies.
He's going to use time and date or something, dude. He's going to use the methodology that time and date or U.S. Naval Observatory uses. There's no globe in that, but he knows that because I told him that. But that's not the point. The point is, you see what Shiva did? He just attacked Kevin for using someone else's idea, right? He's like, is this yours or somebody else's? Oh, you're supposed to do your own. Okay. Is McToon doing his own? Is the sun angle in azimuth, is that his own? He's going to freaking start from scratch and reinvent that? Or is he going to just go to time and date or Sun Calc or U.S. Naval Observatory and use their shit? You see what I'm saying? The same thing. It's complete double standard, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, so what's the cost of something like this? Because you have to, every round, because you're going to have to get multiple data points, right? Not just one. Multiple. So assume you need, I don't know what the sampling is. I'm assuming you need like 50, 20.
And actually, I have another quick question, Dr. Shiva, too, is how many airports do you know of, let's say worldwide, that have a minimum 30-mile-an-hour body that's directly off an ILS airport equipped runway? Like, you brought up one, and I don't even know where that is. I just see a map. Do you know how many there are in the world that we can find that would allow us to do this?
Yeah, I think, so we're looking at cost, viability, and ubiquity. Okay. And if you don't know it, Kevin, you don't have to answer it now. It's just
I'm just a question I'm posing, that's all.
Yeah, so if you can just find for the, how many airports are there you can actually do this? What is the cost of doing this? And I'm assuming you're going to have to do at least 50 runs, right? Or 20, there's a certain sampling. How many runs do you think have to do, and how much is this going to cost?
$500 one person or 300 even, and this one person can already do 10 runs with this thing. And you have hundreds of airports in reach of water. And I like to address this.
So hold on a second. It's $500.
But I haven't addressed this other old question.
No, 1 second. I just want to. It's $500 because we have Hanscom Air Force Base right behind where I live, and as a private pilot, I think it's more than $500. It's about, I think, $300 to $500 per hour flight time just to take up a small plane, and you have to be a member of the flying club to do that. So if you're gonna have to take off, do this, you think this can be done in like a couple of hours or just 1 hour?
Yes, 2 hours. And I have 200 Cessna for €200. You can rent it here. I don't know about the US is always.
Oh, and the pilot also has to be instrument rated too.
Yes.
Right.
I know.
So
I know a pilot myself, yes, but yeah, some people can do it and file it like that, yeah.
Okay, so I think the outstanding questions, Kevin, are which places can we do it in? How many places for ubiquity? What's the cost? And then the viability question comes down to the error margin. Does that pretty much summarize it?
Yes, but I don't agree with it.
I think it's two parts.
But wait. The UHF, there was a UHF proposal from Dan, and this is the worst possible version because you shoot over water horizontally and near the height of water. Everything there yields to most variation in refraction, and we don't want this component.
Right. There is some refraction, but it's also a very constant model that's used in radio for refraction.
Mirage,
but here's the other. Can I finish?
There, we deny this.
Can I finish?
Okay, I couldn't answer a long time.
Because here's the thing, though. It doesn't change the fact that there's a radar horizon at a specific distance. And as you raise the antenna up, that radar horizon gets further and further away. This is your classic, we see too far, which is why I'm proposing it. If it's over water, you can account for specific different atmospherics. You put in abort criteria where if there's precipitation. But here's the thing. Doesn't have mirages, doesn't have scintillation, doesn't have other things that optical has that you may be confusing it with. If you use UHF and the frequency that's in, you do have refraction, but that is a very planned and very obvious thing that anybody with radio experience has noted, and you account for that in your equations, in your mathematical model, and your hypothesis. If you choose not to because refraction is magical in your book or whatever, then fine, that's in your model. That's not going to play a difference. But our model will be, and I'll show you exactly what I mean, just real quick so you can understand what exactly I mean by this. It's very simple. This is Montauk Lighthouse. I also have other locations.
You have to share it. Are you sharing? Okay, sorry.
I forgot to click the extra share button. Yep. This is Montauk's Lighthouse. This is in New York. This is near me. I know this lighthouse is the only reason why I kind of chose it. I also found 7 or 8 other ones throughout the world, including UK, one not far from actually Mike in Minnesota, some on the West Coast and others on the East Coast. Specifically, what we're asking for is we do one down here at, down here at the beach at around 10 feet. We do another transmission up here at the bluff at 60 feet, and you do one at the top of the air, at the light tower at 170 feet. Each one will have its own model as far as how far it will go. And somewhere along the line, there is no radar horizon on a flat Earth because there is no geometric horizon. This eliminates all ambiguousness, and you can account for each one because if, for instance, if you're at the beach level, and you lose loss of service at, let's say, 10 nautical miles. And on a flat Earth, if you raise it and you get a signal, that means one thing. If you raise it and get a signal on a globe, that means something else. So then you go out further and see if you lose signal again. At that next distance, let's say it's 15 nautical miles. At 15 nautical miles, what is the cause of something 60 feet up going LOS, loss of signal, unless the signal is tired or attenuated or however you want to say it, to where you're no longer getting services? If you move that one more time up, now, and you get signal again, there's no explanation, unless you know of one, for a flat Earth of why that happens. There's a very good globe explanation for that. It's called the radar horizon, and it's proof of curvature.
multiple. You need multiple repetitions to see the refraction. But the refraction, nobody has access. How many people have access to lighthouse towers? First,
but here's the thing, Kevin. I have whole criteria, also different signal the noise ratios. I also have different error margins and everything else. But here's a bunch of other sites that we can go to. Anybody in these areas can do this one as well. And we're talking about $200 off of Amazon for an antenna and 2 radios.
Well, you agree or not agree that over water, the measurements are more various? Like it's easier to do something higher regarding refraction, distortion.
You're confusing optical with radio. Radio does not have radio has refraction, but there's no refraction values. You can use the standard model, or as what I actually recommend is you take the measurements to build your refractive index of what it's going to be based off of temperature, barometric pressure, and the relative humidity, taken at the boat level and taken at the various levels of the transmitting side at the lighthouse. And from there, you can make a very close approximate model for the refraction index, or what we call the K value, to be able to know how far it's going to change. Already in radio, we already account for this in a standard model, because our radio horizon accounts for 4/3 times the radius of the Earth, because we already know that on a standard atmospheric model, we're going to go 15% further. But this is how line of sight is actually, these are the links that are engineered. These are how I engineer my links. And these are specifically how they're implemented in the military and combat zones. So there's nobody hiding anything there because there's lives on the line. And the same reason why telecommunications work in cities like Boston, where Dr. Shiva is at, because I actually set up links that go from the John Hancock Tower to other locations in Cambridge without using fiber optics, that use radio, that I have to account for precipitation. I have to account for temperature variations, seasons, as well as the frequency it uses, the polarity of the antenna. There's a whole bunch of variables that goes into that, but we control all those variables in this one, to where our only variable that's going to actually change anything significantly outside of, say, a 10% margin of error, and I'm just guesstimating what that is because I haven't put any math into this. All my math is in a different document. But if it's a 10% error margin, if the difference between the closest and the furthest is more than 2 times the distance, that more than allocates for the 10% margin that might be there in an error.
You agree, though, that the distortion and refraction needs to be accounted for?
What distortion? It's RF.
Rate of...
Can you explain what some of these things, what causes some of these things in your model?
UHF is light, no? Light is affected by...
The UHF is not light. It's not optics.
It's not visible light.
It's not visible, right?
So there's no mirage, there's no scintillation. All you have is refraction.
Yeah, you have invisible light as well, but it's a radio frequency. Yeah.
Okay, so what mechanism do you think occurs over water and what effect do you think that would have on a UHF radio signal? Because this is stuff that has been used in the military since, I don't know, for 80 years. And it's been used in the civilian world. This is what I grew up on. If you want to do a radio experiment, I'm making an experiment. I still don't know what I don't know what these results are going to be. I haven't done this experiment, but this is one that I came up with, and I'm willing to share it and provide it to you guys to have you guys decide whether or not it's something you want to participate in. You guys can make your own methodology from this. I'm just giving you an idea.
Okay. Humidity is one problem, for example. Humidity is not involved in my... like that much of, if you have water dispersing just in front
just a question
of the water.
What does humidity do to the propagation of radio waves?
What does humidity...
yeah, you said humidity is a factor. What does it do?
Yeah, it can... I don't know the full claims, but
you don't know. Okay. Yeah. Then why do you bring it up?
Because you can, it's less. there. I saw experiments where they proposed humidity, and I saw formulas there. I can look it up. I don't know the details, but I can look it up. Show you next time.
All right.
The only formulas I have are basically using the refractive index and using known formulas for a globe model, and that is to be the actual way to configure where the radial horizon is to make our predictions. The only way that I can see flat Earth goes, and of course, this is your team. You guys have a week to come up with this model as far as what you think the prediction is. But as far as I can see it, since it doesn't have a geometric horizon, the only thing that limits how far the way a radial will go will be the attenuation of the atmosphere. So that's going to be based on the inverse square law and things like that, to where it's either the signal stops and that's it stops, or it continues on for hundreds of miles and we never get loss of signal. It's a very simple dichotomy of yes and no.
But you agree that having a distance value is better than having a value of I see something or I don't see it. Then you have some numbers involved in there. And
what I mean by see and don't see is I don't mean actual seeing. I mean the radio squelch.
Okay, just so everybody knows, everything he said is bullshit. I just posted it in the chat. He said, there's no scintillation in UHF. There is. Posted it in chat. There's no equivalent of mirages in UHF. Yes, there is. He said, humidity does not affect UHF. Yes, it does. So everything he said was a lie. And then he just said that, on a flat Earth would go hundreds of miles. That's also a lie. Still be absorbed. The number one absorber of UHF is freaking water. So he's just lying his ass off. And she was just eating it up, dude. Just eating it up.
Button sends out an audio tone. When you go far enough out, that squelch cuts off, which means you have no signal. That's a loss of signal.
Yes.
The only way that happens is if there's an obstruction. The only obstruction that would be out there would have to be a very, very large wave that you would have actually experienced on the boat before it got between you and wherever the transmitter is. And as you move the transmitter up to 60 feet and 170 feet, that wave that is causing the obstruction, and again, we can hang out at different locations for upwards of 10, 15 minutes. And some of the Bohr criteria would be how big the sea state is. If it's more than 3 feet, no one wants to be out there in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean during this. Then you abort and you come back and do it again. But if it's at 170 feet, that's going to have to be a really big wave between you and the boat and the light tower to cause an obstruction. And if you hang out for 10 minutes, that wave is going to go away.
So Dan, just to just to understand what you're saying, there's some fundamental problems with their plane issue using ILS. So you're giving them an idea, saying, why don't you use UHF? And in your model, you use the lighthouse or these locations. And if the Earth is curved, it's going to be a 1 or a 0 because you're not going to see the signal unless there's a massive wave. But that wave would have to be a 100-foot wave if it's from the top of the lighthouse, which is very, very unlikely. So, Kevin, I think you and the gentleman who actually came up with the ILS experiment may want to look at this because Dan's essentially trying to help you guys. Because right now, from the feedback that I'm hearing, you have the margin of error issue that essentially is going to give garbage in, garbage out with your experiment. And this one is this a 1 or a 0, because if the Earth is curved, at a certain point, you're just not going to get the signal. If the Earth is flat, you're going to always get the signal. I don't know how far UHF carries. Dan, E equals H nu. I don't know what that comes out to.
Well, I mean, you can go UHF. I mean, we'd have known. I think if I figured out we had 8 watts of power, so doing 8 watts of power, I think we can go outwards of 250 nautical miles in a straight line.
Okay. All right.
You can use these handheld radios to talk to the ISS.
Okay. So I think
is it 2 beams? But tell me the details. Is it two beams compared, or is it 1 beam?
It's 1 beam.
Yeah, see, so 2 beams is more accurate already. So if I have 2 beams,
no, but, okay. So here's what I'm also telling you to do is you get so you're not just using the radios. You get a directional antenna, which has got a 5-element Yagi antenna. You literally just connect it with a cable to the radio. You point that in the direction of, I mean, I can go through all the steps if you want. I was just leaving this as an idea for you guys to develop. But if you want me to show you what I actually developed, I can show it to you.
Tell me how you measure all the atmospheric conditions all along the path, not only at one point. We have the data from the META report. And so if you don't measure it everywhere, it's not scientific.
You can build a so do you think that a refractive model, which, again, we're talking about the differences between 1.2 to 1.5, okay, for what we call a K value. Do you think that raising the humidity at one random point in the span, can I finish?
Kevin, can I finish? Don't interrupt. It's hard for people to hear what Dan's saying.
Do you think that at some random point between the boat and the airport, the humidity is going to go from, let's say, 60% to 100%, and then all of a sudden that's going to change that index, that K value, that K factor, that refractive index value so much that it's going to cause the signal to end? Because we can run it at 100% humidity. I'll tell you what the bare minimum is and what the bare maximum is, and what the actual is based on the 2 different readings from the 2 stations involved, which is the boat and the shore station. From that, we can develop a model that says that. And here's the great thing about lighthouses. Since it's a protected waterway, a lot of weather monitoring is done in that area to prevent people from ending up on the rocks. So they have to know these things like sea state, humidity, barometric pressure, what the forecast is. All these different things go into providing advisories to small craft in the area.
All right.
Measuring.
I think
we have a focused beam, but okay.
I think we've beaten the horse here. I think Dan's been quite generous in giving you guys ideas. And I think humidity is frankly has no issue in this because he's saying it's 1 to 1.5, unless even at 100% he's saying. So
I mean, and there are occasions where there's a temperature inversion, there could be ducting and stuff like that. But again, these are forecasted. We can actually look at them. We can actually do all sorts of work right up into the start of the thing to make sure that we're not in that window. You account for these before you start. If that atmospheric condition is there, in which case ducting would show it going too far. And again, not science, because you have an anomalous thing that would basically skew the results. You abort. You come back the next day.
Ducting
not a problem. You come back the next week.
But ducting happens higher. I don't know where you get this ducting from. There, that ducting, tropoducting. You mean tropoducting happens at multiple times higher than our test. So I don't know where you come up with ducting at your test.
Where is the troposphere at?
Especially because last time you mentioned ducting, I looked it up and it said it's high. It's at 10,000 feet.
Okay, so the troposphere where ducting happens it occurs when there's a temperature inversion. Typically, when you go from low altitude to higher altitude, it gets colder. When the warm altitude is above the colder temperature, that's where you get an inversion. That inversion is what creates ducts. Tropospheric ducting can occur anywhere from sea level to 12 kilometers up in the air. You don't know where it's going to happen unless you know where that temperature inversion layer starts and stops, because that is what creates the top of the duct.
You agree it's rare?
It's rare. It happens. But again, it's forecast. If there's forecast to be a temperature inversion, because this is stuff planes need to know and everybody else needs to know, especially those in the communications field. If there's going to be a temperature inversion, you don't schedule it for that day.
I agree.
You wait.
We put it in the data set, and it's not something which invalidates any experiment, but especially not even yours, because it's happening higher than both of us. So I agree, but
says the person who hasn't done radio versus the person who has. Okay, sure, we'll take that.
We can do. I did the refraction, the falsification test, scaling it down. but we're not here for that. But can we exclude the sun now? Or you're fine with your...
Well, I just want to read some, before we move on. Look, science is about being specific. There's a lot of nebulous way that you've been, frankly speaking, Kevin, and it's a little bit disconcerting, okay? The bottom line is you don't have a error margin, and that needs to be figured out. You need to come back with a mathematical formulation, and hopefully we'll see that. But it needs to be precise. It can't be hand-waving, and it can't be just randomly saying some random stuff, okay? Number one, Dan has proposed to you, if you guys want to use, electromagnetic waves, he's provided you UHF. And that gives you, from frankly, what I'm hearing, a pretty 1 or 0 answer, because it's just based on distance. You've been sort of just dropping all sorts of terms, and frankly, they're all irrelevant.
No,
so
it's better.
No, they're irrelevant.
0 versus 1 is
no, they're irrelevant, because when you bring in humidity and you bring it in, it's not going to change the end result in any appreciable way. No. And furthermore, let me finish. You also have the opportunity to look at the weather and decide when you're going to do the experiment to reduce those variables. All right? This is like fucking second grade stuff. So please don't.
I included that.
No, let me finish. My point is, as someone who's a working scientist, I don't like people just saying random words to confuse people. And that's what you flat earthers have frankly been doing. And we're trying to get
credentials. We can interject and say fallacies if you are saying those, because it's an appeal.
No. You're just saying, no, stop it.
It's not saying true.
Stop it. You're not speaking to some social media people who you can bullshit. Okay? You're just randomly saying words that have no meaning.
Look up fallacies. Look up the term fallacy.
Go understand what a model is. Go understand what error margin. That's your homework assignment. If you were in class, you'd be probably as an undergraduate right now. So go understand that. Okay? It's really insulting to everyone out here. So go understand basic stuff. And Dan has provided you, out of his generosity, a way you could do this. If you don't want to do this, stick with your thing. With all its issues, you're going to have to include error margin in it. All right? If you want to do that, go for it. But he's giving you an alternative, which frankly makes it a 1 or a 0. And maybe you guys don't want that.
Of course we want a good experiment, but I say what your experiment isn't as good as 2 different distances.
Well, first of all, you didn't do this experiment. A guy who was banned from this, and you're lying because you have his name all over the experiment.
I didn't lie.
So you misrepresented. Exactly. You've misrepresented yourself.
No, I told you as soon as you asked me, who is this? I say it's not my experiment.
I had to ask twice. Okay. So you've misrepresented the presentation here. This is not from you. It has his name all over.
Because you do yes, I don't deny it. You do association
after I asked you,
all over.
But you didn't say this is not my experiment when you presented this.
It goes still since January. This is since January.
You have an individual who's been in the flat Earth community confusing everyone, and his experiment has been presented, not yours. That's misrepresentation.
Because you exclude everyone who are the good at math, the good physicians. Yes, Stone is good at math. Ellen is good at math.
Yeah, right.
Shane
no. Listen,
and you don't want those people, so I have to take over here.
We can give him a math exam, and I can give him an MIT math exam, and I'll judge how good he is. Okay?
Ellen showed you already.
That's hilarious. He's calling him out. You excluded anybody who was good at math, who knew what they were talking about, who was able to defend the position with reason and logic. He excluded them all. He excluded Indio, he excluded Space Audits, Shane St. Pierre, Piezo, Yoder, fucking, all of them.
He's getting way too defensive and way too aggressive. He's not going to convince anybody with that attitude. He's just coming off rudely at this point.
He's a sophist.
Anyway, back to the show. almost a little bit left.
No, he isn't.
Dynamics.
You're not an expert in it.
I'm not, but the others.
You didn't study this. Have some respect for people put in the fucking time. You're not an expert. Okay? And you misrepresented yourself because you said that was your experiment. That's violating the norms of how we set this up.
See, I hated this. That's
for the
guy
record.
from jump, bro. Guy's trash. He's been trash since I've been looking at him for politics. He's trash now. Dr. Shiva, you're fucking trash. Put me on that motherfucker. Triple dog dare you.
You'd kick his ass every which way.
Every which way. I'd be like, first of all, bitch, I'm not doing what you want me to do. I'm doing this. That's number one. I don't give a fuck about what this guy's talking about. Nah, but honestly, I got to be better than that. I couldn't do that because if I was on somebody else's platform, they probably. But I mean, I just don't like how he just sucks that. Just sucks that. I mean, he could find somebody else that would. I don't know, man. Of course, this is what he is.
Well, that was the goal, right? For them to show how flat earthers are misrepresenting the science because they're not using their own original work. They're not worthy of the conversation.
I still think, even if that was the goal, I think it. Even just to my ears, he's just coming off as a complete jerk. It's not really working for him. In this case, he's
saying, "I'm the authority. Shut up." Obviously, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even bring your own argument. Shut up. Sit down. You're the student.
Yeah, the ego on that dude.
I mean, but that's how he is. That's why I don't like him. And he'd be wrong and strong. It's like unless you're listening to what he perceives as right, like if there's any kind of pushback at all, you're gonna get someone who's, I mean, pretty much like one of the Globers that continuously talk and curse you out. And
well, screw that guy. Where does he get on the bus?
no, can't stand him.
Let's go to the issue with the proposal that Mike made. I think we're done with this. Go ahead. Any objections to that?
No.
I think Kevin is
Ryan
muted.
Kevin?
Yeah. I think Kevin is muted.
You're muted.
Yes, I muted myself.
All right. So first, you said that if this mathematical model is able to predict.
No, first of all, why don't you first, because they re-explain what you wanted to do. Why don't you, for the record, restate what the experiment that they're saying, the observation, the mathematical model, and be as precise as possible without some hand waving. Go ahead.
I need under here. I have no choice.
Did you have something to say, Elijah?
No, sorry.
I like to include the error margins. I will look up the error margins for the beam divergence and the error margin. The other error, what was the other error margin? I don't remember now because I was already at the
But Dan actually gave you the error, 0.6. One is the beam divergence error margin, and the other is the DME, which Dan actually
the distance, exactly, the distance. the 0.6. I saw that in this document there was a 200 miles, but I will look it up. Yes.
Yeah, I think you should. And then the other things we asked for are, we want to look at the viability, because we have, here around 35 people, and we have about 1,300 people at least on Twitter. We probably have several thousand people, in spite of all the shadow banning. But those 1,000 people, we want them to be able to do it. Okay. So what would it cost them to do this? And if you said 500, but I think it'd be valuable to know what it would actually cost them to go do an experiment like this. Okay. And that you don't have to, obviously you don't have to give that right now, but it would be good between now and the next meeting to have that. Maybe we'll do another pre-meeting, because Dr. Prabhakar is actually going to do a draft document, a white paper, which we'll publish. Okay. Cool. Let's move on to the flat earthers now questioning the globe earthers on their proposed experiment of using the altitude and the azimuth of the sun, which is observable pretty much to every being on this planet, and a simple formulation that flat earth would have to come up with. And based on, by the way, to flat earthers listening, you can do whatever assumption you want, whether you want to say there's a dome, whether the dome's spinning or not. You just have to state the assumptions, and you have to derive your model. Same things to the globe earthers. You're going to have to derive your assumptions, and you'll come up with your model. So relative to that, Kevin and Ryan, and unfortunately Bobby's not here, what are your questions to the globe earthers?
Yeah, you think that if this mathematical model is able to predict the observation of the sun, then you have evidence flat or round. And I say...
So you would have to come up with your model, you take in all your assumptions, and then you have to develop your mathematical equation. Does that make sense? So you're going to put latitude in whatever you want to do, full freedom.
The methodology makes sense in a different... Oh, sorry, you cut off. Yeah, you cut off.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, and we're giving you between now and the next week to come up with whatever assumptions and formula. Same thing, the globe earthers. These could be very complicated formulas, but the input to it should be latitude and longitude, the time, whatever you want to include. Whatever you want to include. It's up to you.
I have a problem now with the grid system. You are already using a globe grid system.
No. Wait. Time out. The globe people come up with their assumption. You come up with your assumption. Don't be, this is what you guys keep doing. You keep talking about the globe. Yeah. Let the globe people come up with their model. Don't go attacking the globe. What do you want to do as flat earth? So
I'm not here to critique the sun, or don't I?
No, you have to, the flat earthers have to come up with their model assuming flat earth. So this is what's going to really put where the rubber meets the road. You can't go pointing at the globe earth people. What is your model of a flat earth? And come up with your formula. By the way, I've actually done it.
We have math as well, but now we have spent half an hour to object my
but do you understand that you have to just to be clear, just like for your airplane example, the globe earthers have to come up with their formula, and flat earthers will come up with theirs. For the sun model, you have to come up with your flat earth model, and the globe earthers have to come up with their model.
You want to do an observation, and I did the whole experiment. There's no experimentation suggested already. This is my first critique.
What's your problem? The experiment is I'm looking at the sun.
And what are the dependent and independent?
Wait, Kevin. I really have to wonder whether you've even been listening for the last 2 hours.
I've listened to the pre-recordings as well.
Okay, I'm looking out my window. Let's keep it really fucking simple. The sun is going to be at a certain height, and don't interrupt me, and a certain azimuth. Do you understand that? Do you get that concept? That's the observation.
And there's no prediction coming. It's a post-diction.
We finish. You're going to look at it. Your model is going to predict where the sun's going to be. And if that model matches the observation, then you're right. What are you missing here? Did you not understand F equals ma?
F equals ma is.
Did you not understand what we spoke about in the beginning?
Yes, it's something completely else. But we have
no
prediction here. The sun appears in this at your window, coming back the next time. You have no connection to the ground.
What are you talking about?
That with the.
What are you missing here? Should I do it as a kindergarten drawing for you?
Start with the lat-long system, please.
Start with what?
The lat-long system you suggest to insert as location value.
Okay, I'm not going to talk to you because you seem either not understanding something purposely.
I'm understanding very well that the lat-long system is part of the spherical model already. That's
their model. So you're going to have to come up with your own model. Why are you talking to globe people?
So if you need to simplify, you can say for a person standing in this city on this street corner or on this beach on this spot. You don't need to use lat-long. Just use a position and create your own coordinate system.
Guys, if you want to talk, we'll pause it.
I did. That's why I was waiting. I knew y'all was going to pause it.
Yeah, I'll pause it. Hold on. Okay, it's paused.
This guy is an absolute.
Yeah, see, that's exactly why. People are like, "Oh, Nathan's going crazy for saying don't use our fucking stuff." Look at him trying to hijack our shit. When you let him, look at that shit. Talking about Look at that shit. I'm pretty sure latitude was available long before anyone thought it was a globe. Because that's exactly what the ancients used, right? The angles to the stars in the sky, right? To make whatever system they made. It had nothing to do with globe anything. The fuck? Like, don't use glober stuff. Bitch.
I just read a thing about the Inuits using, the Inuits, they live, in the far north, right? So they use the stars to figure out where they are. And they don't use any freaking globe idea, and they use basically the equivalent of latitude, right? How far the stars are above the horizon.
Yeah, this dude, this coming from a glober, right? If he really cares...
This guy's got 4 degrees from MIT. Think about that for a second.
It's crazy. If he really wants to convince people that the Earth is a globe, he's got to lose the attitude. He's not going to convince.
No, we're beyond that. You talking about latitude? You're talking about elevation angles to the stars. Okay. An elevation angle, for sure, is not a motherfucking tangent to a tangent point. Not the same thing. So don't use our shit. How about you come up with your own system, buddy?
I just want to say, Indio, even with the Inuit up north using the stars for navigation, they lose people going from village to village if they get off course off the trail. Because it's so whited out there. You get 100 feet off a trail, you're lost.
Oh, yeah. You can only do so much, man.
I know quite a few of them from up there.
Oh, I'm sure. I'd like to fucking go hang up there. Not get lost and die, but,
Yeah, I said attitude.
His attitude sucks, but he's wrong. That's the crazy thing, is you don't know it. But the thing is, I know it. Everything he's saying, see, he thinks, and McToon thinks, that the model they're going to use to predict where the sun is going to be some sort of globe model, but it's actually not. There's a celestial sphere model, but there's not a globe model that predicts where the sun is. So in order to predict where the sun is, right, You got to know your time of year, and you got to know where the celestial equator is above the horizon, the elevation angle of the celestial equator. Once you know that, and you know the time of year, you can position where the sun is in the sky. Okay? You got to know the time, the date, where the celestial equator is. You don't need to know anything about what you're standing on. Nothing. Not a fucking thing. Okay? But they don't, and even though McToon knows because I told him, Shiva doesn't know. So he's arguing about that, but that's the thing, is the arrogance, the attitude you're talking about. What's bothering me is because I've been involved in this topic for a long time, and even though you're just offended by the arrogance, I'm doubly offended because he's arrogant and he's wrong. He's being a dick because he's so sure he's correct, but he's actually wrong. That's what doubly burns my ass, man. So as mad, as irritated as you are by his fucking pompous attitude, I'm fucking 3 times more irritated than that. Because you know what? Because if you just had some normal person, it was me and him talking, he'd say, I have 4 degrees from fucking MIT. Who are you going to believe? And they'd believe him. Even though I can just whip out the documentation, show the formulas on how it's done, all that shit, go to the U.S. Naval Observatory site where it specifically says how they do the calculation. So it's...
Yeah, and I wouldn't blame you at all, because, like I said, it's just, you know, if you're gonna, if you're gonna debate, and I'm not even one, I don't even like to debate this stuff, because I'm not...
There's supposed to be a debate on there, though. That's the funny thing. They're not supposed to be debating, they're supposed to be collaborating to figure out an experiment.
Really?
Yes, that's what this was. It was supposed to be... This dude, Shiva, he's like, I'll just make a long story short, okay? He said, I'll put up the money to have 6 flat earthers, 6 globe earthers come to Cambridge. We'll all get in a room and we'll iron out a fucking definitive experiment that everybody's going to sign off on. Well, it didn't turn out that way. It turned out this way, right? So what this is the collaboration that's supposed to be happening with 3 flat earthers, with 3 globe earthers, so he changed it. They didn't go to Cambridge either. They're doing it over a Zoom call. And they're supposed to be collaborating on figuring out experiments they can all agree on. Now he's turned it into the globe side versus the flat earth side. It wasn't supposed to be like that. It was supposed to be they all collaborate to think of one experiment. So everybody gets together and say, hey, what's the one experiment which is going to satisfy both sides? That was the original thing. Now, but all that's changed. The point is, this isn't supposed to be a debate. This is supposed to be all of them getting together to collaborate on an experiment. But
and, you know, that would have been a lot more interesting, too, to see.
I mean, the title of the video is, hold on. Oh.
Looks like he was...
It wasn't even supposed to be, it wasn't a debate. This isn't a debate fucking thing. It wasn't supposed to be any debate, but it's funny that you think it was from listening to it.
That's what it sounds like. I mean...
I know.
It about halfway through it, I was like, oh, this is reminding me of, like, political debates. They're interrupting each other. They're talking over each other. So, yeah, I just assumed that it was a debate from the get-go. I didn't know that it was an experiment.
It's Science Summit, applying the scientific method to flat Earth geometry.
By affirming the consequent.
Yes, that's what you do. You do it more early and often.
He literally just, I heard him, I was on YouTube listening, he literally he laid out an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy as a proposition to determine the geometry of the Earth's surface.
He said that a hypothesis has to be expressed as a mathematical equation. or it's not a hypothesis?
He said we pitch the models against each other. We predict the sun's position and time, right? And whoever's is correct, that's what's true. That's affirming the consequent, bro.
It's a reification.
And a reification, yeah.
So, guess what? Whatever model they use, Kevin Samuels can use the same model. Because it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's an observer-centric model. You are in the middle. I mean, there's no globe in it, right? The globe is a point at the origin of coordinates. That's it. It's just a point, and that's where you are. You're on the point. There's no globe. They're not calculating any distance over the Earth. They're not calculating any curvature. They're not calculating any of that crap. It's fucking train wreck, bro. Like, disappointing.
I'd say he's
Poor
an
PhDs that he did not get his money's worth, dude.
Yeah, he needs to get a refund. He's an intellectually dishonest prick who set a trap that's nothing more than a giant burden of proof reversal fallacy.
Well, this is the thing, is who's going to arbitrate it, right? Like this sun thing. So, McToon is going to present a model, which ain't going to be a gold model, but McToon is going to think it is, and he's going to present that. Shiva's going to go, like, the globe side did it, but he's not going to actually look at it and go, hey, well, there's actually no fucking globe in there.
Oh, shit. I've got one. Stonehenge. They've been using, like, these stones for thousands of years, apparently. Stone circles, these stone archways and all that, like, as observatories. And they know at a certain time of year, they see a shadow cast by one of those stones and it has a certain angle, or it meets another one, or they see the sun come up through in between these two pillars. They know that within, with pretty good accuracy, that within a time frame when it's going to come up in between the next two pillars. I mean, isn't that a fucking model to predict with the sunrise and sunset and moonrise and moonset and all that shit?
Yes.
He didn't come up with it himself. He has to come up with his own.
So is McToon going to come up with his own?
Exactly.
Right. What does it matter who came up with it? He said if it's true, if it predicts it, then it must be true.
Unless it came from somebody else.
Oh, Indio, I saw the little graph you just posted in there. Does the sun go underneath the circle at night in that?
No.
Okay.
No. It's just look, bro. The model that we use to predict it, like, we're not. So people get confused about this. Okay. There's an infinite number of models for any arbitrary data set. Okay. So we have a data set where the sun is. There's a whole bunch of models we could make to predict where that is, where it appears to be. But the model that is used, because it's super simple, is that you're a point at the origin coordinate surrounded by a celestial sphere, and that the sky revolves around you as you move. Not that you revolve, that the sky revolves. because that's how the mathematics actually works. So if you do spherical trig, they're vectors from the origin of coordinates that trace the angle between two vectors, right? So what's actually rotating is a ball around you, almost like, you ever seen one of those little hamsters inside a fucking ball?
Yes.
It's like that. That's what the model is. You're like the little hamster inside the ball. And as you move around some distance, the ball rotates around you. That's what the mathematics of the model is.
Is it? Okay. So
They don't actually do like some 3D geometric globe and then get where the sun is in the fucking orbit and all these things. They don't do that. It's too complicated.
It's based off of your personal opinion and your 3D perspective space. That's it.
So is it almost kind of like, probably not exactly.
It's just a model. It doesn't mean anything. This is like, it's just a model.
Okay. I was just going to say, it kind of reminds me of like the Greek, like, seven heavens kind of, with the skies, the layer of the skies moving around the earth, right?
I'm going to read you something. This is from Derek Abbott. He's an electrical engineer. He wrote, "The Reasonable Ineffectiveness of Mathematics." Now, there's a famous paper called The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics. This is a counter to that. That's a very famous paper among physicists in the scientific community and academia. Like, oh my God, how does mathematics describe nature so well? Well, that's because his argument is because they're cherry picking. They don't think about all the fucking models that are used that don't work. They only say, oh my God, this one works. That's because we basically have an infinite amount of possible fucking models, mathematical models that we can use to describe anything. And most of them will fail. And occasionally some will be right. And then we'll go, oh my God, math describes nature. So I'm going to read you code of what he said. A physicist may have nightmares on studying a standard electronic engineering text, finding the use of negative time in the theory of non-causal filters. However, a non-Platonist engineer has no qualms about such transformations into negative spaces, as there is no ultimate reality there. These are all mental constructs and are dealt with in a utilitarian way, producing results required for system design. That's it. We made a model. It works. Some idiot said the model, it's not just a mathematical model, it's actually physically real. Okay? There's a physical real, but it's not a ball around you. You're on the ball. Okay? They took the ball, the celestial sphere, which would be flat because all the stars are assumed to be infinite distance, and a sphere, an infinite radius sphere is flat. So that is a contradiction right there in the mathematics, but that's not the point. They said, hey, it's not a celestial sphere, we're on a sphere. But the mathematics of the model aren't a model of a sphere Earth. Do you understand? It would be too complicated. Now imagine they had to do the mathematics right, where they have a sphere Earth, they have a sphere Sun, 93 million miles away, and then you're going to put a person somewhere on that sphere Earth, and they're going to look at the sun, and then you have to change the coordinate system into a projective geometry, and then see where the sun looks like it is. Because we don't see it orthographically, right? So you're going to have to convert that 3D, that orthographic Euclidean space to how it looks. Because we're looking at the sun, right?
Right, and the
now think of how complicated that is, what I just described.
Yeah, and doesn't the appearance of the sun also change, like, based on where it is in the horizon? Like, it appears slightly larger when it's, like, nearer to the edge of the horizon. It gets...
that varies. Sometimes it flattens. There's all sorts of different looking sunsets, quite honestly. There's actually types of sunsets. It's called extruvian vase, and there's double sunsets, triple sunsets, where it looks like there's 3 suns. There's all sorts of weird sunsets. But yeah, sometimes it looks bigger, sometimes it's smaller. Sometimes it's hard to tell because there's a lot of glare. But the point is like why would we We just want to know when dawn is tomorrow, when sunrise is. Why would we make some convoluted fucking model that's only going to work for fucking maybe 10 years, and then we have to recalculate everything all over again? Right? No, let's just make a simplified model where you're at the origin of coordinates, and we just plot where the sun is relative to the celestial equator, and we just do that. Why convolute it? Like,
the only reasonable explanation I can think of it is if, people actually wanted to try to send a rocket out there and stuff like that. But
well, I'm just saying, just for the sunrise, sunset, solar noon, where the sun is in the sky. I mean, for that purpose, why use a complex model when you can make a simpler one?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
use a simpler one, and even that model has been tested. Okay. So there was three observatories that tested the accuracy of sunrise predictions, and the mean error value, meaning how much they were usually off, was plus or minus 4 minutes, with the largest one being 14 minutes difference from what the predicted sunrise time was versus what was actually observed. There's all sorts of anomalous observations of the sun. I mean, I can go on and on about that. Fucking Barrett's fucking observation, 1597 observed. So the sun, on the equinox in the Arctic Circle, the sunrise should happen on the equinox, is when you should first see the sun. Well, they saw it a couple weeks too early, 2 weeks before the equinox. So that was a big fucking problem. And in fact, they tried to take his royal charter away. Barents, he was like, he got a royal charter to explore the Arctic. When he got back to the Netherlands, all the scientists tried to get the king to take his royal charter away because they didn't believe what he was saying. That's impossible. Earth's the globe. You can't fucking, our astronomy isn't wrong. You must have did something wrong. But he recorded other astronomical bodies in different positions than they were supposed to be too. So they couldn't get him fired, basically. But they tried. But the point is that, like, what he's proposing isn't going to prove if the Earth is a globe or flat. And the model he uses isn't going to be even a globe model. And Shiba isn't going to investigate and say, hey, is this actually a globe model? Let me look at the formulas and go, oh shit, where's the globe in this? No, he isn't going to do that. He's going to just say they did it. I guarantee it. When a flat earther could actually use the same model, you see the diagram I posted, we could say, yeah, there's just standing on a ground plane. Because these elevation angles, this altitude, the solar altitude, and this is what Elijah was making a point of, is an elevation angle. That's measured from a horizontal plane. You can't have an elevation angle off of a curved surface. It's mathematically. It's not possible. So that's the whole thing, is that we could say, oh no, these globers, they're actually using a flat Earth model to predict the sun. And just say they're just stealing our equation. That's why this whole thing is stupid. And the guy, McToon, that's involved in this, one of the guys, he knows all this because I fucking told him. But don't stop them, dude. This is why we get all irate, dude, because this is the shit we deal with as flat earthers. We deal with just fucking bullshit, bro. Just utter freaking nonsense and bullshit from dishonest people. People are like, oh, you guys are flat earthers, you're just conspiracy theorists, think everyone's against you. No, bro, why do you think we record everything? Why do you think we freaking log everything? So the evidence is clear. We're not making shit up. We're not lying. You can go back and you can check, right? To see who is telling the truth. The only times we have, oh, I didn't say that. Like you just said it. Like, no, I didn't. Some glober in a debate will say that. Like, well, we record this. He's like, oh, go check it then. Every single time when we check, they said exactly what we said they said. Every fucking time.
Yeah, I think, honestly, if a glober wants to have a good faith debate with flat earthers, they're going to have to actually acknowledge engage with what y'all are putting out there and just ditch all of this crap about they're just flat earthers, we're not going to take them seriously, stuff like that. That's a waste of time.
Unfortunately, a lot of them are bigots.
Yeah, I mean, just comes with the territory. I mean, look, it's really like, we understand. We were all globe earthers, like all of us, everybody in this chat. The difference between us and like the typical globe earther is we checked the globe claims and they didn't. I've personally done my own tests. And I am sure most of the people in here have done their own observations and tests. It's really just checking. It's not, I didn't watch a YouTube video to come to the conclusion. I checked it myself. And like, what am I supposed to do? Believe my lying eyes or frickin', and oh man, that ship really isn't 30 miles away, invisible to the naked eye. Fuck, dude, I must have hallucinated that whole thing. I'm gonna go back and watch the fucking ISS live stream and brainwash myself. Am I supposed to do that? What am I supposed to do? Believe the results of my tests, or just frickin' and go back to but NASA says. Watch this TV show. Look at these pictures. Trust these other people that you never met. I can't do that, dude. I'm going to trust nature. The scientific method requires that the claims are testable, repeatable, and verifiable. But we've gotten so far away from that. It's back in the day before peer review, so what a scientist would do is he would publish something, and he would, in great detail, make out exactly what he did and what his results were. And other scientists would get that and replicate what he did. And if they didn't get the same result, they would call bullshit. And if they did get the same result of the experiment, it was considered a scientific fact.
Yeah,
that's how it happens nowadays. We have peer review where the reviewers just review the paper, but they don't replicate the actual experiment.
Yeah, that's interesting. I was always under the impression that replicating the experiment at least once was a pretty core aspect of the scientific method.
It's interesting to know.
Well, you can just Google replication crisis. Okay, it's considered a crisis in science that most results can't be replicated. And
never mind
a lot of scientific fraud. In fact, that frickin' I can go through like this Francesca bitch at Harvard. She got busted for scientific fraud when people tried to replicate her shit. This fucking neuroscientist, he managed to glom his way all up to be the president of Stanford University. Turns out that he did scientific fraud, that the results couldn't be replicated. A fucking goddamn a Japanese scientist, this was a big one, came up with all these results for treating cancer, and all this research went into frickin' money and like a decade. They say that they lost a decade of cancer research from this guy's fraudulent results that no one could replicate. So it's a problem, man. Scientific fraud, I mean, scientists are just human beings just like everybody else. They're ambitious. They want to get ahead. They want a name for themselves. They want to make money. They want to be successful. And people cheat. And it isn't because, like, being a scientist does not denote that you're somehow more ethical than everybody else. You're just like everybody else, man. Got the same number of criminals, got the same number of liars, got the same number of cheats. Proportionally, I'm saying.
Oh yeah, that is true. I just I didn't know that they were cutting that many corners with replicating experiments to that
Dude,
extent.
there's literally a website called Retraction Watch. Okay, it's a website dedicated to just tracking all the retracted papers for like retracted for all sorts of reasons: lying, scientific fraud, manipulating data, leaving out data that they didn't like. Like that's one of the major ones, is that they get data points that they don't like and they just throw them away and act like they never measured that in the first place.
One thing that I noticed not too long ago, I think was it sometime last year, or I think it was sometime last year. It was the color of Neptune. Evidently, the original photographer who took those pictures colorized Neptune so that it wouldn't be confused with Venus, because they were almost exactly the same color. And they made a note of that in a footnote saying, keep in mind, Neptune here has been intentionally colored darker in order to not confuse people between the two. But the people who replicated that article just replicated the picture in tons of magazines and tons of articles and stuff, and failed to reproduce the footnote saying that it was colorized to avoid confusion. And then people didn't find out about that until, I don't know how many years later, 30, 40?
When they said when they landed on the moon and they got the soil, that the moon is brown. And the United States says it's gray. I think the Chinese say it's some other fucking color.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I'll have to read up on that.
Yeah, they said it's the frickin' dust on the moon is light brown. That's what they say.
You know, it just kind of blew my mind that footnote was always there, but the first person who copied it to produce it in an article failed to copy that part, and then everyone else just took that copy and sent it out, and then people just forgot that they were the same color for decades.
Posted a link from Time Magazine, 1966. One sentence: the JPL project scientist Leonard Jaffe. The moon's surface looks like a soil, not very hard, with rocks and clods on it. In it. A rough surface, gray rock lying on a brownish-gray, clumpy soil, was singularly dull.
Yeah, that is interesting. It's quite reflective. It's quite reflective for brownish gray.
The moon, they say, has the albedo of asphalt. That means the reflectivity of asphalt. Yeah, like that you drive on. Asphalt. That's what they say. That's the reflectivity of that. The moon's very strange in a lot of ways. I've heard, though I haven't confirmed this, that like if you measure the brightness of the moon, like say a full moon, in any portion of that, right? Say it's 100 lumens in that little square. When the moon, it goes into phase, right? And when you have a little sliver, the little sliver will be brighter in that little surface area. I'm not saying the total brightness is greater, but that part of the moon will be brighter than if the moon was fully than any section of a full moon, right? So if I look at one little section of the moon, right, it's brighter during crescent than it is when it's full. Not the total brightness, the partial brightness of a spot. I've heard this. I don't know if it's true. Then there's the cold moonlight and the fucking infrared of the moon, thermal infrared, showing the moon's only 40 degrees Celsius. Like, there's a bunch of shit with the moon that's fucked up. I'm gonna play this real quick. Try to finish. I think this is almost done. Finish this shit off.
Perfect.
You can create any coordinate system you want. Spherical, polar, Euclidean, non-Euclidean, linear, non-linear. It's up to you. That's called mathematics. So you're going to use your coordinate system to define, let's say, position of the observer and the position of the sun. Your mathematical model will take the position of the observer and time and output a position of the sun. Everyone clear on that? It's really simple. It's trivial. Okay, that's your formula. Flat Earth will have its formula, which is called a hypothesis. Round Earth will have that. To verify this, the experiment is pretty simple. You go out to a point at that position and you look out and you see where the sun is. That's the experiment. The cost of this, I would say, would be what? Your hourly time?
He's laughing.
To do this. So if I'm billing at $500 an hour and it takes me 15 minutes to do this, okay, it's $125. That's the cost. And then you write down the number. In fact, you could go now and you could find many, many locations that are on the internet, which are just pointing cameras. So we could do this live. So the question is, what are the opposition to this experiment?
I did it twice.
The tool.
I did that twice.
The
with
phone.
Matthew Learns.
User error is high, much higher than at our experiment. But I first need to start with experiment or not, which I tried to say a couple of times, because we don't have this surface of the Earth value, and we want to determine the surface of the Earth. And then we have two models of the sky, but we don't have the connection to the ground. And we observe the sun in the sky, which is nothing like an experiment for the surface of the Earth. Those two things are very different. And I don't know why I have to remind you on that simple truth. I tried to do it in the pre-show, but...
what are you talking about? What simple truth? Are you telling me you don't know where the sun is when you're looking out your window?
No.
It's to the left, it's to the right, it's above and below. What are you talking about?
But what is your connection?
You're talking a bunch of nonsense.
No. Hold on. Nah, see, I gotta.
You know what you're talking about, Kevin. You look out your window, the sun is at a certain location. Everyone could come to my house.
No, he's like, so you don't know where the sun is when you're looking at it? No, the fuck you don't. No, you don't, says Globers. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? You don't fucking know. Where's the sun? What a joke.
And we could all look out the window, if you want to keep it constant, and flat Earth predicts where the sun's going to be, and round Earth predicts where the sun's going to be. It's that simple. Why are you making it so confusing?
Because it's a post-diction and not a prediction, because the sun has appeared in that position.
No, you predict. No, you predict it, and then you look at where it is. So your mathematical formula will predict it. Do you want me to show this to you in sort of more kindergarten terms?
Gaslighting.
Will that help you?
No, we've gone.
That's insulting, Mongo.
Here's my
We've gone
window.
over it in the pre-show. I perfectly understand what you would
I
like
don't
to
think so,
observe.
because you're asking really dumb
Perfectly
questions.
understand.
Here's my window. This is my window, okay? And the sun is going to be somewhere on this window, right? But before you even do that, you run through your formula, as Dr. Prabhakar shared in the pre-show. You're going to have your formula. Let's do it again. So you're going to have, let's say flat Earth has its formula. Flat Earth is going to take position and time. And you're going to output X1, Y1. That's a prediction. Get it? That make sense? You get that?
I'm critiquing prediction, but you can call it like this, yeah. But look up the term. When I had to write down.
Wait. Listen.
I had to write down some things. I like you to write down post-diction. Look it up. What it is.
I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. This is what a prediction is. You're just making up shit. This is a fucking prediction. You put in a position and time, and you're going to get an X1, Y1. Okay? This is. I think you. Hopefully, it's like high school. You learned to say that.
You didn't even heard my intro.
All right. Well, this is really not for you, because we want to really raise the standards of everyone else who's being polluted. Okay? Because you seem to want to pollute people. Okay?
I like an experiment.
I think you're just saying words. Do you understand this? This is a formula which will predict global birthers are going to have their formulation. They have 1 week to come up with this formula. You're going to have to come up with yours. Are you capable of doing that?
We can try something, yes.
Something. No, you guys should be able to know math. We gave you guys a week. The original thing was you would do it live.
Okay. Invite Alan, invite Space Audit's math genius. Then you can do it live.
What you want.
Okay.
You can go. You have all week to go and do it, and you can come present. You can go talk to Einstein. You can go talk to anyone you want. Okay. So let's stop the bullshit it, because this is what you guys have been doing to fuck with people. This is what you're going to have to do.
So
go get the predictive formula. No, do you understand this? First of all, don't even say anything. Do you understand this? We talked about it. You said you did.
This guy's aggressively.
But I raised my objections. I said I will.
No. Do you know how to do this? Don't talk about your fucking objections. Do you know how to do this? I'm looking at my window. There's going to be, this is the x-axis. This is the y-axis, this is the x-axis, okay? This is my window. And we can literally measure it on my window. That's x, and this is going to be y.
Holy shit. I did this shit twice with Matthew Learns. Fuck's sake.
I can't believe that you guys have been getting away with no accountability. This is x. You get it? This is going to be the x location.
I have the x and y in my proposal, yes.
This is x and y. So you're going to have an x location. I'm going to use x1 just because that's what's in the formula. Okay? For convenience. So you're going to have to, flat earthers, if you're listening, come up with a formula for x1, y1. Okay? That's x. Does that make sense? So a location on here, and this is going to be y up here. In fact, this should actually be just x. X, and this is y. A point on here is going to be x1, y1. So let's draw a point right here. That point, right there, we can put the sun in to make it yellow. This is what I actually observe. And this point is going to be x1, y1. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So this is your predictive formula, the hypothesis. This is what you observe. And if x1, y1 equals what you predict for F, you're right. If x1, y1 equals what Globe predicts, they're right. So the first step is you're going to have to go build this formula, which you agreed to do, and we gave people a week. So that's all that needs to be done. And you can also, we're south-facing, and we can look out my building, and we can track the sun. Or anyone can do it anywhere. What's beautiful about this is you can do it anywhere on the planet. Okay? What I like about this experiment, it's going to reveal the scientific method. It's so simple, no one can weasel their way out of it, slime their way out of it. They have to do the math, and they have to do the observation, and we can literally do this in Excel in about 20 minutes, and it's over. It's over. Dave Weiss is fucking over. And that's why he's not here. By the way, Dave Weiss Flat Earth was invited here, and he called me a demon. All right? So
now you throw everyone out who's in somehow related to him.
Oh, yeah, all these wonderful people who know how to do math, Kevin, yeah. Amazing intellectuals.
You don't know.
I do know. I do know. I've been doing math my whole life, and you haven't. So start respecting people who do the work, and you haven't done the work. So we're giving you an opportunity to do the work. Giving everyone the opportunity. So anyone listening out there, develop this formula, and it'll actually, if you can do it yourself, but it does take time, and it does take effort, and it does take professionalism, and it does take skill. You can't just bullshit. Days of bullshitting are over. So that's what needs to be done. So it's 1:30. I think there's really no objection in this process. It's so ubiquitous. So what we expect, and we can do a follow-up meeting, is each team needs to build similarly for your airplane. The Globe people are going to develop their F, right? Their G, Mike. You're going to have to build your G with the error margins. And Kevin, you're going to have to build your F function. Two functions need to come out with the errors. And same here. We just did. And let's settle this question once and for all and educate people of the scientific method and how it should be done. All right? And let's stop all, and let's help people really understand evidence is reproducible predictions. Because for everything you see on my window, if whichever formula is right, it's going to predict it perfectly.
I have no idea.
And flat earthers may have multiple formulas. If you want to do multiple, go for it. One may say the globe is turning or whatever. Dome is turning, the dome is still, the sun is here. Whatever you want to use, you guys have full freedom. Same with the globe earth people. Some people have said the globe is slightly elliptical, right? A little bit flattened at the edges. Other people said it's perfect. Whatever you guys want to use. So what's going to be really exciting is next week, present your assumptions, how you came up with this formula. Same here, present your assumptions, how you came up with this. So we're leaving today with the flat earthers with their airplane thing and the round earthers with their sun thing.
I found what I wrote down. Sky doesn't offer direct measurable information direct to the ground because it's a phenomenon which is independent from the concrete geometry of the surface. Direct observation of the ground is necessary to determine its shape.
It doesn't, what you just said is nonsense. It's bullshit. You're just saying random words. Don't bullshit me, okay? You're just saying random words, follow the scientific methods, come up with your formula. If you believe that, use those assumptions and come up with your formula.
What an idiot.
It's called a hypothesis. Your words, randomly pulling words that you're getting chatted to at this point is useless, okay? Let's stop the bullshit.
Random bullshit, I guess.
So how many meetings you want to do, like more?
We're going to do the next meeting, you should have your formula. So let's go back to where we started, and we can close this meeting. We started this meeting saying, here is a scientific method, okay? Observation, your observation is going to be the one case the sun, one case the airplane. And then to everyone, you're going to come up with a model, and then you're going to do your experiment, And that's, you're going to gather data, and you're going to compare if your data matches the observational. And then if it's right, you're right. If it's wrong, you're fucking wrong. And it doesn't matter how good you look, what your accent is, whether you're white, whether you're black, you're just fucking wrong. Or you're right.
Credentials.
What's that? You have a problem with credentials that I worked hard and you didn't?
I'm saying it's also not valid here. If you have
No, but there are people who put in the time and work, like a plumber or electrician. So don't deny people's work.
No.
Okay.
I don't like you
don't
to
diminish. Don't diminish
credentials when I
work.
don't.
If you didn't do the math, you didn't do the math. Okay. So don't diminish people with skills, and that's what you're doing.
I did the math. I looked my stuff up, yeah.
You didn't include error margins.
But I did a lot of math. I don't see a lot of math this week from you, but I can wait for next week.
Wait a minute. We said in our pre-meeting, we gave you guys, Mike said he was ready with the math. You needed more time, so we gave you a week. Your math is like childhood math. Okay, that's a children's math.
Where's your math? From the sun.
Wait a minute. We said that was going to come next week because you needed more time.
For the other experiment to...
Wait a minute.
For the other experiment...
wait.
No, then we misunderstood. I thought you had
you're
your
just bullshitting.
math.
Why don't you go hang out with Dave now? Okay?
No,
That's not what this
fine.
is.
No,
Yeah, you are. You're bullshitting. Don't fuck with me.
No, I don't.
Don't fuck around with me, okay?
I don't.
And let's just, this is one of the great physicists of our time. Let's end with what Richard Feynman actually said, okay? I don't know if it's on here.
No sound.
Huh?
Maybe no, I didn't hear sound.
Yeah, no sound is coming through.
Hold on.
Now I'm going to discuss how we would look for a new law. In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we well, don't laugh, that's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess to see what, if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, we see what it would imply, and then we compare those computation results to nature, or we say compare to experiment or experience, compare it directly with observation to see if it works. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are, who made the guess, or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all there is to it.
That's pretty much it, okay? So enough of the bullshitting. Come up with your hypothesis, compare the data, and if it matches, you're right. And if it doesn't match, you're fucking wrong. End of story. That's why we decided to do this today, because there's far too much people bullshitting and making statements without ever having to back anything up, and they're monetizing it. And those days are over as what the summit's on. So we have 1 week to the teams to go away. The Globe people must come up with 2 formulations, one for the sun's location and the airplane's height. Is that right? The distance? Whatever, I think
distance margin error, yeah. Error of margin.
Intercept.
It's the intercept. And the flat earth people need to do the same thing. 2 formulas that can be executed. You can use a spreadsheet, if you want to use MATLAB, whatever you want to use. If you want to use a computer program, etc. And that should give numbers for a particular location. We should just be able to compare both things. So we should literally be able to have 2 spreadsheets. One is a globe Earth prediction, the flat Earth prediction for the sun, and have a bunch of sun locations and just compare. And then do that for the airplane example that Kevin wanted to do. And you have to look at if the results are within that where they appear within the margin of error, right? If they're so nebulous, the experiment was a bad experiment. That's what it proves. So that's it. I think hopefully to the audience out here, people know what the scientific method is. Hopefully people want answers. They don't want to live in a state of confusion. And let me make this last point. I think those in power are manufacturing confusion. Noam Chomsky wrote a book called Manufacturing Consent. I'm writing a book called Manufacturing Confusion. And they manufacture confusion because when people are all fucking confused, you can control people. And when you apply science and you can get to definitive reasons, you can't control people. So you really have to start thinking, who is manufacturing confusion to control people and does not want to get down to actual answers? Who is using words and language, which is this random shit, vomiting shit? And who's using precise language and holding people accountable?
Can't take his fucking voice anymore.
Agreed. Getting sick of listening to him spew his bullshit.
Dude, he's literally doing the thing that he's complaining about.
Exactly. He's a fucking hypocrite and a fully automatic projector.
I just can't believe that he cited a paper which was against him, like against his own claim that the margin of error is 6 nautical miles. The paper was testing that specification and found that it's fucking like 40 meters at like 196 miles was the error. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that, in my humble opinion, was a bit of a train wreck.
Yeah, could say that.
To say the least.
I mean, typically I just don't even deal with these idiots. I don't even know why we're wasting our time. It's not even worth almost fucking talking. Like, we deal with certain people, like, I'm like, man, we should go frickin' refute the shit they're saying. And I'm like, no, they're fucking morons. Why even bother? They're not even worth it. They'll just suck you into their vortex of time wasting.
I mean, if you're that passionate about it and you want to bring forward your point, you can't act like that, or no one's going to listen to you. I mean, it's just
Well, he's failed to win any political office and just he loses and sues. That's what he does.
Yeah, choo-choo. That's a train wreck. Are we supposed to do the math for like what Matthew Learns and I did back a couple years ago?
Yeah, a hypothesis is an equation, brother.
Well,
that's what he said. A hypothesis is an equation.
Okay. Let's make sure. So I got the papers here, man.
I have a hypothesis. Yeah, dolphins flip around pufferfish to get high. But I can't figure out the equation for that, so fuck it.
Oh, I just got back from Home Depot and I bought a 2-pack, which is from Stanley, on sale right now. 2 scientific method tape measures. Freaking awesome, dude.
Dude. You don't need. Can I have one? I'll buy it. I'll buy it from you.
Are you a scientist?
I can use a tape measure.
No, you can't. You're not. No, you can't use a scientific tape measure. You're not a scientist.
Exactly.
Hey, are you sanding something?
Sorry.
Sandy.
I'm sanding down my retinas from having to witness that train wreck.
Were you listening on YouTube? That was freaking bad, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you kind of knew it was going to be bad based on the title, and the content didn't disappoint of how bad it was. I mean, not that it was entertaining.
Choo-choo. Train wreck.
He basically skewed the pool of guests so that he could berate the flat earther guest. He wouldn't dare, try to have somebody sitting across from him that could actually give it back.
Evan Stain was actually a smart dude. It was just a language barrier. I've talked to him. He's talked to him in DMs. He's done some pretty good experiments, dude. Complicated ones, man.
That's actually a good one, brother. Like, so you get a flat earther that the reason you can berate him is because he's not as quick with the language, right? So the guests think that he's not responding in an intelligent manner, but it's really just that he's struggling to respond quickly.
Right. So I'm gonna post the experiment he did in the chat. Dude, this is a crazy fucking experiment, dude. Oh, not that one. That's fucking stupid, Jesse. Now he makes like a tunnel with a bunch of halogen lamps inside of it, evenly spaced. And he makes like a frickin' hanging rail to side the camera along inside this tunnel to see if the light is like bending around a curve or something. Pretty crazy. Convoluted, man. He measures the temperature inside of it. Like, it's a crazy experiment. Like, it must have took him so long to do this.
I like that he said, if you're going to be, deciding the shape of the ground, you need to actually be focused on measuring the ground itself. And then the other guy was like, oh, you're just saying nonsense, dude. Just nonsense. Like, what?
Yeah, dude, it's embarrassing. Dude, he's like literally cringe.
It would have been better for him to say, well, so the one thing that I responded with when I did question that, when people asked me that before, is, well, I mean, I was like, well, what am I supposed to do? Where do I find a tape measure that long? Where do I start walking? Where do I end walking? It's just that's it's. I don't know how feasible that is. That would have been a better response than, oh, just shut up. That's nonsense. That's not even a response.
Exactly. It was very combative.
Yeah.
And degrading.
Did not come across in good faith.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't come across fair and honest and straight. You're just saying gibberish, and you're like, it wasn't fair. He was just yelling. Yeah, pretty interesting, pretty predictable tactic. We've seen this before, many times.
Yeah, that Shiva dude is a rude asshole. It was annoying to listen to. It was very hard to listen to, mostly because of how sad and pathetic it was. Another thing is flat's not a shape, and nobody here is claiming that Earth is some kind of pizza planet space frisbee disc in space. I'm just saying, nobody's claiming that. The cartoon that you've likely seen many times, that is not what anybody is saying.
And then what are you saying? So you're just saying that the Earth. So you're saying just that the Earth is not round.
Fugazi.
Yes.
You observe. Everybody, every human that's ever lived, has observed the Earth to be flat and motionless.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
That's just not true. The Egyptians.
Okay.
The Greeks.
They did. Okay, so where did they go to observe the Earth is not flat and motionless?
Where did they go? Like, what do you mean? Where did they go?
Yeah, what did they see? What did they look at to know that the Earth is not flat and motionless?
They had some proofs. They had proof with the ship.
Give me one.
Map. You see the map. Like the ship goes away into the horizon, and the only thing you see is the tip of the ship. Like this is one of the proofs. Another.
Okay. We're not going to gish gallop though. We're going to go one by one. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, why do you think that?
Guys, can
I? No, shut up, dude.
So I just want to say one thing. Like you were going to.
No, you just said something. Now it's my turn to talk. Okay, that's how this shit works. Okay. Now, seeing the ship disappear, hull first, then the mast, is not seeing the Earth as a globe. How would that be seeing the Earth as a globe?
Because like the ship is disappearing into the curvature of the Earth, and that's.
Oh, how do you know that's the curvature? How do you know that's the reason why the ship is disappearing?
Well, what would be another reason for this to happen?
Perspective.
Okay.
How do you know? The question was, how do you know?
Yeah, and you asked me a question. I asked you how that, and then you asked me the question.
Like this is just one basic single proof. You're right.
It's not proof. You can't even answer. How do you know that's the reason? How is it a proof? You don't even know why that's the reason.
Fugazi,
but like this is not.
Fugazi, your proof must be something else. You're using the Earth curvature as an excuse why the ship disappears bottom up. That means you must have another proof aside from that.
I just have a question to you. Like, if this happens, and we can all agree that this happens, okay? We can maybe
it only happens sometimes.
Yeah, all right. Sometimes not. But we can assume that the reason for this might be a flat Earth, not a flat Earth, a globe. That the Earth is round. This might be a reason for it.
Right.
We can all agree on this,
you're posing a potential reason. It's not.
Yeah, this is a potential reason. And then we look at other things.
So how do you find out if that's the reason?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we use other things and we try to measure other things, and then they also are true. And then we have many different things.
You can stack 20,000 assumptions and it doesn't prove anything. Okay?
No,
you said, hey, this could be a reason. Oh, shut up, dude. Why are you interrupting? So you got, okay, this could be the reason why the ship's disappearing. And then you can mention another thing. And it could be a globe, and that could be the reason for that. And it could be a globe, and it could be this reason for this third thing. And it could be, you have a bunch of could be's.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, nothing. You said they knew the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, they assumed that the Earth was a globe, and they were right.
I said, how did they did not observe the Earth to be a globe, dude. They made it up in their head.
Yeah, like they had an assumption that the Earth was round. Because
that's right. That means it's an idea. It's not observed. Observed means perceived with the senses, right?
Yeah.
So they didn't perceive a globe with their senses, right?
Not directly, but indirectly, yes.
Okay, no. They didn't not even indirectly, okay?
Oh, no.
They made up in their head, hey, I see a ship sail away. I can't imagine how that would happen on a flat surface. So it must be happening on a curved surface. But that's an idea.
Yeah.
But they didn't see that. But they didn't see the curved surface, did they?
They just assumed it to be.
Yeah, okay. They just assumed. So they didn't observe the Earth to be a globe. So what they saw was flat water extend out to a line. And something's past that horizon line, and it appears sometimes to disappear bottom up. And they said, hey, dude, that happens on a curved surface. They were wrong because that happens on a flat surface too.
Why? Because of waves or what?
Who cares why? No, who cares why? We can demonstrate it happening on a flat surface. It doesn't matter what the why is.
So, but the flat
We
surface.
can do an experiment. We can do an experiment on a large flat surface, and we can get the exact identical optical effect. So we've done an experiment. We eliminate curvature as a variable, and we get the same result. Doesn't matter why. Because hold on, Fugazi. The claim is this. The conclusion is this can only happen on a curved surface. This I see the ship. It disappears bottom first. That can only happen on a globe. That's wrong.
How is it wrong?
Because we can demonstrate it on a flat surface.
And my question to you would be, do you mean the flat surface is bent, and do you mean like this?
No, no curved flat surface, just a flat surface.
And where did you prove this?
It's been done on lakes.
On lakes, okay.
On a lake, right? So if you take a lake, right? So the horizon's supposed to be what you think is the curve of the Earth, where the curve starts. The ships sail over, right?
Yeah.
So if we take a small lake that's only 1,000 feet long. Now, should there be a horizon on a lake that's 1,000 feet long?
I don't know. Maybe
1,000 feet.
Yeah.
You think the curve of the Earth starts at 1,000 feet?
How much is 1,000 feet in meters? I'm not familiar.
I don't know. 330 meters.
I wouldn't say so. In 330 meters, I wouldn't say so.
Okay. So these tests have been done on 1,000 foot on a 330 meter lake. Okay. Take a little boat, sail it across, dude, and it disappears bottom up. According to the globe, the horizon should be 2,600 feet away, which is, I don't know, 3 into 2,600, 700 meters. That's where the horizon should be, 700 meters away. But the boat disappears in 150 meters. Okay? So we know, we know that this lake, at least for the 1,000 feet, is flat.
Yeah.
And we can get the exact same identical visual effect.
Well, this is interesting. So it might be not good proof of them. Yeah. But there are also another
point was the Earth, that water that they observe a ship going over the horizon, that water's flat, right? The horizon is flat, right?
Yeah.
So that's what they saw. They saw a flat horizon, they saw flat water. That's why I said we've all observed the flat Earth.
Yeah, but why would they see the tip of the ship first? Just because the horizon is flat. This doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't matter whether it makes sense. That's what happens.
So you're just saying
I can explain the answer to I can explain why it happens, but you won't understand the answer.
Okay. Is it too complicated?
You won't.
Or is it
No, because the horizon's not a physical edgeable ball. The horizon moves around day to day, hour to hour. I could go out right at noon and say there was a buoy out there in the water, and it's 5 kilometers away, and I see the buoy right on the horizon. I could come back 2 hours later, and the horizon is past the buoy, and then I could come back an hour later, and then the horizon is in front of the buoy. So the horizon is not the edge of the ball; it moves around.
Yeah.
The horizon is an optical effect. It's created by optics. It's not created by geometry.
Yeah. Yeah. But if the horizon is very far away, you would still see the effects of a round Earth, you know?
Well, the horizon can't be the edge of that round Earth.
If it's really far away, it could be.
How would it move around?
Yeah, well, you said yourself that the horizon moves around, and if it's really far away, and the Earth
ball doesn't get bigger and smaller.
Okay, so if the horizon is the geometric end that you can see on a ball, if the horizon distance changes, that means the size of the ball would have to change.
No, but but I'm not arguing that the horizon is a geometrical, the thing.
Then what's the ship disappearing behind?
Yeah, I'm saying I also like the horizon is an optical thing you see. But if the horizon is really far away, you would also see the Earth being round.
What are you talking about?
Is the horizon the edge of the ball?
No.
Then how did the Greeks know that the Earth was observe the Earth was a ball by seeing
you said yourself.
If the ship disappeared behind the horizon, that's optical.
Like you said yourself that the horizon is only
that's right.
Moves. Yeah, so you can things that appear are and
yeah. Hey, Fugazi, do you understand that you said that ships going over the horizon was because of Earth curve? That's where you started. Now you're at ships disappear over the horizon because the horizon is some sort of optical effect.
Yeah, like the horizon is an optical effect because, like the air, yeah.
So what does ships disappear behind?
The horizon.
And what is that?
Is it the curve of the Earth?
Like it's when I don't know really how the horizon really why there's no horizon, but I would assume that I would assume that there's just air, the layers of air are stacking on top of each other, and then some light always bounces off this air, and there's maybe some molecules or other things that affect this effect, and that's why this happens. This doesn't have to be like the end of the Earth. Yeah, I would also agree.
But when you say a ship goes behind it, down around the ball, if the horizon is optically created, that cannot be true. Okay, that's why we said sometimes this is observed. Okay, in fact, but it's not observed all the time, and it would be observed all the time if it was the geometric edge of a ball. I've seen a ship sail from 6 miles to 30 miles. Now the ship should have started disappearing behind the horizon at 4 miles, but I can see it for 30 miles, never disappearing.
Yeah. So, okay. So you say that you cannot see these effects yourself when you do the experiment yourself, right?
No,
you can't either. You just never
the meteorological conditions of the day dictate what you see. It has nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth. I could go out on one day and see one thing. I can go out on another day and see another thing.
Okay. Yeah,
but every day I go out, the water and the horizon are both flat. The only thing that's going to change is where that horizon appears to be. It'll be closer, it'll be farther away.
Yeah. But like this thing I said before was, if my question, it would also be a question. Like what would happen if like the horizon was really further, like very, very far away from your point of observation? Like 60 miles, you can see, you would be able to see the curvature of the Earth if the Earth was round. All right?
He doesn't understand. The horizon is supposed to be the limiting factor.
Yeah.
So what if I'm like 3 feet, 1 meter off the ground, and the horizon's 50 kilometers away?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the horizon from 3 feet off the ground is supposed to be 2 kilometers away, not 50.
Yeah, I don't really know these things, but my question just would be:
we do. That's why we're telling you.
We know you don't know.
Yeah. But if the horizon is really far away, would you be able to see the geometrical curvature of the Earth?
How would you be able to see that?
Because you said that
you're not listening.
There is no geometric curve of the Earth to see.
The horizon at 1 meter high.
Listen, we can tell. Listen. There's a formula for calculating where the horizon should be on the globe. It's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you get the height of the observer in feet, multiply it times the 1.22 miles, right? Multiply the square root of that height. So if it's 9 feet, square root of 9 feet is 3, right? So you multiply that with 1.22. So at 9 feet, the horizon should be 3.6 miles away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I go out and it's supposed to be 3.6 miles away, and I see it 30 miles away, if I see the horizon 30 miles, then no, I'm talking about the geometric horizon should be that far.
Yeah.
But we see a horizon way farther than that, 10 times farther than that.
Oh,
that's why we're here. Why do you think we're here? We're here because they told us the Earth is a globe. Okay, we went and checked. We found out that that can't possibly be true because the observations contradict that claim.
Okay, yeah. So
which is where we all started with this, right? This is where this started. What Jimmy Will said, right? He said, "You go out and measure it yourself," and he said, "Once you do, you'll be a flat earther," because he knows he's not afraid that if you go test the globe yourself, you're going to find out that it's not a globe. It can't be.
So you measured it yourself, like you took a boat and you measured.
Well, yeah, there's a website called marinetraffic.com where you can track ships. So I went to the beach and I tracked the ship going out to sea.
Okay.
And I can see it for 30 miles, which is 50 kilometers roughly.
Yeah, but did you see the light or did you really, it was a day?
It was daytime.
Okay. Like, this would be very interesting to see, like, if you would be able to see.
Well, the ship should be under the horizon completely. It should start vanishing at 6 miles.
Yeah,
and at 30 miles, you still see it. Think about it.
Yeah, but you also calculated that you shouldn't possibly be able to see this boat, right?
Yeah, because we're testing the globe claim.
It's based on the circumference of the Earth and the radius.
Before you did your experiment, you calculated that you were not possible. There was no possibility that you would be able to see this boat, right?
No, what I did was I did the observation. I took screenshots. I filmed it with my camera. Took pictures. Then when I got home, I analyzed the video and said, "Hey, from this distance, from my observer height, where's the horizon? Should I be able to see this ship?"
You also knew the height of the ship, right? You also knew the height of the ship.
Well, I know look, it should be 420 feet under the horizon. The tallest ship in the world is 280 feet. I know it's not the tallest ship in the world. Okay, so it doesn't matter. I don't need to know the height of the ship because no ship is that tall.
Okay. And you also knew the spot where you stood, right?
Yes.
You took
I know the elevation, yes.
Okay. Like, this would be interesting if all the people that would measure this themselves would find out that the Earth is flat. Like, I would find this very interesting. Because,
that's what we tell people, though. We tell people, don't trust us. Don't trust NASA.
I would measure it myself.
It's a simple test. That's why we tell it, like, this is third grade geometry in a simple test. It's simple.
I like this idea of measuring it yourself. I really like this idea because, like, oftentimes we take things for granted. Yeah, I like this idea, but I don't think
something I ask people all the time in this topic is, if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out on your own?
I don't think so. I don't really think so.
Everybody says what you say. No, I would have never thought of it. I would have never figured it out on my own.
Yeah.
So they're basically admitting this idea comes externally from somebody else. Somebody told me the Earth's a globe. That I don't know it is. I heard it and I believed what I was told. And we're here telling everybody, hey, we know what you were told. We were told the same thing. But we went out and tested it. We checked. We did the fact check or whatever you want to call it. And the fact is, it's not a globe.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what got me into flat Earth? What sparked this for me? So on TV, there was a television weather report, and they showed a picture that one of the viewers had taken. It was of the Chicago skyline from 52 miles away, which is, I don't know, 70 kilometers, whatever, right? Well, it shouldn't be visible.
Yeah, and why shouldn't it be
And I
visible?
was like, and he said, this has to be a mirage. And I'm like, whoa, that can't be a mirage because mirages are double images. So I'm wondering why this meteorologist is saying that, why he's saying something which is obviously not true. And that just led me down the path. And it comes to find out, people have been seeing this, Chicago, from all the way across Lake Michigan for 80 fucking years. And nobody ever thinks anything of it because they think, well, it's just a giant globe. I should be able to see Chicago. It never crosses their mind that they're viewing something which breaks the globe. They just never even think of it.
Yeah, but I also would think like many physics and like many things you can also calculate yourself are based on the assumption that the Earth is flat, and there also work. So yeah, that's why I would think that the Earth is like
Well, the shape of the Earth is a surface feature of the Earth, whether it's curved or flat. That's not a physics question.
Yeah, of course it is. Like
it's just math.
You have the gravity. Yeah, but you have gravity, and you can then calculate the gravity.
What's gravity?
Of the sun. Yeah, the gravity is
What's
a force.
gravity?
And you can.
How do you know that gravity is a force?
Yeah, like you cannot. You are. So you are. When you jump up, you go down back again. So it's a force.
Okay, so that's gravity?
Yeah.
So it's just a calculation of acceleration. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Has what it is, nobody knows. It's just acceleration.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
all right, that doesn't make the Earth a ball.
Yeah, but then you can calculate like the gravity of the sun. You can calculate the gravity of the moon, and then you can calculate where the moon and the sun is. And then it would also really make sense that the Earth is also flat.
You can't calculate it using the acceleration on Earth. You can't calculate the gravity of the sun.
You can.
No, you can't.
You can calculate.
You're confusing big G with little g, dude. They're two different things.
Like you can calculate how if the gravity of the Earth is because of the mass.
Can we agree that if the Earth is flat, then whatever gravity is, it's not making the Earth a ball?
Why? Even though it's like perfect sphere.
It's as close. If the Earth is a ball, it would be as close to a sphere, a perfect sphere, as you could possibly get. They say that the diameter across the equator and the diameter across the North and South Pole is only a difference of 26 miles, and that's over 8,000 miles. So it's about as close to a perfect sphere as you're going to get.
Exactly. Considering the gravitation in the center.
All right. So then where? So if you're 1.8 meters tall, how far away is the horizon when you stand at the water?
When I stand at the water, how far?
Yeah. Yeah. How far is the horizon?
I don't know. Horizon defined by the point that you can see, or the view, as far as you can see.
Well, when boats go over the curve, how far away is that?
I have no idea. I don't want to guess either. Why don't you?
Well, then why would you assume that it's the curve of the Earth? If you don't know and you don't want to guess.
I don't want to get into this, actually. I know how it ends.
Is it hurting your brain?
No, it's actually interesting, this theory. Because I think, why would people, what have they to gain from hiding it? What is their secret? How
They're not hiding it. They're not hiding it.
They just
Who says
don't
they're
know.
hiding it?
I just presented you with a story.
You're choosing to believe us. You're choosing to believe one story.
I don't know.
You were taught a story, and you're choosing to believe it.
It's not a story. It's basically.
It is a
You don't have any evidence.
But why? So
Because you're gullible, man. That's why you're believing it. You're gullible.
Most people believe it for the same reasons you believe it. They were told it, and they've just accepted it, right? I used to believe it. Sheepdog used to believe it. Everyone in here that's a flat earther used to believe in the globe, right? We accepted the
all
story.
around the world.
Yeah, but it's just like, do you think your teachers that taught you the Earth is a globe, you think they actually knew anything? Think they ever did any tests or experiments?
Right.
Do you think your college professors that taught them the Earth is a globe gave them an
They
experiment?
only told us the basics, like Columbus.
Yeah, but did they do any experiments?
And the
The
horizon.
stories are great, but science is decided by experiment. It's not decided by but the explanation. So no matter what your explanation is, such as the theory that gravity would form the Earth into a ball, that's fine. That's a great theory, but you would actually need to demonstrate it by experiment to call it scientific, right? You would actually need to go, if your theory was, hey, gravity forms the Earth into the ball, you would need an observation of that happening to call it scientific. Science
So if you
is
go
the
to
arbiter
zero
of
gravity,
science, the arbiter of the truth of a scientific. Listen, brother, this is very important. It's very important. The arbiter of the truth of a scientific claim is experiment. That is it.
Yeah. Occam's razor also. It's the most simple answer.
Occam's razor is philosophy. Yeah, you want Occam's razor with flat Earth? The Earth looks flat because it is flat. There, Occam's razor. No assumptions.
Oh, it looks flat, but you can't trust your own senses. It's really a ball.
Earth
Can I ask you
or flat
something?
Earth was interesting. I don't know.
Indio?
Yeah.
Can I ask you something, Indio?
Yeah, of course. Shoot.
I think he's trying to ask Indio a question.
What, Gabriel?
If other planets are globes, why this is an exception? Why this is flat and other planets are globes? Because you can see with
because the Earth isn't an other planet.
You can
You
see
asked me a
with
question. Can I
telescope
answer?
that other planets are globes. Even in this galaxy, on any other galaxy, all of them are globes. But why this is the unique planet that is flat?
Earth isn't a planet. Where did you get the idea Earth is a planet? Hold on. You're putting the cart in front of the horse, Gabriel. Where did you get the idea Earth was a planet?
From school, I guess.
Yes, because
have you ever observed Earth to be a planet?
Not really.
Yes, this is a planet. This is a planet.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Any other...
How do you know Earth is a planet, Gabriel?
Because it's the same as others.
How do you know? No. Okay, it's the same. So there we go. There's the crux of the matter. Good. I'm glad you said it. So that is philosophical. That comes from the Copernican principle, invented by Nicholas Copernicus. That Earth has no unique position in the universe. And if you take that philosophical, because you can't prove that, right? Whether the Earth's unique or not, all evidence points to that the Earth is unique. It's the only place with life. It's the only place with liquid water. It's the only place with lots of things that we can observe.
But
so it
there
is
are
unique.
other planets that
So what do you think about
the gravity? Water. This is not the unique planet with water. This is
It's not a planet.
The only
It's
planet
just unique in every sense. It's not a planet, okay? It's not in the category planet. So planet is a category of object. So can you tell me what you have observed about the Earth that would place it in that category of planet?
When did you see that this is...
Why are you asking me a question? Why don't you just answer my question? Answer my question, please.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, that's what I thought. What have you observed about the Earth that would put it in the category planet? If I go outside, I look around, why would I say the Earth is a planet?
Because it is. Even if you call it, even if you call it as a planet,
I'm kidding.
even if you call it as a Earth, even if you name it as an Earth, is a planet.
How do you know it's a planet? What is the evidence?
Because it's like the third or fourth planet in the galaxy.
How do you
like every
Talk
other
about circular
planet.
reasoning.
Yeah, dude.
So
listen.
why this is
I'm asking you how you know that. What is the evidence for what you're saying?
I'm going to Google it.
They didn't give you any evidence.
Okay. No, you're not. We're not doing that. Go on, fucking mute, bro.
Okay, brother, tell me the definition of
Go
planet.
ahead, Ash. I'd rather deal with you.
Just tell me the definition of planet.
of a planet
Other than because I said so. Jesus Christ.
The definition of a planet is celestial body. So when I look up in the sky, I don't see the Earth. So how is the Earth a planet?
Okay, the definition of planet is a celestial body, right?
Yeah.
Right. So the Earth is celestial, meaning that it's in the sky. The Earth is not in the sky.
So you mean that asteroid is also a planet?
What? No.
Asteroid is also
No,
celestial.
dude. Celestial means in the sky, right? Up there, there's terrestrial, Earth, and celestial, not Earth.
So do you mean that stars are also a planet?
No, planet is the definition was wandering star. So it's the stars that move different than all the other background stars.
No, then what's the definition between like star? Star is also celestial?
Stars are fixed.
Star is what?
They all move fixed relative to each other. The ones that don't, the ones that move different are called planets. This all comes from the Greek. But the thing is, what makes you think Earth is one of those? Jesus Christ, Gabriel.
So how are you classifying the
Hold
Earth
on.
is not
Hold
a planet?
on.
He's fixed.
Gabriel's having a
Just hold
meltdown.
on. Somebody's getting banned. Just wait a minute.
He said, I mute people when I don't know the answer. No, you got muted because I'm not debating Google.
No, you're not debating the Google. Just tell me the definition.
No,
Hold on, Ash. Be quiet for just a minute.
Talk about Gabriel, Ash. Gabriel, not you.
Okay, I understand.
You look, bro. I can tell you're hardly paying attention to what's being said to you. So pay attention.
Yeah, he's probably reading from Chat GPT also. Ash, are you typing things in the Chat GPT?
I'm not even typing.
No, not right now. But I mean, is this what your plan is? We're going to answer questions, and then you're going to type things in the Chat GPT.
Nah, I don't use ChatGPT. By the way.
So did you notice the thing I asked them for, Ash? I asked Gabriel. I asked him for evidence. So us here, we're concerned with evidence. We know the claims. We know the claim that Earth is a planet. We know the claim. We know all the claims. We want the evidence for the claims. What's the evidence that claim that Earth is a planet is actually true? And evidence would be the form of observation, experiment, something. I've never observed the Earth to be a planet. You've never observed the Earth to be a planet. Sheepdog has never observed the Earth to be a planet. So how do we know that claim that Earth is a planet is true?
So what's Earth? Like, how do you explain the Earth?
Oh my gosh.
How do I explain the Earth? What do you mean? What does that even mean?
I'm just trying to know your viewpoint.
Someone please help.
Dude, you asked what is the Earth? So What's underneath your feet? Is that, what do you call that? This place that we live.
You said explain the Earth.
Yeah, jeez.
Like, give me a definition of Earth according to you.
Terra firma,
Oh my
underneath
gosh.
your feet, bro. You're standing on it, including the water in the ocean. You disagree with that? Disagree with that, Ash? That Earth is the ground under your feet? And Fugazi's deafened and muted, but he's in the text chat. What the hell? God damn, what'd you guys do to him? He was seemingly civil in here, and now he's spazzing out in the text chat.
About gravity, he disagrees with Einstein, I guess. That's okay, though. He can disagree with Einstein if he wants to support Newtonian mechanics.
I just want to know how he got fucking the gravitational pull of the sun from dropping something.
What?
Dude said you can drop something, measure its acceleration, and get the gravitational pull of the sun from that.
Yeah, like okay. So yeah, this is
That's
maybe.
cool, bro. The idea that you can get the gravitational pull of the sun from dropping a freaking brick on Earth is just it's so out of it. Look, brother.
I would. Yeah, maybe that doesn't work because like the sun has a different density than the Earth would have. So yeah, you're right. But the thing I just wanted to say is that gravitational forces are real forces, and it's the only thing you can say and you can measure yourself. But this is not an argument about the Earth being round or flat.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, Fugazi. T-Dub was telling you in modern science, gravity is not a force, and it hasn't been a force for 100 years. In Einstein's theory of relativity, gravity is not a force.
Yeah, in Einstein's theory of relativity, he talks about little things. He doesn't talk about big things. He talks about electrons. He talks about protons.
No, he's about the bending of space-time and black holes and all that shit.
Things. He talks about fast things that are at the speed of light. He doesn't talk about things that are just,
Einstein's theory of general relativity is a theory of gravity.
Gravity,
Where do you think the idea of black holes come from? It's the Schwarzschild solution. Listen, brother. Black holes, right? Black holes come from the reason they thought black holes exist is there's something called the Schwarzschild solution to general relativity. Okay, it's Schwarzschild's limiting thing where the smallest radius you can have, where you have basically a collapsing fucking mass. Okay.
Yeah.
That is in the Einstein's theory of relativity. It's a gravitational theory.
Yeah.
You're talking about the theory of special relativity, which is different. I'm talking about general relativity.
I don't know what you call what are these names, but I can just tell you the theory of like you said general gravitational. I don't know general relativity. I don't know. Yeah, this is general relativity, but I talk about like the thing. The force that is pulling you.
No forces in general relativity. There's no forces.
Yeah.
There's no forces.
But I talk. Yeah.
Want me to post citations, Fugazi? I'll post citations from academic sources. Okay. It says gravity is not a force.
It's okay. But like the thing you can observe yourself. You can observe yourself that the gravity is a force. You can observe it yourself. You don't have. You
I've
don't
never
need
seen
those
it.
academics.
How do you observe? What is a force? What is a force, buddy? Is he breaking up for you too?
Yeah, he's a
Yeah,
robot.
my mic broke away. My mic broke away. So the thing I wanted to say is you can observe gravity as a force yourself, because if you jump up, you are being pulled down, and it doesn't matter what Einstein. Okay, and how is it wrong? Explain.
How does that make that in Einstein's theory?
I don't talk
the
about
Earth
Einstein.
would be accelerating
Einstein?
up to you. In Einstein's theory, the Earth would be
I don't talk about
accelerating up to
Einstein.
you. There would be no force. It would be the contraction. It would be the lowest energy geodesic using the principle of least action, which made you fall down, not a force.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. I
So
don't
look in
talk
the
about
side
Einstein.
chat. I just posted 5 citations from academic sources.
Why do you need Einstein
Gravity
for
is
this?
not a force, Fugazi. You're not arguing with
not-
us. Fugazi, you're not arguing with us. You're arguing with all of academia.
Yeah, but like you don't need Einstein. You don't need Einstein. You don't need these academics to understand like basic physics. Like, okay, I understand you
Okay, Fugazi.
Yeah.
Listen to this. I let my pen go, it goes down. Outside of witnessing it go down, outside of measuring how long it takes for it to go down, what is the cause?
Like we have a name for this. We have a name.
Yeah,
Physics
that's
has a name for
excellent.
this, and it's
Hey,
called
listen
gravity.
carefully. Whoa, slow down. You're getting excited, son. Listen carefully. Science, to date, does not know what the causational mechanism of down is.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and I don't even argue this. Like this is known. Everybody knows this. Who knows a bit of physics? Like this is not. We don't.
You
know
didn't listen to what I said. If science to date does not know what the causational mechanism is, how come you're still blurting the word gravity out?
Because it is a description for this relationship. Okay.
So it's not a force then.
The relationship between what?
Of course, it is between the thing you pulled up and it went down. It was pulled down back again. Like it's the same force.
Pulling is a force.
Pull down.
So I'm just going to read out what AI, Google's AI mode says when you ask it to describe Einstein's theory of gravity.
Yeah,
He
but
says
like
Einstein.
this
Einstein.
doesn't have to do
Listen.
anything with Einstein.
Yes,
doesn't
this
have
is
to
what
do
this is what this is the mainstream rhetoric. Okay, look, that's the
The
mainstream
this is
rhetoric.
not mainstream. Like this is
Yes, this is mainstream. This is mainstream.
Yeah, but this.
Are you going with something that's different to that? So this is what they're teaching people. This is what they're teaching people in universities.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, of course it's mainstream, but like this has to do about like big.
No, this has to do with why motion occur. Motion of physical objects occurs. This is why. This is what they're teaching people. Are you disagreeing with that? It's okay if you do. It just means you have to support your own position on it. One that is not a consensus. That's all.
Okay. I meant something different. I meant
right.
So you talked about general relativity, all right? Like the theory of general. I don't know how it's exactly called in English, but yeah, you talked
doing it
about
fine.
this, right? Huh?
You're fine. General relativity. You're good.
Yeah. Okay. And like I know these formulas that Einstein said only work if you have like very high, if you're very fast, or you have very high masses, or you have anything different than this. Okay, this doesn't apply to basic physics. You can
okay, Fugazi.
Yeah.
So let's just say I've got a ball that weighs 1 kilo, right? That falls under Newtonian gravity, but as soon as it becomes bigger, so what's the threshold? At what point does it switch gravities? See how stupid your statement is now when you've just realised that you've got to contend with 2 different ones?
Look, the difference between them is.
I will reply to you in a minute.
What you said was partially correct. You don't need to do what's called a gamma correction for the Lorentz contraction until you get into large mass or high acceleration. You don't. It's not necessary. Okay. So what they do is they linearize Einstein's field equations in what's called the weak limit. That means below these high accelerations and these high masses. And they're mathematically equivalent to Newton's theory, but the causal mechanism is not a force. It's the geometry of space-time. There's no forces in Einstein. In fact, mass is defined as resistance to acceleration. It's not even defined the same. But that's all fine and dandy because it has nothing to do with dropping something. Okay? You're conflating two different ideas. Little g, which is the acceleration of an object falling on Earth, which we know empirically from measuring it. Outside of theory, we knew that before Newton even came along. We could measure the 9.8 meters per second squared. We don't need any theory to know that. Now, the claim that it's a force that's causing it and some pull toward the Earth, that's a theory. That's Newton's theory, okay? Which is not. Shit, dude. How much of that got missed?
Only about 1 second.
Oh, okay, cool. So Newton's came from a geometric relationship, and it's not based upon any type of experiment. The point is you can't get the gravity of the sun from dropping something on Earth. We know the speed of that acceleration just from measuring it. See, this is the problem with gravity that we always get into when we talk about this, is that the way they teach it has turned people's mind into mush. They don't tell people that there's a distinction between the little g and the big G, in that there's that the little g is just known from measuring it, right? We just know it from measuring. We can just measure it. We don't need a theory to know what it is. Now, when you start saying, hey, that little g, that falling, that's caused by mass attracting mass. And that's what makes the moon orbit the Earth and the Earth orbit the sun. And that gives the sun a gravitational pull. All that shit is hypothesis and theory. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, all that's completely different than the little g.
Yeah, but I have a question. Because you can measure, like, the gravitational pull of the Earth. You can measure this, and you can say,
Really?
yeah, like this. Yeah.
How?
I can measure it right now. What?
How?
Yeah, I put my pen a few centimeters above my table, for example, and then I measure the time it takes to be back at my table.
And
let it go. And that's how I'm able to calculate the gravitational pull.
Okay. Can you tell us how you're calculating that from the time?
Man, this is just
I want you to tell us, explain it to us, how you're calculating that from the rate of fall.
So I have a question.
So you're going to use Newton's second law, right? So you're going to use Newton's second law. You have the mass of the pen, right?
Yeah.
But the force required to accelerate the force required to accelerate the object is dependent on the mass. That way, you drop a mass and you drop a bowling ball, and they both fall at the same rate. So it's just canceling out It's canceling out anyway.
What's canceling out?
Because the force required to accept, dude, the second mass, the Earth, is canceling out.
What is it canceling out?
Okay, because the force required to accelerate the pen has a mass.
Yeah.
But because it has a mass, it takes a certain amount of force to accelerate it to 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Needs a certain force. What if I take an object with a larger mass?
It takes the same time.
Like a bowling ball or a freaking car or an airplane.
Yeah, it takes the
same
same
I drop that. Well, it takes more force to accelerate the airplane, right?
Yeah, of course, yes.
Because the plane has more mass.
Yeah.
Where's the extra force coming from?
Bro, do you know it?
I'm asking you.
Why are you asking me? Like this
because
is just,
when we do the measurement, no matter what we drop, it falls at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's independent of the Earth, dude. You cannot do any experiment. Brother. You cannot do any experiment which will show you that the Earth is causing that.
Yeah, but oh god, this is just okay.
There's no experiment you can do, because to do this experiment, right, you would need your independent variable. Your dependent variable would be your effect. You're dropping the pen and measuring its acceleration. That's the observed natural phenomenon, the effect. To figure out the cause of that, you need an independent variable, which you would vary and manipulate. Okay, so we manipulated the masses. Hold on, we manipulated the masses. We used a bowling ball or an airplane or something else versus a pen, but it fell at the same rate. So your manipulation of the variable didn't change the fact, which means that's not the cause.
So no, it doesn't say anything about.
Repeat back to me what I just said to you, Fugazi.
I just want to tell you the only thing.
Yeah, you didn't listen to a fucking word that was said.
Yeah, but if you would listen to me, you would understand what I mean, because you don't know what I mean and you're just mad, and this doesn't make any sense.
There's a way in science you figure out the cause of an effect.
Yeah,
in science.
But I want to say, can I say something? Can I have a word, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Try and pull more smoke up our ass.
The only thing you would observe in this experiment is that the force on an object with a certain mass is.
That's the thing you're trying to prove. You're trying to presuppose the conclusion, dude.
So but
you haven't demonstrated there's a force.
So you say I haven't demonstrated that it's a force. Okay, so why does the pen go back?
Why are you asking me a question? Demonstrate it's a force.
Okay, so what is a force? Do you know what a force is? Do you know what the force is?
Yeah, a fictitious concept.
Okay, so like this is just ridiculous what you think. I just really like this is just basic
ridiculous
physics.
What I think.
I know. I understand what you mean. Like I understand what you mean. I guess okay. Yeah, okay.
You don't know how to do an experiment to figure out the cause of an effect, dude.
Can I just have a word? Okay, maybe the Earth is not round. Okay, maybe the Earth is flat. But to argue like basic physics is just ridiculous.
You don't know any. Maybe you cannot. Fugazi, you don't know any basic physics.
Like it's just hard to me explain. It's just hard to me explain for me to explain in English because like it's not my native language. If you would give me some time, you know what
an independent variable is?
Yeah, of course I know. Of course I know.
Dependent variable is.
Yeah.
Now, how do you figure out the cause? The phenomenon that's causing a change in the dependent variable?
You change a variable.
Hold on. Hold on, dude. Do you manipulate the independent variable, right?
The independent or the dependent? Is it right? You said
the dependent variable in this case would be the falling object.
Yes, of course. Yes.
So how do we look, bro? How do we manipulate the cause of that in such a way we can determine what the cause is?
We're not able to.
Oh, there we go. So you're saying it requires a force, dude. You just admitted that you don't know that because you can't do the experiment.
We can observe a force, but we cannot explain why the force exists.
You're not observing a force, dude. You're observing a force falling off an object.
I can prove to you that we know that there's a force because we can predict.
What color is the force?
Eh?
What color is it?
Because it doesn't matter. Like, why does the force need a color? What are you talking about?
Because we need an observed phenomenon, dude. What? Okay. I mean, I don't know where else to go with this.
Yeah, I really try to listen to you and understand to you. Like, I'm not mad at you or anything. I'm just trying to understand what you say. But
Fugazi, the reason you're trying to understand is because you've been taught a very particular set of things at school.
I'm not being told anything, all right? You don't know anything.
So you don't. So here's you trying to tell us about physics, but yet you don't know anything about physics. So which one is it? Do you know about it or not?
Fugazi, how do you know that the reason an object falls is because of a force.
Because that's the word we gave to this context. Okay? It's
So
not
instead
more,
of
it's
using
not
the
less.
word acceleration, we use another word called force.
Yeah, we just use
So it's just a different word.
It's just a word, yes. It's not.
So it has no
something special, not
ontology.
something magic.
Great. So it has no ontology. It has no independent existence by itself.
What do you mean by that?
It means it
what's
has
the-
no. It doesn't really. Forces don't really exist. It's a placeholder for acceleration.
Conceptual.
It's
There's a context you
placeholder
can
for.
describe with the
God, dude,
word.
all you do is fucking talk over. It's a
Yeah, you also do
placeholder
that, like-
word for acceleration and deceleration, right?
Multiply
just a word.
by the mass.
Yes,
Do
no,
forces
there's
actually exist
Yeah.
physically?
What?
Do forces exist physically?
Yes, because it's a context. It's a word for a special context.
What are they made of then? What is a force made of then?
What is this question? What is the force
It must
made
be
of?
if it's physical,
it's
then it
just
should
a
be able to
model.
be
It's just a model.
measured. Ah, it's just a model.
Yes, of course, it's just a
Right.
model.
So it doesn't.
Yes.
Right. So it
Huh?
doesn't necessarily exist physically in reality.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I understand what you mean now, and I understand what. Okay, yeah, it's true. Yeah, it doesn't exist. Basically, it doesn't exist.
It's fictitious.
But
Yeah,
you said we can determine it's a force by looking at it.
Yeah, we have a model for
What are we looking at?
this context. We have a model for this context, and on this model, based on this model, we can make predictions, and that's why it exists.
That's not how we do this. Yeah, but that's not how we predict how something falls. We know the rate that something falls empirically, meaning we measured it lots of times. That's how we know it. We don't know it from a model. We know it from experiment.
Yeah. And the experiment proves the model.
Brother.
And the experiment proves the model.
We know it independent of a model, brother. We knew 9.8 meters per second squared before any model, any theory of gravity ever existed.
No. Oh yeah.
Dude, you could literally not have any fucking thoughts in your head whatsoever. And take a fucking radar gun and measure the acceleration of a falling fucking object and know what it is.
Yeah, but
you don't need to know anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all we're pointing out. Little g, is known empirically from experiment.
Yeah.
In fact, they even voted on what the value is. Literally voted. Okay. It's even the laws in some countries, even in the laws of some countries. So
because
the point is that is known empirically. It's like a law of nature. It just happens. Now, the other stuff that comes behind it, what causes it? Why does it happen? Is it a pull? Is it a push? Is it entropy? Is it the bending of space-time? All those are theories. But none of them you can't do the experiment, as you admitted, required to determine whether a falling object, that's the reason why the object falls. We can hypothesize and come up with a model and incorporate that falling into the model, which they've done with Newtonian gravity, right? They've said, well, if something falls at 9.8 meters per second squared and the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, then we can infer from the inverse square law that the Earth has such and such a mass, right? We can do that.
That's not what I'm
incorporate it in there, but we don't know that that's the reason.
Yeah, but it really makes sense if you look at it, because like the moon.
Lots of things make sense, dude. Making sense is no standard.
Yeah, but like the moon also has like this gravitational pull, and like the Earth, the moon is.
These are claims. These are claims, dude, that you're making. Once again, you've gone back into the thing that you told us earlier that you take for granted. Everything that you're telling us right now, you've only taken for granted. You have no evidence of the things that you're saying.
Yeah, but I can see there are just. I understand what I mean and what you mean, and in some sense you're right, because like it's better to not take everything for granted, but also sometimes it's just better to just follow these models and to follow everything, Because maybe you will end up in a point where you understand more than you would be able to understand if you don't follow these models.
Let's see if it's true. Let's see if it's true. Let's see if these models that you're describing are only conceptual. You have to remember that. And let's see if they hold any water. So let's look at the model. Okay, so according to the model, would you agree that everything falls in a vacuum at 9.8 meters per second?
No.
You wouldn't agree with that?
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that because like the Earth has just some points of the Earth are bigger, so there's more mass attracting it, and there's some places where the Earth is a bit smaller, and so it's not a constant for the whole of the Earth. Yes.
Okay, so what about the things that go upwards?
What goes upwards?
Well, let's take for instance gas. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions.
Right.
Okay, so where's gravity all of a sudden? Now all of a sudden the gas is going everywhere. It's not going down at all.
Because the density of the gas you talked about is less than the density of the air. So it goes up.
Gas and air are the same thing. Air is gas.
No. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I don't know which gases you talked about. Like
all of them.
Gas. I don't know. I don't know which gases.
All of them. All of the gases go freely and randomly in all directions. All of them.
Because the density is smaller than the density of air.
Gas is air. Air is gas. All of them go freely and randomly in all directions. Okay. So what happened to gravity?
Yeah, I just explained to you. Because the density of these things you talked about is smaller than the density of air.
Air is gas.
Yeah, but what does it have to do with gas? Okay.
Dude, you're telling me that some places on the Earth things go down at a different rate than other places. Yeah. And now I'm giving you an example of gas being molecules moving freely and randomly in all directions everywhere on Earth. This is what they do.
Freely and randomly?
Yes. This is physics. This is known. And you're saying gas is less dense than gas, which doesn't make any sense.
So you say they go these gases go also up, right?
Yes.
That's what you said. Yeah.
Yes.
And my argument for that would be because the density of the gas you talked about, and it doesn't matter that air is also a dense.
You're not even answering. You're not answering the question. You're saying gas is different than gas. The density of gas is different than gas. That makes no sense.
I have a question to you. Is the density of every single gas the same?
The density of it? That's a good question. I don't really know.
Yeah, because it's not.
It depends actually on the energy state more than anything, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but the density of every gas is not the same. Yeah, it depends on the energy
could you show me how you would prove that?
What?
What you just said, that the density of gas is not all the same.
Because some gases go up, some gases go down. Like
that's not true. It's a homogeneous mixture.
Yeah. This is hard to make a homogeneous mixture. Is very hard. Like you cannot make this.
No, dude. What you're breathing right now is essentially nitrogen, CO2, and oxygen, and they're all mixed together. So they're homogenized. So there's no stratification of gases. So what you're claiming is incorrect.
Like that's an interesting claim. Would you?
It's not a claim. It's just what we observe. Where are the gases stratified?
You didn't observe anything. You didn't observe
This is what we observe. I'm breathing the air. They've tested the gas.
CO2? Do you see the CO2?
No, you don't see any of it. It's called gas. It's impossible. Its angular size is too small. Don't you understand? Dude, why are you laughing at me? You're telling me gas is less dense than gas, and you're laughing at me?
Yeah, because not every single gas is the same.
In what context?
I guess that's it.
That is it. So there's no gravity because the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. The clouds They're maintaining their altitude most of the time in one place, unless there's a change in energy in the air, by the way, and they will go up or down, or they grow taller, or depending on, the density of the air. You can have two different layers of density of air, although it's still homogeneous, but one's warm, one's cool. One's above the other, one's below the other. And then they try to, equalize, and then they'll get in a big fight, and then you'll have a thunderstorm or wind. But none of that gas is actually falling to the earth. Gravity is something that you've taken for granted, just like the globe Earth. I'm sorry, someone gave you bad information.
So I just posted a citation from a paper that detailing studies of trapped gases in caves underground. Talks about how there's no heavy gas stratification, only a thermal gradation.
Yep.
Did that guy go away?
I guess he ran away.
Yeah. I'm glad you guys didn't let him succeed. He kept trying to characterize I just can't believe you guys don't understand the science that I read in my middle school science textbook glossary. Great job, everybody. Because every time he got pinned into the wall, he was trying to squirm out of it, so it's not surprising that he ran away.
Hey, did you hear the audio I played this morning?
Me?
Anybody? I don't know if any of you people are in here. I want to play this because it's so good. It's just awesome. I got this off of I got this off of I got it off of X, but I think it originally might have been on TikTok or something. But it's great. Listen to this crap. This is a mainstream physicist. This isn't some crazy flat earther. Just give me 1 sec. I gotta play it in the bottom.
Man, what I thought if there was a flat earth or a sphere earth, it doesn't matter, because if there is no one to ask question or debate about things that are beyond our imagination or out of the box, this is also important.
That's right up. That's right. What I'm. Listen, dude, you're right up my alley, man. That's exactly what I'm going to play. Is something about imagination.
So it's a good thing or bad thing?
Good thing.
To a point, it's a good thing. You don't want to imagine you're Superman and jump off a building. That's not.
No, not that kind of imagination, but imagination that can think out of the box, because there are things that humans are not capable of understanding, and eventually human discovered everything. So why not another man can discover anything else? We just say that he is stupid and he don't know about anything. We have facts about everything. He was talking about shit.
I agree, but everybody needs to hush up. I'm playing this audio, man. It's only a minute or something. It's a minute long.
By the YouTube community here or what?
It makes me sad. And I don't just mean Star Trek. I mean any franchise that's about big spaceships flying around the galaxy. And I don't find it depressing for the reason you might think. I don't look at this and say, well, I wish I could go on adventures around the galaxy. I wish this stuff existed in my lifetime instead of the future. I find it depressing because when you go to look up, well, when will we have something like this? Interstellar travel, never. Allow me to explain. In any franchise like this, when they talk about how their ships work, it's always some kind of literal magic. It's a warp drive or hyperspace or wormholes. It all comes down to some kind of a magic portal that basically lets them skip the long distances. So they are effectively traveling many, many times the speed of light because they just go in here and pop out there. You need to understand that from a scientific perspective, this is no different from if in their engine room they just had a wizard with a magic wand. This is purely a plot convenience dreamed up by fiction writers. There is absolutely no scientific theoretical framework for ever being able to transport a spaceship around the cosmos this way. See, the issue is that because there are no shortcuts through space as there are in fiction, you have to distances, and the distances are much greater than the average person understands. For example, right now we are trying to go to Mars, and Mars, when it is at its closest to Earth, is about 35 million miles. That's doable at a cost of up to $500 billion, $500 billion, because this thing doesn't just need to fly for tens of millions of miles, but it needs to be able to keep the astronauts alive for years. Everything has to work perfectly for years without any opportunity to stop for repairs or resupply or refueling. It's cutting-edge technology that has to be tested relentlessly to make sure it will not fail during this entire time and that it can hold up to the unimaginable stresses of space. So let's imagine we do that, and I think we will. And we say, okay, now let's upgrade that to do interstellar travel to get to the next nearest star. What you're saying is we need to upgrade this thing so that it can make that $500 billion Mars trip 700,000 times in a row without stopping. And some of you have already done the math and said, well, now hold on, if it takes months to get to Mars, that would take tens of thousands of years to get to the next star. And you're right, at the speed this thing goes, to make that trip in many thousands of times faster than this, meaning you need engines that are many thousands of times more powerful and that can carry many thousands of times more fuel. With even the most fantastic futuristic technology you can imagine, you still need a craft the size of a city because you have to bring everything. The people on here have to have everything they need to live for decades. The energy required to get this thing up to the speed you need it to go would be many, many more times than all of the energy ever produced on Earth combined. And I know what you're saying. You can't predict where technology is going to go. 200 years ago, they could not have conceived of something like an iPhone. That's true, but this also proves my point if you stop and think about it. The technologies you need to casually invent in your science are possible. Like the ability to produce a near infinite amount of energy from a tiny amount of fuel, or the ability to manufacture infinite food and water and medical supplies out of thin air. The last thing you would ever use them for is to travel to another star, because you're talking about technologies that would render life on Earth a utopian alien paradise beyond all imagination. For example, earlier when I was talking about the incomprehensible timescales, some of you were shouting at your phone saying, what about hypersleep and suspended animation? But think about what you just said. Look, to do this, all we need to do is to solve for human immortality, to find a technology that makes the human body not age. So what you're saying is that in order to make this possible, you simply need to get life on Earth to a stage where everyone is basically living as a god. By the time we got to that point, there would be no reason to do this. If the issue is running out of room on Earth, we could build an orbiting megacity that could house 100 million people. That would be much, much easier than this. And if you say, but the natural instinct of humans is to go out and explore and to colonize other places, my answer would be that we actually have a planet very nearby that is very similar to Earth but just has some very harsh conditions, and we've not bothered to colonize it yet. It's called Earth. Most of our surface is ocean, and we've not built cities on the ocean floor because why? Nobody wants to be trapped inside a tiny pressurized facility in a hostile environment cut off from everything. And the better and more comfortable life becomes on land, the less appealing that looks. This is fantasy in the same way that The Lord of the Rings is fantasy. It's just a mechanism for storytelling, for heroism and adventure. But we have no possible future that actually looks like this.
That's interesting. Do you don't have the guy's name? Because I downloaded the clip and I I'd like to put a name to it.
Yeah.
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 I know his name, but I can't tell you right now because I can't remember. It's on my Facebook feed. He's got tons of good content.
All right.
That was really good. I enjoyed listening to that.
Yep.
You ain't going anywhere.
There's more physicists as well that have gone through all the actual math, and they can show it to you, like the fuel to ship size ratio, the radiation shielding to ship size, ship to fuel weight ratios. And in order to supplant them, you have to add more fuel, which means you add more weight, which means you need to add more fuel. It's like an insurmountable physics problem. And he's right. The only solution out of it is magic, literal magic.
I don't know, man. If we roam around the planets, is there any kind of other element? Like, we know the elements on our Earth that's producing that kind of energy. Maybe there was another element that can produce far more energy.
Whoa, bro, what do you mean? Isn't it E equals MC squared? Oh, you're just gonna throw E equals MC squared in the trash can?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying about the element of the energy.
Dude, the only way to convert elements into propulsion is to either mechanical propulsion, like in a tire with a controlled explosion, or an expulsive explosion, which thrusts you in the other direction.
You are going into a theory part. I'm not going into a theory part. I'm talking about.
Well, hold on, brother. I know, but listen, I'm telling you, physicists have actually done the math on if you power your engine with the largest nuclear explosions we know of. That wouldn't even be sufficient. So if you had a nuclear explosion going off in the back of your ship every nanosecond, it wouldn't be enough propulsion to get you there.
All I want to just say that there are certain things that humans don't understand, and maybe there are
magic.
more things. Yeah, you can say the magic. There are more things that are ready to be undiscovered or waiting to be discovered. I'm just saying that.
But you know what, friend? There are some famous guys in the history of heliocentrism that have actually tried to solve this problem by appealing to the supernatural. So, in other words, in their own words, they want to tap into otherworldly, extra-dimensional, sentient entities that have power of a Cthulhu Lovecraftian nature to get their energy and bring it into our dimension so we can power space flight and all this other fantasy nonsense.
Yo. Hello.
Hello.
Is the sun flat as well?
Who cares? Why does that matter? The hell's that got to do with anything?
If the sun's also if the sun's a sphere, then it makes sense the Earth would be a sphere.
Well, how does that make sense? Explain it to us.
Because gravity.
Because the sun's a sphere, the Earth would also be a sphere because gravity. That makes no sense, bro.
Because gravity is the mass. So you have the sun being a big ball of mass. Then you have the Earth, apparently a disk. How would that disk not collapse on itself and then create a sphere?
Gravity is a natural force that pulls objects toward one another.
Okay.
And also,
that was excellent globe proof.
Yeah, that's awesome globe proof. Are you going to let me answer your question? Or are you going to answer it for me? Okay. First of all, you said a lot of things wrong. Okay. We don't think the Earth is a space disk orbiting the sun. Okay. And no, the Earth would not collapse because it's made of solid material. So even if I granted you the entire theory of gravity, does not mean the Earth would collapse. I can give you an academic paper which demonstrates this. So regardless, It doesn't logically follow that because the sun is a sphere, the Earth would be a sphere. That's a non sequitur.
Could you send me over like the academic paper?
Yeah, hold on.
Thank you.
Okay, so if your theory was, so say you have let's accept your hypothesis. You have a hypothesis. Gravity would form the Earth into a sphere. Shouldn't we be able to measure that? The Earth to actually be a sphere? Wouldn't we have to confirm that by measuring?
So what we can do is
would we have to confirm it? The hypothesis.
We can confirm it.
Okay, yeah, so that's how science works, right? You have a hypothesis, and then you do an observation, a test, a measurement to confirm your hypothesis, right?
I've done one. I'd love to share it with you, my friend.
Please do.
What's
I can prove. Hold on, brother. I offered an experiment, so he said I could show it. So I'm gonna tell you my experiment. So I proved that something where the tension is linear across the plane will not collapse. It's called a bicycle tire.
Huh? I don't get that.
Yeah. Listen, a bike tire is round. It's oriented in a planar fashion around an axis. And then it's connected with wires which are pulling equally in every direction, yet it doesn't collapse. There you go, proven.
A bicycle tire is a useful analogy, but it doesn't apply to planetary bodies like Earth. A tire is held together by engineered materials and internal air pressure, not by gravity alone. Planets behave differently.
Gravity doesn't make up structures, my friend. Holy crap. I yield the floor.
Gravity
does hold stuff, though.
Just quickly, Stitches. Right. So Rabbit has been here before in an event where we said free nitro for a proof of the globe. So they said, is that still up for grabs? So they said that they the globe, and so go ahead, Rabbit. Present your globe proof.
One second, Rabbit. Stitches. It's in the chat. What you wanted, the academic paper.
All right.
Wait, just check this out. Keywords. Who's this by? This is by AC Talk.
Okay, do it. Mute yourself, bro. We don't want to hear you think out loud.
Sorry.
If you don't mute yourself, I'm going to mute you.
Okay, so we.
So I can start?
Yeah, go ahead, Rabbit.
Thank you. My name is, you can call me Rabbit. So, I would like to start with, if it's possible, to hear your theory, so I can break it down for you, DJ, please.
What's that?
Yeah, I just want to hear why Earth is flat, just from your perspective, so I can break it down for you.
Oh no, you're supposed to be proving that the Earth's a globe.
Oh, is that only that way?
Well, that's what you said. Okay, so you said when can we start? But before that, you said you could prove that the Earth's a globe. So, can I still prove it and get nitro? And I said yes. You have the floor in VC. So, did you mean prove the globe?
Yes.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
Right. So, the Earth is a globe, not flat, and there are several clear lines of evidence that prove this. This proves come from direct observations, simple experiments, and etc. Let's start from lunar eclipse shadow. During a lunar eclipse, Earth passes around shadow on the moon. Only a spherical object always casts around shadow from any angle. Our time zone and sun movement. The sun rises and sets at a different time across the world. This is because the Earth is round and rotates. Or okay, you might be hearing airplane ships, so I will skip that. Or star patterns. The stars you see at night change as you travel north or south. This shift matches what we would expect on a curved surface. So this observation together make a strong case that Earth is a globe.
Okay, so all of those explanations pre-assumed that the Earth is a globe in the first place. So that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. So we're looking for empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe, because that's the prerequisite of all of those claims. So you know what a prerequisite is, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so we're looking for the prerequisite to be validated in reality. Not just explanations. It's like, well, if the Earth was a globe, then when we see an eclipse, it would be caused by the curvature of the Earth, or this kind of thing. It's you know what I mean?
Yeah. To give empirical evidence that Earth is a globe, we need proof that does not assume around Earth in evidence. This means using direct measurements and experiments anyone can repeat without just trusting image or authorities, right? So I will start like say high altitude balloon footage. Anyone can launch a weather balloon with a camera. At high altitudes, the horizon curves, and the higher you go, the more obvious the curve becomes. It's first. Over 2,000 years ago, Eratosthenes.
Oh, don't do it, Rabbit. You're just reading some bullshit. We're not doing that. I knew it.
Right. No, I'm not reading.
Okay, first of all, the first thing you read, yes, you are. You're literally going down the line. You think you're the first person that's read this shit to us?
Okay,
I've been doing this almost a decade. This is probably the 500th time I had one of you people read this to me.
I'm saying, and you have just to say something against it. So
I will. First of all, if that was true with what you said about the balloon, then you live on a tiny Earth, because you can't see a curved horizon from the altitude that a weather balloon goes. They only go up to 130,000 feet. 130,000 feet above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. No, you wouldn't see the curve of the Earth. And this is even demonstrated. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the scientist, Felix Baumgartner did this. See, the highest skydive ever, 128,000 feet, and it showed a curve of the curve of the Earth. And even Neil deGrasse Tyson admitted that it was because it was a fisheye lens. It's not the curve of the Earth, and it can't be the curve of the Earth. It's nowhere near high enough. It's not even close to high enough. It needs to be like 100 times higher than that.
Well,
100 times.
They bend straight lines, making the horizon appear much more curved than it really is. Neil deGrasse Tyson and other scientists have pointed this out, right? So, let's say mathematical evidence. I can even if the curve isn't.
It's geometrically impossible. If the Earth is above 3,959 mile radius, going 130,000 feet above it is not high enough. It's nowhere near high enough. You know the ISS, Rabbit? The ISS? How high is that?
Yeah, wait.
How high is the ISS, Rabbit?
What?
How high is the ISS, the International Space Station? How high is that?
It's something like
400 kilometers.
400 kilometers, yeah.
Okay. What percent of the Earth do you see from there?
I would go with that 100 million kilometers square.
It's 3%.
Yeah.
3%. 3%. And you're telling us something that's more than 10 times lower. It would see less than 1% of the surface of the Earth, but you're saying that they see curve from a hot air balloon. It's nonsense. It's utter fucking nonsense. Okay? Stop reading stupid ChatGPT and Google.
No. It's easy to mix up visible radius from the ISS with area, but area increases much faster with distance.
Dude,
the ISS provides a broad view.
No, we're talking, brother. The area of what?
What do you mean? We're talking about the area of Earth's surface that is visible from a certain altitude.
That's right. It's a cone, right? It's a cone. So the cone is the horizon that encircles you. They're seeing 3% of the surface of the Earth from ISS, the circle. But they're not seeing the entire circle. They're only seeing a little teeny portion of that, right? Say their field of view is 90%. So now they're seeing like 1% of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. The visible area from the ISS forms a cap on Earth's surface, defined by the horizon forming a circle around the observer. So this cap is the result of a cone projecting from the ISS down to the surface.
Okay, yeah, but you wouldn't be high enough to see the curve of the Earth. You're not far enough away, dude. What aren't you getting?
No, listen.
Okay, I'm going to show you an image. Okay, this guy is from a video. He did a presentation on flat Earth. He is a planetarium director. Okay, he made a scale model of the Earth and the horizon. That what would be the ISS horizon. See this? That circle? That circle would be the entire horizon. How the fuck are they going to see the curve of the Earth? You got to remember, they're in the center of that circle. It's going to look just like a flat line.
Wait. I'm gonna
hold on. I got another. I got a GeoGebra diagram too.
No, I'm gonna let me do it in order.
Okay, so look at that. So look at that. That would be the ISS above the surface of the Earth. See how high it is? It's not high at all. Your balloon is 10 times lower.
Okay, so look, I'm gonna use geometric relationship and real world numbers to clarify the misconception. The ISS is only about 6% above Earth's surface relative to Earth's radius, so it visually appears close to the surface in diagrams, but this is still high enough for the curvature to be visible. You want to do math? Okay, so Earth's radius is our. Why?
You're just claiming it. It's bullshit, dude.
I'm not.
Why are you comparing the radius to its height? The diameter's 8,000 miles. Listen, bro. It's the diameter of the Earth is 8,000 miles. The ISS is 250 miles up.
No, it's at.
No. Look.
Don't try to correct me, dude.
No, the claim that ISS at only 150 miles up compared to Earth's 8,000 miles diameter is too close to see Earth's curvature is incorrect. Even at this.
Yeah, it's not a refutation, dude.
Even at this small altitude, the basic geometry just shows that the curve is clearly visible from orbit. Look.
Oh, clearly.
150 miles is about 2% of Earth's radius. It's like 8,000 miles diameter equal 4,000 miles radius, right? So 150.
Dude, the horizon distance from the ISS is 1,400 miles away. What are you talking about?
Well, look.
The distance to the horizon is 1,400 miles.
From the ISS at around 150 miles, about 240 kilometers. Altitude in roughly 1,400 miles in all directions. This figure comes directly from geometric calculation.
Yeah, you're just reading ChatGPT, dude. I told you not to do it. I told you not to do it, dude. I told you not to do it, Rabbit.
Hey, Indio, if I make an edit on Wikipedia, if I make an edit on Wikipedia and post it to Reddit, will he all of a sudden read it?
Maybe.
Oh man.
I also looked at the
typing our answers into ChatGPT and then parroting back what ChatGPT says. Dude, that's freaking retarded.
I got a question. In projective geometry, how can you tell the difference between a straight line and a curved line?
I have no idea what projective geometry is. Projective geometry is how we see and how we make computer video games. So the 3D world is projected onto a 2D plane. That's how we see. He's sitting there saying you would see curve. No, you wouldn't. The horizon is equidistant in every direction. You have to be sufficiently far enough away from the ball to see the ball in its totality. At best, you would see a circle, but you wouldn't see a ball.
Can I ask a quick question? Like, someone gave me like an air pressure thing is the reason why we have like what we know as gravity. Like, gravity doesn't exist according to y'all, but air pressure does. But the thing is, air pressure doesn't actually affect weight all that much. You'd actually have to be at a really high air pressure for it to actually keep stuff down. And if we're at that high of an air pressure, our eardrums were bursted by now. And
I have no idea what you're talking about or even referring to.
An exercise on Gauss's law of gravitation, the flat Earth PDF.
What about it? It has nothing to do with air pressure in that. What are you talking about? You said gravity couldn't work on the flat Earth and it would collapse into a ball. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that demonstrates it's not. That depends on this. It depends on the size, the density, shape, the orientation, and the mass distribution.
The vacuum primitive. So the vacuum will be like also air pressure as well.
It has nothing to do with air pressure. This is about gravity.
Actually, I have a
Yeah, dude, you're mixing up two things. You're mixing up what you read in the paper and what you heard somebody say. That has nothing to do with the
Can
paper.
I ask a question?
Get this math whatsoever.
They're integrals, dude.
Yeah, I know, but I just don't get how this works.
Okay.
I'm not ChatGPTing,
Because
but can I
hold on. He doesn't understand how it works. Can I explain it to him, Sinner? Okay, it's going to take 1 second. Now, Gauss's law of gravitation is mathematically equivalent to the inverse square law. So what he does is take a Gaussian sphere and he calculates the gravity vector, because you get the integral, right, which is a little teeny freaking area, and then you get the normal to that integral, which is perpendicular to that area, and you get the direction that gravity is going. Okay, what he's demonstrating in it is that the disk of the size he says is that all the gravity directions would be parallel, and it would be indistinguishable from being on a ball. But if you do the Vsauce, they said, because gravity points to the center, all of these lines are, the further you get to the edge, the more it's going to be tilted, and that gravity will cause some sort of gravitational collapse. Now, that's just bullshit. He never did the calculation. But all this is whistling past the graveyard in the first place. Do you know why? Because we don't have any observations of gravity forming anything into a ball ever. Not once, not ever. So what are we even talking about?
So
Fantasyland.
I can actually give you a little bit of a thing towards that. So we know that space and light travel at a certain amount of distance.
Yeah, we do we?
Over time. Yeah. So, like, let's say a planet a million light years away collapses into a ball. Like,
we don't know that, dude.
Yeah, I know,
Okay.
but listen to hypothetical.
No, I don't want to hear your hypothetical because it's based upon the cosmic distance, lad. You don't understand.
Dude, this is going to be an appeal to the future, appeal ex ante, logical fallacy. It's going to happen in the future. The light will eventually get to us, and we'll be able to observe it in the future. Holy crap, bro. Try harder.
Look, the claim
I do find the light thing interesting, though, because we can technically see ancient Egyptians building the pyramids as well. From
were you here listening to the freaking... Did you hear the audio I played?
Play it again.
No shit, dude. We're like straight in imagination. He thinks he's going to look through a wormhole and see the ancient Egyptians building the pyramids.
What's the wizard's name?
You need
a wizard did it.
You'd need exotic matter to open up a wormhole, which...
Yeah, unobtainium. Yeah, it's called unobtainium.
Right. To see the Egyptians, hold on, friend. I'll stop. See the Egyptians, right? You'd have to be going past the speed of light, get out to the distance equal to the travel. You would need an optic able to resolve the light that is spread out according to the inverse square law. You would need a lens the size of half the universe. Holy crap. You didn't think that one through, did you?
Might be possible. You never know. Some point in time. Also.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Your arguments require on the logical fallacy appeal to the future. That's your position?
I do believe the future holds our answers. Eventually, with time, comes answers.
Right.
Right,
and so eventually time will reveal to you the Earth is flat, so I can appeal to the future too.
But that's actually good. But based on what you said, why doesn't everyone see the sun at the same time above the flat disk, bro? Like, why
What disk?
doesn't?
Who said
How
disk?
big is the sun and how far away is it? Like
Hold
you're
on.
already
Who said
assuming a lot of
disk,
things.
Cappy?
Call it a pizza, call it anything you want, bro. It's just flat, bro.
Yeah, just
Like,
flat. Stick with that.
yeah, I'm gonna stick with the flat, but why? Why doesn't everyone see the sun at the same time, bro?
Because the air is not transparent. Newsflash: the air is not transparent.
I know that, bro.
How
I know
far
that.
can you see? Let me ask you this:
40 kilometer, bro.
Let me ask you this: if you're 400 meters underwater, why can't you see the sun?
Because I'm underwater, bro.
Why? It's not a why. Why doesn't the sunlight reach you?
Because there is water.
Okay. Why doesn't the sunlight reach you? Because there is air.
There is air, yeah.
Yeah, thousands of miles of air.
I get it. I
With
get
dust, water
I get what
vapor.
you're. Yeah, I
Now,
get the
just think
example, bro.
about it. Like between you and say 3,000 miles, how many thunderstorms do you think there are?
Too much.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to see through all that junk, man.
I get it. I get it. Finally, someone said something that I get it, bro.
Yeah, well,
This
I
one
mean,
is good.
yeah, so check this out. What annoys me are people like you posting, we didn't answer in the chat. We do answer. Just because you don't understand the answer doesn't mean we didn't answer. Okay?
I get it. I get it.
You
Sometimes
understand now.
you guys are hard to understand, you know? Like, because you have your own physics and stuff.
But we're not using our own physics, dude.
Now you're using your own physics, bro. Like,
No, you
this
can. Everything I
our
just
physics
said.
is-
Look, so is your weather app My Physics? Because when you look on your weather app and it says the visibility and it says 15 kilometers, why is that? Is that the curve of the earth? Or is that because the air is not transparent? It's not our physics, dude.
You believe in those apps?
What?
Hey, another one is why does it start getting darker before the sun's gone down?
Why is that?
Why is it brighter at noon than at sunset?
Because the sun at its peak, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
And the air is what? When it's directly overhead, is there less or more air?
the same.
The same.
The same, bro.
Okay, so when you go straight up, you don't go to outer space anymore?
Nah, you go out of space, obviously.
Yeah, does the air get thinner?
Nah.
Okay,
The
you're
opposite.
trolling now. Now you're just being a goof.
Now I understand. Now you've spoken to him. I understand. I'm not going mental. Good, thanks, mate.
Nah, bro, because you're trolling on me, bro. You're trolling on
You're
me.
trolling,
Because
dude. Your mind is. See, this is what all you guys do. You
tried to
just
troll
start
you.
falling
You didn't
apart.
answer the first
You're falling
question.
apart, bro.
Listen,
You're
bro.
falling apart.
Nah,
I know
bro.
it
I'm
hurts.
not falling apart.
Look,
my question
here's
was
a better question.
extremely easy, and you
Yeah,
keep
and it was
trolling me, bro.
extremely easily
You keep trolling
answered.
me. You didn't give me the answer. Listen, bro. You
Yeah, I
didn't
did
give
give
me
you
the
the
answer.
answer.
You keep trolling me. You
Repeat
keep
to me.
saying I'm
Repeat to
not
me the
listening.
answer.
I'm not
Hold on,
listening.
bro. Repeat to me the answer I didn't give you.
You didn't give me why the reason you see the sun for 6 months, bro. Like you're gonna make me crazy, bro. Like I can't take this anymore.
Why you see the sun for 6 months? Where?
In the North Pole, bro.
You can see the sun for 6 months?
That's 3 months.
You're making it up, dude. Yeah, Jedi's right. It's 3
Hey, you
months.
can look this one, nah, bro. You can look this one, bro. You can look
It's
this
6
one right
months
now.
if you had the two summers together. If you had the north and south observations over the time of the year, it's 3 months in the north, 3 months in the south, right?
Bro, it's literally 6 months. You see the sun. 6 months, you don't see the sun. That's it. You can Google this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't need to fight about this one.
When you Google
I think
it,
you need to
in the
Google it.
north, it's like 69 days or like 72. In the south, it's something similar, but they're not the same.
There's a movie about this, a vampire movie that takes place in Barrow, Alaska. Yeah, it's called like 90 Days of Night or something.
Oh, yeah. Of course there is.
You guys, wait a second, you guys.
It isn't 6 months a night in the movie, dude. It's 90 days.
Bro, listen, you guys, you even don't believe in Antarctica and stuff.
I also don't believe in vampires.
Nah, you don't believe in that. You said that there is no flies to there.
Sorry.
Like, there is green screen out there. Like, you guys are
Dude, who the fuck are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about flat earthers, bro.
Dude,
flat earthers.
Yeah, we're not, look, bro, we're not a club with a mailing address. Okay?
Bro, trust me, I know every one of you, bro. I know every one
What
of
do
you.
you mean when you say we don't believe in Antarctica?
Okay. He's got verbal diarrhea. Okay,
He really has.
control yourself, dude. Control. No, go ahead, Jedi.
He said we don't believe in Antarctica. I want to understand what he means.
I want to know how he knows what I believe.
Oh, fucking hell, yeah. You can start with that one. You choose which one we start with, I guess.
Yeah, let's start with how he knows in the first place. Are you in my mind, bro? Like, how do you know what I believe?
Bro, flat earthers have all the same
Flat
thing, bro.
earthers?
No. Listen. You are from
That's
what I
called, bro. Stop it. That's called a hasty generalization fallacy. We don't all think the same thing.
Hey, you know what? I'll play with them. I don't believe in Antarctica. I know there's Antarctica. Now what?
Stop lumping everybody together, dude. Are you weak-minded?
Nah, bro, I'm chill, bro.
Okay.
I'm talking to you like.
Well, I see people that are weak-minded as that have to like generalize and say all people are like this or this group of people is like that. It's because you're weak-minded. You don't want to spend the mental effort it takes to evaluate people individually. So it's just easier for lazy-ass motherfuckers to just say all flat earthers instead of going, hey, each individual has their own ideas.
Nah, bro, I'm not gonna go to each individual, bro. Like,
of course not, because you're lazy. Though, which is why you're a glober. You're a glober because you're lazy.
What are you talking about?
You're a glober because you're lazy.
Let's see if that generalization is hasty. Brings us into my question. What do you mean when you say we, flat earthers, don't believe in Antarctica?
Bro, you guys said literally.
Yeah, what does that mean?
From your guys, not you.
Yeah, and what does that mean?
About you, obviously, I'm talking about your guys, like flat earth.
Who in here in this room?
My guys.
I don't know, bro. Those guys obviously
I've got guys.
have their own things, but they
Who's
said
here
that
in this room?
Antarctica, there is
Okay, dude,
green
I've
screen.
had enough of this shit, dude. Honestly,
bro,
the conversation is now about what flat earthers believe and what they don't believe. What about the evidence the earth is flat versus a globe? Let's stick with that, okay? We don't care about what people believe, don't believe. This is why we stick to evidence, okay?
But there is evidence that flat earthers say that there is green
Who cares?
screen.
Flat earthers isn't the topic. Flat earthers isn't the topic.
You don't believe in them.
Flat earthers isn't the topic, dummy. Flat Earth is the topic, not flat earthers.
You know what you're doing? You're trying to straw man us with the low hanging fruit, bro.
Nah, I'm not trying to do nothing, bro.
Let me ask you this: how do you defend an idea you don't even understand? Yeah,
Bro,
you jumped in cycle. Maybe you can talk him in some sense into this.
I was just gonna say this guy.
Nah,
this guy's like.
don't do this to me, bro. Like I didn't do nothing to you. I'm a fully human being. I know my things.
Yeah, we're gonna pass you around like a bitch.
I studied biology. I studied biology.
Dude, your verbal diarrhea. Shut it, or you're gonna be muted.
This guy's like when CB pretends to be a retarded glober, but he's real.
Nah, bro. Like,
yeah, you're a
I don't
joke,
get what you're
dude.
saying.
You're a joke. You're a joke. You need to stop. You need to stop. Your troll isn't funny. I don't even think you're trolling. I think you're just genuinely confused and helpless. So just stop it.
Nah, bro. Like who said?
Right, tell me your top three. Tell me your
talking
top
serious.
3 globe
Listen, bro.
proofs.
I'm talking
Tell me your top 3
seriously.
globe
You
proofs.
say I'm
Okay.
trolling, and someone
Okay,
said I
okay,
have.
okay. Being serious. Tell me your top 3 globe proofs.
Top 3. It's nah, bro. I'm not gonna say that, bro. Like,
Well, then shut the fuck up. What are you talking
I'm not
about? You
gonna
don't even
say
have
that.
3
You
arguments.
tell me
You
your
don't have
3 flat
3
Earth
arguments.
proof, bro.
You don't
You're
have
not
3
gonna turn
arguments
this
for
to
the
me.
globe. Why are you talking this whole time?
You
If you
are
don't have
the
3
anomaly.
arguments
I
for the
am the
globe.
normal, bro.
You're the normal, but you don't have 3 arguments for your globe. Retarded.
I'm the normal. He's spurging out. Is that normal?
I am a normal.
I got 3 flat Earth proofs: eyes, lasers, and radio waves.
There you
This guy doesn't have an argument for the globe, but he's going to spend 3 hours asking us questions about the sun in Antarctica that he's never seen and things that he doesn't understand.
And you were spot on, Indio, saying that he was just lazy. They are. They all.
Listen, bro.
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna
bro.
play your game.
Bro, you were
I'm gonna play
literally.
your game.
You're literally.
Why'd you start talking in the middle of sheepdog sentence, dude?
No, because you all
Control your
fighting
mic.
me for no reason.
Control your
I'm
mic.
just gonna finish. I'm just gonna finish what I'm saying because he's not gonna let me finish. So they are lazy, but they were programmed to be lazy, right? Like it's not. It's their fault, but it's not their fault. Like they could choose to not be lazy at any time, but their entire paradigm has been based on someone smarter figured it out for them, so they don't have to worry about it anymore. And so they just choose to be lazy about it after.
What was he saying? He's going to present 3 globe proofs? Is he saying he's going to do that? If not, just keep him on mute. But if he says he's going to do it, then maybe we'll listen to it.
Maybe he should put it in the side chat and say, "Hey, yes, I have 3 globe proofs."
Well, let's explain to him. He seems a little touched. So the reason you need to present evidence and we don't, because you have the burden of proof for a very simple reason. The Earth is observed flat and motionless. Absent outside more evidence that contradicts that, we don't need more than that. So if you have evidence to contradict the observation that the Earth is flat and motionless, give us your best 3.
First of all, guys, like, you don't need to do all of this. Like,
no, we don't need
all of
That's not a globe. That's not a globe evidence,
the
dude.
evidence, dude. Just give us the evidence.
I'm gonna talk. Obviously,
we don't need the bullshit. We don't need your excuses.
I wish.
Reggie.
Listen,
Just
I
give us
wish
3
nothing,
arguments
bro.
for the globe.
I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start.
You've got nothing.
Shut the fuck
Okay, you've
up,
got
bro. I'm
nothing
gonna
for the
start
globe
right
then.
now.
Nothing for the globe then, yeah?
Okay. Give me a
Absolutely
second.
nothing.
First of
Okay,
all,
welcome to Flat Earth then.
First of all, the first one is the stars, bro. Like North Star.
Hold on. Explain how the stars prove the Earth's a globe.
I was about to explain. Come on, bro. The fuck?
Okay, we look at stars. We'll go through this step by step. We look at stars. Now what?
North Star only in the north. Southern Cross only.
So I look at my feet and I go, yeah, great. So I do that. I take that observation. I look at my feet and I go, how does that prove that what's under my feet is curving? By looking at the star.
Bro, look at the example I gave you and look what you said.
I looked at a star and I looked at the ground under my feet and I go, how the hell do I reach the conclusion the ground under my feet is curved because I looked at a star?
See, the fact that you said stars for your first argument shows us that you don't know why you think the Earth is a globe. You don't even know.
Bro, listen, I'm going to say it again.
Why don't you be honest with us? Why don't you be honest with us?
Only in the north.
Dude,
we have direction in the Earth.
Just be honest. Just be honest.
Let me talk.
Hold on. Just be honest and admit that you believe the Earth's a globe because you were shown cartoon images and videos from the government. That's why you believe it. You don't believe it because you saw stars, you retard. You believe it because you were shown cartoons. Be honest.
No, retard, bro. Like, that's too much, bro.
You're an idiot.
Okay, so how long have been people looking at stars, and why did it take so long to realize the Earth is a globe?
Listen, my second
How
take
come
is the
people,
flight.
according, you're probably an evolutionist, right? So men have been around for 1.5 million years, so they could see the stars the entire time. Why did it take till 500 years ago until they looked at the stars that you said look at to realize the Earth was a globe?
Bro, is 400,000 people gonna lie from NASA government?
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Send a rocket.
So it's not
Is
stars now.
You called it, though, Cyclone. You called it. It was the
I
cartoons.
told you. Of course it's the cartoons. It's
Bro,
always the cartoons.
400,000
It's
people
never the
trying to
stars.
make a rocket.
It's never the
to lie to you.
24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's never Foucault's pendulum. It's never the Cavendish. It is always the government space cartoon. That's it.
Dude, just freaking own it, bro. Just own it. I love cartoons. I like cartoons too. Probably not the cartoons you like, but I don't
Bugs
think my
Bunny
cartoons are real.
Bugs Bunny's funny, man.
How about flights, bro? Like you said, give me 3 arguments. I'm giving it to you. You don't like just let
Yeah,
me finish,
but
bro.
you're not talking. Look, bro. You're not talking about the Earth. You're talking about everything but the Earth. Like, look. Say
How
I
about
ask
the
you. What's
flights, bro?
your, say I ask you. Hey, Seth. Well, I'll give you an analogy. I go, "What's your house made out of?" And you're like, "Well, look at my neighbor's house. Look at the house down the street. Look at that tree. Look at the sun. Look at the moon." I'm like, no, dude. We want to know what your house is made out of. And you're pointing me in every direction, but at your house. Okay, that's what you're doing with the Earth. We're saying, how is the Earth the globe? And you're looking everywhere but the Earth. Why is that?
Bro, I have a real image of the Earth. I don't need to.
How do you know?
To create a Discord
How do you
room
know it's a
named
real
Flat
image of the
bro.
Earth? How do you know it's a real image of the Earth?
How do you know that I am a real person? That you are a real person?
Jesus fucking
image.
brain in the jar.
You broke him.
Let's see the image. Show us your image of.
Google it, bro.
No, we want to see yours. The one.
Believe.
Show it. Yeah. Show us the best one. The one that's the most real to you.
How about your pizza? Can you show it to me?
No.
Like, I don't get the. I don't get the shape
you're
of
running
pizza,
away
bro.
from your own claim, dude. Go get the most real one. And post
How
it in
about
the
the flights,
chat.
bro? How about the flights? Real flight times only match a globe map, bro.
Still not talking about the Earth, bro.
No, but you didn't
You
answer,
see how
bro.
you keep running away from the question mentally? You're just running away. Oh fuck! Can't talk about the Earth. Let's talk about everything else.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a challenge right now. If you prove me, listen. I'm gonna be a flat earther today, bro. I don't give a fuck.
No one. We're not trying to turn you into a flat earther. That's what you don't get.
Listen, if you give
turning
me
himself into
2,
one
just
by
2,
realizing how dumb he
you
sounds.
said 3 for me. Listen, bro, you said 3 for me.
Does
I'm
he?
saying just 2 for you. Just 2 argument for a flat earth using only flat earth. Don't use nothing else.
Okay.
Just do what you did to me, bro.
Okay. The surface
on,
of
bro.
water.
I'm listening. You can mute me if you want. I'm listening, bro.
That's fine. You asked using only the Earth. Well, 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Now, we use water as a horizontal leveling tool. It is parallel with the plane of the horizon when you contain it in a glass. The horizon that it's parallel to is more often than not, if not exclusively, over the surface of the water on the Earth. So that parallel line is parallel to any other horizontal line would hold. That's how you reference to be level with the Earth. We can also measure water to be horizontal on the surface by observation and tools, such as lasers, propagation. So being as 70% of the surface of the Earth observed, measured, and then practically in everyday uses used as a horizontal reference datum, then the surface of the Earth can't be curved.
It's that simple. Has nothing to do with the sky.
Look in the chat. So the city of Chicago uses as a horizontal datum plane to measure the heights of all buildings, streets, lampposts, everything in the city is measured from a horizontal datum. And it's a plane. So you want flat Earth used in the real world, here it is. I posted an image of the main benchmark in the chat. Everything in this city, the whole entire city of Chicago, is measured in reference to this freaking cornerstone.
That's actually crazy, bro. I've never heard of this.
Well, you think you haven't, but you have.
No, I haven't, bro.
You have. Every single time you wonder why things keep rolling off of your table. It's not level. Well, when it's level, that'll be parallel with the earth. This is how your foundations, your wood and brickwork, and your house stay together. Right? It's fundamental to how we construct upon the earth. First point of order, find level, because we're going to either want to create a slope for maybe drainage or not. We do this all the time, dude. This point is just showing that this level of the city of Chicago and all of the points from this level, where do you think that level's taken from and is in reference to? That'll be mean sea level. That will probably be 0. That's where we also get the heights of mountains, right? The coastline, those cliffs, the depth of the seabed. It's all from a horizontal reference datum. We can create our own, which will be parallel, or use the one on the earth.
So here's the funny part. Geometry was invented, and we invented Euclidean plane geometry. But the thing is, we didn't invent it conceptually. We built shit first. And they were like, oh my God, if we use these rules to build things, we have this thing called geometry, and Euclid formalized it. Now, how come we didn't have a spherical geometry right off the bat when we built things? Right? Oh shit, we better use spherical. Why wasn't spherical geometry invented first? Why did it take until fucking Gauss in the 1600s? With no application to the Earth. Spherical geometry is an application to the sky. That's why you keep referencing the sky. Moons, stars, airplanes, planets, everything that's not on the Earth.
This is concerning. This is the first time he's been quiet for longer than like 20 seconds, hasn't it? 3 hours.
I think
no, bro, this one is good.
We tripped the breaker.
Nah, bro, I'm not gonna lie. This one is good, but it's kept me thinking, like
why would you think that we're trying to convince you? Hold on, bro. Hold on, man. I want to ask you because you said something which bothers me. You guys say this shit. Oh, I'll be a flat earther. Oh, you guys are trying to convince me the Earth is flat. This, that, and the other. No, we're not. We're not. We're showing you that a lot of information, a lot of things you think are true are not actually true. What you do with that information is up to you. You can take your head, you can stick it in the sand like an ostrich and go back to believe in the freaking globe. They'll stick you right back in the matrix, no fucking problem. Okay,
so you're
gonna get. We're giving you information you're not gonna get anywhere else.
Be out of the matrix, bro. Like, did you get something? Like,
why do you have a home inspection? What, like, if you buy a house, why? How come you have a home inspection? Your thought? Why? Why do you hire an inspector to come inspect the house?
I don't know, actually.
Because the person that's selling the house, they're only going to tell you the good things, right? So in school, when you watch TV, you listen to NASA, they're only going to tell you the good things, right? The things that work. They're not going to tell you the things that don't work. You hire the outside home inspector to come in and inspect the house, and he's going to tell you all the stuff that's broken or needs fixing or there's problems with, right? We're the home inspectors, buddy. We're sitting there telling you there's a lot of problems here. Now, you can just buy the house, or you can, say, hey, dude, I want to lower the purchase price, or maybe go buy another house because the house is actually a wreck. This house is a wreck, man.
This house that you're looking to buy
doesn't get mad. Listen, bro. The home inspector doesn't get mad when he didn't find anything wrong with the house.
Yeah, because the house doesn't actually exist that you're looking to buy. There is no house.
Really, bro?
The home inspector came to you and was like, "Where's the house, man? You gave me the wrong address."
Yeah, there's no house here.
That's
house
brilliant.
Has 4 walls and a roof. This doesn't exist.
Bro, I really believe that we live in a simulation, bro. There is no flat earth, there is no globe earth.
Of course you do.
It's flat in your simulation too.
Yeah.
Nah.
That's how you imagine it in your brain, in your jaw.
It's a flat in the simulation, I guess, bro. That's crazy.
So, Saf, you understand the point, right? A sphere, a ball, has a curved surface, yeah?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, but Earth does not. You understand?
I got it. I'm with you, bro.
Right. So no curve, no ball, no globe. Yeah. Done.
What I don't get, bro, is that how the fuck all the space agency are lying, bro. I don't get it.
Yeah, because you're so gullible.
Even Chinese,
you're
bro.
So gullible.
I trust
believe
Chinese.
Anything. Because you'll believe anything.
I don't understand why my girlfriend cheated on me.
You just said earlier, I've got an image. You just look to present their bullshit image as proof of your worldview. That's why they get away with it, because you're gullible.
So, I'm aware that flat Earth does not believe in gravity. And what does make things drop to the ground? Because I've heard like air mediums, which
you're confused, buddy. You're confused. When they say they don't believe in gravity, it means mass attracting mass, not that things don't fall to the ground.
Yes, because mass attracts mass, which means
okay. How do you know that?
Yeah.
How do you know that that's why things fall? It's a mass attracting mass.
What else is going to make it fall?
That's not. That doesn't tell me how you know that.
Hold on. So we were talking about something, and now this random guy chimes in.
I'll tell you. Well, hold on. He was talking before, Peter. I don't know if you're here. He was. We're waiting for his evidence. He was in limbo. And so he didn't find it.
I'm asking.
Nobody knows why things fall.
I'm asking what you believe.
Yeah. No, I don't have a belief. There's no belief here. You believe that things fall because mass attracts mass. You have no evidence for that. That's the problem. You believe something. So I'll ask again, what's the evidence that mass attracts to mass is the causal mechanism why things... Yeah, hold on, Peter, dude. So what's your evidence that mass attracting mass is the causal mechanism for falling objects? Can you give us an experiment, for example, that shows it? Should be simple, because you think it's a foregone conclusion. No.
Give me an example. I know y'all don't believe in the open space, and you believe there's only the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun. But let's go into open space. Boots void.
No one believes it. Okay. Shut up, dude. Don't start, dude. Don't start. Don't straw man us.
Straw man you?
Oh. Yeah, we don't.
I'm saying what I've observed. Okay, I will carry on.
I don't know your ass from your elbow, bro.
What? I'm sorry if I understand you.
You don't know your ass from your elbow, okay? Just saying. So,
ass from my elbow.
Let's see. You don't know your ass from your elbow. Appealing to space to tell me why things fall on Earth doesn't help us. We want to know why things fall on Earth. And unless there's a big mirror in space that somehow shows how things fall on Earth, is mass attracting mass, I don't know how that's going to help you. So we have an observed natural phenomenon, right? I let something go, falls to the ground. Boom. Right? Why does that happen? What experiment can we do to figure out why that happens?
Okay.
Yeah, simple. Experiment. That's how science works, right? You do an experiment.
The experiment.
Yeah,
okay.
The experiment.
The Cavendish experiment conducted between 1797.
So what falls in that? What falls in the Cavendish experiment?
The experiment measuring the force of gravity.
Okay, first of all, yeah, but we want to know why things fall.
It's gravity. Mass attracts mass.
Yeah, that's your claim, dude. I want the experiment that shows it.
Okay, I'll explain you the experiment.
I don't need the explanation. I need the experiment. I don't need a story, dude.
I'm trying to explain you the experiment.
I understand. Oh, the experiment.
The experiment itself.
Okay, so how does I know the Cavendish.
Can I tell you the experiment now, or are you going to keep on cutting me off?
I know.
You're lagging really bad.
Exactly.
No, like generally, you were lagging really bad. Okay.
Yeah, can you tell me what's observed in the Cavendish experiment?
The apparatus can. Okay, whatever. Let's skip to where the hell we are.
Hey, Glover, this is the first time you saw the Cavendish experiment, right?
So I have to talk to ChatGPT now. Fantastic. I don't know how I deal with this shit.
This is the funniest thing in India. Yeah. There's a baby Glurf comes in, never heard about it before. He just Googled it. He's trying to explain it.
Okay. The apparatus consisting of a torsion bar made of a 6-foot wooden rod horizontally suspended from a wire with 2-inch diameter, 1.6 pound lead spheres, one attached to each end, 2 massive 12-inch 348 lead balls suspended separately could be positioned away from each other to either side of the smaller balls, 255 millimeters away. The experiment measured the faint gravitational attraction between the small and large balls, which deflected the torsion bounce rod about 0.6 inches or around 0.03 inches with a stiffer suspending wire.
So what is falling in the experiment?
Sorry, what? My sister was being annoying.
What is... I know. She can't be like that. What is falling in the experiment?
It is a experiment that shows that gravity exists, but it's not necessarily that gravity is only falling. It is the attraction of mass and mass. So that is what is gravity. It is mass attracts mass. That is the formula. It is mass attracts mass equals G.
Okay, so typically in scientific experiments, there will be a hypothesis. So can you give us the hypothesis? There's kind of a dependent variable and then an independent variable, the thing that you're going to manipulate to get the dependent variable to happen. So can you give us the hypothesis? That way we know this is a true scientific experiment and not some kind of affirming the consequent fallacy.
What is a affirming the consequence fallacy?
Well, it would go something like this. If gravity exists, these balls will get closer. These balls get closer, therefore gravity exists. It would be something like that. It's circular reasoning.
So, what I'm reading from, it doesn't necessarily go, like, it doesn't necessarily tell me the hypothesis, but I can infer that the hypothesis is that, yes, gravity does exist, because if I set up the experiment, the balls should, in theory, move together.
They move together, therefore the gravity exists. So that would be affirming the consequent. This would be basically a fallacious test or a way to rip off the masses by showing them some kind of parlor trick and then declaring that gravity exists.
Do you want me to send you what I'm reading from? If that would
No, I already know the entire. No, bro. I already know the entire lore behind this particular non-experiment. It's not an experiment, first of all. In fact, the only thing that you really could be observing, because this is not natural science that they're doing, they have an apparatus. They built it, so it's a synthetic or an artificial thing that they built. And so what they did is they said, I know. We'll tell the people gravity exists if these balls move closer together. The balls move closer together, therefore gravity exists. By the way, that wasn't the intention of this particular apparatus. It was supposed to be detecting the mass of the Earth. And in this case, they had already presupposed that the Earth was a large sphere with an unknown mass. So there's a lot of things, a lot of nuances about this that you probably aren't aware of, but just a surface level read like you're doing right now would have you convinced that because two balls move closer together, all of a sudden gravity is a thing.
So, if I tried to argue with an experiment, you can turn that around and say circular reasoning and then flip my whole argument upside down. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not doing any kind of witchcraft here, or, there's no tomfoolery involved. I'm pointing out to you that what you're dealing with isn't actually an experiment at all. Do you think that because men build something, all of a sudden it becomes a scientific experiment? That would be incorrect. In the scientific method, the first thing you're supposed to do is observe a natural phenomena. That's why, the lore is that old Isaac Newton got hit in the head by an apple. An apple fell out of a tree and hit him on, right? That's how the story goes anyways. So the naturally observed phenomena would be something accelerating towards the ground. You could use a raindrop. You could use an apple. You could use any of these things. So the thing that we're trying to prove is what causes things to fall. That's why Indio was asking you about the falling bit, not about balls in a shed. The next thing you would do is propose a hypothesis. If blank, then stuff will fall to the ground. So in this scenario, there is no experiment because there's no hypothesis. We don't even actually have what is required for the experiment to occur. Nothing is falling.
But you don't need specifically falling to...
Oh, you're right. What was the naturally observed phenomena again? Things falling, right?
Yes.
Aren't we trying to go ahead and create that particular scenario?
Yes, you could create that. Actually, no, you couldn't on Earth because of its gravity, and if you were to, for example, get like...
We're not to gravity yet. We haven't even proved gravity exists. All we see is in certain scenarios things fall. Meanwhile, the gas molecules around the raindrop and around the apple are moving freely and randomly in all directions, including up. So I'm not even sure that we have really a naturally observed phenomena because not everything is falling. Some things are going freely and randomly in all directions. But for the sake of argument, we'll just stick with the falling part for now. So something falls. We need to know what causes that. So what causes it?
As I said, mass plus mass.
Okay.
Mass is attracted to other masses.
Well, apparently that's a hypothesis that you're coming up with. So what is mass?
Mass is, for example, I'm pretty sure it is the weight of an object, or I may be wrong. I don't know.
Well, weight is weight. Mass is a different word.
So, mass refers to a fundamental property of matter measuring inertia, resistance to acceleration.
Okay, so now mass is resistance to acceleration? Is that your final answer?
The fuck?
I don't know.
Telling me this here? Oh, it's a stupid ass AI overview. Okay. Mass can... Okay, here we go. Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of the body's inertia, or basically, I think that means potential force. I don't know, dude. I had like an 80 in science. A measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when a net force is applied. The object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational attraction to other bodies.
Okay. So it's two things. Which one are you going to pick?
It is the second one, because the first one is the fuck-ass AI overview that is very commonly incorrect.
Okay, so now mass is apparently an attraction?
No.
What does it say? What was the second part?
Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when a net force is... Can this stupid thing stop being annoying on me? Measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when net force is applied. The object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational attraction to other bodies.
Okay, so it determines that. So the resistance to acceleration, how we would measure that? That also happens to be the same definition of inertia. We'll just keep going.
Could you repeat that?
Well, interestingly enough, depending on what website you go to or what source you pick, mass essentially has the same definition as inertia, which is resistance to acceleration.
Okay.
So mass and inertia are now conflated, but I would like to know how we would measure that.
Okay.
So how do we measure it? What value can you give me for something's mass?
So you can use the formula of M equals weight over gravity, which is mass. Mass equals weight over gravity. Mass equals force over acceleration. And to measure mass, you would use a triple beam balance.
Right. I hear the formula. Can you just give me the value?
The value? What do you mean by value?
Well, if you're going to measure something at the end of the day, you're going to end up with a certain amount of volts or inches or kilograms or Kelvin, right? So what units determine how much mass we're dealing with? What value? I guess homeboy bounced.
El Hussein is here. Welcome. I don't think I've talked to you before. It says you're VC verified and Nitro Ghost VIP. I feel like that's a combo we don't see very often. You know, just those two roles. Hello. How did you find us?
I know I've been here for quite a while. Like I keep joining and leaving and joining and leaving. Like first time I've been here was like 2020. So 2020, yeah.
I know, I'm the same way. It's kind of upsetting. Like I'm kind of mad at my past self because my account doesn't really show like my actual history of dates and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah. But it's all right. You're incognito as a new person. What is your position regarding the globe?
Like not much to say, to be honest. More into the flat Earth, I guess. But like it's not a topic that I've been into way too much. Sometimes I just keep reading, watching videos, watching arguments online. But really, I haven't had the time to look into it enough, I guess.
Yeah, so you haven't made up your mind, and you might be seeing bad information because there's a lot of bad flat Earth information
I'm aware of that. Yeah, like the Twitter guys, I forgot what they're called. Like that Twitter account that's very known and is assumed to be the flat Earth community. I think that's what they're called.
Oh yeah, I don't know who that is. The flat Earth community, is that what they're called?
The guys with like the disk profile picture who used to talk to Elon Musk on Twitter, I think. I really can't recall what the username was.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I don't really know that much about what goes on there on Twitter. So what are arguments that you've heard for flat Earth that made you lean in that direction?
Well, not really arguments. It's just looking at photos that are supposedly from space, and you can kind of tell that curvature seems to be changing from one photo to another. And that kind of raises questions, right? So I keep looking into it. That's how I ended up here.
Nice. Yeah, I like that. I wish we had a globe believer, like a true believer in here, because you could tell them how pictures from space indicate the lack of consistency of curvature, like you just said, that they show a widely varying degree of curvature, which makes their story inconsistent and incoherent, both of those things. Because, the people who say pictures from space make them think it's a globe. It really should be the opposite. That should make you question. Yeah, because if it were, then all these images should show a consistent level of curvature, and they don't.
Yeah, as Elon Musk said, it has to be real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, what about the measurements? Have you seen those, like the long distance observations, the laser tests? Oh, you haven't seen those? Oh, great. Well, we have to show you then.
Sure. Yeah. The ones like in the channels below, like there's a lot of channels where there's quite a bit of evidence there, the additional info category.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's the long distance observations channel.
Oh yeah. I've been there. Yeah. I just looked.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah. I've seen those before.
Oh, okay. So, like, did you watch the videos?
I don't really remember. Let me see. I probably did. Like, as I said, I just keep joining and leaving over and over. So, probably might have seen some of them.
That's cool that those channels are down there because, that's a lot of people don't realize that is one of the main benefits of this server is that there is a carefully curated selection of information down there that is good, verifiable, flat Earth information, which you can't find just anywhere. And you definitely can't find if you just Google flat Earth, then you're going to get a bunch of nonsense. Like, I think that was John Adams that came in here and said, oh, he knows all about the flat Earth stuff, And then he just named a bunch of straw man arguments that are not real flat Earth information at all. So that's cool. I'm glad to hear that you've looked down there.
Yeah.
And did you understand the reason for the long distance observations?
No, not quite, to be honest.
Yeah. So, depending on which one you look at, there's basically two different kinds. There's observations that debunk the expected drop over distance that you would see if you lived on a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles. And then the other kind are the horizon observations, and those debunk another calculation of the maximum distance of the horizon on a sphere with that same given radius, which is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. So yeah, both of those formulae show you, what the prediction would be, what you would see or not see on a globe, and each time you can make an observation of something that wouldn't be seen on this globe. So in the case of the missing drop over distance, it's something that would be hidden behind this alleged curve, and yet the object is visible. And in the case of the horizon, it's the where you can see the horizon that's clearly beyond the maximum distance that it would be if you were on a sphere.
Yeah, and it doesn't exist.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, the only sphere we can see is what Professor Triangle has put there, the not even perfectly spherical, but slightly spherical nature of the dandelion ready to spread its seeds. Do you remember any of the ones that you looked at in particular?
I'm actually looking because, I remember being here before, and one of the channels was like something I'm quite interested in, but I can't quite find which one was it. All right, it's the astronauts one. There is this guy who, let me play the video just wrong. Yeah, it's the guy who keeps saying like we can go back to the moon and like we destroyed the technology and we can't go back anymore. Was one of the videos.
Don Pettit, yeah. He's the best hostile witness for the flat earth. Yeah. Yeah. Because if those are the brightest and the best we got, and these are the guys that are trying to convince you, that you live on a globe, that we went to the moon and all that, it's kind of like, yeah, good job, guys. That's your best team you got there, Don Pettit. Good job. I mean, that's the thing. All of these things are kind of, just side notes to the main conclusive evidence debunking the curvature, which is never measured, never observed in reality. But all these other things, they're just icing on the cake. Like, these are your best of the best. Yep, these are your astronauts. Yep, Don Pettit. Yeah, we can't go back to the moon.
Yeah.
It's too hard. Yeah, we destroyed the technology. Yeah, I mean, it's just absurd. Like, it's really a litmus test. Do you have common sense or not? Like, if you still think that, this fairy tale is true and you think these are the experts, it's kind of like, I don't know. It just shows that the person either has no common sense or has emotional problems, I guess, where they're just so strongly in denial and they can't even handle the concept of going against the emotional appeal and the propaganda, which is fine. I mean, that's why propaganda has worked throughout history, is because it appeals to the weaknesses in human nature and the inability for most men to stand strong against a crowd. If Don Pettit convinces you guys, just go back to the globe. Like, we don't even want you if you think Don Pettit's an astronaut. Please. I mean, an astronaut in the sense of what astronauts used to be when they started, their fake space program, when they were like military guys who were very, intelligent, had common sense, like the one they murdered, Gus Grissom, those kind of guys. Like, I would have called them astronauts and that would have been fine, because when it was, just conceptual, we were hoping to do this, they deserve the title, possibly the best and the brightest. That's why they had to kill them. I guess they miscalculated, like, we can't have guys that are too smart, because then there'll be whistleblowers. There might even be some who, after we burn the first one alive, decides he's even going to still be a whistleblower because he thinks it's important enough to prevent all mankind from being deceived. So we better just get dumb guys that we can easily bribe and coddle and blow smoke up their ass, and they'll do what we want and make stupid videos like Don Pettit does. Good idea, guys.
You got the help. That's all you get. You get the help.
Yes, Thank you. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Oh my gosh.
Which one were you referring to? Like the people who got killed or something? Like, I didn't catch that one.
Oh, yeah. I'll find you some information about it. The most interesting information to me is how he was an Apollo 1 astronaut, Gus Grissom. He was one of 3. The second one was from Grand Rapids. The third one was from somewhere south of here, like either southern Indiana or somewhere down there, or southern Ohio. I can't remember where that guy was from, but they have stuff named after him down there. I feel very bad that I don't remember the name of the other 2. It's very bad. But Gus Grissom was the one who really put his neck on the line, so I can find the other information for you. But anyway, yeah, so during Apollo 1, I'll just tell you the story, and then after I'll tell you a short version, and then I'll find some links and document to back it up. So Apollo 1, first mission, they said they were going to go to the moon. Gus Grissom, former military guy, was I don't know if he was the head of the 3, but he was definitely the most gutsy of the 3. We'll put it that way. He came to think that it was not going to be possible, for them to go to the moon. That this technology was not going to work the way that it claimed. And so he not only thought this, he was doing his own research. He had papers at his home. No one knows exactly what they said because I believe it was before they even informed his wife, they came to the house and took all his papers away. They confiscated all of his papers, before he died. Then they confiscated the papers, and I'm pretty sure they told the wife. I'm pretty sure that's the order that it went, those 3 things. But anyway, he not only did he think it, he made a public statement. He held a lemon up in front of the shuttle. There's a picture of that, saying that it was a lemon. Do you know what that means in vernacular? Like lemons, like in terms of automobiles would be like, cars that don't work, because that's why we have lemon laws. We're not allowed to sell a car that doesn't work well and pretend that it does. But so anyway, that was the significance of the lemon. And he said, we can't even communicate with the next building. How are we going to communicate with the moon? So these are public statements he made in addition to the private papers. But basically they came to realize, this guy's on to us. Like, he's not going to go along with this. And so what happened was they were doing a test, and they all 3 burned alive inside the capsule. So they all died, all 3 of them. And so after that happened, Gus Grissom's family, sons, actually the sons didn't get involved until later when they were adults. They were children at the time. But as time went on, they made public statements that they thought that this had been done on purpose, that they thought their husband and father had been murdered. So they took it to court. That's the article I'll find you. I think it's from the New York Times, where the mother sued. The wife sued. I'll find you the details in case anything I'm telling you, I'm not remembering it right, but this is the basic outline. And then, and I also have his obituary, which contains some of those details. Eventually, as the sons got older, this was like a lifelong quest. One of them somehow was allowed to see the capsule, which amazes me that even happened. But anyway, it turned out that the capsule could be locked from the outside, so they were locked in, and there was no way for them to get out. You know what I mean? It was locked, and they couldn't open the lock to get out. And also, there was something about the pure oxygen environment. If anybody else, knows details about this, any of our other Flat Earth friends, feel free to chime in. But yeah, there was they were in a pure oxygen environment, which they shouldn't have been.
Yeah, 100% oxygen makes non-flammable items flammable.
Yep, and that's what they shouldn't. Wasn't their protocol, or they shouldn't have had that, right, Rayleigh?
That's like the dumbest thing ever to do, is put 100% oxygen in there.
Yeah, so so people ask, why aren't there whistleblowers? Oh, okay, well, could be because they murder them. Could be that's why.
And then they just pick dumb people who aren't even going to be whistleblowers anyway after that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I looked it up and I think I found it. There is like 3 guys. The commander was named Gus Grissom, I think. And senior pilot was named Ed White, and the pilot was Roger B. something. Can't quite see it. Chaffee, I think.
Oh, yeah, Chaffee. I think that's the one from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Yeah, and then the other one's the one from somewhere south of Michigan, yep.
Yeah, so he was the pilot, I guess. Yeah, pilot.
Oh, yeah, I guess he was from Texas, but there's some, it says Ed White was from Texas, but there's something, when we were driving to Tennessee, I saw something named after him in between here and there. I can't remember what it was. I should find that. That's why I thought he was from there, but maybe he lived down there. Roger B. Chaffee, born 1935, Grand Rapids, Michigan, died January 27th, 1967, Cape Canaveral, Florida. Yep, only 32 years old. R.I.P.
R.I.P.
Cause of death for Ed White asphyxia, aka burned alive in a locked capsule locked from the outside by the U.S. government.
And then the guy who investigated some of these problems with NASA, he ends up dead too, miraculously.
Which guy was that?
Same dude or someone else?
He was the guy who he sent this long before, like, to a lot of different people. His report. Let me see if I can remember his name. His name's Thomas something or another. Yeah, Thomas Ronald Barron. He was the quality control and safety inspector employed by North American Aviation. They were the ones who were building the Apollo command module. But he was a whistleblower before the fire even. He had raised concerns about safety issues, poor workmanship, and protocol violations. He got fired back in 1966. He testified before Congress in a subcommittee once the accident happened.
I guess New York Times, I guess they make you pay for articles, but this is the one I was thinking. It was Betty Grissom's obituary, yeah, who sued an astronaut husband's death. She was shunned by the space community after she sued North American Rockwell in the launch pad death of Gus Grissom. She won a settlement. Can you tell me that name again, Rayleigh, that person you were just talking about?
Yeah, he's Thomas Ronald Barron.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because when I look him up, died in 1967 in Florida. It says movies, conspiracy theory, did we land on the moon, 2001. What's that one? Have you heard of that movie?
Not specifically.
I wonder what its conclusion is. I guess they talk about him in there.
And I have a copy of a Twitter post in which one guy says, my father worked on the Apollo program starting with Saturn V. And he said, the workers at NASA, he goes, at least 50% of them were running their own little side hustles, either on or off the clock. And then most of the other 50% didn't do very much at all.
Yeah, that's why we've got on our top 10 voting list, we've got the of moments of 2025, we've got NASA being officially rebranded as a spy agency. I mean, it's pretty amazing. It's funny because I was looking for a link because that was Sheepdog's contribution.
I'll get it.
Okay, yeah, because it was like it wasn't like I didn't find a lot of news articles. I guess it was kind of like just kind of, you know, people didn't really hear about it because it seems like people didn't even know. Even today, when you brought it up, Indio, I think some people didn't even know that it happened.
I found out because someone on Twitter was whining about it. Trump is destroying NASA now, and he made it a spy agency. Now they're not doing space. Like, yeah, cool, thanks. They never were.
That's right. At least they're done with that claim. Oh yeah, that's interesting, Riley. My dad worked as a NASA engineer for 30 years, starting with Saturn V. Close to 25 to 50% of his coworkers had other business ventures they were running both on and off the clock. Of the remainder, one half of them did almost nothing. The 80-20 rule on display. So yeah, Al Hussein, if you've got any other questions, you know, we've got a great panel here, a group of people that can answer your questions about Flat Earth, if there's anything you want to know.
No, not much really. Just joining to listen if there's any interesting takes being made here, and also to attend the countdown for 2026 since I already missed it here.
Oh, good. Yeah, which time zone are we actually going to count down? I don't know. Because we got people from different ones. So I'm sure we'll end up counting down here.
3 a.m. here, so.
Yeah. I mean, we really should, I guess, count down at the top of every hour. I don't know. I don't know if there's anywhere that we have representatives from that would be celebrating at the top of the next hour. Probably not. Effie Batman's already in 2026, I do believe. Loggy's already there. Old dude's there. But yeah, we've got people on the West Coast that are nowhere near midnight.
So I posted the executive order in the relevant text in the chat. So I'll read it for ha-has. Determinations. The agencies and agency subdivisions set forth in Section 2 of this order are hereby determined to have a primary function: intelligence, counterintelligence, investigative, or national security work. Here's the list. Agencies or subdivisions of the Department of Commerce, the International Trade Administration, Office of the Commissioner for Patents and Subordinate Units, Patent and Trademark Office, the following subdivisions of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service, the National Weather Service, adding the following under Section 1-419, 1-420, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and the United States Agency for Global Media.
Guys, excuse me for interruption.
You can speak, buddy. Speak.
I don't believe that the Earth is flat.
Why?
Because why not?
Well, you see it. It looks flat, right?
No, like the sun and the moon.
Yeah, that's not the Earth.
They are all have the square, the cycle shape.
So?
the sun and the moon and stars.
Are those things the Earth?
No, why should the Earth be different than them?
Why should it be the same? You think the Earth is like those things? Why?
Repeat?
If you think the Earth is like the sun, the moon, and the stars, that they're the same thing, why do you think that? Can you think of anything that's the same? Are there people on the sun? Are there trees on the moon?
It is a good question to ask you as well.
Why do I think they're different? Hold on.
Yeah.
Got an ambulance. Yeah, so I think they're different because everything we observe is different. There's nothing the same. There's no water there. There's no people. There's no trees. There's no life. There's no plants. There's no animals. Nothing is the same. Like, why would I think it's the same?
Do you believe there's
Can you at least concede there's nothing the same that you can see in your life?
No. Do you see it's not the same in the religious perspective?
It's not the same in any perspective, other than a government cartoon, right? An image.
Are you religious, by the way?
I don't know really what that means. Do I believe in God? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I go to church? No. I don't go to mosque, church, synagogue. I don't go to any of those places. To me, religious means practice, right? You go there, you go to the mosque, church, synagogue, and you worship with a community. I don't think that's the same as believing in God. That's a different thing.
No, I mean, if you believe in God, this means, you know, that this very different perspective.
Yeah, and if you believe in man, that's a different perspective too, because that's the other side, right? Either you believe the words of God or you believe the words of men.
We all believe that this is different because of God Himself, like this specific design.
Well, if God says the earth is flat, but men say the earth is round, who do you believe? Do you believe men or God?
That God say earth is flat. Can you give me the source?
In the Bible, in the Christian Bible, well, in the Hebrew Bible too. In Job, it says that the earth is like clay. Hold on, listen. In Job, it says the earth is like clay pressed by a seal. And if you know what that is, when you press a seal into clay, it makes it flat. No one pressed the seal into clay and made it into a ball. That'd be quite the trick.
So, is this move have any changes in our life, like whether it's flat or not?
I don't know. Go tell your family right now you're a flat earther. See what they say. Go in the other room. Go, Mom, I'm a flat earther. See what happens. See if it changes anything.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll change something. They'll think you're crazy. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why would they think you're crazy? One minute, you're not crazy. You say Earth is flat. Now you're crazy. Why? Just because you said those words? I think they're crazy. Look, when you go,
look, believe it, yeah.
I was already a globe earther. Okay, I believed in the globe for 50 years.
Excuse me, someone is asking for me.
Okay, no problem. I don't know why they ask us what would change our mind. We already changed our mind. Show me you can change your mind. Dumbest thing ever said. Flat earthers are closed-minded. We ain't so open-minded that our brains fell out.
Yeah, when the flat Earth started taking off in 2015, the first thing I did was look at all the evidence against flat Earth and found it incredibly lacking.
Me too. The very first thing I looked at was surveying, right? Like, that's where the answer is. They're measuring the Earth. That's where the answer. They measured a globe. Turns out they never measured a globe. They took a bunch of measurements and put them on a globe, but they didn't measure the actual globe.
Yeah,
because I know a lot about like 3D graphics and how you can take any flat plane and put it on any, wireframe model. I'm like, they're just taking a flat surface and wrapping it around a globe. And then Rob Simmons at the same time is saying, yeah, that's exactly what we do. I'm like, okay, they admitted it. Case closed.
Exactly. They got very clever at making things fit their model.
I got to figure out how to sell intellectual duct tape. Have you seen there's recently, I can't remember, it's like Danny something, I think his name is. It's a YouTube channel. He interviews Bart Sibrel and an Apollo astronaut at the same time together. They're sitting there talking about how it was impossible for a rocket to go to the moon, that they would need to put rockets into orbit to refuel the rocket to go to the moon because it would take too much fuel just to get into orbit. And they turn it to him, and he starts talking in the third person. Like, bro, I thought you went there. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, didn't they say that the rocket would have to be the size of the Empire State Building to make it to the moon?
Dude, it's like, yeah. And then it became 7 rockets and like 20 rockets and like all, like, I think they're like at 32 rockets or something now. You know that Smarter Everyday YouTube channel? That dude, like, said he did the calculation, it was like 27 rockets. Now this guy believes in the moon landing and his dad works at NASA. The wheels are falling off the moon hoax, man. I think that Apollo guy is going to meet an untimely demise, man, because he did not acquit himself for someone that said he went there. Because if I was there and I did something, people are like, well, it was impossible for you to do that.
I'd be like, bro, I was there. I did it. Like, you can say it was impossible, but we did it. He wasn't even like that. He started talking in the third person. I'm like, what the? Like, bro, you were supposed to be. You should be telling us your experience, not talking about it in like some abstract way. It was very strange.
Yeah, I found it strange that the one Apollo astronaut said, "Oh, we were just passengers." Really? Is that why you went through thousands of hours of training just to be passengers?
They're probably patient zero of MK Ultra.
Yeah, there's this dude on X who says, "Oh, the moon landing hoax theory collapses under its own weight." And he goes, "There's no whistleblowers." I said, "Yeah, because the whistleblowers are dead." And that taught everybody else to keep their mouth shut.
Yeah, they're not whistleblowers. They're daisy pushers. They're pushing up daisies.
Yep. Like there should have been thousands of scientists who at the early 60s said going to the moon is impossible. But they decided getting research grants was more important.
It's also things like that get memory hold. Like you don't hear or see the books from that time from those people because those books don't remain published. They get pulled out of republishing, and so you end up with only like a sparse few copies here and there. And if you don't know, you don't know.
So I was listening to one of the Apollo detectives guy. He was talking about how he got into the moon hoax, and he read, I guess, one of the books, the moon hoax books, Dark Moon or something like that. And his dad was really sick, so every night he had to basically for 12 hours supervise his father and had to like be awake. He doesn't explain the circumstance, but he spent that entire time just downloading all the NASA images, all the NASA PDFs, and going through them, all the contractor documents, like everything, and highlighting all the reported problems that they said they had. And of course, there's thousands of them, right? And then going back and checking if any of them were ever fixed. And he was saying none of them were fixed. They didn't fix any problem that the contractors had in the development of any of the parts or pieces or technical problems. They just like, oh, we got this technical problem. It'll be okay. And just manufactured it anyway, allegedly.
It's the same even with the documentation. It's like they made the program, they made the LEM, and then somebody said, "Oh shit, we don't have a proposal for the LEM." So they quickly made one up that's only like 1,000 pages or something. He goes, but if you look at the scale of that project, typically a proposal should be anywhere from 25,000 to 50,000 pages.
Oh, I bet. Dude, that would be like a serious piece of technical machinery. Like every nut, bolt, rivet, everything would need to be hyper analyzed and then redesigned and then redesigned and redesigned probably like 5 times.
Yeah, especially when you're doing something new for the first time. You need documentation up the wazoo.
You know, and that's like Gem Panda's. His only argument for the moon landing is they couldn't have faked the paperwork. Well, they didn't fake enough paperwork. That's the problem.
Yep. And they never tested a rocket engine in a vacuum.
They never tested it outside of a vacuum.
Yeah. And they're not able to get the test vehicle to land itself on Earth, but they did it properly 6 times on the moon.
Yeah, I have a clip that's very apt for when you say the first moon landing astronauts are most likely MK Ultra victims. And here's a ex-CIA official and a judge basically confirming that.
When Alan Dulles brought in all the Nazi scientists and so forth, they went to 2 places. They went to CIA and they went to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which in our world we call it not a space agency.
And
as Kathy O'Brien has said so clearly, that's where the bulk of the mind control has been done.
It's pretty clear to me.
But look at how weird they act. They don't act like normal people. Dude, they're put out there as like superhumans, but they have to be like crazy autists. Because not only do they have to be like expert engineers, they're also expert pilots, they're also expert repairmen, they're also expert mechanics, and they're expert photographers, and they're at like expert level everything.
Yeah, it's difficult enough to take a photograph with a film camera when you can see through the what you're looking at. But these guys had it mounted to their chests, and they only could push a button. They couldn't see anything else.
Oh, and you had, back with film, you had to know the light levels to adjust the exposure. So all of them are also exposed perfectly. Right, at just the right light level, turning a dial that they had no way to know what setting the dial was actually on.
Yeah, you set up the camera, then strapped it to your chest, and then you couldn't do anything with it other than press the button for the shutter. But the batteries worked perfectly in that vacuum and at those temperatures. The film worked properly, even though it was exposed to cosmic radiation. Just amazing, all this stuff.
But listen, they trained in the desert and took a bunch of photos that looked just like the fucking moon in the Arizona desert, training to use the camera. But not with spacesuits, but like with their regular stuff on. I think they trained for a little while in the suit, but that was like 6 hours of training. But that wouldn't be normal because the suits wouldn't be pressurized and they wouldn't have the weight on them, and there'd be a whole bunch of differences. You know, because you always train in an environment you're not actually going to be in, because that makes you better.
That's how that works. And how dare you question the intelligence of this man?
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
If you just watch NASA and listen to these people for a while, it's the whole glamour just wears off.
Dude, you saw what Feynman's opinion of them was. I swear to God, dude, they killed Feynman. They killed his ass. They gave him the same thing they gave Arafat. They fucking stuck some polonium under his desk and killed him.
He was part of that shuttle stuff, and he died right after. He must have the proximity to him dying and him doing his report excoriating the impossibility of their numbers and him getting cancer. I don't know. It couldn't have been like a year or months. He probably already had cancer when he issued that report. And maybe they were trying to kill him before. He just didn't die quick enough.
Yeah, he worked on the Manhattan Project. How come the radiation there didn't kill him?
I have a short recording here from a lady at the World Economic Forum.
Becoming much more proactive. We own the science, and we think that the world, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
Since we're just in silence, I'll play another small clip. This is from Brett Feinstein, for people who don't believe that there's a crisis within science.
We have a situation in which everybody sees the problems. And so when Sean does a 4-hour podcast, which I think maybe 3 hours I'd recommend to anybody, because Sean is one of the best explainers and also extremely good at mathematics and keeping true to actual physics in terms of his understanding. He then goes into this thing that there is no crisis in theoretical physics. And as one of my physics colleagues said last night, the first rule of Physics Fight Club is don't talk about the problems with Physics Fight Club. There's a self-evident crisis. I can show it to you numerically. Somehow, the idea is that a small number of people who are either at the top of the physics influencer pile, which is where I would put Sean, or at the top of the prestige pile in research, have held a view that is completely at odds with reality, whose key feature is the exclusion of different perspectives.
So I'm downloading the rocket clip. Well, I'm downloading the whole video, but I'm going to clip that clip out where they're talking about the number of rockets they would need to go to the moon. It's really good, and then we can play it.
Yeah, Grace, I picked up a moment ago, but I wasn't able to talk back. I really liked how you said that. That's dogma, not science.
I'll have that in just a moment.
If a GT and a half could lay out a life in a minute and a half, how many minutes would it take 6 GTs to lay out a dozen lies?
All right. Almost ready. Now, just background here. Who's talking? This is the Danny Jones Show. Charles Duke, former astronaut, U.S. Air Force officer, became the 10th and youngest person to walk on the moon, allegedly. Apollo 16 mission in 1972. And Bar Sabrell, filmmaker, was written, directed, and produced. Films arguing the moon landings between 1979 and 1972 were staged by NASA under the control of the CIA. This is the first ever debate between an Apollo astronaut and a moon landing skeptic. So let's rock and roll. Now this is a clip. It's just talking. You'll figure it out. I don't want to poison the well.
When was this filmed?
Recently. This was done December 1st.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, play it.
Is the bot not working?
I don't hear anything yet.
I can play it if you want.
Yeah, it's in the chat, dude. Just
saying it himself. There's not enough fuel to leave Earth.
Oh, there it goes.
Let's hear.
It
is commonly believed that men will fly directly from the Earth to the moon. But to do this, we would require a vehicle of such gigantic proportions that it would prove an economic impossibility. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle we would need for the nonstop flight from Earth to the moon and return. The figures speak for themselves mathematically. 3 rockets would be necessary, and each ship would be taller than the Empire State Building, 100 stories. Apollo rocket was about 30 stories, and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or 800,000 tons times 3. The Saturn V weighed 2,500 tons. That's a difference of 30,000% times 3. Now go to clip 18 and you'll see that Elon Musk just said.
All right, Bart, pause. Where did you get that quote from?
It's from his book, Voyage to the Moon, written by von Braun.
Is there a way we can find that quote on the internet?
Probably. I mean, we bought an old copy of his book.
Okay.
And it was written by him and quoted by him.
Okay. So if it's on the internet, Steve will find it.
What's the purpose of this discussion?
You don't know.
The purpose of this discussion is
that we didn't go to the moon.
Allegedly.
You're just
that's
proving
what I'm
if you're acting like you don't know, it just proved that you're acting during the interview. So he's not the only one who said you need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon.
So von Braun, he's saying von Braun himself was quoted saying that the Apollo missions would need multiple fueled
3 rockets, each one 30,000% heavier than the Saturn V rocket.
Yeah.
And then Elon Musk said about 6 months ago, if you go to clip 18, he said the Starship, which is 3 stories taller than the Apollo rocket and with the boosters on the side, carries twice the fuel as the Apollo rocket. He says it will take 15 launches, or the equivalent of 30 Saturn V rockets, in order to leave Earth orbit. We even have a video clip of von Braun saying everything, the best rocket he can build can only leave Earth orbit.
Let's play that clip. Let's play the clip of von Braun from the horse's mouth. Let's get what he's saying. What clip number is that so Steve can find it?
What clip?
That one I didn't include, but
how can we find it?
Just go to Sabrell.com. It's one of the links of the book.
I don't understand this conversation.
Well, read this article.
We did it.
I understand that's your position, that you did it and you went and you walked on the moon and you brought back the moon rocks. But why would von Braun say that it was impossible to get to the moon without multiple fuel trips?
I don't know. I never heard him say that.
Well, we got a video allegedly.
Okay.
Well, and look at the clip of Elon Musk.
I want to see the clip of von Braun. Show us where to find the von Braun clip. Let's stick to one thing.
Says he doesn't have it.
Well, if you go to Sabrell.com and then go to Moonman Links, look for the one that looks like old 1950s color. And there's one of von Braun. I don't know what clip it is, but in the meantime, while you're doing that,
no, wait. You're getting too far ahead of yourself. We're here now. Where do we go?
Scroll down. Keep scrolling. Keep going. Keep going.
Maybe you can find it on YouTube. Maybe you can find it on YouTube or something.
Yeah, I decided not to bring it, but von Braun says the largest rocket that we can build, it's with Disney Film, can only achieve Earth orbit. He says it word for word in a quote from my book. And now we have Elon Musk. If you go to the clip of D18, he's saying the very same thing. Look at D18. Read this headline and read the highlighted part.
Okay. This is a headline from spacepolicyonline.com. Okay. At least 15 Starship launches needed to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing. SpaceX will need to launch at least 15 Starships to execute the Artemis 3 lunar landing, NASA said today. So NASA said. So SpaceX will need 15 Starships to execute it, says NASA.
Right. And
Starship
they carry twice the fuel.
Starship cannot fly directly to the moon, but must refuel in Earth orbit before setting out for deep space.
Yeah, that's what the clip of von Braun says that I didn't include, that you can go to the moon if you do multiple trips of fuel and ferry the fuel first. And now you're going to love this next clip. Go to clip 19. This was said less than a year ago by a rocket scientist who works with NASA. And he says it's going to take possibly more than 15 trips of fuel in order to leave Earth orbit and go to the moon.
So we did do it. Is what you're saying?
I don't know why you keep acting surprised.
Go ahead, play it.
You're just proving you're acting. You know, you came in here and reminded me of a phone call we had 20 years ago when I said I have proof we didn't go to the moon when I found the footage.
So,
Might
okay,
be
who's this
some
guy?
Issues in how people communicate about it. Like there's some architecture problems that people are unwilling to talk about these days because of how they got there politically. And I was like, you know what? I just want to go say the thing that nobody's saying. So that's what I decided to do. Now, a lot of people I respect, when I was doing my research and asking these questions, they said, be careful, Destin. If you say certain things, this might change your relationship with NASA forever. And I thought about it and I decided, you know what? This is the truth. And this is what needs to be said.
I did not understand until this week when I really thought I was going to embarrass myself in front of you guys and then decided to further embarrass myself in front of you guys. I didn't realize that in order to get the human lander to the moon, we have to launch a bunch of additional rockets to tank up in low Earth orbit. I didn't know that. And I'm like, well, how many rockets do we have to do that with? And they're like, 6. And then I start, because I...
Who is this?
He's a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA.
What's his name?
I don't know.
That's would be important.
That guy, he's a YouTuber. He has a channel called Smarter Every Day.
Smarter Every Day on YouTube.
Okay. So he's saying it's going to take multiple.
Let's finish playing the video.
Yeah.
I know people. I start calling people. I was like, dude, really, how many rockets is it? They're like, well, boil off. And okay, so I was like, some people are like, well, it's looking like 8. I was like, 8 rockets? We have to fire 8 rockets to fire 1 rocket to the moon? And then they're like, I mean, that's what they're saying, but it's probably more like 12. Really? And then I was like, you know, I'm an engineer. I know how to do this stuff. So I started to account for like nominal schedule slip and boil off. And this is how many rockets it's going to take to fuel up that thing to get it to the moon. I've done the math. If you had any questions.
I found the von Braun clip. It's D17 there, Steve.
Okay.
Von Braun says the biggest rocket you can build can only achieve Earth orbit. You need multiple fuel trips to go to the moon.
Okay.
Says it on camera as well as in print.
All right. This will be good for Charlie to see. Charlie, watch this one.
Here to reveal a plan for a trip around the moon is the chief of the guided missile development at the United States Army's Redstone Arsenal, Dr. Werner von Braun.
A voyage around the moon must be made in 2 phases. A rocket ship taking off from the Earth's surface will use almost all the fuel it can carry just to attain a speed great enough to balance the pull of gravity. Unpowered, it will then keep circling the Earth in an orbit outside of the atmosphere. This is the first phase. However, if we can refuel the ship in this orbit with fuel brought up by cargo rocket ships, it can set out on the second phase, the trip around the moon and back.
So 3 people just said, von Braun said it twice, that you have to make ferried fuel trips to have enough fuel to leave Earth orbit. You had him say it on camera, you had Elon Musk say it, and you had a rocket scientist building rockets for NASA saying it. He also said, I just discovered this, because he is taking the Apollo launches on faith. You know, my bank web page says that my money is backed by the faith in the United States government that kills their own presidents, kills their own soldiers, and fakes moon landings, right?
So, Charlie, what do you make of that video of von Braun saying that you would need to refuel in Earth orbit to get all the way to the moon? And because it would take, he said it would take all the fuel in the rocket to get that orbit around the Earth, and then you would need to refuel again before going to the moon.
I've never heard that before. Actually, they built the Saturn V.
Yep.
And the Saturn V
Yeah, I clipped it there just because he just starts talking in the third person. He doesn't even know what to say.
Must be a challenge to know. I mean, what do you say? You know, you have all your handlers watching you and everything else, and so you can't say something wrong. What would you say? Other than
He didn't get the updated script, right? He was probably trained on a script back in the 1960s, and he stuck in the. Are you saying we went there? We didn't go there, and he just says that over and over again like an automaton.
This will be a
back
really
moon
good
rocks.
clip to present to the Globers, you know.
And look, I'm not even going to spill the beans on the Smarter Everyday dude. I want them to start slandering him. Okay. His dad worked on the James Webb Telescope and has worked at NASA for something like 30, 40 years. This kid grew up mingling with these people. That's why he said, "Oh, I know a bunch of people." He does. They know him from like when he was a little boy. He's known these people. He's totally integrated into their culture.
That makes perfect sense, you know. You'd expect a backstory like that for, you know, the poster child of science to the youth on YouTube and
He's
stuff
also the one. He's also the one that went around with Don Pettit and said, "What do you do if you get a leak?" He's the guy that asked him that question.
I thought that was Veritas or something like that.
No, it's Smarter Every Day.
Was it? Is it the same dude? It's just
Yeah,
changed
he's
their
also
name.
the dude who showed the baffling behavior of the balloons.
I'm not aware of that. Describe that to us.
It's when you put a helium balloon in a car and weight in the car. So one weight is hanging from the ceiling. The helium balloon is tied to the floor. When you accelerate, the weight goes backwards, but the balloon goes forwards.
Yeah, that's weird, but there's actually an explanation to that. The explanation would be that the air in the car moves backwards, right, and pushes the balloon forwards.
Yeah, it bunches up at the back, essentially.
I find that an acceptable answer. I mean, you don't have to, but I think it is. It's plausible. The only way to know what they should do is like put some smoke in the car, right? Colored smoke. See if that actually happens.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Like, I just don't think there's enough actual testing. There's too much like, well, I believe it might be something like this, and that's just where it ends.
Yeah, because there's the 0G planes. They got helium balloons in those, and when they go into 0G, the balloons go to the floor, which I thought was crazy. Like I'm like the air thing doesn't even explain that because they're in free fall. They're in neutral. They're not even. They can't be. They're not. Well, I guess they would be accelerating technically.
Can I comment on something regarding the clip?
Oh yeah, knock yourself.
Just quickly,
I played it for comment.
Indio, do you have the source for that? So I want to put it in my Flat Earth Central server in the library there.
Did you? Yeah. Do you want the YouTube link?
Yeah, something like that. That'd be good.
I'll DM it to you.
Yeah,
this was
awesome.
done on December 1st, so
awesome.
Yeah, this was very recent. This was the actual astronaut versus who is he against?
Bart Sibrel.
Yeah, I wanted to say it was him, but I wasn't entirely sure.
I'm not even a big fan of Bart Sibrel. I think he's he does say stuff that actually he can't back up sometimes. This is not
Well,
one of those things.
At least he substantiated everything in that clip there, and that's pretty damning by itself. But what I wanted to comment on, but I need clarification, is when he started speaking about the rocket engineer at NASA just finding out that it's going to take like 6 rockets, and kind of his is like, how do you just find out something like that? You know what I mean? Wouldn't your head be in all them numbers every day, all day? How does that just like blindside you? I think that was pretty telling in itself.
Dude, he's at a debate about the fake moon landing. He's like, what do you mean you're saying we didn't go there? Like 3 times. Like, dude, are you senile? Like, fucking, didn't you read your email? Like, how did you get here? Like, like, where am I going? Going to a debate. What are we debating? You not going to the moon landing. Gets there. What are we debating? Like, come on, bro. I mean, seriously. His responses. He like Bart Sabrow didn't even have to say anything about the rockets. Like just the response, hey, people said you didn't go to the moon. And then he starts talking in third person. Like that's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, man.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about handlers and all this, but like handlers put him in this position. Surely.
Look, bro, if I said, hey man, what'd you cook for breakfast? And you started talking about how frying pans work, right? Like I'd be like, what like, apparently you didn't have breakfast, or you lost your mind. Right? Well, frying pans go on top of the stove and they get heated up. And occasionally eggs are broken. Like, yeah, I want to know what you cook for breakfast. Like I didn't need a freaking. It's great. Nobody does that. No, like only psychos talk like that.
You sure it's not early onset dementia or something?
I mean, I guess it could be, but
not maybe early onset, but early stages of dementia. I mean,
yeah, I clipped out that one part. They also go over the radiation. They go over the moon rocks. They go over a bunch of other stuff. But the only part I heard was that one part. David Banner, he's a flat earther. He's a British flat earther. He like live streams on Saturday, and he was playing that, and I'm like, holy shit, dude, this is gold.
Sure, yeah. I wonder what the end game of putting these things out to the public is, though. Like putting these astronauts in this position, you know, because if they're just like, I wonder if they're trying to create like a soft landing environment to finally admit, yeah, the original moon lands were bullshit, right?
Well, you also got to think about,
right? We're going for real now with Artemis and all that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about it though. The people that ran that, right? So say it's a secret compartmentalized, like super secret compartmentalized, right? There's only a few people that know. If you have a couple deaths, now people don't like. What if his handlers died, and his handlers were like freaking 90 years old? You know what I mean? How did they pass the torch? Maybe he just outlived the people that were in the program. And there are no handlers, and he's stuck in his Manchurian Candidate mind control loop. Poor guy.
Yeah, something like that.
No one said the word that gets me out of it. I'm stuck in the fucking loop.
Oh man, what a story it would be to truly find out the goings-ons behind all this stuff, you know? The God's eye view.
That'd actually be a good book. You could probably write that book. Dude is brainwashed, but he's still conscious. But the MK Ultra programming's got him like in a hypnotic loop, and he's aware of it, and he can't get out until someone says the freaking trigger word that releases him, and all his handlers died. He's just being tortured. He wants to tell everybody that the moon landing is fake, but he can't.
Have you seen The Irishman? Yeah.
The movie? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, right at the end when De Niro, he's old, he's done, right? And the FBI agents are there. It's like, who you fucking protecting? Everybody's dead.
Yeah, that's funny. That's why, it has to be related to bloodlines. There's no way that this power structure can last for so long if it's not passed through bloodlines. It has to be. How else could it continue? Because all the dirty people, right at the top, the elites, they all die off. And unless they're passing it through some hereditary or they're anointing successors, right? How can it continue?
Yeah, it's actually it's bloodlines, and it's the esoteric structure of their differences.
Oh, like initiates, right? Oh, yeah.
And so that maintains the structure, prepares the next generation, and then the bloodline kind of use nepotism to keep each other on the top of the pile.
In any other words, it's called inheritance.
You think the people that came up with the idea of faking the moon landing, did they not think that they were going to get caught, or did they think either they thought getting caught didn't matter, which it probably doesn't, right? Even if they came out and said, "Yeah, we faked everybody," like, it's okay. It was the Cold War. We understand. Everybody would do that. Everyone would do that shit, especially the boomers.
I think what I think's best and most fair to say is that is kind of human nature, that most humans are members of the Church of what's happening now. So once they tell the audience to unplug chip A from their brain and plug in chip B, they've forgotten what they've been told while chip A was in.
Yeah.
Well, the Ukraine war is almost over, so what do you think's next?
I'm not sure, but I think they're pretty convinced that they're going to be fine as long as they just stretch out any accountability until you're dead. And you see that happening all the time. People get protected. Like Epstein didn't traffic to anyone but himself, apparently, according to Kass Patel. But after those people grow a little bit older, you'll get 10, 20 years, you'll get oh, these people did bad stuff, brr, brr, brr. And that'll be used as justification for other things. But it's in the now, you generally don't get anything. So there was heavy pushback against alternative thought back in the day. You were painted as crazy and put in an insane asylum.
Back during our current president's first term, there was this thing going around where he had supposedly saluted a North Korean general. And, of course, that's how it looked in the picture. And what he was doing is he was returning a salute while a big number of them were all kind of saluting each other and stuff. And, there are still people that talk about him just as if he just walked up to a North Korean general of some sort and saluted him, even though it's been long debunked. And that's how, once you've told the lie and it's accepted, most people will never let go of that lie. So I would suspect, I just, maybe in the grand scheme of things, maybe the truth is the moon landing is one of the least, maybe it's actually one of the smaller gigs that they've pulled off. I certainly wouldn't be surprised that, because they pulled off some big ones.
Yeah, but I think you're probably right. It's the smallest, but it's like the shiniest. You know what I mean? It's the most audacious.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Like, it's a crazy claim, dude. You got to think those things up there, those little dots. We went to one.
Yeah, it's also it's we conquered the heavens, is what they're saying.
Yeah, it's certainly just a recreation of the Tower of Babel. There's no doubt about it. But I mean, what's more audacious, saying that they went up to a rock in the sky, or believing in the indestructible passports? I mean, to me, the indestructible passports is far more audacious.
Well, the government can violate physics whenever they want. So.
Worse was the building that collapsed despite having almost no fires.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine. He was all angry a couple years after that happened. And, he was furious because there were some people sitting in a restaurant talking about how maybe that didn't go according to what the news told him. And I told my friend, I said, I'll tell you what. I said, go home. When you get home, just go search for number 7 and tell me what came up there. Just go on YouTube and just search number 7. And he didn't call me for a week. And then finally, he called me out of the blue that next Sunday, and just talking like nothing happened. And I said, hey, I didn't hear from you all week. I knew you were busy, but did you look up what I asked you to? And he said, yeah. He said, those people at that restaurant were right. That was all a hoax. And he started spouting off stuff that I had not even heard. And he said, yeah, that's why you've not heard from me in a week. He said, I've been watching these videos for a week.
It's pretty audacious to claim that no one in Washington, D.C. saw a fully loaded commercial airliner do a freaking corkscrew dive into the Pentagon, nor did any of the 200 cameras surrounding the Pentagon. They all missed it, too. That's pretty audacious.
And there they had these wonderful, indestructible...
And no debris. I forgot the Pentagon. The Pentagon, it automatically just eats metal debris.
Yeah, even the engines disappeared.
Yeah, and there were these indestructible wooden wire spools there. Just unbelievable. I mean...
Now I'm going to play devil's advocate for a second. Should the government respect people that gullible? Shouldn't they just treat them like a bunch of fucking idiots if they're going to be that stupid?
I think you have your answer.
I've said this before, yeah.
Your question is your answer.
I mean, why are we whining about it? Maybe they deserve it.
You've all probably heard me on my little tirade, and since this is Speculation Sunday, I'll give it again. If somebody's not ready to go through a door or go past a gate, maybe it's best that we don't try to drag them through a door or a gate they're not ready for. If they're that gullible, that means they're not ready to go to the next gate. Just maybe it's just what they need.
Well, that's what I think about like 80% of the people that come in here, They're just chilling, hanging out in whatever kind of arbitrary other channel that's, challenging nothing fundamentally. It's all day-to-day stuff. And then they pop in here and have, everything shattered in one go, right? They're not ready for that.
No doubt. And in a moral sense, if you drag somebody through a door or a gate to somewhere that they're not ready to be, like it or not, you're kind of responsible for their condition to an extent. So my kind of theory is maybe it's best that we keep that in mind. Maybe throw out a few breadcrumbs so they can come back when they are ready.
Yeah, I used to say something along them lines. Say, if you're kind of involved in burning someone's house down in any way, you should probably be responsible in helping rebuild it too. But I don't care at this point. Like, the world is going way too fucked, way too fast. I don't have the time to be rebuilding these guys' houses.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. In that case, just don't light the match and let them leave a few breadcrumbs so they light the match themselves, I guess. But
I guess my opinion's changed on it because, like, realizing the reality of the world is not that fucking terrifying. Just grow a set, Like, we're coddling these people with that kind of thinking,
Well, but also we don't also know what their mental situation is. We don't know what world they live in. Like, for instance, if they've got a kid, if it's a kid of some sort that's 16, 17, or 18, and they've got a parent like Brenda, what could possibly happen? We don't always know what happens on the other end of the Discord line. That's the only.
But I mean, that's minutiae that you'll just never be able to account for, and you'll just be endlessly tripping over yourself trying to, walk on eggshells, essentially.
Well, I don't think we need to walk on eggshells. I just think that, like, the moment somebody starts to break down or something like that, rather than keeping them in the spiral, just, hey, sorry, it sounds like this conversation is not ready for you. Come back to us tomorrow. Come back to us another day when you're a little more reflected. Adios.
Yeah,
pal.
I agree with that. I fully agree with that. That we should invite people to leave far more often, or even just turn our back on them and move to someone else instead of constantly pestering. One flat earther leaves, another flat earther comes in and has their hours time with them, That type of stuff I agree with.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I mean, I'm not, now don't get me wrong, I'm not for mollycoddling somebody, but if somebody can't handle the conversation for whatever, or we get the idea that something ain't right, it is best to move on. But regardless, I just find it interesting that the stuff that people will believe, like, once upon a time, they told pregnant mothers, oh, take this thalidomide, it'll be good for you. They did all kinds of stuff, all kinds of health and science scams out there that they pull off. Sometimes I wonder if they gave us the moon landing so it keeps us busy and not focusing on the really important stuff. Not that the moon landing is not important, but just, there's so many other brilliant scams that they pull on us just right in front of us. And most people aren't ever any the wiser.
Oh, yeah, it's no doubt that they put stuff out there. We just go back and forth on and waste our times while they just get on with what they're doing. That's why I think, Globers really react the way they do to Flat Earth because the book opens and the book actually closes on this topic. Every other topic, right? Because I believe everybody, believes in some conspiracy of some level. Even these Globers that would deny it. I mean, they are conspiracy theorists fundamentally because they spend all day claiming this or that about the opposite political party, conspiring against their interests, yada yada. They are conspiracy theorists. So, but with this topic, it's like, yeah, the ground measures flat, and that is that, and that's uncomfortable.
Yeah, no doubt. It's interesting. I was in talking about Washington D.C. I was in Washington D.C. last month, and so I used to not. I didn't actually ever live there, but I practically lived there. I spent a good number of weeks in 2000 and a good number of weeks in 2001, and then in 2002. Just northeast of Washington, D.C. And so I was having some interesting talks with a couple people. One guy, he's the public relations director of a industry group based there. And so we were talking about the supposed National Guard there. And he was like, said, I kept seeing this stuff in the news, and he's like, they're showing these neighborhoods to where the National Guard is, and he's like, not only are those the wrong neighborhoods, he's like, what's reported in the news about living here is nearly always wrong. And so I get on the subway to catch the bus and see how it's perfectly clean. Everybody looking at me saying, yes, sir, no, sir. Extremely polite. And it becomes very clear that maybe the biggest scams that they pull on us are the ones right in front of our faces that we could go verify if we wanted, but very few people ever will. He was just of the bend that, it makes for good news theater, infotainment theater that they gives them good screen time. Because then you have some news stations talking about, oh my God, it's so dangerous. They bring up the National Guard. And then you've got others showing, why is the National Guard coming into these neighborhoods? And so it's certainly an interesting sign of our times.
Oh yeah. The pilots they all get told that they can't tell anybody that it's flat, but there's actually some that came out telling us that it's flat, like always.
Like
the pilots,
do they say that the Earth is flat, or do
Okay,
they
I don't
say
know about all that
the Earth is
shit.
flat? Like, what do you mean?
Okay, Einstein said in the Kyoto conference he gave that no optical experiment can detect the motion of the Earth. So you're up to some mechanical method, and no mechanical method actually detects it either.
All right, I'll take it in the vacuum then. How would you identify that an object is moving in a vacuum?
We don't know that there is a vacuum.
Okay.
Let's establish that.
I can kill your vacuum theory with a GIF.
Go for it. I guess I'll go bigger. How do we establish anything is true? Like, how do you guys do that?
Let me find that GIF. Yeah,
empirical evidence.
Empirical evidence. Okay. And how do you know that empirical evidence is correct?
Well,
because you see it with your eyes.
Well, typically we use testable, repeatable, verifiable experiments.
Known as science.
Okay. All right. So to do that,
obviously there's problems with empiricism. You can't prove empiricism is true using empiricism. So, there's logical problems like that are well known.
All right. Yeah.
But we're using what we have, right?
Yeah. So you acknowledge you have to suspend your disbelief to
given the comparative between your story of, hey, you live on a globe, and you and me going out and measuring zero curvature, who would you believe? Someone else saying, hey, we live on a globe, or the two guys that have just measured it?
I believe you can measure curvature.
Could you?
Oh, really?
Uh-oh.
Over a long distance, go up very high, and you will see curvature.
That's what she said. Uh-oh.
So that's not measuring. Looking at something isn't measuring.
It's a type of measurement, isn't it?
No, you're not quantifying anything.
You don't have to.
It's just an observation.
Measuring is quantifying. That's what measuring is.
All right, sure. Yeah, I'll go with that. That makes sense. Fair enough. You can still quantify that, right? You can measure the curvature using tools. Given your plane of sight, or like relative to like an object, you can see how the appearance of it curves around it, and then you can probably, with a protractor, assign angles to that, and then that makes it a quantitative measurement, doesn't it?
Yeah, that would be a quantitative measurement, but you don't have any. I mean, you have angles, I guess.
The GIF I was trying to find. That's exactly the GIF I was trying to find, Daz. That's what I was trying to find. Thank you. If you look inside chat, you can see You can see the gas going into the vacuum.
I don't understand what that proves.
It proves that the fucking atmosphere would escape into space and we would all choke to death.
I think that depends on
Kiwi,
gravity.
have you ever heard of a word, entropy?
Yes.
Excellent. If you know what it means, that little image describes it.
Yeah, but entropy doesn't happen all at once, right? It happens. I mean, it kind of does, but
it's explosive.
It happens over a time period.
No, it's explosive when it comes to gas.
Isn't it just a fancy word for chaos?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's the increasive disorder in a system over a period of time. Right?
What? 400 trillion years?
How did I take my headphones off for 10 minutes and we're on entropy and we're just talking about curvature? I took my headphone off for 10 seconds.
I was trying to.
We already covered curvature that.
Someone posted, because they were previously talking about something about objects moving in a vacuum, and then someone said, I can debunk your vacuum, and couldn't find the GIF. Then someone posted the GIF and brought it back up again mid-conversation. Yeah.
I don't understand how that debunks the idea of vacuums.
No,
now,
it debunks the idea that a vacuum or gravity's holding gas away from the vacuum. That's what it debunks.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie.
That's the situation with the Earth, right? The Earth's an open system with a vacuum that's supposed to be stuck to it by gravity and being held away from a nearly infinite vacuum. That's the claim. That's the ideology. Can't be demonstrated experimentally, and this experiment demonstrates that's actually not true.
Well, I think if we're being technical, QM suggests that vacuums can't exist. If we're being realistic.
Perfect vacuums can't exist.
What?
Perfect vacuums can't exist.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I don't know the exact mechanisms by which the atmosphere is held in. I imagine it probably has something to do with
there's anybody else.
The okay.
And if it was a perfect vacuum,
you don't think if I Googled it, I would find a pretty good explanation for why that's the case?
Dyson vacuums exist.
So do Hoovers.
True. That is the vacuums we're talking about. Same thing.
Yeah.
You don't think if I Googled it, there wouldn't
You
be
were talking about distance. You were talking about curvature, and then I know it got sidetracked. But let's get back to the curvature argument that you were making.
That's what I want to do.
Yeah, he brought up a protractor.
I want to ask Kiwi a couple questions. Are you familiar with this topic, Kiwi? Have you ever talked to flat earthers before about this?
Not
seen
really.
videos or debates
Yeah,
or anything?
I've watched content on it. I've seen the arguments.
Okay, so you're familiar with the topic.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not a physicist, but I've taken physics
Well,
classes.
I mean, it wouldn't even matter if you were. We've talked to
seems pretty
physicists
relevant
of
to study
all
physical
regard,
systems.
and it doesn't matter.
Hold on.
Because
don't
physics
like
can't prove the
believe
shape of the Earth, only geometry can. Because even if you had a physics theory that predicted the Earth was a ball, you'd have to confirm it with experiment.
Okay, sorry.
It's math, because math doesn't lie in geometry.
Why are you
It's
just
math.
like randomly interrupting over nothing, dude? Like, let him
Okay.
finish.
You understand that,
Finish,
like you cannot apply geometry to the physical world, right? Geometry is a completely abstract. Geometry is an entire and all.
Well, why does the doctor take your height?
What? That's
Why
not
does the doctor take your height?
That's medical science, right?
Well,
yeah, but they want to know how tall you are.
What are city surveyors doing? Oh my god, man!
Fucking off, apparently.
Cities. Right.
What are carpenters doing?
Yeah, I know, right? I was getting ready to get on that one. I'm a carpenter. I use math and geometry all
You're
the
talking
time.
on a device that was like measured down to like nanometers.
There's a misunderstanding. I'm not saying that geometry and mathematics are not used in physical sciences. I'm saying that you cannot actualize geometry and mathematics in any physical sense.
Yeah, we're not trying to reify it. We're not trying to reify shit, okay? So
Well,
you don't
I
have
would
to worry about that.
reify mathematics and geometry. I think they're holy subjects, but that's just my opinion.
Okay. So when we say flat, so do you think any geometric form exists at all? In
as
nature?
like as an idea, but
not the idealized form, but like when someone says,
do I think there's such a thing as
that's a basketball? You think that that's not actually a basketball? It's something else?
I think it's a basketball. I don't think it's a perfect
Yeah, it's a ball, right? The important part is the ball part, right? You don't think that that's
no.
12 inches isn't a foot? Is that what you're trying to
you
say?
think flat exists? That anything is flat in nature?
Perfectly flat? No, that would be wild to me. I'd be extremely surprised if I found.
Why are we in? So this is a very specious type of argumentation where you're like qualifying everything with perfection.
I think this dude's.
We're not saying the Earth is perfectly flat. It's too flat to be a ball. That's
No,
our
okay.
position.
Let me explain. The distinction I'm making is that when we talk about geometry and mathematics, these things are only relevant in the physical world because they prove to apply to the physical world, right? That's probably a causal link. Like that's definitely true. But like if you want to study the physical world or like study somebody's like height and anatomy, right? It's not really a problem of geometry or mathematics. It might use geometry and mathematics, but that's not what the subject is, right?
Okay, so
it's
just word salad gibberish nonsense, dude. You know what we're talking about. You're being pedantic. It's starting to get annoying. Listen, when I said we met with the doctor measures your height, I wasn't talking about diagnosing anything. They measure your height because they want to know what the amount of medication to give it you because they give dosage by kilogram in height. So your weight. So that's what we're talking about. These are measured values. Right?
I agree. They are measured values. Yes.
Okay, and they're trying to figure out your volume, which is a geometric object, the volume of something. Trying to figure out your personal volume to know how much volume of freaking meds they can give you. Right. So that's what we're talking about it in the most general way. We're not talking about it in an abstract way. So that being said, all
right, I'll ask.
When we say the Earth is flat, we don't mean perfectly flat. We don't mean it's an idealized geometric object. We don't mean any of those things.
Yeah,
it's flat. No, why are you're constantly
mumbling through him, bro?
You're just constantly talking.
I think you're gonna have to like let them talk for 30 seconds, mute them.
Right.
You explain your point.
I don't want to do that. I just want to tell you, there's a difference between flat and a sphere. So a sphere has a property of that it's equidistant from the center on all points in the surface. Okay? Something that's flat can't have that property. So because they can't have that property, we can determine flat or sphere. If it's flat, can't be a sphere. If it has any flat spots, can't be a sphere. Right? So this is the question. What is the figure of the Earth? What does it most closely approximate? Okay? Is it flat? Is it a ball? Is it concave? Is it convex? Is it a donut? Is it a velociraptor? Is it a pretzel? Like, what is it? From measurement that we've done, not looking at it, measuring the surface of the Earth, it's flat. Within a tolerance, right? Not perfectly flat, but if it was the vertical to horizontal, the ratio of those two, if you compared it to, say, a billiard ball, it would be smoother than that. So for all intents and purposes, at our scale, it's perfectly flat.
Okay. If I interrupt you, it's because I think that you don't understand, you don't understand what I think about what you're saying, or you don't understand, the point I'm trying to convey. So, everything you just said, I understand that that's what you think. That's not, you didn't really provide any new information, right? This is kind of a side.
Well, what I said was just for clarity, right? So now you know exactly what I think. So when you straw man us in 3 seconds, you'll know it's a straw man.
Yeah, but see, the problem is, you thought I was strawmanning you. You thought...
No, I'm waiting for you to do it.
Okay. Well, why did you explain that you didn't think that the Earth that was...
Well, when you say perfectly flat, that's not our claim. That's a straw man. We're not claiming...
Yeah, but I wasn't saying that that's what you were saying, right? I was saying that geometry deals with idealized concepts.
Yeah, everybody knows what geometry is.
Yeah, we know that.
Okay. The reason why I brought that up is because, you seem to throw out the entire field of physics, or that seemed to be what you were suggesting, that physics is...
No, I don't, because, like I said, you didn't listen, right? If your theory was that physics forms a ball, you would need to confirm that empirically.
Yes.
Okay, so how do you confirm it empirically that gravity forms a ball? You measure the ball.
Yeah, so you can observe the curvature of the Earth.
Not observe, measure.
And measure, yes. When I say observe.
Okay, not observe because, listen, looking at things is subjective. Just inherently, it's subjective. It's not an objective thing. Do you know how we know it's subjective? Because if you build a house, all the boards look different from different angles, from different perspectives. You looking at it is not objective. Okay? You're standing there, you're looking at it. Someone's 20 feet away from you, they're looking at it. It looks different than them. Okay? That's not objective. But if I give you a tape measure and him a tape measure, and you measure the length of the boards and their dimensions, that's objective. It's the same between all of you. Right? So looking ain't good enough. Sorry. It's subjective.
All right, we'll stick to this point. Do you think if you have two people in a room and there's an apple on the table, do you think those two people can, without using any measurement devices but their eyes, identify what color the apple is objectively?
Why are you trying to harp on this?
That's color. We're talking about form. We're talking about form, not composition.
We both go outside. We both look and see something.
Let me ask you.
How do we confirm it?
Does perspective affect color? Jesus Christ, dude. This is such a false equivalence, it's ridiculous. Bro, perspective does not affect the color of an object, but it affects the orientation of how you're looking at an object.
What do you mean when you say
the size of it?
Oh, that would have been a side point, and we can move off it if you want, but what do you mean when you say perspective?
Well, what if your perspective could change the way a color looks? Because colors are just frequencies.
It can't, because perspective is a geometric thing. It's a geometric relationship how an object, how the light, right, goes through your lens, and so outside of your eye, the object subtends some visual angle, okay, and as it's further away, it subtends a smaller visual angle, And then when that image is projected to the inside of your retina, that change is proportionate because of the law of equal triangles. It's the same on the inside of your lens, so it appears smaller. It just has to be that way. Think about it like this, right? So say you had a stick, and you stuck it on top of a 10-foot man's head, right? It's a very long stick. It extends way past like where he is. And he starts walking backwards. The tip of the stick that touches his head is going to start getting lower and lower and lower and lower. Relative to you, you're holding one end of the stick in your hand, the other end rests on his head. He starts backing up, and as back up, he slides under the stick, and the top of that stick will lower. There's a geometric relationship that has to hold. It has nothing to do with color, nothing at all.
Yes.
Okay, I'll ask a more specific question. Do you think if two people are, do you think that people can have an objective understanding of somebody's height without measuring their height?
Not by looking.
You don't think so?
Nope.
Not accurate.
What if you're a person who's trained in this and you up to 99% accuracy?
Wow, we so far off topic.
Yeah, we're into fucking circus tricks now. Let me guess your weight.
Somebody else.
If I don't guess your weight, you win a teddy bear.
Instead of this guy, holy crap!
I said we
maybe we ask him a couple questions.
No, you want to move off a curvature because you don't have any.
No, I said we can move off this particular
geometry is abstract.
Look, I don't want to move off this because you just want to like go, oh, I looked at it. Oh, we got some photographs. I looked at those and I saw a ball, and there's a ball because I looked at it. Look, we can test whether those photos are authentic by measuring the Earth. Because those images, if they depict something which doesn't exist in reality, they're fake. Right? So if it showed a picture of Santa Claus, we run around Earth and we can't find Santa Claus, then those pictures are fake. We don't need to do any further investigation. Right? So what they depict, like pictures from space or whatever, they show a blue marble. What is the blue stuff? The blue stuff is water. What is the blue stuff doing? It's curving. Okay, let's check if the blue water is actually curving in reality down here on Earth. Oh, it's not.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure to see the curvature of the Earth, you have to be from a certain
back to
height.
seeing, dude. Like
we're talking about measuring.
To measure the curvature of the Earth, you have to be from a certain height, or you need to go over a long distance, right? So, like, for example,
how much curvature do you think is in 10 miles? Just off the top of your head.
Off the top of my head?
Yeah, 10 miles. How much drop from eye level would the Earth curve down?
Yeah, I would need more. I don't know what the diameter of the Earth is, so.
Okay, it's like 8,000 miles.
Okay.
3,959 miles is the radius, so it's like 8,000 miles.
All right, I need a pen and paper now.
So you're going to calculate the drop?
Yeah, I'm going to use the equation for a sphere, or I could just Google it. That'd be quicker. But what I would do is
if you're actually going to do it by hand, I can give you the formula.
Okay.
Okay, so the formula is drop. Drop is the square root of, in brackets, radius squared plus object distance squared minus radius.
Sorry, repeat that. I was getting a pen and paper.
I'll do it in trig. So it's D equals R divided by cos in brackets, object distance in miles. That means the distance away from you, right? So in this case, it was 10 miles. Here, I'll post that in the chat. You can see the chat, right?
Sorry, I said I needed the diameter because I would need to use the diameter.
You have to use radius, like the formulas are in radius. So 3,959 mile radius.
Yeah, don't you know, like
volume
diameter is like double the radius, right?
Yeah. Yes, that's. I didn't ask for radius and diameter to pair things. He brought up radius, but No, I would need the volume, right? Because it'd be
Why do you need the volume?
You don't need the volume, you ding dong.
Because it's a sphere. If I'm
Do
calculating,
you not know how to do math?
You're calculating the drop. We're dealing with the surface.
If you're calculating that,
Spheres don't have a volume, dude.
Spheres don't have a
ball
volume?
has a volume. A sphere does not have a volume. A sphere is a surface only. So
hold on.
That being said, we're only dealing with the surface.
A sphere is a three-dimensional object. A sphere.
No, it is not. This is a common mistake you guys make. You want to bet money on it? I'll bet fucking 1,000 Bitcoin, a million Bitcoin, any amount of money you want. I will bet you that a sphere is a two-dimensional surface
object.
No, it is not. That is a ball. In mathematics, that's called a ball. The 2D version is called a sphere.
What's a circle?
Well, that's 1D because it's only a line.
No, dude, he's talking about the surface area. The surface area stretched out in 3D space. So the calculation that you get from...
I thought a line was a line.
From the definition of the math of a sphere, it just gives you the surface area. That's what he's talking about.
Circle is a line, but it's a closed loop that goes back in on itself, but it's still a line.
I'm almost absolutely certain that a line is the shortest distance between 2 points. So a sphere or
you can have a curve. You can argue over definitions. Bro, you can have a curved line.
I think this guy has
a straight line is a tool that can be used to represent the shortest.
I think this guy is mistaken the room name for semantic argumentation.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like this guy's just.
I'm sorry. Hold on. You heard me say it like 5 times. You heard me say.
He doesn't know how to argue. He doesn't actually know how to argue the actual points, so he's jumping from thing to thing to thing, getting into the weeds of every particular fucking minutia.
Yeah, he's the least troubled person we've had in here all day. So,
and he's so smug about it. He's so fucking smug about it.
I think I'm the least smug person in this conversation.
No, it is interesting that he's just now finding out how big the Earth is. So, did you think it was bigger or smaller? Just come on,
it's
Kiwi.
crazy. You come in here and you're on your nose, probably got broken glasses and shit. Like you sound like a fucking asshole.
Yeah, let's let him continue.
Okay.
You should read what I posted in the chat, right? So this is from Wolf from Math World. Hold on, dude. Read what I posted in the chat. I'm correct. Okay, this is from Wolf from Math World. This is the mathematical definition of a sphere. In colloquial practice of using the term sphere to refer to the interior of a sphere is therefore discouraged, with the interior of the sphere, right? The solid sphere being more properly termed a ball. Okay, so.
All right.
You're dealing with the exterior of a sphere. We want to know that if I have a tangent line and we go 10 miles down that tangent line, how much does the surface drop away from that tangent line? In 10 miles, it's 66 feet, a 6-story building. That is easily measurable. It's not even difficult. Why we have to fucking pay $20 million for a rocket ship for what we can measure for fucking $20? I don't know.
Okay. So to the pedant point, right? I said that we can move off this if you want. You might have interpreted it.
I don't want to.
Can you stop arguing semantics for like 2 seconds, dude? Jesus Christ.
When somebody says...
Get with the questions and the answers.
Okay, so firstly...
Look, there's only one way to definitively determine flat or globe, and that is to determine what the surface is doing. All else is inference and derivative arguments. Right? So the fundamental question is, you can eliminate with this test one or the other because it's a true dichotomy. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, it's flat. If the surface of the Earth is not flat, it's curving. One can be a ball, the other one can't. So we don't need to do anything complicated. This is a simpler question to answer than you think it is.
Okay, so to measure the curvature of something, especially an extremely large object, right, you wouldn't be able to. You would require absurdly precise measurement devices that we just haven't invented. If it's a big enough object, yes, of course.
Yeah, well, we're talking about the Earth, and we can measure 66 feet easily.
Yeah,
66 feet in 10 miles. Look, you can just go 10 miles away from a 6-story building, and if you see it, it's not a ball.
Sorry, what are you saying?
You can go 10 miles away from a 6-story building, and if you see it, it's not a ball. You understand that a 6-story building 10 miles away, you should not see.
Why wouldn't you be able to if it's a big enough object?
Because we're talking about the Earth, not some theoretical freaking million-mile radius ball.
Because you know the radius, Kiwi. You know the radius, Kiwi. That's what he's trying to explain to you. There's supposed to be drop over distance via the position of the observer, dude. Like, if you move 10 miles away, you shouldn't see an object that's under 66 feet in height. It's very basic shit.
Okay, so those numbers you just gave would definitely depend on the volume of the Earth, right?
Okay, well, for your you ding dong, the volume of the Earth is 2,143,232,000,000 miles cubed. You're fucking welcome. Now shut up and do it.
That sounds like a big number.
Bro, you're getting away from the topic. You know that the surface area is a derivative of the volume. We're working with something that is directly connected to the surface. So dealing with the surface is sufficient. Like, come on, man. Get fucking with it.
If you can do it with the math, I just gave you the volume. Do it. Figure it out.
Yeah,
let's go.
I don't want to sit in the. I don't want to sit.
Check this out, dude. Now that you gave him the volume, what he's going to have to end up doing is deriving the surface area or some property thereof, and then do the same fucking thing that we just did, or that Indio did, handed it to him on a silver platter,
right?
And he still won't.
Yeah, he already did all that. This guy's crazy.
So it's like he's working backwards, like a fucking 2-year-old, and I'm pretty sure everyone's starting to get frustrated in the room, not just me.
Yeah, Kiwi, I gave you the correct volume, buddy.
I'm getting really frustrated, but no one has brought up a woman in a while, and I feel like we should respect women.
Do you need me to repeat the number for you?
Which number?
The volume of the Earth. I gave you the legit volume. I calculated it for you because you're incapable of doing it.
Well, you would also need
It's 8,000 times 8,000 times 8,000 times 3.14 times 4 over 3. That comes to.
It turns out that's not what he wants. It seems
143.
Can we please try to ask a woman for her perspective here?
232 million.
Can I ask, dude? What do you expect to actually do? What do you actually expect to do with a volume? Let's see your line of thinking or your line of reasoning.
Right. So you would need the volume of the Earth.
I just gave it to you.
Yeah, but now that he has it, what's he going to do with it?
Well, theoretically, right, you can measure curvature on any object from like any 2 points, like even if they're millimeters apart, right? You can measure
yeah, if it's curving. If the object is curving, yes.
Yeah, so if you have so here's the thing, dude. If you have a strict check this out, dude. If you strictly have a volume in whatever cubic units, but you're not provided the properties of the general form of the thing encompassing that volume, can't really do much. Now we gave you both the most important parts first, and you're trying to backtrack into this argument, using strictly volume. For nothing.
Why does that matter?
I'm sorry. I'm really curious. What argument do you think I'm making right now?
I'm asking you why you need the volume. In the first
just gave him the volume.
I know.
Dude. No, he's doing some sort of weird tactic here. Let's get back on track.
Exactly. Yeah, this guy was gracious enough to give you the volume, and I'm waiting for you to actually describe what you're going to do with it. only to finally realize that you're going to basically describe what we basically did for you already, but you want to go around in this little fucking,
Yeah,
skating.
what he's saying now is if the object is curving, then the surface would be curved. So let's get back to it being the Earth. That's the object.
Yeah. So the other thing you would need is you would need measurement
time zones.
You would need measurement devices that would be able to like effectively detect that curvature, right?
Wait, Mike, I think I know.
Say like a laser. Say like
I think I know what he means.
Yeah, like a laser transit, you mean? That they use in freaking surveying?
Well,
come on,
a
bro.
laser would work if it's like a small object, but if it's a sufficiently large object...
Why are you hung up on this object thing? How about we just cut the bullshit? If you set a laser up horizontally, so you're going to walk outside, you're going to go to a fucking great big lake, and you're going to set it up... Don't laugh, or I'll mute you and boot you. You're going to set it up horizontal, 1 foot from the surface. That is it. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to drive around the other side of this lake and we're going to measure the difference between the ground and the laser. Now, if you are on a ball, that distance would have increased.
It depends how large...
Not negotiable.
It depends how large the ball is, right?
No, it doesn't. It's still a ball. It's still curved. It will still have an increase. So unless you're claiming you live on a ball with about a 3 million mile radius, then you're fucked.
Hey, do you think that if I set a laser up in the USA and then a laser up in Australia...
Lady of Summer, you're not in this conversation, dude. Shut up. Waiting your turn. If you got a question,
women.
talk about
Respect
it
women, bro. No, that's not okay. Respect women.
Respect this. Silence. So, Kiwi, we've gone out, we've set up our happy little $40,000 laser, which is good for quite a few miles. We're only covering 10. We've set it up perfectly horizontal on one side of a lake. We go around the other side, 10 miles away. 10. There should be 66 foot between water level and laser. Why is it when these tests are done, that does not happen?
Where do you get the 66-foot figure?
From your fucking volume that you've been begging for.
And mind you, I gave it to you, and you couldn't even use it.
From the volume
Kiwi,
that has 12 zeros.
Kiwi, we're going to do this the really easy way because you don't sound intellectual enough to be in this conversation. In the side chat at... let's have a look here. 45 past the hour. Spherical trigonometry of a sphere for ball tards, based on a radius of 3959 miles. Drop over distance. So when you hear that phrase in the future, drop over distance, please make sure you come in here with some that you've measured to prove you live on a ball. Everything else means nothing unless you can physically measure it and repeat it.
My dick is flat, by the way.
Take the marbles out of your mouth. Yeah, Kiwi, it sounds like you're trying to play stupid now.
Because I'm being quiet.
No, your previous response and the ones every time someone pins you down, you're like, "Oh, what does that mean? What's an inch? What is an I? What is an I? And what is an N? And what is a C? And what is an H?" Yeah, you're just plain stupid.
True.
Well,
yeah, dude. If the Earth is a ball, the surface would be curving. I mean, do you agree with that? Wow.
Yes.
Is the calculation Kiwi? Okay. 3, 9, 0.59 times 2 to get the diameter. Okay. Now you take that number, which is 7918, and you cube it. So 7918 times 7918 times 7918. And then you take that number times 4 over 3, and then that number times 3.14, and that will give you your fucking volume that I gave you. Now that you have the volume,
when you told him the volume, he said it was too big of a number.
Work with it. Well, that's because he's a fucktard who doesn't understand math.
Real.
Well, you think he's faking it?
I just told you how to calculate it, so you can calculate it yourself. The measurement or the formula for volume is diameter cubed times pi times 4 over 3.
You want to
Figure
talk about math? You want to talk about math? Guess why?
Oh, I was just talking about math. I was giving him the formula for volume. Seems how he was incapable.
Relax. We have a guy here, Gianu, who just figured out how big they say the Earth is. So, relax.
I've heard it before. I just don't keep the figure in my head, you know?
You have, okay, what is the figure?
I can't. You told me, but I can't remember.
Well, if you're so certain, dude, how are you so certain the Earth is a ball if you don't even know the numbers of this ball? That's weird.
Mainly gravity being observable. That seems pretty compelling to me.
When did you observe gravity? I picked something up and I dropped it.
Oops. Density buoyancy again. Son of a bitch.
Time dilation is what I think of.
No, bro, you've witnessed time dilation, have you?
You stole that from fucking Einstein, bro. Nice try, though. You didn't witness it yourself.
Yeah, I did. I got the clock and I drove next to the pyramids.
Sure you did. This guy. Unfair.
Is this Bob Weir?
I don't know who that is.
You're just waiting for his friends to show up.
That it curves space.
He's just stalling.
At the same time.
He's just stalling.
Yeah, it's too bad. He was in a conversation with Indio and he bailed because it got too real. So
the document's right.
No, I just started Googling it. It says that it drops 8 inches per mile. That would not be 66 feet.
Yeah, 8 inches per mile squared.
You fucking retard.
Genius.
Bro, it's a parabolic
trigonometry, bro.
Dude,
8 inches per mile squared. Let me do the math for you. 8.
Why are you looking up
10 times 10?
It'd be
That's 800 inches divided by fucking 12. You retard. Is 66.666667. You're welcome. Jesus Christ.
Hold on, sorry. 8 inches drop over 10 miles.
Yeah, I dropped my 8 inches in your mom over 10 miles squared. Okay.
Why are you talking about being flat?
No, hold on. Let's get this back on track. I mean, Kiwi cannot, let's actually talk to Kiwi like he's not a troll because I think he's sort of turning into a troll to protect himself or whatever. But so at 10 miles, what is the drop, Kiwi?
I don't know why you would square.
Is it more than 8 inches?
It'd be 6.67 feet.
Kiwi, I'll explain to you why there's a square.
Slope. Okay? That's a slope, dude. That's not an exponential curve.
Kiwi, if you don't know why there's the square in it, I'll explain it to you. It's called the parabolic approximation. Okay, they're basically fitting a parabola, okay, over a ball, which has, of course, an approximation or an error to it because a parabola won't
laser isn't a parabola.
Perfectly. Because for our purposes and for simplicity, it's appropriate. It has an accuracy up to, I think, 3 or 4 significant figures up to a certain distance from the observer.
Up to 1/4 of the Earth.
Okay. So to keep it simple for people like you, okay, we use it.
Okay, yeah, but a laser isn't a parabola.
No,
No,
dude,
it's
okay,
not.
time out,
That's not
Time out. Time out, Kiwi.
Isn't a laser a parabola?
Kiwi, if you have
Holy
a parabola, Kiwi, if you have a parabola, like a U-shaped parabola, and then make a carbon copy of it and flip it upside down, put it on top, what do you have in the middle?
Like, you mean at like, are you talking about the vertex?
No, I'm talking in the middle of these two parabolas. You have like a ball. That's why the parabola works.
Yeah.
If you have two half pipes and you flip them on top of each other, what do you have in the middle?
Probably an ellipse.
Okay, well, you guys are claiming that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, so it should work just fine for you.
Yeah, dude, this parabola, okay, this form is to describe...
That's a cop-out.
It's describing the...
I'm just asking why you would...
I'll explain it.
Why you would square 10. I don't see the connection.
I'll tell you why, dude. Because it's used to help to facilitate the description of the drop rate of the surface. Okay?
No, this guy's just trolling, dude. He's been on the same thing for 25 fucking minutes.
No, dude, I think he's pretending to troll because he realizes that let's just carry on.
I'm really trying.
I really think
he's fine, dude. He's legit. He's not. I don't think he's trolling.
I think the guy's just absolutely retarded. Okay. Check
He's either trolling or he's retarded. One of the two. Doesn't understand any concept in math or basic fucking observation, science, or anything.
Believe it or not, I got a 5 on the AP Calc exam.
Have I fucking muted or something? God damn it! No, I'm not.
No,
dude. Bro, we take a fucking basketball, okay, and then take a ruler and put it on top. Center the ruler at the top of the basketball, and you'll see that the ruler extends out on both sides of the basketball. And as the distance increases from that center of the ruler outwards, there is a non-linear increase in the distance between every point on the ruler and the surface of the basketball below it. Okay? This simple description of using a parabola to describe this is sufficient.
Okay. Yeah. So no, let's take that, right? Let's say it's a basketball. Let's pretend it's a big basketball, right? Or no, we don't have to, right? Let's say the basketball, like for every millimeter you move from the start of the ruler, the basketball drops 1 millimeter, right?
So to speak, yeah. So in this case, with the Earth,
if you want to calculate,
hang on, no. Actually, allow me to retract that. Actually, it's not for every 1 inch it would decrease by 1 millimeter or increase by 1 millimeter. That's not the case. That would give you a slope. This is where the exponentiation comes in handy because it describes the ever increasing distance for every increase every ever increase in the gap between the ruler and the surface for every step, increasing step in distance along the ruler. So when you square it, right, you basically double the distance from the previous step. Right? So in the case with the 8 inches per mile squared, what that's basically telling you is from your position, let's say you have your face right on the surface of the water, right on the beach. You look out to something that is 1 mile out, there should be a drop of 8 inches. If you look at something from that same point to something that is 2 miles out, right, it would be 8 times 2 squared, so 8 times 4, which is 32. Right, so now there's a gap of 24 between the 8 and the 32, rather than a gap of 8 between the 0 and the 8. See, it increases. You do that again for the third, fourth, fifth. It grows non-linearly. Is my point.
Right? That's what gives you the exponential curvature, dude. That you need to create a spherical shape, dude. It's very simple. It's not complex.
Carl, listen,
man. Okay, now
pyramids are
what you're describing would apply to like a perfect parabolic curve, right? Like y equals x squared, right? That's what we're describing.
This is indeed an ideal in an ideal form. Okay. Now, if we allow for a certain wiggle room of an error margin, okay, within some confines that are appropriate. Let's say, you know, there's an up and down variance of, you know, a few inches or a few feet or whatever over a certain distance because of waves and shit like that or something like, or whatever. Over a significant enough distance, like 10 miles, 1 inch or 1 foot plays a very insignificant role. So we can account for that or allow for that, right? The point here is that the error margin in the observations is compared to what should be expected on a convex surface. Okay, it's non-linear. Like it's way off by like orders of magnitude or some shit.
Non-linear, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, this is the problem. So you were right to point out that over a short distance, or rather, you were right to concern over too short of a distance because the measuring tools may or may not be accurate enough, right? Thereby leading us to conclude something that may be within the bounds of an error margin that would lead us to potentially faulty conclusions. But over a significant enough distance, the results are like way out of bounds, suggesting that the entire model to begin with is problematic. Get it?
Yes. Yeah.
There you go.
Now, like, what I don't understand is how you would calculate what, given a specific radius, what the expected drop in height would be over like a flat surface, like a lake or an ocean, right? I don't know how you would calculate that.
Hey, buddy. Like, I'm gonna post in the chat a link. So it's a Glober's freaking anti-flat Earth website. It has a curve calculator, and all the formulas for all the values that it calculates are visible and available right in the calculator. So it not only does it give you gives you the answer, but it also shows you how it was calculated. So it gives the formula.
All right, and that produces a 66 feet figure.
Yes.
Okay.
A rule of thumb that they use is 8 inches per mile squared. That's a rule of thumb. That's called the surveyor drop.
Yeah, that's
and it's approximately the same as the trig calculation. At like 300 miles, the difference is something like 50 feet. So at 300 miles, it's like if you were using a telescope to like measure that difference, it would be almost immeasurable.
I thought it was even tighter than that. I thought it was like 1,000 miles. It was only out by 6 inches or something stupid.
No,
that's why when everyone complains about it, it's like
1,000 miles is probably like 300 feet, but 1,000 miles away, that's nothing. That angle is so tiny.
Yeah.
Like
what I read a while back, it was something that the parabolic approximation is good for up to 3 or 4 significant figures of precision, or 3 or 4 decimal points, for example, I should say.
Well, look, the curve calculator is posted, right? So it has the drop and the surveyor drop. Like whenever you put in a value, it'll give you the drop and the surveyor drop, and you can just look at both of them and just compare them.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I found the calculation for the 66 feet figure. That makes sense.
Right, my name's Dean CBR1, and for the young man who's looking for the curve calculator, curvature calculator, I posted the one that I use all the time. Been using it a long time. It's in there now. Okay, Dean CBR1. I just posted it. Very easy to use. Put in your distance, choose your kilometers or your miles, press the red button. It's called calculate. Gives you the number. Okay, very user friendly. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome, Jen. Thank you. So the difference of the surveyor drop and the calculated drop at 10 miles is 5 millimeters.
And for the record, I'm fully prepared for the Earth to be flat. That would make everything much simpler.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm sure you notice that you're in the movie They Live, except for instead of subliminal messages on everything, it's a bunch of globes.
I don't know what They Live is. I haven't seen that movie.
It's a movie where there's like aliens take over the planet, and like you can like the messages, like the billboards and the TV and everything. Normal people see like shows and advertisement, but if you get the glasses that the aliens have, then you'll see the aliens and the subliminal messages that say obey and go to work harder, like that people are being programmed with. So
Don't question authority.
So once you realize the Earth is flat, you're gonna notice that all around you never noticed before, but it's endless globes and space propaganda just completely surrounding you everywhere you look. Right? You turn on the news, spinning globe. Then they're like the news from around the globe, but there's no globe to be around.
I get what you're saying, and I have another point that's more directly on the issue.
Look, bro, I just have to mention this. I just thought it. I found I live in Boston. I was walking from Boston Garden, and I found a Bible under one of the elevator trains. On that Bible, there's a picture of a globe, all the flags of the world, and it's on a globe. Okay. On a Bible.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. But
Bible, a King James Bible, brother.
I assume, and I don't mean to use this word.
Ain't that weird?
Okay,
is that weird at all?
I'm not using this. Don't interpret this as like a connotational thing, right? I believe that conspiracies happen. I think they're a real thing. But like assumably, you think that there's some kind of like conspiracy going on.
No, no. I don't think about it like that. I think about it like it's like a mind virus that's infested everybody. Like it's like the actual one world religion. It's a secular religion without a deity that everybody believes in.
Yeah, but surely there's like a group of people who are conspiring to keep the truth hidden, right?
It's not hideable.
Okay.
How could you hide the Earth? Well, think about it. How could you hide the Earth?
Right. To maintain the propaganda that this is the case, right?
Yeah, but you can't hide the Earth because you can always go outside. The only way they can hide the Earth is lock you in your basement.
You understand what I'm saying, though, right? Like you get.
Yeah, I understand what he's saying. Sorry, Neil,
I understand what he's saying, but that's not how it is, dude. How it is you were presented a story and you chose to. No, listen. You were presented a story and chose to believe it. They didn't hide anything. You chose this.
Well, it was introduced at an age where
there's that factor too, but he's an adult now.
Thanks, that yeah. But as an adult, let me just explain that. I'm talking about myself. So I learned it at school, and because it was reinforced through the cartoons, the movies, the music, corporate images, news, space programs, it was reinforced the globe. So and then you trust your education. You're not looking for globe. You're living on it. You're not looking for it. So it's easy to fall into that trap. That's what that was my experience completely. I trusted the information I was given, and then I ignored Flat Earth for 1 year, 2014, because that's when I first saw it come up. And it was only in 2015 Boxing Day that I clicked, and then I realized I've been a fool for 48 years. So we have to give him that. Excuse me,
mate. Can I ask you a question? How did that exactly impacted your life? How did it?
I'm glad you've asked. I'm glad you've asked because periodically through my life now, for the last 10 years, I've been showered with gifts from the students who have woken up to the flat Earth over the last 10 years. Okay, my family are happier. I'm happier. My one brother still is a stick in the mud, but the other brother's okay. And as I introduce it to other people, as from now, and I'm going to keep on going, I'm looking forward to enlightening other people. So it's given me more purpose for living. That's an addition to my good life already. Thanks.
All right.
I mean, Jen's basically famous in Japan.
So you claim that. So you claim that your life is more wonderful right now because you believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, if I were any better, I'd have to be twins.
Yeah, please allow me to get this out to you. It's not a belief. I'm not believing the Earth is flat because I know it's. Let me finish, please. There's an emotional content that I'm trying to give to you that you're cutting me off. I'm trying to give it to you. When you know that the Earth is flat now, and that comes from I'm alive 63 years, so I can look back over those years. photographs from my grandparents and my own parents, my own personal pictures, my children's pictures. We can look back in our history. We haven't encountered that curvature or that spin. Everything has been level. And when you know this, it elevates you closer to God. And I'm not a religious man. So I am a healing balloon every day now. I'm happy. You know what I mean? I'm not worried about asteroids coming in to destroy life on Earth. That's not going to happen. So I can see through the lies now. Okay? That makes me a lot happier than you, sir. Thank you.
Well, you're getting very upset over nothing. I wasn't trying to interrupt.
No, it's fine. It's something that's clearly. Well, let's be real. Like, I don't. Yeah. I'm still not convinced. But like, if I were convinced of it, right, it would be an impactful thing, right? It would have emotional connotation. It's
absolutely convinced. You need to go out. You need to go out and measure it.
Yes, that's exactly. Jin is exactly right.
Like, on the issue, what's the deal with Lake Pontchartrain and those power lines? What's the deal with that?
Who's in your DMs?
Okay,
who's in your DMs?
I Googled.
Look. Okay, as far as like Pontchartrain goes, look closer. That's all I'm gonna say. Look closer. Just don't take it at face value. There's more going on there than you think. Look closer. Let's see if you can find it. We'll play a game. Can you find the problem with Lake Pontchartrain power line photographs?
Here's what I'll do. I'll take a snipping tool of it and I'll draw a.
So zoom in on the horizon. Right? Zoom in on the horizon. The thing that is supposed to be curving over. Zoom in.
Yeah.
Okay. So you see how everything comes to a point, right?
Yes.
That's an inferior mirage.
I don't know what that is.
Listen, it's a reflection. You ever seen a reflection, upside down reflection? It's called an inferior mirage.
Yes.
Okay. So at the horizon, there's an inferior mirage. So the horizon that looks like the end of the water in that picture is not actually the end of the water. But because there's an inferior mirage, it looks like that. The water is actually higher. All that shit's distorted. And those power lines, they're actually straight for a while, and then they just drastically curve. They don't even curve, technically. So Lake Pontchartrain, okay? So the dude that took the pictures is a guy named Soundly. He's an anti-flat earther, okay? So one time he was doing a live stream and looking for that photo, that power line photo. And he's going through, he's sharing his screen in the live stream, and he has folders on his Mac separated by day. So, and month. So the dude had like 7 months of photographs, and he click open a folder, and all the photographs would just look like normal power lines. And he sat there searching for 5 minutes to find the one photograph that showed quote unquote curved power lines. Because there's ample amount of photographs to show those power lines not curving. He caught it at a weird time. There's an optical effect. And we know this. Do you know how I know this? Because there's a buoy right there. And we have the weather data for the buoy. Yeah, when he took the picture, the day he took the picture, I have the weather data for the buoy. There's a temperature inversion.
It seems like there are multiple pictures of this.
Well, there's one picture of the power line doing that. There's the bridge.
No, but I mean multiple pictures of the same set of power lines curving.
Yeah, and there's multiple with them not doing that.
It would probably depend on the angle, right?
No, it depends on the weather condition.
Guys, I'm just
Lake Pontchartrain. Okay, Lake Pontchartrain has 2 temperature inversions a day. Okay, I have buoy data going back. I have a 45-day segment of buoy data that measures the air and water temperature. They invert 2 times a day, every day. So a temperature inversion causes visual effects that look like this. I'm going to post in the chat all the evidence to support everything I'm saying. I'm not just making it up.
Sorry, you're going to have to explain in more detail how a temperature inversion would cause that optical illusion to occur.
Because the light is bending, it's warping it's creating a lens effect where it distorts what you're seeing. I have a computer, I have from SIGGRAPH. So SIGGRAPH is a computer convention. So they run simulations. So they were doing atmospheric refraction simulations, and their temperature inversion simulation looks just like that. And that was done back like in 2001.
So what exactly are you saying the temperature inversions cause light to do?
Temperature inversions cause the image of an object, the light from it, to distort the way something looks, and they'll make something that's straight look curved. Just wait. I'll post the evidence. It's irrefutable. I'm gonna post 2 graphs from the buoy data of that day, and I'm gonna post one for the 45-day bracket between that. You can get the buoy data. They take buoy measurements at that spot every 8 minutes. This isn't like a one-off where like you don't know. We know what the temperature was when he snapped that photograph. We know what was happening. It's not an opinion. Okay, so this is gonna take a couple posts. But okay, if you look in the top right pane, you see how it's curved like that? That's their simulation of a temperature inversion.
And that
I post the citation. I posted the citation right above it.
And that occurs over short distances.
It doesn't matter. Short, long, it don't matter. Okay, so and now I'm gonna post evidence that image is a temperature inversion.
All right, and I could
Okay, so look at that. Look at that new image right there. What's that right there? Where's the horizon there? Where's the horizon? Is it like in between the freaking white where it slants up? Is it where the water is? Like, where is it?
Well, I feel like if you look on the left and just look straight.
You feel like? We don't do feel like, dude.
Sorry, from my perception, it appears that if you look from the left, you can clearly see the horizon, and it kind of continues.
Is the horizon the water?
The horizon is where the water meets the sky.
Well, that's not the true horizon, dude, because there's a temperature inversion. Why do you think the pylons, right? Why are they doing that?
What do you mean?
You don't see in the image I just posted what they're doing. Hold on, I got more, dude. I got lots of shit.
It appears they're curving down, and then at a certain point, they curve down so much that you can't see the metal reflecting
You're not
the
getting
light.
it, dude. You're looking at.
I'm not.
I said the horizon. Are you being obtuse on purpose? The horizon.
Well,
you see this
you
red.
said
You see this red horizontal. You see this red horizontal line. Below that line is a temperature inversion. There's water there. You can't see the water because there's a temperature inversion. There's water in between the like. If there was no temperature inversion, when you look there, you would see water there. Below that line in the image is the reflection of what's above the line. It's an upside down reflection. You know, I got another one. Hold on. Now I got the time they took the pictures dated. I got that.
I hope you can tell I'm really trying to understand here, right? I hope I'm giving that vibe.
No, you're not. Anyway, so here it is the day and the location of the buoy. So that graph is the 2 temperature inversions that day. This is the air and water temperature. What I'm telling you is that is not the geometry of the Earth. Lake Pontchartrain is probably one of the worst places on Earth to do observations because the air and water temperature are very close to each other in temperature, and they flip, right? So the water will be warm for a little bit of the day, and the air colder, and then the air will be warmer, and then the water colder. So you have a constant flow of air. In fact, the U.S. Geological Survey says that one side of Lake Pontchartrain versus the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain versus the south shore actually has a different climate with different rainfall patterns and different rainfall totals. It's a completely different climate. Lake Pontchartrain is like the worst place. to do anything. So, like I said, Soundly has taken thousands of pictures of this. He has 2 or 3 that show this temperature inversion. I know the day he took it because the video I watched had the date when he clicked the photo. Okay, it might still be up, dude. I might have posted it recently, as a matter of fact.
We still live? I mean, how the hell did we get from geometry is abstract to Lake Pontchartrain? How'd that happen?
I do not fucking know. He thinks that this is Earth curve.
That I offered to move off repeatedly. We can go back to that if you want, but it doesn't really have anything directly to do with the curvature of the Earth.
No, lake surfaces are flat.
And the other thing you need to ask yourself in that image, I think this is one of them. Some of Soundly's images, it shows that the horizon is higher on the, like it's not continuous, right? So the horizon will be at one level on the left, but then it's lower on the right. So like the bridge, you'll have the horizon will be higher on the left side of the bridge than the right side of the bridge. Like, how's that possible? It's because this is caused by optical effects caused by the air.
Can you put a photo?
This is the worst place on Earth to do any observation. Literally. Look at that 45-day graph. This is a graph of air and water temperature. That means they're flipping, inverting. Dude, most places never invert water temperature. Ever. The water's always colder than the air. Isn't that your experience, that the water is always colder than the air?
I mean, most of the time, yeah.
Yeah, most of the time. But you have a place where it's flipping 2 times a day. Meaning the air is colder than the water 2 times a day. And it's constantly cycling back and forth. Every day, 2 times a day, 2 times a day, 2 times a day, 2 times a day. This is a month and a half.
No, I'm not doubting what you're saying. I'm just not convinced that would cause that sort of optical illusion. You post the study.
Well, why aren't you convinced? I posted a computer simulation in the citation of how they did the simulation. But you're convinced just by looking that it's Earth curve. I don't think you're evaluating shit fairly. I think you're severely biased.
Is it this ES website?
What website?
The webdis.unizar.es. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's a PDF.
Okay.
It's Gutierrez. It's Diego Gutierrez, Simulation of Atmospheric Phenomenon, Computers and Graphics, 2010. Or no, 2006. Gotta remember, this was a long time ago. They're just like, hey, we're gonna make a computer simulation to see what, we're gonna emulate atmospheric refraction and see what happens. And it spit this out. This top right pane. Okay, and then you're like, well, I don't know how it can do it because I don't actually know anything about how light behaves in air, so I'll just assume a position of incredulity. But there's no reason to be incredulous because I posted affirmative evidence.
Isn't it?
It's not like they knew about Lake Pontchartrain in 2006 and they made this simulation just for that.
Isn't an incredulous position kind of the default thing you should do until you understand a concept?
No, the incredulous position should be depending on the claim. Shouldn't be any default.
Well,
someone said I had a ham sandwich for frickin' lunch. There's no reason to be incredulous about that. You just take them at face value. Like, no, it was turkey and Swiss. I don't fucking believe you. Prove it was a ham sandwich. We're going to do fucking, mass spectrometry on your feces. Like, no.
Yeah, but that's not like a scientific question, right? Like,
it depends on the nature of the claim. That's what it is. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Well, yeah, I don't think this is like asking somebody what they had for lunch, right? I think that this is higher stakes.
Look, do you think in 2006 they knew about Soundy's fucking Lake Pontchartrain Bridge? How did they predict it?
Sorry, how did they predict what?
They predicted.
No, I'm not suggesting that the study is like dishonest. I didn't say that.
They predicted it. Are you not understanding? They simulated a temperature inversion. We know there was a temperature inversion because we have the data measured with the buoy, and the power lines look like the temperature inversion pane.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that I haven't read the study, so I don't understand the details of how they simulated it, right? So when I'm given a scientific claim, like I want to understand like why the claim is credible before I just take it for granted. Right?
Why the claim is credible. There is no objective measure of credibility.
What do you mean?
There's no objective measure of credibility. That's completely subjective. It's basically your feelings. Do I feel these guys do I like these people or not?
I don't know. Like I've been convinced of stuff like the Pythagorean theorem, right? Like there are proofs for these things, right?
Yeah, proofs. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, right?
Yeah, but there's proofs in mathematics, but this is your evidence. I don't have to prove that this can happen. You've drawn conclusions based upon seeing, okay, based on looking at an image, okay. We know the conditions that the image were taken in. We know that if you, using the laws of physics, you run a simulation, it looks like that under the same weather conditions. What's there to prove?
I didn't draw.
Why do I have to prove anything?
I didn't draw conclusions. I just asked.
Shouldn't you be proving that's Earth curve by taking measurements? Remember how we talked about that? That seeing is subjective and that we should take measurements so we know? This is why. This is exactly the reason why, because we can piddle paddle back and forth. Like, I don't see curve, I see curve, I see this, I see that. It's all subjective. Well, we have laser tests with tape measures, right? Well, we measure the height of the laser off water across the span of 25 miles, and it stays the same height.
I don't know. I think sight is a pretty objective thing, but that's
You can think whatever you want. It is 100% subjective.
Yeah, but I think measurements to some extent are also subjective, right?
No, they're not, because we use objective units. Good try, dude. You're just trying to be a fucking weasel.
Well, that's why I just said
you're trying to call the objective subjective and the subjective objective. Dude, it ain't gonna work. You're not gonna trick us or something. Dude, listen, I've been in this topic for a very long time. Okay, way longer than you. I've debated people way above you in. Not to insult your intelligence, I'm just saying they are way more highly educated than you. They got PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, way above you. They understand all this stuff, all these concepts. You don't, okay? That doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means you don't understand them, okay? When you're sitting here trying to tell me something I know, seeing is subjective because me and you don't see the same thing when we look at something.
We can talk
no matter what.
Yeah, we can talk about this because I think the epistemology conversation is interesting. It's just not.
This isn't about epistemology, dude. If I take a camera and stick it one place and take another camera and stick it another place and snap a photo, those photos don't look the same. They're subjective because they're different.
It is an epistemological question, though, right?
No, it isn't. They're different. The photos are different.
Isn't epistemology the study of knowledge? Do I have that wrong?
No. Epistemology is a study of how you know anything.
Yes, yeah. So this is epistemology.
No, if you want to drag it there, this is not an epistemological question. This is not foundational.
No, that's why I said we don't have to talk about it.
Are we brain directly related? Okay, hold on. Let me ask you this: can we know anything for certain?
Yeah, rational things, not empirical things.
Can we know anything 100%?
Rational things, not empirical.
What does that mean? What does rational things mean?
Do you know?
Give me an example.
So mathematical truths are rational. They're not empirical. We don't derive mathematical truths from observation. We derive them from logic.
Okay. So logic, you could know 100%.
Theoretically, yes, yeah. We probably don't, but like
then it's not 100%. So then you just refuted your own shit, dude.
Sorry, we can't know the entirety of logic. We can know the entirety of logic 100%. We just probably don't yet. But the things we know about logic,
that's not what I'm asking you.
The things we know about logic currently, we
ask him if he's eaten something before.
Yeah, that's not even the question I asked you.
You said, can we know everything?
Can logical truths, deductive logical truths, be known to be true with 100% certainty?
Yeah, we just don't know all of them yet.
What does that mean?
There are probably some logical truths that we don't know yet.
Okay, great. I'm talking about the ones we do know.
Yes, we know those 100%. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're not out of your own. So is the statement, if A equals B and B equals C, A also equals C, is that true?
Yes.
100%?
Yes.
So if we compare A to B, and then we compare B to C, we know that A is also equal to C, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we can measure the Earth this way. You know that, right?
Well, when you say measure, you're now making a jump of logic, right?
No, because it's a straight comparison.
You know, you can measure
using the law of identity. No, it's a straight comparison of properties.
How do you measure something's property?
It's a comparison of properties
in sense data.
So, okay, you just said you can know math 100%.
Yes, but again,
okay,
I'll ask.
So a property is something as a straight line, right?
Yes, yeah.
It's a mathematical property. So we can compare a straight line and compare it to something in the physical and natural world, right?
Yeah, but when you say in the physical natural world, we now have to use like measurement devices and our sight to observe those things. So we're now making a leap of logic.
Well, no, it's not a leap of logic because measurement devices also use the laws of geometry.
Yeah,
because we have a standardized unit. And all those units have an identity, and we use the law of identity to know that those are equal units. So we can take a line. Hold on, we can take a line in our equal unit measurement stick and demonstrate that there's two parallel lines. Okay.
Yeah, but to understand that in the physical world, you have to rely on sight.
So I have to read the tape measure?
Yes.
Is that the problem? Oh, yes. So those numbers might be wrong.
No, your sight might be wrong.
So yeah, my sight might be wrong. I'm reading the wrong number?
Yeah, you're misperceiving. Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah, so like instead, I looked at it and it said 4 feet, but it's actually a globe and it's 420 feet. I mistook 4 feet for 120 feet. How the fuck would I do that?
You could be having a schizophrenic break from reality.
Dude,
here we go.
You're just fucking totally so desperate. Like, I want everyone in the audience to realize the mental instability of the fucking globe zealot. That somehow a human being can mistake 4 feet for 400 plus feet.
I'm a flat earther.
2 orders of magnitude. You can't tell the difference?
Yeah, a schizophrenic would be the first to tell you the difference.
Dude,
how could you even?
Dude. Look, I don't even know how to be mad at you, dude. It's so bad.
Well, do you understand?
You knew it was coming.
I know. It's inevitable.
Do you understand what I'm saying, though?
Do you understand the law of identity?
Yes, but you're not using the law of identity.
Yes, I am. Equal things. I'm using equal things. This is equal to that. That's equal to this. This is equal to this other thing. These things are equal. All these lines are equal in the tape measure. That's equal to this other thing. And we can tell they're all equal, right? So we're just comparing equal things. And from that, using the law of identity, you can determine what's true.
We can't tell that.
Does this guy work for Temu?
Yes. We can't tell that for certain in the same way we...
God, your mic is open and just bleeding into the fucking chat, dude.
Yeah, it is. We can't tell that for certain in the same way we can tell if A equals B and B equals C, A equals C, right? These are two different types of... We can be very confident of the second thing, but not as confident.
Yeah, dude, you don't believe what you're saying.
I do.
No, you do not. You do not believe that if you had a fucking 10-foot tape measure and you measured 4 feet, that was actually 420 feet. You don't believe that. First of all, you couldn't measure 420 feet with a 10-foot tape measure.
You're drastically overestimating my faith in my reality. And
this guy is the reason I order an XXL.
Look, this dude just said, you're drastically overestimating my faith in reality. So this conversation's over. We're having a conversation with a jar, not even a brain in a jar. You're just a jar.
I know, right?
Well, I have been.
This guy has to be the reason I order an XXL from Temu and I get a medium.
Yeah, well, I have been ambivalent, right? I haven't even stated that I believe that the Earth is curved.
Yeah, but we know that's just an act.
Stop the cat.
You came in here to play the frustration game, the sea lion troll.
What do you mean it's an act?
The sea lion troll, the frustration game. The frustration game is to gish gallop, play pedantic games, waste their time, and at the end go, well, you didn't really convince me. Maybe next time. We know this game, dude. We've done this way more than you, so many more times. The reason I'm exasperated, because y'all think that y'all so clever and that somehow we've never seen this before. But we've seen it so many times. It's not even funny. You gave the game away. An hour and a half ago.
Do you think I believe with a high degree of certainty?
Geometry is abstract.
I don't care about beliefs, dude. I really don't.
Everything is a belief.
No, he gave the game away when he said, but I haven't found you guys convincing.
Outside of rational truths.
I believe
sad, right? But what's sad in here is it's probably inspired by the fact that he is sort of convinced, right? Within himself, he's thinking there might be something to this. I have to do so. It's it's a self-convincing thing that there's nothing to it. He's doing everything he can, but then projects it back onto you, right?
Yeah,
I don't think I've done much projection in this conversation.
Well, I mean, if all you do you only rely on rational truths to be an agent in the world?
No, obviously not. That would be absurd.
Yeah, it's not as absurd of thinking that you're going to misread a 10-foot tape measure to read 420 feet. Did you hallucinate going to other than the fact they don't make 420-foot tape measures in the world? Did you hallucinate the fact that you went to fucking Home Depot?
Well,
you didn't really go to Home Depot. You didn't really buy a 10-foot tape measure. That fucking $23 didn't really come out of your bank account. Your wife ain't pissed at you for fucking doing this flat earth shit again. All that shit isn't real, and you actually read 420 feet on the fucking tape measure.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, where does this work in the real world? Do you go to the deli, they give you half a pound, and you tell them you're having a schizo breakdown, and they give you 10
I believe it's half a pound because mathematics is rational, but it tastes like shit.
If I'm having a schizo breakdown that particular day, then yes, that is what I would do.
No, I'm talking about the person shaving your ham.
Oh, if they're
anyways, I don't know, man. It just seems really. It seems sus. You were given a lot of disclaimers an hour ago. It's been going on a long time.
Yeah, so, dude, is it possible that you're actually the guy behind the deli shaving the ham, and you're just hallucinating being the guy at the counter?
Yes.
You're gonna get fired.
He said yes.
This is all just a daydream.
Unironically, yes, it could be.
It's your last shift.
You're right first time in, Joe. All jar, no brain.
Yeah, than I could if I was trying to draw a map of my whole town and so on and so forth. And then, so every time you go up, you're going to have a less accurate map. That's why topo maps, topographical maps are very helpful maps if you're actually trying to navigate in the world. So having a map of the entire area of the world is not only unrealistic and impossible, it's also unnecessary. So that's why we're not into it. Does that make sense to you? Ladies man 217.
Yeah, that made some sense. I mean, yeah.
Okay, what part didn't make sense? It only made some sense. That means it didn't make total sense. So what part didn't make sense?
No, I was just saying that some parts it kind of felt you were going on a rant, like when you were saying, like, when you're talking about some people grow up in different households or their parents teach them different things. I was kind of confused. I was like, this isn't really what I was asking, but then you tied it in to the map.
Oh, okay. So you thought I was going off topic, but then you realized at the end that it did have to do with the map.
Yeah.
Good news.
Yeah.
People think about maps completely wrong. They have no idea what they are, other than the most rudimentary understanding. There is no accurate map. They don't exist. They've never existed. They never will exist. Even cartographers say this. It isn't us. You have to choose what's called an origin of coordinates. Where you place that, right? So now imagine like a Cartesian map, right? You have the x-axis and the y-axis. Where you choose to place that origin of coordinates determines what the map, quote-unquote, looks like or how it's used. Right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So this choice is completely freaking arbitrary. Now, if I choose Cartesian coordinates and go, hey, I want this map to now be in polar coordinates, the way the map appears and is used and what it can do and what its limitations are, it's determined by the transformation and how you transform it from one coordinate system to the other and what you're using it. But when we go and say, hey, now we're going to apply this this conceptual mathematical framework, and now we're going to apply it to the real world, right? Which is another mapping. How do you do that? So, for instance, north, south, east, west. East on a globe is a circle. West on a globe is a circle. East, west in like a Mercator map is not a circle. Could be a circle because it's a cylinder, but on the map it's like a Mercator map properly used is rolled up into a cylinder, like a tube. Right? So people get fixated on maps and they choose an arbitrary coordinate system, right? And they go with it, and it's good for whatever use they made it for, and they chose that coordinate system. So, for instance, we choose if you use the compass as your coordinate system, it isn't going to match any other coordinate system. It's not going to match the celestial sphere. It's not going to match the sunrise sunset. And if you choose the sunrise sunset as your origin of coordinates, then it's not going to match the other two. Because there's actually 3 sets of north, south, east, west. But a lot of people don't know that. So, like, the demand for a map it's just silly on its face. What they're really saying, what they really want to, and they just don't know how to say it, or they don't have the balls to say it, is, what's the Earth look like from space? because that's what they really want. They want you to show them a picture of the Earth from space. So they go, hey, what's the flat Earth map? Oh, what do you mean by that? Well, what does the Earth look like? Oh, look like from where? From space, obviously. Or the distances are wrong. How do you know they're wrong? Well, because the globe says the distances are this. Well, how do you know those ones are right? What do you think? We can't measure distance? No, they don't. You can't measure the distance between New York and Australia. You can calculate some distance, but you can't measure it. So maps aren't what they seem. The way people conceive of them in their mind, they're completely different.
All right, that's it's interesting.
I mean, I got a clip on my YouTube channel, a clip of people. So they did something very interesting. There's a lot of old maps. And so, for instance, in Russia, there's a map where they mapped accurately every town, city, village, everything like their boundary. But the thing is, they made each one the same size in the book so that it took up the full page. Well, the scales are all out of whack, right? So, because Moscow isn't the same size as some little podunk city, but in their book, they can't just rip out the pages and just stick them all together and make a map out of them. Don't work like that. So anyway, she's giving a presentation on her project where she does this. It's like a Harvard anthropologist or something. So she even says that there's no such thing as an accurate map. They just don't exist. And this is what she does for a living.
I don't think we would ever get access to an accurate map anyway. I think if this lie is as big as we are told, that would be incredibly like some above top secret kind of thing as well.
Well, I mean, think about the UK, right? Their survey system is called the United Kingdom Ordnance Survey. Ordnance is freaking weaponry, military hardware. So ordnance, right? So they use this, and the Ordnance Survey started because they wanted a map of Scotland, so that they had to invade Scotland. They knew where everything was. They would know what all the mountains were, where all the valleys were, all the high points to put their artillery on top of, right? So maps are really, their use is military purposes and crowd control, basically, killing people. And they're very valuable if you want to do that.
Right. See, we invented bloody everything here, even the art of war, how to map the landscape so you can fight somebody.
Yeah, actually, I think I had one last question. What I've heard from some flat earthers is that Antarctica, like the ice, is like what holds in the water. Is this true?
Holds in the water from what?
I don't know.
What do you think is going to... So silly. Okay.
That's what they said.
What you're saying. Holds in the water for what? You think it's going to pour off the edge of the disc into space?
I don't know. That's how I'm asking.
Okay. You never heard that from any flat earther, dude.
I have.
Okay, then they're trolling you.
Okay, that's a good enough answer as it is.
Okay, first of all, no flat earther thinks the Earth is a disc in space. Okay.
Well, I didn't say that. I just said.
Well, I'm just saying is that no flat earther thinks that, and that's why the water would need to be held in, is because for some reason they think it would, you'd have to think that the water would pour off the edge of the Earth into space. Well, that couldn't happen either because when water hits a vacuum, it evaporates. So that wouldn't happen. It's just nonsense, dude. It's like fucking, it's just sail off the edge of the Earth bullshit, dude. Nobody believes that shit.
How about the is there a dome above us? The firmament, as I've heard it's called.
It doesn't have to be a dome. Some sort of containment. We don't know this composition.
You don't know?
How would we know?
I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, I mean, if I had a guess, I'd say some sort of glass that we have no idea of.
In this place, we're empiricists. We only make claims about things that there's actual evidence for. There's evidence for containment. There's no evidence for a dome or any other goddamn shape. So we don't make claims that there's domes or frickin' ice walls or fucking ice walls. Actually, a fucking Goldberg thing. It's not even us.
Yeah, I mean, I know that.
But you said you thought flat earthers like, yeah, like what I know about flat earth, they believe what they experience. You know that's the foundation of science, right? The foundation of science and the scientific method is empiricism. It's empirical observation, not rationality. So whatever your hypothesis is, whatever your theory is, whatever your idea is, it has to be testable in the natural world or it's not science. So we had a guy come in earlier. He said, I heard flat earthers don't believe in gravity. Oh, gravity, what's that? Oh, things fall, like you guys don't believe that things fall to the ground. No, brother. So I told him, we know things fall to the ground. Everybody knows that. We don't believe that mass attracts mass is the reason for that. So, well, then what else would it be? I don't know. It doesn't matter. There's no experiment that's ever been done that proves the reason things fall is mass attracting mass. To make a scientific claim about the phenomenon of falling objects, right? Your natural phenomenon, hey, I saw something fall. To make a scientific claim about that, you need to do the experiment. You don't just get to make it up in your head. If you make it up in your head, it's not science. It's not science until you do the experiment. So if someone's claiming ice wall, dome, edge of the earth, all that shit, we here don't buy that shit until they provide the evidence that it's true. We are more than happy to say, I don't fucking know. Which is the state of affairs for most people most of the time. People like to pretend they know things because someone that they think knows something told them something. But they don't know if that person knows. They just believe they know because they like to believe it. Because they don't want to say what's true. As in, I don't know. People don't like to say those words.
All right. I think that's about.
I mean, that's the fact. You don't know the Earth is a globe, and nobody else does either, right? I could pull any scientist that you could come up with and think in your head, hey, this person would know. We've talked to those people. They don't know. They don't know anything. Very small segment of people even claim they know the Earth is a globe. Like the Apollo astronauts. Other than that, everybody else is a bunch of believers. They believe what the Apollo astronauts said. Because nobody, other than them, claiming to have seen the Earth in its totality as a ball.
How about the maybe upcoming Artemis astronauts?
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Where are they getting those 15 rockets?
What 15 rockets?
They need 15 rockets to go to the moon.
That's for Starship, and that's because that's like a single stage rocket. And then the thing that stages has enough.
No, that's for the fuel, brother. The fuel.
Yes, that's for the fuel.
They have to fly fuel up, so they can fuel it up enough for the flight to the moon.
Yeah, they do. That's correct.
Yeah, so they had to do that for the Apollo too. Why didn't they do that?
Because Apollo staged the rocket.
Well, were the stages the size of the Empire State Building?
Saturn V was massive. Giant.
Well, von Braun said it would need 3 rockets the size of larger than the Empire State Building to go to the moon.
He said that in like the 50s or 40s. Like,
so what? Why does that matter?
Because technology changed over time. The government funded.
What changed?
the technology of rockets. They figured out more. They figured out staging.
They figured. See, this is what I'm talking about. You just believe something. Hey, they just
you
said
asked
that
me. What was I meant to say?
They just figured it out.
Hey, Elon said it again. The same thing as he said in the 50s.
I don't know how they figured it out,
brother.
I'm just saying the reason.
What did they figure out?
How to stage. Or not really how to stage. They kind of do.
How did they get more thrust, dude? How did they get more thrust and more fuel and more efficiency?
A rocket scientist.
Where they could shrink the rocket basically down from the size of 3 Empire State Buildings down to 1/10 of one.
Oh, you're asking the wrong guy. How would I know?
There is no right guy. It's a bullshit story, dude. There is no right guy.
Hey, then why are you asking me?
You asked about Artemis.
Yeah, I was
That's
saying
another bullshit story.
No, because you said the Apollo astronauts were the only ones that quote unquote knew, and I was like, isn't there more people upcoming that might see it?
Might,
quote unquote, might, because you might.
Okay, so what are we going to be up to? Freaking 30 people?
I mean, how many people are on the Apollo missions?
27 in totality.
How many of those went to the moon and back? Well, like orbited it back.
27 in totality went far enough away from the Earth that they should have seen it as a ball.
This upcoming will be 4.
Okay, so we'll be up to 32. So 32 people versus 9 billion. So are the 9 billion people supposed to hook their wagon to the claims of 32 people and live their lives by that?
Why not?
Why not?
I said probably not.
Yeah, that's probably better. He said, why not? Like, are you high as hell, bro? It's New Year's Eve. You drunk?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. See, there's the fundamental problem. There's a large, the totality of the population of the Earth basically has to believe, like an elite group of priests, the claims of people that basically people in the military. So, ladies and gentlemen, did you see one of the categories? The NASA category, that NASA is now a spy agency?
Oh.
You were that? The NASA is now a spy agency?
Oh.
So Trump signed an executive order?
I thought that was meant to be the new branch of the military. What was the new branch? Space Force? I thought that's what they were meant to do, spy and shit.
No, he signed an executive order, I don't know, earlier in the year.
Trump
this year.
Is a guy. He's a person.
Yeah, I know that, but he signed an executive order that said the primary purpose of NASA is intelligence, counterintelligence, investigation, and national security issues. That's their primary function.
All right.
Okay.
Doesn't have anything to do with me.
Well, no, what I'm saying is now the masks are coming off. If they're saying our primary mission is counterintelligence, you can't believe anything they say.
All right. Who do I believe? I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm saying who am I?
But now but I'm just saying that there's no pretext that they could even possibly be telling the truth. That even the pretext that they're telling the truth, that's gone. Now you have to assume that everything they say is a lie, and they can't tell you if it's a lie. They have to tell you, okay, are you lying or telling the truth? That's classified.
Yeah, who can you believe? You can believe your own observations. You could go out and do your own long distance observations if you wanted to. So that's what you could believe, ladies, man. Is that something you'd ever be interested in?
Sure. I got a telescope. Maybe I can do something with that. Do some of my own observations.
Do you live near any lakes?
I live.
Don't have to be that big, 3 to 10 miles or something.
I live near the ocean, next to it, walking distance.
The ocean is an excellent spot for this because you can do observations up and down the shoreline. You could go out to a point and then find some kind of reference point down the shoreline a few miles, and then do the math. It's simple enough. Just look up a curvature calculator. You can test this all for yourself.
Right.
What area do you live? No one's going to dox you. I'm not asking your address. I'll just look it up on Google Maps real quick and see what's around there.
Yeah, can we get your social security number, birthday, and your mother's maiden name?
1905 was when I was born.
So 2005.
No, 1905.
Gotcha. So what area are you in?
California. Oh, like specifically within California?
Okay, hey, fair enough. Fair enough. California, dude, that's awesome. I used to live by Los Angeles. You could go down by the Long Beach Pier down towards like Huntington Beach and those areas and look towards the Long Beach Pier and see the different ships coming in, see the Queen Mary, see the cranes. Awesome place for these kind of observations.
Yeah, just look out into the Pacific Ocean.
Well, I mean, I'll real quickly what I did. I can't remember the name of the pier now, and it was about 20 miles away from the port of Long Beach down towards Huntington Beach, and I was able to go out on the pier. They have telescopes on the pier that you can rent. You put a quarter in or whatever. You can use them for 5 minutes, or you can bring your own. And then just look towards the Queen Mary sitting at the port. Look at the cranes. You can literally see the Queen Mary bobbing around not bobbing, but you can see the whole line of where it's sitting in the water. And the horizon, you shouldn't be able to see 1 inch of that ship, but you can actually see it sitting in the water.
Yeah, I've seen it. I mean,
and all those cranes. Yeah, that's a good one. Go down the pier, like I think the Balboa Pier, the Huntington Pier. There's those piers are. They're every few miles going up and down the coastline. Those are great places for this.
Yeah,
and the math isn't super complicated. I mean, you look up Earth curvature calculator, or you can even put it into AI and be like, "Hey, this is my viewer height. This is my distance to target. How much should this target be hidden by Earth curve?" Just something simple like that.
All right.
That's a good place to start and fun.
Yeah. Yeah. I was planning on just looking at the sky, but yeah.
Well, if you wanted to find out if there was 66 feet of curving drop over a 10-mile wide distance, how would you do that by looking at the sky?
Well, I don't know. My pattern is just like stars and like maybe see if I could like see the ISS because I like track it and like see time when it's above me to like take a shot of it through the telescopes. And
I mean, that sounds.
See if I.
That sounds fun and all. Sorry, go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was just gonna say like to see if I see anything, to see if there is something there.
That sounds fun and all. There's no reason why you can't have objects in the sky doing circuits above a flat Earth. Okay. But you still will never get a ground measurement. You'll never be able to figure out if a 6-mile wide lake has 24 feet of curving drop across it by looking up at the sky. You need to measure the ground. You want to know if the Earth is curved or not, you got to look down.
All right.
That's just being real about it. You can't look up to figure out what's below your feet and get specificity with, like that frozen lake video you watched.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
I thought it was very interesting.
And it's, you pretty much you can do that. You can replicate all that yourself across lakes.
I mean, I don't have a frozen lake, but I can sure try. Maybe.
There's some good videos I'll link of people doing this at the Salton Sea. Like doing mirror flashes across like 17-mile sections of the Salton Sea where they're getting right on the shoreline on a hot day, flashing a mirror, and people 17 miles across the water. You know, that place is flat anyway. It's like if you're on the shoreline, then you're right at the water. And these guys are like 2 feet above the water, and there should be like 180 feet of curve or something blocking that mirror flash from the observer looking across at the other location.
Yeah. I got. All right. I have another question. I don't know if is this topic over, or you want to stay on it, or
no? Keep them coming.
All right. This one I don't know if you count as off topic or not, but I understand why you guys hate like people like Professor Dave because he's kind of an asshole. But how about like what's another one? I know there's more that are like nicer, like Dave McKeegan. Like, do you know of him? And if so, like, do you hate him?
I have no reason to hate him. I've never met the guy. I think he's putting out bad information, but I don't hate the guy. And to be honest, when I first got into this topic, those were the people I first went to. I went towards the Professor Dave types. I was like, man, I wanted to see the best that they had to offer. You know what I mean? That's how you would debunk this for yourself. Be like, who would I look forward to this? It would be Professor Dave, maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson, whoever, those high up guys. I want to see what they have to offer, and they really don't. All they really ever have to say is, well, just look up at the sky. And what about eclipses? They don't ever talk about the ground, and that's what this whole thing is about: is the ground curving away from you or not? The entire debate is about the shape of the ground, and they never talk about it. Like the final experiment, for example, not an experiment, but whatever. That should have been an observation showing curvature. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't they have measured some curve instead of looking up at the sun? I think the reason we know is because there's no curvature to be found or measured anywhere. Otherwise, that would have been the final experiment.
Maybe I'll try to do an experiment to see if I can see any. Maybe with the telescope that I have, but it's like 10 years old. But all right, that's about all time I have for today. Bye.
Hey, come back soon, man.
As you hear more people, they won't believe in the flat earth, but they'll believe everything's a simulation. And like everything's been like coded. I found
Oh man, that's fucking everything's a stimulation, dude. That's light. They think their brains in jars. We were arguing with a freaking PhD in mathematical physics. He was saying we don't know I can't prove that I'm not a brain in a jar, and I don't know if I have hands. Now, this is a PhD to debating us on this topic, and because he couldn't prove anything, had to blow up all of reality. That's how sick some of these guys are. If it's not a globe, nothing's real. The only reality they can bear is one with a globe in it. I should actually play the audio dude saying he'd kill himself if space was fake.
I think that's what I'm thinking of. Like,
It'd be funny if it wasn't true, man. Like the globe is a cult, dude. You don't like we're messing around with you. Usually we're like super serious. Right now we're just like I don't know. Tonight you come in, well, I guess we're all in a good mood, and we're just not like. Normally we're super serious and we're fucking hammering on people, and like the globe is a cult. Like make no bones about it. It's a fucking cult.
Yeah, I think
think about it. Think about it for a second. Okay, just think about the globe idea for a second in its totality. Do they have a creation story like a religion? Yes, the Big Bang. Do they have a creation of man story like a religion? Yes, evolution. Can you actually experience any of their fundamental claims? No, you cannot, because you can't go to space. Do you have to take the claims on faith from some third party that has some special status? Yes, you have to believe what the astronauts say. Right? They're like the priests. Right? So it has all the hallmarks of a religion. Every part of it. Creation stories, special fucking rulers that have the special knowledge that you can't have. They're the ones communing with fucking God, but in this case, communing with the mathematics or whatever the fuck they're communing with. So it's like it's all the same, except for one thing. There's no deity. That's the only difference. It's an atheist religion. That's all it is. It's like atheists are like, we want a religion too. Okay, we'll make a globe. We'll have an atheist religion. It'll be a religion with no deity. We'll do all the things the religious people do. I should start selling fucking NASA crucifixes. Just like crucifixes, but they just got the little NASA logo. You can fucking pray to it. I know this sounds harsh, dude. It might sound harsh to your ears, but this is actually me being calm. Because I think the globe is a fucking corrosive, dangerous fucking cult. Okay? That leads to things like the pandemic response, where someone says, I am the science, and everybody just does what the guy says because I'll go against the science. There's no science behind any of that. The science is like this idea, right, of this like infallible fucking ether that if you say the magic word fucking science, all truth falls out of it. But then when you look in the scientific literature, hey, does science prove anything? Oh, no, science doesn't prove anything because science uses inductive reason. It just gives you the best, what we consider the best theory at the time. Right? But people here in modern social circles, they hear science, they hear, oh, this is the absolute truth. That's why it's dangerous. And the globe is an offshoot of that. Oh, globe is an offshoot of all this shit. Sorry about the rant, dude, but fucking the globe religion is fucking irritating. And the reason we've come to the conclusion it's a religion as well is the way people behave. It's their behaviors. They come in here right off the rip. Start yelling at us, start swearing at us, saying, oh, you should kill yourself. Had someone say that to me yesterday. Drink bleach. Don't reproduce. Complete strangers telling me that. Why? Oh, because I don't believe that the Earth's a spinning ball. It's as if it's some fucking heretical idea. And they're going to try and burn me at the stake for being a fucking heretic. No difference, dude. There's no difference between the religions that everybody railed against in the past. They're doing the same thing that they said the religious people did. But guess what? The religious people actually never did that shit. That's also more globe bullshit. Copernicus, Galileo, they were not persecuted. That is a fucking myth, dude, and I hate it. Because Galileo, it is said that it was science versus religion. And the church persecuted Galileo for being a heliocentrist and daring to say this, the earth circled around the sun. That is not why he was on trial. We know what his charges are. They're in the fucking Vatican. His charges were uttering. He issued a false fucking document for the purpose of having a book printed. He said, I'm going to have one book printed. Went to the papal censor, got the permission to print it on what's called an imprimatur. He brought that to a different printer and then published a different book. That was against the rules, and he was on trial for that. Had nothing to do with the heliocentric model. Do you know why? Because the fucking Copernicus wrote Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, and the foreword is to the Pope, and the dedication is by a Catholic cardinal. The fucking Catholic Church had nothing against the heliocentric model. In fact, they endorsed it wholeheartedly. So the idea that it was science versus religion is bullshit. That's a fable. It's ahistorical, inaccurate nonsense. But they teach that in school, don't they? Why do they teach that in school? Why do they teach it was religion versus science? And science won out. Because science is the truth, and God is just an old wives' tale practiced by 16th century backwards hillbillies. Yes, they had rednecks in the 15th century. They had the fucking rebel flag on the backs of their frickin' horses. Sorry, I didn't mean to rant. If anybody have any questions, welcome to Platters. As far as math, look, bro, the thing about mathematics, yes, mathematics works to accurately predict aspects of reality. But this is what you have to remember. There's an infinite number of mathematical models for any arbitrary data set. Yeah, that's right. There's an infinite number of models that can predict accurately any arbitrary data set. So when we say, oh my God, the mathematics, we can make all these predictions. Math must be reality. No, you just got lucky and happened to stumble on some mathematical form that will predict your data set. That's all. Because we forget all the times we tried mathematical model and it didn't fucking work. We weren't saying math was reality then, were we? No, it's cherry picking. People see what they want to see. When the math works, they only see that. When it doesn't work, they don't even pay attention. There's more failed fucking mathematical models of reality than there are successful ones, believe me.
Yeah, it's actually really unintelligent to reach a point with your mathematics and in predictions where it fails and you don't question whether any of your previous variables are actually true or not, and just keep on them and invent new things in order to that you can't even prove exist. For example, dark matter, in order to save your math.
It's so occult-like, right? They write these esoteric symbols on a blackboard, and then, like magic, right? They're trying to cast a spell, but their spell is to predict why that bowling ball fucking falls or something. And if their symbols don't predict what the bowling ball falls, their spell doesn't work. They rearrange the symbols and cast them in a different order. See if now they can predict the bowling ball. It's just esoteric, occult bullcrap. Yeah, occasionally useful stuff falls out of it. I'm not going to argue with that, because obviously that's true. But most of the stuff we use on a day-to-day basis doesn't use chalkboards and blackboards as stuff. I mean, there was a dude once, he was like, without science, we wouldn't be able to build bridges. Bro, we've been building bridges for 50,000 fucking years. Like, what are you talking about? We wouldn't know how strong stuff was. We know how strong stuff is because we use it. And that we've known from trial and error that if we use, we can't use frickin' straw, to make a bridge. It doesn't last very long. And then if we use sticks, it lasts a little bit longer. And if we use bricks, it lasts even longer. I think we call this the Three Little Pigs Bridge. Like, come on, man.
There's not much difference from today and a long time ago, except everything's got electricity running through it now. That's about the only difference.
Yeah, that pretty much is the only difference, electricity. I mean, the internal combustion engine, but they did have combustion engines. They just worked on steam. Now we just use the freaking You know, the hot vapor itself for the gasoline engine. We don't convert it into anything. But it's basically the same technology. The only real new thing, like you said, is electricity.
Yeah, but even the principle's the same. They think that because they're doing it with some other method that they're more sophisticated. No. Horse gets you gets you to where you're going. So does a car.
But you know how magical electricity is? I mean, you could, right? So you could have a hand crank, right, and a wheel, an electrical generator, and a fucking wire that runs 10 miles away. And as you're cranking the wheel on your side, 10 miles away, there's a wheel that's just like it's spinning at the exact same rate in sync with your hand motion. That's just crazy that that's even possible. And it's not connected mechanically, allegedly. Allegedly, that's not a mechanical connection, which maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It's mechanically connected if
Are you
there's an
talking about
ether.
Are you talking about a crankshaft with like a really long like thing connecting it to another crank?
Well, I mean, that would be mechanical, but we can do this electrically, right?
Oh.
Like when you have an electrical generator and you have a fan on the other end, both of those are basically the same device, right? One generates electricity, one one's a motor. Well, let's say the electrical generator said I'm not going to use that. I'm going to spin the fan. Well, that fan will send power down the line the other way and spin the electrical generator. They're connected as if they're mechanically connected. You spin one, the other spins. Never thought about it that way, did you?
I was reading side chat. So the one picture that somebody posted there with the 3 different things, the claim, the psyop, the truth, does that reflect what your what your model is more accurately than the middle one?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, that thing, the claim, the psyop, the truth. The middle one is a psyop, bro. No one thinks that. That wouldn't even happen even if we don't think the Earth is a disc in space, man. I already explained that.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm asking. Does the third one describe what you how you view it more accurately?
That's how we see the world. We do not think about the Earth from an external viewpoint.
So, are you
look, bro? Look, do you understand what that means? To not think about the Earth from an external viewpoint?
Yeah,
there is no external viewpoint.
I'm just trying to understand the world as you understand it. So,
it's just you, as it is. Think about how you've experienced the world your entire life, how you've actually experienced it. Now, how you think about it. That's what we think about it. We don't go beyond that.
Are you open to other continents, or would you say that we've settled the continents?
There's land masses that exist that we call continents. Yeah.
No, but that we haven't encountered yet.
I don't know about that. If we haven't encountered them, how would I know about it?
Well, I'm asking if you're is your framework open to there being other continents that we haven't yet reached?
I mean, you could call them a continent. I mean, if you want to call them that, I'm open to the fact there might be land that could be explored, but it just might not appear on maps.
Okay.
Might not appear on modern day maps because the maps are funny. Look, I know you probably don't know.
I've seen the different types of projections, like the one where Africa is the same size as South America, and then the one where it's massive.
Yeah, but it's way beyond that. That's a very simple weirdness of the maps. It's beyond that.
Why don't you ask Google Earth what's in the blotted out areas?
Yeah, ask Google Earth why you try to make a circle around the North to South Pole, why it snaps into a half moon.
Hey man, listen. All right.
No, so
I am not so different
I'm just
from you
saying.
all.
We know
I
all the
also
answers
want
to
to
these. These
know
are
what's in the
rhetorical
blocked out
questions.
parts.
Well, these are rhetorical questions, right? So there's a funny thing about maps because you have what's called a coordinate reference system.
Wait, did you
And
say that
how
if you
you
plot a
define
circle around Antarctica, it turns into what? A half moon?
a half moon, it'll snap into a half moon. Because Google
Is
Earth is
that
actually a
like?
cylinder.
Oh, I see. Okay, so that's not suggesting like an ice wall with like an opening that leads somewhere else.
No. It's just because Google Earth is actually a cylinder. It just looks like a sphere in your 3D graphic, but the coordinate system is the Mercator map, which is a cylinder.
Okay.
So now this is important. We pick a coordinate reference system. The one you're familiar with, latitude and longitude. It's a coordinate reference system. Contrary to popular belief, that coordinate reference system is not based upon the ground. It's based upon the sky. Okay. And there's another coordinate reference system, right? There's the magnetic coordinate reference system. That does not match the latitude and longitude one because there's things called magnetic declination. And this is where the maps get funny. Because it's been known since the 1800s that the compass heading doesn't match the celestial sphere. You'll be fucking facing what would be east in the latitude longitude coordinate system, and your compass will read you're pointing north. Right. So these are it's really there's places where this
is that at a
worth,
certain location?
all over the world. Yeah. Everywhere. It's called magnetic declination. If you get a fucking like a land navigation map, though, typically when you see the compass rose, which tells you north, south, east, west, and so you know how to orient your map, there'll be a little fucking it'll say declination 13 degrees or something like that. That tells you how much the magnetic north is off from the geographic north, the difference between the two. There's some places on Earth where it's off by 90 degrees. So if you like in the South Pacific, it's off by 90 degrees. Now, let's say you're in the South Pacific and you can't see clouds. You can't see stars, I mean. Okay? There's no freaking land because it's supposed to be the most isolated place on Earth. And if you just have your compass, right? And you're like, hey, man, we're going to sail north toward the equator. You're going to be sailing east. You're going to be sailing east for a long fucking time, too. And you're probably going to get lost and die at sea. Okay? So if you want to know, hey, man, are they hiding land somewhere? This is how they could be hiding it with the magnetic declination and the coordinate system. Because if you take those magnetic declinations and try to, the military, I don't know if it's the military, this map is, I don't know if Yoda sent it to me. It actually shows you that what the Earth would look like if you straightened out the magnetic field lines and then not distorted, but changed the orientations of the continents to match the magnetic field lines instead of the latitude and longitude system. And everything looks completely different. So if you took your compass that when it points north, that's true north, and when it points south, that's true south, and east and west are true
picture?
east. And you I might have it. Hold on, let me try find it. It's a map. Is that it? No, it's not it. It might take me a second. We got a maps channel in our main server. I don't know if this is in here though. Great. God damn. We have a main server, Discord GG/Flat Earth. Yeah, I found it. Okay. So We have a map section. It's got like 800 plus maps in there. Here, let me post this in here. Now, obviously, like, I don't know, they didn't do a perfect job, but it's pretty good.
And that's what it would look like if you got rid of the distortion of the magnetic declination.
It's the difference, but it's like the difference between the magnetic, that if you had a system of latitude and longitude based upon your compass versus the latitude and longitude system based upon the stars. It's the difference between those two that this is showing.
Okay, I thought
And then
it was going to be.
Well, hold on, we're not even done because there's a third coordinate system. There's a third coordinate system based upon the sun. So the sun on the equinox has a direction. In that direction, if you look in the dictionary, how do you define east? East is defined as the direction of the sun on the equinox. Now, it's the same as the other two direct east-west coordinate systems in some places, but not all places.
Yeah. I was actually kind of expecting that this map that you were going to post was going to have, like, instead of all the grids, like, flowing in these irregular ways, but still flowing as grids, I was expecting there to be, like, a big pocket somewhere, or multiple little pockets where, like, they go around. And then presumably with these coordinate systems that are in use, everybody that follows them would be skirting around whatever they're trying to hide.
Well, if you look now, obviously this wasn't perfect, and like this came from a government publication from the military. Now, they did say something about not being able to do it accurately or something, but I'm trying to think. Let me look at this. 360, the magnetic equator. So if you went east and west, so the distorted lines, right? See where it says true equator and magnetic equator?
Yeah.
So what they did was they distorted the latitude and longitude lines that you know and straightened out the magnetic lines. So you see there's a background grid of rectangles?
Yes.
That's the magnetic field.
Oh, interesting.
The other grid, the distorted one, is would be the celestial sphere. Okay? So if you went east-west following the celestial sphere coordinates, and you were trying to sail from not using your compass, right? Using like celestial navigation, and you sailed east, like say from the tip of South America, you'd end up in New Zealand. But east in the magnetic is you'd end up like in the middle of the Pacific. You understand? You're heading like things like places where there would be land would not be land, and places where there'd be water would not be water. So you'd have this whole section, right? So like if you look at the section, because you can see like the edge of what is it? That would be like New Zealand or something, right? And this isn't even like the whole Earth. This is only part of it. So let's say you started in New Zealand here, and you're like, I'm gonna go east in the I'm gonna go down to this 360 line, right? I want to get between 330 and 360. I want to get in this circle. How are you going to get there? Because if you follow the celestial sphere lines, it's going to take you past them. You're never going to actually intersect in there. Right? There's like this giant void between the tip of South America and Australia. There's like a giant void because the magnetic field lines, according to them, is where it's the most distorted. The Antarctic part doesn't even make sense because there's actually two magnetic south poles in Antarctica, and the other one's like in the middle of the ocean. So this isn't even like exactly accurate. I think there's some problems with this, as a matter of fact. Who was this published by? Pasadena, California. Yeah, anyway, so and then there's the solar coordinate system, which is defined as the direction that the sun rises on the equinox. Okay, so that direction, if you're say in South America, it'll be at 91 degrees. Okay, in the celestial sphere coordinate system. But if you're in Canada, it's going to be at 86 degrees. Northern Canada, mind you. Or Greenland. So
I'll be right
if
back,
you
one
think
second.
about that, those are diverging angles. That means it's two people are looking at the sun at the same time. They're looking in different directions. Now, how's that possible? But you can think about that. Juice that makes your brain explode. I think I made his brain explode. I've noticed this thing with people that come in with like talking about maps that they actually don't want to talk about maps. They want to talk about maps and show me your flat Earth map. Like, okay, let's talk about maps. And then they don't know a fucking thing about maps, and then they don't want to talk about maps no more.
I love to hear more about maps. I was trying to hear about maps today.
Maps. There's no such thing as an accurate map. They don't exist. Maps are created to serve a purpose. And whatever purpose they're created for, they'll do that. So you have road atlases. Those are maps for driving. They're good enough to get you can drive the roads of America to get from point A to point B. There's topographical maps that will show you the elevation changes of some part of the land. They're good for that purpose. They're not great for driving. You know, so like there's maps. Maps are made for all sorts of purposes. And yeah. That doesn't mean they're good for another purpose. It means they're good for the purpose they were made for. And that's it. People try to force them into other purposes. They think they're like, oh my God, here's this map. Oh my God. How come it doesn't show this on it? How come your flat Earth map don't show a 24-hour sun? No map shows a fucking sun. I've never seen a sun on a map in my entire life.
And if it does show a sun, then it shows it what is it, with time zones and stuff on the bottom. Like it's still putting its own thing into it.
Look, you can predict where the sun is. It doesn't matter what fucking shape the Earth is. It doesn't matter one bit. The model that they use, the mathematical model used to predict when the sun rises and sets, is observer-centric, meaning it's based upon you and what you see. So if you look up and you see the celestial equator, right, which is like a line of stars, you can pick it out. If you can find the freaking Aries, then you can figure out where the celestial equator is. Now there's a celestial equator. You look at the calendar. You look at the time. You can predict where the sun will be based upon the calendar relative to that celestial equator. You don't even need to know where you are on Earth. You don't need to even look at the ground. It doesn't matter what you're standing on. Because this timepiece, which is the sky that tracks the sun, is based completely on the sky. It's referenced only to itself. Doesn't reference the Earth in any way, shape, or form. Other than in one aspect. If you want to know the solar elevation, you measure up 90 degrees from the horizon. And somewhere the sun's going to be somewhere in that 90 degrees. But the
So
zero.
when you mentioned the firmament, so you said that the stars, etc., they're all fixed, or are we fixed and they're moving?
No, what they meant was that the stars are fixed in the celestial sphere, that the celestial sphere moves. Right. The stars are embedded in a celestial sphere, and that celestial sphere is moving. But the reason they say the stars were fixed in this is because they don't move relative to each other. Right? They all stay in the same position. The Big Dipper don't become the Big Spoon.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It stays.
The sphere bit in this is purely conceptual. There's no actual sphere.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We call it the celestial sphere because you can. What they do is they model, and I don't know because it's kind of a contradiction in this. They model the sky as a sphere of infinite radius, which kind of doesn't make sense in a way because something with an infinite radius is flat. So there's that. But anyway, this is what they say. Model the sky as a sphere of infinite radius. And then we calculate up from the horizon, assuming like basically you're at the center of the origin of coordinates. And the reason they can do this is because, there's certain things we observe about the stars which kind of don't make sense, such as no parallax. Since there's no parallax, they appear at infinite distance away. And then we can make claims like, oh, well, I'm at the origin of coordinates. I don't have to care where I am on the surface because everything's so far away. Seems like I'm in the middle. So since I'm in the middle, I'll just make a model where I'm in the middle and call it a day.
Hey man, what's up?
Yeah, man.
I just joined in.
What's up, buddy?
Fine. What are you talking about? New.
The
Which
celestial sphere.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
go on. Sorry.
Lost my train of thought, man.
You said celestial sphere.
Yeah, celestial sphere.
Okay.
So to model, the celestial sphere model the stars and the sun to put you in the center of everything. And everything surrounds you as if you're in the center of a sphere. And we model the way the stars move after this. It's a
So
little
how do
more
you feel
complicated
about
than that.
how do you feel about centripetal force?
What about it?
As in, like, I know for people mentioning where they say the Earth is spinning, but so fast that it's bringing us closer, so that's why we don't feel it spinning, and that's their justification. And then they mention that if you take something and then
Yeah, something like that. I have research on this. Back in, we have old clocks back from 18th and 17th centuries. So they used to spin really slow as compared as we have clocks in our modern time. They tick a lot slower. So that means we are getting closer to sun, and all the magnetic fields are, making the clock spin more fast, and time. The days are more bigger than they are. What to say?
Days are getting longer. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, day is not getting longer. Day is getting short.
Oh,
So
okay.
as compared to old days.
Is that why I'm tired?
They have more time and as compared to us. Earth is getting closer to sun.
Bummer. Are we gonna burn alive?
Maybe one day. I think.
No.
We
we're not.
we still have centuries and centuries to go. So maybe our great sons might get.
But didn't they say that the universe is always expanding, so we're getting farther and farther away? Didn't they say that sooner or later
Yeah,
the Earth would just be without the sun? Didn't they say we're going outward, like outward
Let me just say
expansion?
this before we move
we
on.
are going inwards, not outwards.
Yeah.
Because sun have magnetic force. It's keep pulling us towards itself.
Yeah. Okay. Story time over. Okay. So now we're done with story time. Let's get to like what actually is going on. So, in the end of the 19th century, and I think I talked to. I don't know if you were in here. There's 3 experiments. It's called Airy's failure, Michelson-Morley, and Rebbe-Compound. These are 3 experiments to show that the Earth is not in motion.
Well, that one I missed. I wasn't here for that one.
Okay, so Airy's failure. So what happens is that if you have, so he had a telescope. Okay, he was the astronomer royal for the Royal Society in the 1860s or something. He was trying to. There's something called stellar aberration. So when you look at a star, because there's no parallax, they have to calculate it. But they had never actually observed the aberration. You got to think of it like this. You know how you it's raining, and the raindrops are falling straight down if you're standing still.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happens if you start running with the umbrella? You have to tilt your umbrella to hit the raindrops, right?
Yeah.
So if the Earth was in motion, the light would be hitting us at an angle instead of straight on. This is the idea, at least. So he was testing whether this was actually happening. And the way he was going to test this is you take a telescope with air, you look at a star, and then you fill it with water and look at the same star. If the Earth is in motion, because there's something called the Foucault effect, when light passes through mediums that are in motion, the light will be deflected if one of the mediums has a higher refractive index. So it'll be deflected in the direction of the motion. When Airy did this test, they detected no deflection of the light. The starlight hit right at the bottom of the telescope. It was centered in the exact same place. So this was a problem. So along comes Michelson-Morley. They do an interferometer test where they interfere light together and try to measure a phase shift. If the Earth is if the Earth is in motion, then one direction of the light will be have a shorter path than the other direction because you're moving in that direction, right? So they did this test, no result. The Earth is not in motion. Rebbe-Compound tried to do a vertical drop, basically the Michelson-Morley, a vertical version of it. Same result. Earth is not in motion.
Hey T-Dub, did you ever listen to that Joe Rogan thing?
No, which one?
Inside chat. 52 past the hour. 3:52. You're in the same time zone as me. Good. Platter posted it.
Oh, no, yeah, no, I never ended up looking at it.
Have a listen to that.
Is it alright?
Like this. Yeah, very interesting. Just underneath where he's posted that, underneath he's written, it's super recent too, the gatekeepers are scrambling. And gatekeeper is exactly the perfect description of Rogan. Have a listen to it, you'll see why.
Can we listen to it in here?
Yeah, it goes for 9 minutes, you should be able to.
Oh, it's only 9 minutes?
Yeah. Actually, let's try it. Copy link. Oh, that won't work. Which one do we use? Query.
We won't get copyrighted or anything, will we?
It's from Twitter.
YouTube bot.
We shouldn't do because it's on Twitter. It's a public thing. Is Joe Rogan?
Right.
Is it pay to view on his channel? I thought his channel was open.
Yeah. I don't know. Not on YouTube. It's not. It's free.
Well, there we go.
Just got to watch ads. Okay.
So I just click on that, and then I go paste link, and let's see if it does it. Missing permissions. Oh. Alright, looks like you'll have to listen to it all by yourself.
Hold the phone, because my phone is listening to me. I just went to YouTube to see if I could find it, right? See if we could play a version of it from YouTube. And the first thing in my feed is Joe Rogan gets very touchy when questioning our reality.
Well, there you go.
And it's Level Earth Observer, 1 day ago. It goes for 20 minutes. So it's Level Earth Observer's take on the whole thing. I don't know if you want to listen to that.
Yeah, chuck it on. Unless someone pops in, we can have a chat with them.
All right, okay.
Someone else's opinion of it would be good too.
Yeah. You know Leo? You know Leo's stuff?
I know the name.
Level Earth Observer? Level Earth Observer, yeah. All right, play that one then.
Cool.
Right at the top. Would you believe it? Like it read my mind.
Today we got an interesting conversation between Joe Rogan and Hollywood film director and producer Roger Avery. Now remember my stance. I only stand by the things that are physically true. I don't care of the results. I have no beliefs, no conceptual ideas to defend. I don't care how reality presents itself to us in its physical form. I just stand by it. It frees me of any burden, of any belief, and it's a beautiful feeling. That's my stance. It's irrefutable, because if you cite physicality that can be tested and verified by all, I stand by it. That's my stance. So we're going to see a few visuals of maps, models, conceptual ideas in this video. None of it relates to me. I find the subject fascinating from a psychological point of view, and it's interesting to see the defense mechanisms displayed by Joe Rogan here. I'm not going to come in too much, but I will pause at a couple of points and just add a few things. So let's have a look.
The biggest conspiracy theory that freaks everybody out is flat Earth. Now, I don't know what the Earth is, but experientially, through the testimony of the eyes, it is flat. And there is very little chance that I will ever in my life, or most of us will ever in our life experience anything other than what is effectively a flat Earth. And the way sighting across large bodies of water.
I like him already.
Or navigation maps for airports.
Yeah, it's a good start, eh?
Is always the presumption of a flat Earth. It's always in the pilot manuals and on maps.
How so?
Well, if you're flying a jet at low altitude, you're not making corrections for curvature, even though you're going fast enough where you should be. And so what's actually happening there? Well, and so the idea is, look, I don't know what the world is or what the realm that we're in is, but experientially, from my perspective in life, it is nothing but it's a flat Earth.
But what about travel routes? Like, what about when they fly over Antarctica? What if they?
They don't fly over.
But you can watch the sun rise and fall.
They don't even fly from Cape down to Buenos Aires.
There's a understanding of the precession of the equinoxes.
They travel up into.
Just obviously taking note here of Joe's automated defense mechanism type responses here. We've all seen.
Just gallery.
Make no sense when we're talking about physical reality.
Into the other hemisphere and like land in London or something, and then travel back down whenever you're doing a flight across the Atlantic. And so, like when you look at it on a flat Earth map,
but there's
of them,
satellite photographs of Earth from space.
Those are all cartoons.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that even the NASA, the guys who actually do those composites, those are composite imagery of. Listen, I am not saying that.
But it seems like you're saying that the Earth is possibly flat.
I'm saying experientially.
Right.
From
but
your
that's a scale. That's a scale issue, though.
Correct.
We're a tiny little thing on an enormous thing.
Correct.
But, snipers have to calculate for the curvature of the Earth when they shoot.
Only the curvature of the landscape that they're
right.
on.
Why do you think the landscape curves?
The landscape doesn't curve. It is a mountainous and
not always.
uneven.
No, on flat plains you have to do the same thing. If you're making a long shot over a flat area, like if you had to shoot.
Well, then why don't pilots make
a flat plane is curved? Is he saying?
Oh my God! I do know the
maps always
film from the space station.
Presume a flat Earth.
When you look at the film from the space station, you see an Earth that's not just round but spinning.
I see. The space station, the International Space Station is
again. It appeals to authority here. We have to abandon physical reality and trust establishments that are not trustworthy anyway. I don't understand.
Yeah, Joe.
This is where belief.
But you'd be the first one to realise that shit.
And become a hindrance to the clarity of thought, to what should be quite easy to discern here of what's physically true and the things that are either red herrings or irrelevant to the actual physicality of the subject, which is the ground we walk upon.
It's actually not high enough to see curvature. And what you're seeing is the lens distortion. And
it's not high enough to see curvature when you look out into the horizon.
It's actually even like it's very, very close to the.
Let's look at footage from the space station of Earth. So when you see satellite images that are taken of the Earth, you think they're lying? You think there's this grand conspiracy to piece all these pictures together and turn it into a circle instead of having it flat? All I'm saying is
that's the fundamental conspiracy theory that unravels everyone. And
well, it doesn't make any sense because
certainly questioning the globe Earth is a big problem psychologically for members of the public because of this inbuilt belief, which is reinforced through visual sci-fi films and various other forms, and it provides a fascinating viewing for someone like myself to see the performance, which I, of course, many times over the years now call it a pantomime. Just the performance itself, it's fascinating to watch. Rather than dress and own it, so many can't, and they put on this defense-like performance of the silliest order. Crazy, bizarre, fascinating, and a little bit worrying.
Everything that we see in the cosmos that's a planetary body is round, including stars.
We're talking about the Earth and Joe's looking away from the Earth. It's just crazy.
So it's all round, except for small moons. Everything is round, and that's because
I'm not even certain
that space exists.
that the moon is anything more than a plasma.
Joe, for space to exist, for spacecraft need to be in free fall around a ball. There is no ball in the first place, so the environment for which they say exists, which is cited when we see something go in the sky, which is they tell us is the ISS, the base story fails at a fundamental level, Joe, in a physical form. That's a major problem. That's the elephant in the room. This should blow your mind, and anyone who realizes that. But because of the defensive mechanisms at play, hurdles are there, holding these people back. And as a result, rather than own it, which does happen, I'm pleased to say, which is incredibly empowering and freeing from these beliefs, the shackles, but rather than do that, most go into, like I say, the automated defense pantomime mode, where we get these silly performances, these silly things cited, looking up at the sky appeals to authority, an authority that doesn't have a good reputation for telling the truth and integrity in the first place. Crazy. And I base the craziness, because I always bring it back to what's physically true and then compare to what these people are telling me. Crazy.
A plasma.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That it's a plasma effect, a lenticular effect of some kind.
So that it's not a real thing, but it affects the tides. It is something that we have landed. At the very least, we've landed probes on.
Joe, you're just saying things that are just pure belief, yet you're saying them as if you were there. You're aware that you've ridden the tides up because the moon was pulling at it. You landed on the moon with probes. No, Joe, it's just beliefs. The psychology you're showing, the effects of it, Joe, in your responses when your belief system's questioned. I don't believe with everything this man's saying. I'm not necessarily on the same page. I find this subject fascinating because of the responses and the opinions and all the stuff that goes with this subject. There's so much psychology and fascinating behavior at play with what really should be quite a simple, honest subject when you strip it bare.
We don't know that it affects the tides. People theorize
so this is
that it affects the tides.
Footage from the space station. This is live footage from the space station.
And I'm saying that's lens curvature, and that what you're actually seeing.
Why do you think that's lens curvature?
And that what you're seeing is horizon.
So what you're talking about is like a fisheye lens.
If I'm trying to provoke you, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Because they admit they use wide-angle lenses, Joe.
I want you to be completely fucking insane. Because this is a round body, just like the moon, just like Mars, just like Jupiter.
It's a shame we're listening to it.
That appears to be but in your practical life experience, you have to accept a certain amount of faith. Is what I'm getting at any moment.
But they understand the precession of the equinoxes. Okay, do you know that the precession of the equinoxes is how they measure the sky over a period of 26,000 years?
I see right there.
Like Joe's been there for them 26,000 years. And like that really refutes physical reality.
A little stitching, like right there.
So this would just keep going straight forever?
Do you see that line?
Yeah,
do you see that line right there? What is that?
What is that line?
Yeah, what is that line? Well, that looks like stitching to me. It looks like they've stitched together and it crosses over there through that mountain range right there.
That is weird.
Oh, boy.
So Joe's evidence, his citation, which overrules
He's been watching
reality, has problems in it. The live brought up as evidence that physical reality is wrong, has stitching in it, has problems in it. And my channel's littered with footage that is a major problem compared to the official story they tell us. Yet alone, the overall picture of things regarding physical reality highlighting the absurdity of the globe. Like I said, the biggest hurdle is not what's physically true here. It's a psychological issue based on beliefs and emotions and ridiculous behavior patterns hold people back from seeing what's simply and is obviously and is physically true and discerning it from what is not.
By your very example, I'm just saying that you have to have a certain amount of faith in that. And on the surface, mundus vult decepi.
Okay. You're freaking me out. Go back to that, Jamie. So what is the explanation? Go back a little bit.
Yeah, what is the explanation of that line right there?
Right, but how weird is that? That is weird that there's this line.
Right, because that in itself is a composite image, a cartoon that has been put together for you to look at this apparent live imagery.
So, and is this multiple images that are supposedly pieced together? Is that what they're...
I'm saying that things fall into, like, the way perspective works is that things appear to fall into the horizon. But now you use what is that camera? Is it a P200 camera? Where you can actually zoom in and lift things out of the horizon that have appeared to fall into the horizon.
This live video feed from the International Space Station has been
interrupted because you're watching too much.
Due to either a change in the onboard camera configuration or a loss of...
Exactly. Quickly cut the feed. It's gone pear-shaped. And regarding optical so-called observations, the boat supposedly going over the horizon, as I've stated many times, and of course in my previous video, the optical world is not the same as the physical world, which is when anyone cites long-range observations as some kind of physical proof. They need physical demonstrations to account for the many variables at play with observations. Train tracks don't converge in physical reality, yet they appear to optically. We need to account for the optical variables at play with physicality to make it rock solid. This is the real scientific way, without beliefs, without any kind of narrative, only standing by what's true, cross-referencing long-range observations, taking into account the variables with physicality as our backer. Unrefutable. It's just people don't like the results of the way that physical reality presents itself to us. It's unpleasant because it doesn't match the belief system that's been instilled in everyone.
Signal with the communications network. The video will return when a connection is reestablished. So this is during the live feed?
This isn't from NASA's YouTube channel. It's just down right now.
It's just down right now. Okay, so you're saying that this is like a fisheye effect of a lens.
Yeah, I'm saying
potentially.
I'm saying that, and that we can even see that whenever they're up there shooting with cameras outside, you're like, oh, there's the curvature, and then every now and then the camera turns and it inverts for a moment. And it goes back down.
I've never seen that.
I watch a lot of NASA.
They use many different effects, and as a result, you get many different failures as well. That's in itself a technique to cause confusion. Again, strip it bare, what's physically true, and then what's not, what doesn't match what is the way reality presents itself to us is obviously nonsense. Because here's the thing, how can something be physically true? The globe, if it can't be physically demonstrated. It can. Can you cite me something being physically true, but not being able to be physically demonstrated? Again, I'm very simple and very logical with this subject. There's no emotions, no beliefs, just what is.
Stuff. And listen, I'm not saying that we're not living on a globe, or at least an oblate spheroid, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says, but have you ever noticed how spasticated that guy gets whenever you throw out the word flat earth? He flips out like the way Robert De Niro flips out on like irrationally he flips out.
He flips out when you say that men can't be women.
Right, I'm just going to forward it for a minute because they kind of go a bit wayward with the subject, start talking about trans. I don't want to go there. I just want to come back to the subject at play, which is about here.
We're all just trying to construct what reality is, and it tends to be a consensus of what it is. But, you know, there are fringes that on the ends that don't believe with what the consensus says. Are they wrong?
I don't believe anyone who's telling me physical reality is exactly the opposite that can be tested and verified by all, particularly if they are coming from authority and one that doesn't have a good reputation in the first place. I will not be gaslighted into stupidity based on emotions and beliefs. I've bypassed that trap, that hurdle, and so should you.
Know how many people would have to be involved to promulgate this idea that
Again, another delusional defense mechanism, Joe. Men lie and can be deceived, and because of beliefs have emotional attachments, and because of that, their common sense is abandoned. Prime example, everyone, yourself included, the mainstream, believe physical reality is exactly the opposite of what can be tested and verified by all. Is everyone in on it? No, of course not. People believe blindly, and when questioned, the defense mechanisms come into play, just like some of the ones you've displayed for us today, Joe.
there's a flat Earth, and you got to cover up that thing and pretend it's round. And what's the motivation of covering up the fact that the Earth is flat?
I mean, if we're really fundamental.
That's a very deep, big question to be answered. Can someone really fully answer that question? Honestly,
nobody's doing that.
Full exploration here. Of course, we should be granted full exploration based off the fact that the way physical reality presents itself to us, and it doesn't match what we've been told by the education system and the so-called space authorities. So we've got a major problem. That's the elephant in the room. And what
I just paused. They're not hiding anything. You just go outside and look. Have they got a big rug over the lakes? They're just convincing you that, like the guy said, it's experiential, right? It's everyone's experience, a flat, motionless. So they're convincing you that it's not. They're not hiding anything. Joe,
gatekeeper.
What a dickhead. Yeah. Right.
Imagine Joe Rogan coming in here. He would have a meltdown.
It's physically true. And the fact that doesn't match what we're being told should blow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. India just resumed it for us. Thanks, India.
Still, because of the spells at play, so many are still struggling to walk away from those sci-fi box sets, Star Trek, Star Wars, and the Globe Earth, and all the nonsense that goes with that delusional package.
I don't know how I did that.
To it, it's about God, and it's about what is this realm that we're in, and are we part of creation? And
But why would it be more likely God if it was flat?
Every culture throughout recorded history draws us
Sorry, it's almost finished.
Flat Earth.
Again, I don't go for any map, any model, any conceptual idea. Yeah, I think that's asking for trouble. I simply stand by what is. Full exploration will answer those questions. Anything other than what's physically true becomes a belief for me, and I'm not willing to do that.
Fish environment with a dome, a firmament that covers it up until like when the 1930s or
right,
so.
When they start making telescopes.
Right.
I mean, so this is a grand conspiracy. Like Galileo was wrong.
Just beliefs, Joe. Beliefs in things, men blindly believing in things that are obviously physically true. That's been proven at this point in time. The subject wouldn't exist in itself. All the mainstream has is kind of fallacious reasoning. It's just insane. And the behavior, the mechanisms like we've seen here are fascinating, although quite worrying.
Wrong. All these people
all of
didn't know.
Recorded history is wrong. And I mean, the other option is that we are just specks of nothing floating around in an endless vast.
I think that's it. Fascinating stuff. Really interesting to see. Of course, a lot of people call Joe Rogan a shill based on his delusional U-turn regarding the moon landing, so-called moon landing. Again, we've seen quite a few U-turns recently with some people who were considered truthers in the first place, who, if you actually analyze their stance from day one, it was all over the place. It was illogical. 1 minute it could be logical, the next it was promoting conceptual ideas at the expense of what was physically true. So on the other hand, they were illogical. So it's obvious who's who based on their stance and what they've been about from day one. Are they true? Are they logical? Do they have honesty and integrity? Have they been the same throughout? Or have they jumped a bat? Physical reality will never let you down and never deceive you. That's why I chose to stand by it. Have a good weekend, everyone.
I think Joe Rogan would be somewhat entertaining in here. For us.
He's a nitwit.
He's clown, isn't he?
But what about telescopes?
Unless you're using them to measure the surface of the ground, then no.
Yeah.
And I reckon Avery was like what they were talking about at that moment, what he was talking about. The telescope has nothing to do with what he was talking about. It's so silly.
He was doing that. He was scattergunning. He was red herring, like non-sequitur. Like he was all over the place. But I reckon that the Avery guy's been in here. I reckon he's been listening or watching us. Because they don't talk about that shit they don't talk about some of that stuff. They don't say it like that on TikTok and like we do.
Yeah, I know. I wonder sometimes, man, if people are watching this because made by Jim Bob, he doesn't do flat earth stuff though. I heard he's a flat earther. He says shit that come right out of here. There's no doubt in my mind it came out of our stream. When he argues the scientific method and things like that, it's literally, you could just take him and plug him in here and it would be the same thing. Because he argues with atheists and they say, it's not nutty shit they say, and then it just asks them the same thing.
Right.
What's your natural observation? Right? What's the scientific method? What's
defending evolution and shit.
Method, right? And he always says observe a natural phenomenon. Like I never heard anybody outside of like this Discord, well, that and outside the flat Earth conversation, anyone ever say that. So he's definitely listening. There's no doubt. Maybe listening right now.
Yeah.
But
Rogan,
he did make arguments that like we make to Joe Rogan. He started off that way, but he ended up going into the unprovable dome nonsense eventually.
Yeah, he did. Unfortunately, but Joe's just so like so regular numpty like we get in here. Like we would shred him to pieces, man.
Oh yeah, I mean no one ever said Joe Rogan was intelligent. I don't think he's ever been accused of that. He's not dumb, but like you know what I mean. His
right,
dude. There was a video someone made. It was the guy's a communication expert. He like goes around to businesses, teach people how to communicate, like universities, whatever. And he reviewed like a Joe Rogan video, and like Joe, like pretty much when you actually think about what he's saying, he isn't really saying anything. He's just going ooh ah, like it's fucking stupid. When you actually break down him talking, like he's really, I don't know, midwit.
Man, NASA is pouring the grain into the fucking bin, and he's the sheep or the cattle that's going, oh, food time, yum, 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 just lapping it up.
Yeah, I mean, he interviews, I guess that's a good interview style where he doesn't inject himself into it. I think maybe that's why he's successful, is because every podcast doesn't become like a version of the Joe Rogan show. He just lets the other people just gab, which is good. But I saw a video today, so I watched this guy. His name's Emil.
Oh yeah.
He came from Romania, but he does like stuff on because Romania is right next to Ukraine, so he's been doing stuff on that war for a while. He did a video on the fucking moon landing today. Like this is like way off his subject of what he does, and he just like did a video. He's like, basically saying the moon landing was completely fake. Why isn't the U.S.? Why isn't Russia and frickin' is Russia and China gonna call them out on their either this one, this new fake one, or the last fake one. It's just funny that even normies are seeing that the moon landing is fake, bro. It's so bullshit. I don't even know how they come in here and defend it. I'd be embarrassed to defend the moon landing.
Right, yeah. Does he usually do sciencey stuff? The fellow you talking about?
Glassman? No. He does, it's all political.
Oh, okay. No.
Like European politics, some American politics. He's a U.S. citizen now, but he came here from Romania. Guess he was like an Olympic. He lived under the USSR, I guess, for a while. It seems like he's my age about, or maybe a little younger. But he just does because he's from the area. That's what he made. That's why he started a YouTube channel and started doing commentary on like what's going on over there, because it's like he knows you know what I mean. He grew up in that part of the world. You know what I mean? So Eastern Europe is very insular, separated kind of from, I guess, the Western world by the what do they call that? The fucking wall, the Berlin Wall. Yeah, which is weird that all of a sudden he just does a fucking. I couldn't believe it, dude. Like nobody's buying this crap anymore. Did you see any of the Pam Bondi testimony? Did we see any of that?
The what? Sorry.
Pam Bondi. She's the Attorney General from the United States. She had to testify about the Epstein files yesterday.
No, I never saw it.
Oh my God, the shit she says is so absurd. Let's put it this way. They ask it, so there's a hearing about the Epstein files and why the FBI didn't release them and why they redacted things they shouldn't have redacted and why they accidentally released fucking victims' names and all that crap. So they'd ask her a question. She starts talking about the Dow Jones Industrial Average and how it's skyrocketing and how the S&P 500 is the highest it's ever been. Now they're asking her questions about Epstein, and she's answering with these totally has nothing to do with what the fuck they're even talking
What the heck?
That's the same thing we get in here.
Bro, exactly, Barrett. Exactly, Matrix. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Just like a Goldberg. You ask him a question about hey man, who measured the curve of the earth? And they're like, man, I love vanilla ice cream.
Yeah, when frogs croak and cement dries.
But she's answering the questions like that, because I don't know if there's any penalty behind it, but they tried to hide. There was one guy who was the Attorney General, the head of the FBI. They were in front of Congress like a year ago or wherever. And they were asked if there were any co-conspirators with Epstein, and they all testified no. Right in the files, they redacted. There was a guy who was a co-conspirator, but they redacted that in the file. But part of the law they passed said must mark any co-conspirators. So they wouldn't have found out, but a couple congressmen got to see the unredacted files with their own two eyes, and then they discovered they redacted the fact that there was a co-conspirator when all of them testified that there wasn't. So they start asking her about it, and she starts going, "You're a failed politician. Your numbers are dropping," and blah blah blah. Like, you'll never get reelected. Like, what? That was her answer to his question about why they redacted the files, was to start talking about his political career. This is the Attorney General of the United States, the highest ranking law enforcement officer in the United States, is testifying before Congress, absolutely not answering questions in any way, shape, or form, and basically insulting and harassing congressmen right in Congress, right to their fucking face. It was I've never seen anything like that in American politics. There's nothing like that. And you could go back fucking decades, black and white.
it's a sight to behold. Like,
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Duck down the shops. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, okay. But she knew, like, it's one of the things where if I actually say anything about the subject matter, I'm going to jail. So I'll just talk about other shit.
Actually, I think it'd be a bit more serious than that. If I actually say anything about the subject matter, I may have bad things done to me.
I thought of that too, yeah. Possibly. He's like, these dudes are going to get me killed. And maybe that's what she was thinking, and she was like irate. That like, and that like her because she was super emotional. Like,
why not just palm it off? I'm sorry.
Like you know how you have like an ex girlfriend, or you get in a fight with a girl, and like they're just like, they're not even a girlfriend, just like they're trying to like socially shame you and like put you down in front of a crowd. Like, that's what she was doing to people. Like, it was just weird. I never seen anything. But maybe she was doing that because she was, like you said, she was, and like, if I say anything, they're going to kill my ass. I have to fucking just smoke and mirrors through this whole fucking thing.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. But she could have gone the other way. She could have gone, you know what? I don't know the answer to that question, but these guys do. And just palm it off to some random numpty other politician that deserves it.
Dude, it's crazy. I mean, I'm sitting here to describe it to you. Like, it's just something that you have to see for yourself. I couldn't even believe like what I was watching. Because I just watched clips that people made. I couldn't believe like, this is our government, dude. We're fucking done. The American Republic is fucking gone. We're toast. It's over. Like, party's over. Sure, someone's clipped it all together, man.
Robot Polisher, where is he when you want him?
Oh, yeah. Where is he? Yeah, what happened to him? He's still around?
I haven't seen any of his stuff for a while. Hopefully, someone might have given him the word, and he's just backed off a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably his report got because he did a lot of stuff on McToon, so his account probably got reported.
Yeah, they're probably indirectly, so all of McClown's followers would have run in and, oh, this is offensive, or this is health advice, or some shit that's not related. And because there's like 3,000 of them all at once, they've probably just turned around and gone, you know what, it's easier for us to shut down one account as it is to listen to all these doorsteps. That's sad, that, because he had some brilliant stuff. He's probably putting it out on Rumble or some shit like that. There's probably a whole truckload of videos just waiting for us to find them.
Maybe. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't exist on X because I'm sure he got reported for like doxing people or harassment or something, because he did a lot of videos about McToon and Duffy and stuff. And like right when TFE, he disappeared around TFE, like right before it. Here, dude, I'm gonna post I'll post the freaking clip, a montage of her talking to just one of the congressmen. The guy, this dude Massey, he's a Republican. He's not even like a Democrat, so he's in the same party as Trump, but he's just like, I guess he's like the one not corrupt. He doesn't support any of the shit that they've been doing, like the Ukraine war, none of it. The shit with Israel. And he's been a hound dog about the fucking...
So he's your one legit one.
Yeah, the one legit one. But, hold on. You're not going to believe this shit. I just watched some of it. It's crazy shit he's saying, dude. Just the way she's acting is like a psychopath. This is just a montage of her freaking talking. It's pretty crazy. I'm gonna play it in the freaking stream because fuck, it's so nuts. Why not? We're here.
So it shows the same.
Because she's like pointing her finger at the dude and like hyper. Like I've never seen anything like that crap, dude.
So similar behavioral characteristics to the Globers.
Syndrome. He needs to get. You're a failed politician.
Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged. Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with, you don't, do you?
I'm going to teach you the rules again.
Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? Nothing about helping crime in her district. She's not even worth getting into the details. Excuse me, I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No, and I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Arlen,
you don't get to reclaim time when you don't. When I don't answer a question the way you want. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify.
The whole thing is given a grown-up version of Regina George.
Fucking psycho bitch.
Her having a meltdown sounded a little like Owlish when she has a breakdown.
They even cut some stuff out because those answers had nothing to do with the question she was asked. Nothing to do with it whatsoever. Like the one where she said there was only 2 people to vote against it. And what they were talking about, they asked her a question about the Epstein files. She said, "You don't really care about this. You like this. We tried to pass some online child protection act or something, and you voted. There was 2 people that voted against it, and you were one of them." So she doesn't answer the question. She says something about his voting record. It has nothing to do with what they're doing. It was totally the craziest shit I ever saw, man. I don't know how she got away with that's like contempt of Congress, man. Like they need to drag her in there.
What you need to do, Indio, you need to jump on a plane, fly over here to the land down under, grab yourself a beer, and just watch comedy. Our Prime Minister.
Yeah, you guys as politicians are pretty incoherent too. They're comedic. You guys vote in the least competent person for the job. But I mean, when I say least competent, not like incompetent like Trump. Trump's a different type of incompetent. You guys just they're harmlessly incompetent.
Our system is we vote for the person who we believe is going to vote for the right person. It's this 2-stage system, and it's disgusting. But people are starting to realise how they can get around it by how they vote. So, I think the next election is going to be a very interesting one. But it is a clown show. I'm sure they're selected, and I'm not sure if they're trying to put in the most incompetent, useless drop kicks known to man in order to piss us off to incite violence. I don't know, but that's what it looks like. Like seriously, that guy is an absolute idiot. If they got a blue cattle dog and put it in as the Prime Minister, most Australians would probably appreciate that more.
Yo, mate, have you heard my solution to this problem of corruption in government? Is that public officials are elected by lottery. That if you're a citizen, your name goes into the hat, and if your name comes up, you're a government official in some spot, mandatory service, you got to do that job. Right? Oh, ouch. Shit. I'm the President of the United States. See, that way you don't have any corruption building up to it, right? You don't have to bribe them, and you haven't, created a whole network of bribery to even get there, right? Which is what they do. They create a bribery network, a money laundering network to get elected in the first place.
Yep.
You do favors for me, I do favors for you. So you eliminate that whole corruption thing. He's gone. And then you pay him a shitload of money. So there's no reason to take any money, right? You pay him a lot. Because they don't pay congressmen very much. But you pay
It's
them
interesting
shitloads
that
of money.
they don't get paid much, but they seem to have a lot of money.
Yeah, that's the weird part. In America, Congress is exempt from insider trading laws.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. You do that over here,
get rich.
you'll get a pretty solid visit to jail for a long time.
Politician? I mean, I don't know what it is.
I don't think it matters.
They're exempt here.
Wow, that's crazy.
So they have hearings, and they're going to pass the laws, and they're basically picking winners and losers by passing a law. So, for instance, when they passed the what do you call it, Obamacare, which was where they set up a whole bracket for the insurance industry and Medicare, and they knew.
So as they're passing the law, they're texting their mates, buy these shares, buy these shares.
Exactly. They know who's going to win or lose based upon whether that passes or not.
Wow.
They buy the stocks ahead of time. There's one guy, he did it once, congressman. He went and he bought a gigantic fucking section of like desert and like desert that's in California that no one lived in. And then he went and got a law passed so the federal government would build a road through it and had to buy all his property.
At a jacked up price, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, there seems to be that seems to happen here, but they seem to just fob it off and pretend, oh no, that's my sister's uncle's best friend's patch of land, nothing to do with me, even though they're the ones that bought it 2 years ago.
Yeah, they do all that here too. It's just different, and it's like no one's going to tell on you. They're all criminals, so it's like we're not going to rat you out. I don't want you ratting me out.
Yeah.
But if you're not part of the program, they will do ethics ejection if you're not playing along with whatever their corruption is. You can't do anything new. You got to do the same old ways. So James Traficant, he was a congressman from Ohio, and he was doing what they all do, right? Corruption. But like he wouldn't go along with like their program. He was voting against the party line. He was, he was doing his own shit. And they no, you got to do what we say, or the way we're just going to report your criminality. And they did, and they kicked him out of Congress, and he went to jail. Club Fed, as they call it. A bunch of people in here this time of night. It is Sunday, so.
That's funny. As soon as you start mentioning the people that are in here, they disappear. Oh shit, they might talk to me next. No!
I mean, I understand. In here, there's kind of an excuse for it because they might not be good English speakers. Oh.
Yeah, it's very common for them to just want to sit in and listen. I've heard that heaps of times.
They must be really confused, man, because we have so many English speakers from different places with different accents and different mannerisms and sayings, and you know what I mean? Like
yeah,
stuff that doesn't really translate. You know what I mean? Because it's just like some English colloquial saying that like you'd have to be a native English speaker to even get. Things like I found out this phrase doesn't translate all of a sudden. Doesn't translate
all of a
into
sudden
other languages, I guess.
Interesting.
And if you break it down as like a sentence, it doesn't really make sense all of a sudden. It's freaking. But you know what it means. I know what it means.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of things we say they have no idea what the hell we're talking about. Just me even saying it like that, don't know what the hell we're talking about. Like even that, like English phrase, like they probably just picking out words, right? Hell, I recognize that, but what the hell? What is that? That's what happens when someone leaves freaking a Lego on the floor in the middle of the night and you step on it. You're like, what the hell? Dude, what, you ever step on a Lego barefoot, man?
Yeah, that shit's
crazy
nasty.
Pain, dude.
The ultimate in home security. Before you go to bed, just sprinkle some Legos across the floor. And if any muppet happens to come in there, if they're wearing shoes, you'll hear the crunch crunch. If they're not wearing shoes, well, that opens up a whole heap of questions, but at least it'll hurt them.
Anything happening here today? I mean, I saw it was pretty busy all day. I didn't listen, but I was watching the names pop up in the live stream. What were the fences?
Well, yeah, Over Fences was working it hard this morning. And it was funny too, because a couple of the boys get on there and go, you're female.
They didn't.
They didn't know. I thought that shit was funny.
Exploded.
Yeah, welcome to Simp Central. Yeah, I've heard her talk before, a couple of times. It's a shame too, because she should get on the mic more often. Very calming voice.
She's good, dude. She's also pretty good. I only heard her like flat smack a couple, maybe once. She's pretty good.
Yeah.
She isn't bad at all.
She said her issue is she can't think fast like we do. Like, not we as in me, but just the rest of us in general. And that's what she said. That's her biggest thing. She just doesn't have that instant thing. If someone asks her a question, thinks about it, answers it.
Yeah, but they're not that bright either. So you know what I mean? They don't have the reflexes either. I mean, the only reason we can answer so fast is because we heard this crap 10,000 times.
Yes.
And she's heard it 10,000 times, but hasn't had to say it 10,000 times. She comes in more and has to frickin' repeat herself 1,000 times. She'll be like, "Oh yeah, I heard this 10,000 times," and had to tell 10,000 idiots the same thing. You can't see forever. You can't see Everest from fucking America. Sorry.
We need to get
I see China.
Over Fences and Dandelion and catch some random shit-stained Glober that we hate in between, and they can the pair of them can use him as a punching bag.
Yeah, I'd enjoy that, quite honestly.
Hey, India, you know what's worse? You know what's worse than saying it 1,000 times to 1,000 different idiots?
Saying it 1,000 times to the same idiot.
I agree with that.
That effectively triples your experience points. Telling you.
Dude, you get negative charisma when that happens, man. What are you talking about?
Nah, man.
Yeah, your street cred going backwards.
Start flaming out, man. Like, no way.
Nah.
A case in point, Talon X. Okay, there you go.
Come on, man.
JJ Icefish.
Yeah, I was thinking of him too. I think they're doing that crap on purpose. I don't think, because they're both doing. And there's another guy that does the same thing. I think it's like a gimmick or a trick or whatever, right? It's just like, I'm just gonna just everything, and then when they get me in my I'll just change the subject, or it's some tactic. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's so repetitive. Like, it doesn't matter what subject you're talking about; it's the same whack-a-mole bullshit, gish gallop crap.
It's funny. I haven't seen or heard Ice J in a long time, actually. Has he been coming in more often lately there, or is that just your?
It was like last week.
I thought he might have been red flagged and left on the other side of the fence.
He still owes a debt, man.
He owes T-Dub some paperwork, me some paperwork. I don't know what he owes you.
Direct measurement of the surface curving from a satellite, and the satellite is rotating around a sphere.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, he owes that one.
Oh, I was thinking, Matrix. You were waiting for him to submit his where the flat Earth hurt me form. or whatever that was. I forget, but along those
there was citations. He owed T-Dub a citation for something. Yeah, there's a whole heap of just stupid things. You know, like anytime there's a long-range observation or a laser, anything, he nearly snaps his neck trying to throw the refraction out. It's like, I can't get it out quick enough. You guys just don't refraction. Yeah. Oh, come on, dude.
I remember
they don't account for it. How can they account for what you don't even know what it is, kid? Come on, try harder.
I thought yesterday of a good way to expose that nonsense that they can account for refraction, because they make this thing called adaptive optics. They use it in astronomy. So they shoot a laser into the sky, and with this laser, from the scintillation pattern, they can adjust the telescope. It's an active measurement, right? So this is active adaptive optics. That's what it's called. So they shoot the laser, and they can tell from the scintillation of the laser. It's this artificial star technology, right? But the artificial star is only visible from the telescope. So they shoot it, and they know what it's supposed to look like. And from looking at it with the telescope, they know how much turbulence is in the air and all these things. And they use the adaptive optics to cancel out the distortion in real time. Okay?
Interesting.
But they can't do it from a model. Okay? You know what I mean? You can do it by measuring the actual wavefront, but you can't do it from a model and like take the temperature, air pressure, all those things and figure it out. It can't be done that way. I don't even know how good the adaptive optic one works, quite honestly. It's probably computers.
Well, the fact that it's doing it on the fly.
A bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, the fact that it's doing it on the fly, it would, yeah. It's not based on a model, it's based on I'm expecting to see that image. I'm going to adjust everything until I get that as close to perfect as I can.
Yeah, they have a reference image. The reference images are artificial star. I don't know how good this technology works because I've never seen anything. I know about the technology, but I've never seen any actual work product, anything that they produce where they were like, yes, we couldn't have done this without this system. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've never
if that
seen
was
anything like that.
If that was linked to, say, high-end telescopes or something like that, so you're out stargazing and you've got your kick-ass telescope with its adaptive shit on the side of it, that'd be a pretty handy little tool to snag hold of. Don't worry, I've got a P1000 and I've also got the Vision Adapter 6200.
I mean, what it sounds like to me is just like a bunch of marketing hype. That, you know, they'll build telescopes with it, but it doesn't actually do anything.
Well, that's why it'd be interesting to lay it down horizontal. So instead of shooting it up into clear air, lay it horizontal, like across a lake, anything large, and then specifically on days where there is a lot of air effects, a lot of heat and distortion and whatnot else going on. And yeah, it'd be very interesting to see what it does with that.
Yeah, true. I mean,
thing about the adaptive optics, because it's all computer corrected, computer generated. This is like post processing bullshit. It's CGI, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
In the end, it isn't like, oh, we took a picture, we deformed the mirror, and then here's our picture. All of it's post processed to create an image. You know what I mean? So it's, this is like that freaking. There used to be a guy that came into the old server, and he had a YouTube channel. He told us he was paid by NASA to make, he made videos about planets and shit.
Oh wow, didn't know that.
And it was a kid though. He's like 18, 19 years old. I can't remember his name, but he came into betas a few times. He could have been lying about that, but I don't think he was. But one time he said that computer enhanced images can be more real than the real thing. And I was like, what? How can something be more real than the real thing?
As per the expectations of the viewer.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You go and get your average Glober, they're expecting to see really, really, really cool pictures of Jupiter or Saturn or whatever the shit they're looking at. Whereas if you go there, here's a black and white image of some, looks like bands around something, people are going to be disappointed with that. But if you colorize it and do all sorts of other cool tricks, it's all marketing.
Have you ever seen the Pioneer image? The Pioneer satellite image? Dude, it is so...
Is that the one that's taking the image of itself?
No, Pioneer was the old one. So, dude, you're going to laugh when you see this. So, Pioneer was a satellite they launched in the 70s. They sent it to Saturn and Jupiter. This is the photo of Saturn.
That's what it sent back.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like it's in colored pencil. That's how bad that is. It's unbelievable how horrible this is. But because they're printing it in magazines, it was good enough. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me show you this one.
Okay.
What is it? Okay, here we go. Now we got this. The new and improved Saturn.
Ooh. High def.
Oh, I got an even better one. This one's pretty cuckoo.
That's not a photo, that's CGI.
You think? Here's a real good one. Look at that.
Oh.
Think they rendered that on an NVIDIA graphics card, or was it AMD?
ATI.
I was going to say ATI too. How do you know?
Nah, it should be a Quadro for sure.
Well, can't do
I'd like to thank our sponsors, NVIDIA.
Yeah, it's got to be ATI. It doesn't have soft shadows. That's so crazy. Why is the backside of Saturn lit? Ain't that funny? So you got the Terminator line, right? And then you got the dark side. Why can we see the backside of Saturn?
Yeah, it should be black
compared to the shadow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It all should be black, not just the part on the rings. The freaking whole backside should be freaking black.
Do you want me to tell you what the Globetard excuse for it to be? The light reflecting off of the rings back onto the backside.
Yes, because that's how that works. It's being scattered, man. By all the ice crystals in the rings.
Haven't you seen a chandelier at home? Don't you know how that works?
There's unobtainium in the rings, man. It's glistening. Is that the current thing with the Saturn's rings are? Are they ice or rock?
Oh, I wouldn't have a clue. Going so fast that it looks like a ring.
Billions of chunks of water ice, ranging in size from tiny dust-sized grains to large house-sized boulders. These particles,
now that's something I want to
smaller
know.
amounts of rocky material and dust, believed to be remnants of comets, asteroids, or shattered moons. That's a freaking great story.
Well, with our high-powered cameras and high-powered telescopes and all that kind of jazz that we've got these days, has anyone actually tried to film it using high-speed cameras? Those slow motion guys that not time lapse, but the other way, speed the camera right up so when they slow it down, you can actually doesn't show as a ring. It breaks it down.
Interesting, dude. That's actually interesting. That
because the rings are supposed to be there due to our perception of the dust and shit going so fast that it looks solid. So if we can slow that shit down, we should nearly be able to see bits and pieces of crap right through it.
That's right. That's a good point. Well, shouldn't they a single frame catch for that?
Well, that's interesting. Why doesn't it catch for that?
Exposure time, right? So you need
Correct.
a shorter exposure, right?
Yeah, short exposure time to snag it. And because you're always doing photos in the dark, you need a long exposure and you'll never snag it.
Well, you know what they're going to say to that? They're going to say, well, Saturn isn't bright enough to use a short exposure time. We have to use a longer exposure time because we got to capture more light.
Yep.
They could have did it when they were right there. When they're sitting right next to it, right? They're right next.
Yeah, when you're 1,000 miles from it, it should have been a whole shit ton of photos.
Well, I mean, according to them, they're probably like freaking 100,000 miles away in these photos, or even more. I don't even know.
So, let's get this sorted out here. That's from Pioneer 1. No, the shitty one at the top was Pioneer 1. What was that? Those last ones, what were they off of?
Cassini.
Cassini was released in the 80s? No, late 80s.
I don't know when they sent it. The pictures came out in the 90s maybe, or early 2000s.
Interesting.
And then it just magically stopped working. Only Voyager still works.
And Voyager still works. Interesting that. We got better shit than ever, and it's only the nasty old one still chugging away. It's having a great old time. All right.
7-year journey from Earth. It launched from 2004 to 2017. Took 7 years to get there. It was launched in 1997. Completed its mission by diving into Saturn's atmosphere, burning up to protect the moons like Enceladus from potential Earth microbes. For fuck's
What? What a load of shit.
For fuck's sake, man.
But what they don't want to give Saturnians the flu?
Because microbes survive the vacuum of space, man. My God. It says it took 400,000 images. 450,000 images. Let's see. Where are the 450,000 images.
What, we just get 3?
You have to have an image archive somewhere. And not NASA's a raw image gallery. The main repository of raw data. Oh. Oh, this is great. And here's an image of Saturn. That's great.
What about when you get closer? Does it look flat too?
Yeah. It seems like there's a lot of... How many images are there? Well, 2,000 images. I wonder if they all look like this.
Something interesting. What camera did they claim was on Cassini? Because I just punched into DeepSeek what was the best digital camera for 96, 97. Because I'll assume the thing was built in 96, they launched it in 97. So at the time, the best camera on the market was the Kodak AP NC2000E in 1996. It was a 1.28 megapixel camera for 15K.
Yeah, check this out.
Those images are a little bit better than 1 megapixel.
They always have these stupid names.
All right,
Imaging
I'm going to go to squash.
Subsystem, a full camera instrument. I actually looked this up before. No, this is the narrow angle camera in the wide angle camera. But they made them acronyms because the NAC in the WAC. Both cameras were charged couple CCD imagers using a capture detailed multispectral images of Saturn's and its moon rings. The narrow angle had a 2,000 millimeter focal length designed to capture high resolution detailed images. The wide angle had a 200 millimeter focal length camera used for broader context and wide field of views of the Saturn system. Both cameras used 1024 by 1024 CCD detectors. It's one that's not even a megapixel.
So just to give everyone an idea,
isn't a megapixel what's a megapixel? Is it the size of the image it makes, or?
So DPI vertical times DPI horizontal, and if it goes over 1 million, that's a megapixel. What's interesting is
1,000 by 1,000. Yeah, so it's a 1 megapixel camera.
Yeah, well, that was the best shit at the time. But look at that image. That's higher than a megapixel. You click on it, and the reason I say that, at its native size,
bigger than 1 megapixel pictures, bro. I'm serious.
No, just size-wise, so people can get an understanding. Remember the old 19-inch monitors, and some people still use them that we use on our computer? That is 1 megapixel at native resolution. The square 19-inch monitors that everyone used to love so much, they are 1 mega. Oh, actually, they're 0.7 of a megapixel, but yeah. But anyways, I'm going to go down to squash and do some reffing. I'll be back for more reffing.
Yeah. I can't even find a 1 megapixel frickin' image on the internet.
Just like was it long distance observations or whatever earlier posted that was it Discover? The one they say is 1 million miles away, and they took a photo of Earth.
Yeah,
and I was thinking to myself,
Epic Discover, yeah.
Right, what sort of camera they got on that to be able to get that much detail from 1 million miles away?
I don't think they even have a camera on that.
Think of the P1 million.
Yeah, the P1 million.
like the Himawari, it's like it's not an actual like camera. There's no like camera lens. It's just like a fucking mirror. According to their spec, it's a mirror reflecting onto a multispectral sensor. And then Himawari team won't like, you can't even get like their raw data. You have to get like second or third hand if you're a researcher, right? If you want their raw, like what they consider raw data, you can't even get it. I think the Epic Discover. Let's see what their bullshit is. I know I looked this up before, and I didn't think they had a camera either.
Yeah.
The Earth Poly. Here we go again. EPIC means Earth Polychromatic Imaging Camera. Is a 10-channel spectral radiometer aboard NOAA's Deep Space Climate Observatory, which is also an acronym. That's what Discover is. Fucking stupid losers, man. I hate acronyms. Unnecessary acronyms. Takes 10 images using narrowband filters to produce high-quality full-disc images. I want to know the camera specifications.
But from 1 million miles away?
Of course. It is a 30-centimeter aperture Cassegrain telescope. It captures 2048 by 2 megapixels. 2048 by 2048 images of the sunlit Earth from the L1 Lagrangian point with a spatial resolution of 1 kilometer per pixel. That's nonsense.
Yeah, that's insane.
Even if, let's see, do the math real quick. Okay, maybe that's 10K.
By the way, India, it might just be me, but you sound really low, and T-Dub sounds really loud, and I got you up to like 200.
Sorry, man. Yeah, I thought the same thing. I've got everyone turned up.
Oh, about that. How about now?
Loud and clear. You're good.
Yeah, better.
It's down at my mic was turned down to 48. I don't know why it was down there. Where was I? Oh, okay.
But yeah, megapixels.
So 2000. So.
Well, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. My bad.
No, it's fine. I'm looking something up. So I'm trying to figure out what the actual. So if it's 10 kilometers per megapixel means that it would have to be 12,000. 1,200 pixels across. Okay, that works out. So it's 2 megapixels. It's 4 megapixels. CCD. It's a Ritchie Christian Cassegrain telescope. Smart spectral channels, 10 kilometers per pixel. Sampled at 1.07 arc seconds. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Now, hypothetically, it's just a smear because it doesn't have subpixel. We need sub. Yeah, man, 10 kilometers per pixel. That means in 100 kilometers would be 10 pixels. Will be a little 10 pixel strip.
Exposure time 20 to 100 milliseconds. Operating temperature negative 40 C. The Epic onboard NASA's Deep Space Climate Observatory satellite underwent significant post-processing updates, resulting in a new collection of enhanced, color-balanced, brightness-adjusted images. Since 2018, the multi-angle implementation has an atmospheric correction algorithm. Who was saying that shit the other day? Oh, we listened to Rob Simmons saying that frickin' they didn't have the color for the Earth. Calibration. Because Epic has no in-flight calibration, data is processed using vicarious calibration, comparing it with MODIS for visible channels and OPS-NM for UV channels. Oh yeah, what I was just saying about Laser Guide Star. Seems that they haven't actually done it yet. They have never successfully done it. Yeah, ESA made it. I guess they have problems. Has three main challenges to overcome: Larimar precession, recoil, and transition saturation. I guess the idea is to illuminate sodium atoms located in the atmosphere at 90 kilometers altitude. How come everything happens at 90 kilometers, dude? And 100 kilometers? Why is everything happening right there?
Yeah, right at the Kármán line.
Yeah, exactly. Everything happens at the Kármán line for some reason. You know, when they launched the Falcon Heavy, like the last reading that it showed of its altitude was at the Kármán line. It was like 110 kilometers or something. And it stayed that way, even though it was supposed to be a car in frickin' space. It just stayed at 110 kilometers.
Interesting.
You know, like that's something I watch, and I've been watching for a long time. These launches to show the altitude, they always stop at some point and don't show the altitude no more. It just freezes, right? They just freeze it at some number. Yeah, it looks like it just from rereading. It just looks like a big, another government make-work program. Keeps some frickin' astronomers employed. What a fucking useless fucking human activity, dude. Like, seriously. Can you seriously think of a more useless to humanity human activity? Like, jerking off in a fucking cup as a profession would be more useful than that. But I'll give it to them. Astronomers, they must be really smart to fucking dupe the rest of the public to pay for them to fucking stare at the stars. That must be, they're fucking geniuses. Hey, son, what do you want to do when you grow up? Daddy, I want to stare at the sky. Son, that would be great. I'm so proud of you. I want you to do something completely fucking useless.
I'm good.
A big gay stargazer.
It's like that Seth guy from SETI, is it Seth? Oh, I can't remember his name now.
Seth, I think you're right. Seth from SETI. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. Spends all these days waiting.
I mean, I'm serious though. Can you think of a more useless human activity? Like, I can't think of one. Like, even if everything they thought of was right, so what? What does it change? It doesn't mean anything for us.
Right. But we might learn more about the origins of the universe.
Then we can know when we're gonna die. That's their thing. I mean, I got a Hubble clip about that, right? They're just like, and we'll be able to predict when the freaking sun explodes in 1,000,000 years. Like, who gives a shit? No one's gonna be. Why do I care if the sun explodes in 1,000,000 years, dude? As long as it isn't this week.
Yeah, there was an Outer Limits episode of that. They realized that it was going to go off in like a week or something, or it had started and that nobody had predicted it. They didn't realize.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you please just tell us why the Earth is flat? Like, why do you think that?
Because how flat it is. What do you mean?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll break it down for you really quickly. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay. That water's flat, not curving. So if that water's flat and not curving, the Earth is flat and not a ball.
The gravity's holding it down.
Hold on. Even if your hypothesis was true, you'd have to measure that you'd have to go out and get the empirical data that says that is actually happening, right?
Have you ever heard of Isaac Newton and calculus?
Yeah. Did Isaac Newton measure the curvature of the Earth?
He measured gravity.
He didn't do any such thing. Okay.
I think this is a problem of education.
No, I have a science degree. That shtick ain't gonna work, bro. Dandelion here is a science teacher.
Okay, well,
you don't understand gravity, so want me to give you the breakdown of gravity and how Newton came up with it? Newton came up with gravity because the universal law of gravitation as a geometric law, because he noticed from Kepler's second law of planetary motion that the elliptical orbits, if there was a force that pointed to one of the foci ellipses, that force would fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. And because he noticed this geometrical relationship, this is where the inverse square law comes from. It doesn't come from experiment. It comes from the mind of Isaac Newton noticing a geometry. And he proved it with conic sections. And if you don't believe me, you can watch Richard Feynman, who's a Nobel Prize winner, give a talk. It's called Feynman's Law of Structure. It's on YouTube, and you can listen to the whole damn thing.
Now,
so you're not the smartest person in the room, and you're not even close to it, okay?
What's the lunar eclipse?
Now, you skated past the problem of, you said, hey, gravity curves the water. Do you have any evidence that that's actually true and not theory? Because if you have a hypothesis that's true, because science is based upon empirical evidence, that means observation, data, measurement, those things. That's the foundation of science. If you don't have any of those, then you just have a hypothesis. So your hypothesis is gravity forms the Earth into a ball. Do you have any evidence of that?
That Earth is a ball.
No, that gravity forms Earth into a ball.
Yeah, do you have any evidence of that? Curving the water around the Earth.
Gravity doesn't form the shape of the Earth. Okay,
good. That's a good concession. Appreciate that.
But
so the Earth is flat, and we still have gravity.
Let's switch it up a little bit. What's the thing with lunar eclipse?
What about them? What about them?
Show me a picture of a lunar eclipse. I want to see it. I want to know exactly what lunar eclipse we're talking about.
It's when
No. I want a picture. Send it to me. Okay. Google it and show me the picture.
Can you not Google it yourself?
No, I want you to Google it because I don't think you know what it is.
Hold on, sheepdog. So this is the. You just said because Earth is spherical, it casts a round shadow on the moon, right?
Well,
I got $20, Indio.
If the Earth is spherical, it'll. Well, yeah, I'm sure he thinks it's. Yeah,
I think he's going to send us a picture of a lunar phase and not a lunar eclipse. That's what
Probably.
I think he's going to do.
Probably. Okay. First of all, they don't.
He'll send us a waning presence.
Yeah. Well, listen. Let me just stay focused with this shit. First of all, what you don't know is that they don't use the gold model to predict when lunar eclipses even happen in the first place. They've been using something called the Saros cycle since 2000 BC, and in fact, the first known eclipse prediction is by a flat earther. Has nothing to do with the globe. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. The supposed round shadow on the moon would be a problem for you, because if the moon's a sphere can't cast a round shadow on another sphere because it has a curved surface. And when a shadow is cast on a surface, it conforms to that surface. If a shadow is cast onto a set of stairs, that shadow is going to look jagged. So if a shadow is cast on a round surface, it's going to be distorted from the curvature of that surface. So there's no way the Earth, if it was a ball, could maintain its circular shape. Transiting the moon, it would actually form an S-curve when it crossed the meridian, which is the center line of the moon. Now, if
West.
Yeah, right. North, south, east, or west. Which direction does the sunrise come from?
It's right from down. From wait.
Yep.
Do you know what north, south, east, and west is?
Yes, up and down.
Yep. Tag, you're it. I heard Timbo laughing. Get your shit in here, boy.
Is there somebody who speaks his language in here, maybe? Like, the heck? What language do you speak, Scunner? What's your native language?
Put it in the side chat, guys. He's right. It's up and down.
Oh, no.
What? Why? So do you understand my point?
No.
No.
Okay, listen carefully.
Okay, you repeating it ain't really gonna help us.
Okay.
When we ask you which direction the sun rises from and you say down, that's not good.
Listen.
Think of it like a multiple choice question. Like you've got 4 options, right? North, south, east, or west. You've got to pick one of those 4.
Listen,
make it easier.
The sun rises from left and right.
East and west. Not left and right. I could turn around left and right as subjective to you. Right? East and west. The sun and stars and moon rise in the west and rise in the east and set in the west. East and west, dude.
That's what
Not
I
left
said.
and right. No, you said left and right. Rise.
Yes, they appear to come up.
Yeah. So we could say the street lights at the end of the road are appearing to rise on the horizon. That's not true. That's just the way we perceive it. Same with an aircraft or clouds in the sky. Right? At distance, the sky converges with the surface and forms a horizon. Things then start to come into view from that horizon, and then they're going to fly over your head As you point at the object, you're going to point towards the horizon and then over your head and then towards the horizon again. Doesn't mean the object is actually going up and then going down. It just means it's coming towards you over your head and going away.
Okay. You can watch it from the sunrise to the end of the day, and you will see.
Yeah, we see it moving.
See what?
We haven't seen a sunrise and sunset
Right.
before.
Down from the west, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. But again, are the lights in the image of this on the street that we gave you, are they actually gaining height? Are the street lights next to you actually bigger than the ones at the end of the road? Or are they the same size? They're the same size. It only appears to you with your eyes to look this way. It's like, look around you, mate.
I look around me.
Yeah. Have you got a ceiling above you with lights on it?
Yes.
Okay. Point at them.
Okay.
Okay. You'll notice that they're all at different angles. The one above your head, you have to point straight up to. The one that's further away, you have to point lower to. Same thing with the sun and the moon. You point up to it, you point towards the horizon. Same thing in the corridor. You point up to the ceiling and towards the end of the corridor.
Wait, in your theory, you said the sun go to from left and right.
East and west.
East and west.
Yes.
And the curve Earth, the sun goes from down to up.
It's a language barrier.
Okay. I will not mirror it. Said it again. Repeat is not saluting.
East and west are not down and up. The sun appears to go down your view, but it moves above your head east to west.
Okay.
Yeah, east and west are directions, right?
Yes.
On Earth, but east and west are not down and around the ball. They are around a circle.
Earth is burger.
But it's the same, right?
No, a circle is not a sphere.
2D, the other one's 3D.
I mean, the west and the west, same, the left and the right.
It's going round in circles.
The only difference is the name of the direction.
No, sorry, sir. You're failing to understand what we're saying. We understand what you're saying, but you don't understand what we're saying.
Okay, the next point. When you say the Earth is flat, okay. Where is the point of the gravity?
Gravity doesn't exist
on the Earth.
There's no such thing as a point of gravity.
Yes, where is
You can't prove that.
if the Earth was flat?
It's just density, bro. Idiot.
There's no gravity?
No.
You can't prove that gravity goes to a central point.
Yeah,
Gravity
the Earth is too big.
Gravity is just things falling down when you lift them up. That's what gravity is.
And that's just density, idiot.
And you can't prove that there's gravity on the planets in the sky.
Bro,
You can only prove gravity on Earth.
On the sky. Wait, let me translate it.
There's no gravity in the sky. Gravity is only on Earth. Gravity
No,
only
there is
works on a
7
flat Earth.
layers in the sky of gravity.
Gravity only works on a flat Earth. Gravity doesn't pull inward towards the center of mass.
The gravity doesn't work on flat Earth.
You can't prove.
Yeah, it works fine. It works fine.
You
It's just
can
up and
prove
down.
a flat Earth. You can prove the curved Earth by the gravity.
Prove it.
No, you can't.
Bro, take your phone and leave it in the thing. You will,
Yeah, that's fine. That works. That works for us.
Prove it. Put gas, right? Like put gas into like a spot in your room in your house, and then make it form into a ball, and then make it turn into a hard rock, and then make gravity appear. Prove it.
if you throw anything from up, he will goes down.
Yeah,
This is
yes. Down, you say. Down. Yeah, down.
Yeah,
down is up. Yeah, up and down. That's vertical, right? Vertical? Do you understand the word vertical?
what?
Do you understand when I say the word vertical?
Yes, vertical.
Vertical. Okay, verticals are parallel. They don't cross each other. They don't intersect. They're just parallel. So
He's not going to get that. If he does left and right or east and west, I don't think he's going to.
I drop something I drop something and it falls down, right? And you drop something and you're a long way away from me and it falls down. They're not heading towards each other. Those two objects are not heading towards each other. They're not falling at an angle to each other. They're falling this parallel. Right? Do you know what parallel means? You know what parallel means?
No, this is the new word for me.
Parallel. How do you explain parallel? Someone who doesn't understand English. Level. Equal.
Lines that don't intersect. Yeah.
Two straight lines next to each other, like on a ladder.
Yeah.
Oh. So what was your point?
It sounds funny when you say it like that, T-Dub. You drop something,
they won't meet.
not dropping it. Not dropping it towards you, right? Like it.
I know that is line, but up to down. It's line, but up to down. Simple equivalent to vertical.
Up to down like the sunrise, right?
No. Sunrise go to the
that's a different up and down. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry.
A vertical, just one line up, down.
Is Adam here? No, he's not. Damn it.
Why, do you need an Arabic speaker? I can do it.
He's just Adam's got a good little meme that he made for gravity on flat Earth, where it just shows all the arrows pointing down in the same direction, like in parallel to one another. Like that's gravity on flat Earth.
No directions. West, left, right.
Dude, you don't understand.
Left is not left, bro.
At this point, it's kind of futile, like trying to explain it.
East, middle, left.
I can understand it would be it's a language barrier. I'm not so sure anymore, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's the problem.
Yeah,
it's a problem.
It's a comprehension.
About in front or behind.
If you're facing north, right, east will be to your right, and west will be to your left. But if you're facing south, that flips. So now east is to your left, and west is to your right.
Sorry, if I'm facing east,
north is like N and right.
But left is west.
North is like GTA map. That N
So if you turn around, is left still west?
No, left will be right.
Hey.
Left will be right when I turn around.
Left will be right.
That's why I always get confused in the mirror. Cheers, dude.
Yes, when
It'd be
I
fun
go,
if you're a taxi driver trying to give this guy like directions.
Wait, is that left or right?
You mean west? You mean west?
when a taxi direction, I will tell to him left, up.
Yeah.
What
We
about
need to head.
if
We
it's
need to head north. Yeah, I know. My
Yeah.
car does not float.
I am not in a helicopter, my friend.
Go south. Oh no, I'm not an excavator.
I really, you can't understand me, bro. You need, this is language barrier, like you said.
Oh, we
Yeah, I
understand you.
But why you use the fallacy to prove your point?
What fallacy?
Huh?
What's the fallacy?
Wait.
Didn't hear it. See, did anyone else?
That must be the steel man fallacy.
We haven't said we're correct because you can't understand. Right? We haven't said that. We haven't said you're wrong because you don't understand or we don't understand you. That's not what we're saying.
I think the whole time we've been looking for you to say you understand what we're saying. You haven't done that.
Fallacy of appealing to ignorance, I guess, something like that.
Yeah, but we haven't said.
Appealing to ignorance, we're not ignoring your evidence. You have no evidence.
No, the Google Translate is bad. It's mean you don't know the thing and I don't know the thing, and you said the above that thing.
That's not a fallacy. That's just you not knowing.
What the
That does
fallacy?
not make you. That does not make you or I incorrect or correct. Right?
Yes.
Right. We're not using that as a reason why we're correct or that you're wrong. We're just identifying that there is an information barrier here because you don't understand us and we don't understand you. Partly. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
You all guys believe in the flat Earth, right?
Yes.
I don't believe it. I know it's flat.
Okay.
I've measured it flat. So have most of the people in this room. That's the difference. You haven't gone out and made any measurements. You're just talking about calculations that you believe somebody else has done, but you can't verify any of those things. And then you're expecting us to understand what you're saying as truth, but you can't validate anything that you're saying because there's no tangible data to have in this conversation. Everything you're saying is theoretical math. That's all you're saying.
No. You are now, because you all hand to hand with flat Earth. You are using the fallacy of appealing to authority, something like that.
I'm just wanting to verify the authority. That's all. I have no problem appealing to authority.
Yes,
but I want to verify what the authority is doing. Is it wrong for me to, isn't that the whole point of science, is to question science?
Let me ask you. One strong man or three man, like the numbers of guys, or the how strong.
What astronomer?
All astronomers do is look at the stars. They don't do anything else.
Yeah.
I trust astrology more than astronomy.
Use angles, right? You measure angles to celestial objects.
I mean, the numbers overcome courage. Huh?
See that? I don't understand what you're saying. That's a language barrier.
10 man weak or one man strong. The numbers work.
Dude, just because lots of people believe a thing doesn't mean the thing that they believe is true.
Yeah.
We'll just start taking religion into it, mate.
That's a fallacy.
That's a fallacy within itself. Right?
Yes.
Just because lots of people say something doesn't mean it's true, and that shouldn't be used as a standard of evidence.
It's kind of like in the movie 300 when there's like thousands of farmers and they say, "Where's your army?" And then he said, "Who are your soldiers?" And none of them were soldiers, but he brought 300 soldiers, and apparently he brought more soldiers than the farmers did.
Yes.
Yeah, we're bringing more knowledge than you are. All you're doing is reciting the same story that you learned in school when you answered your multiple choice question.
Well, you can't even do that.
But wait, now I am solo versus you all, guys. Solo.
Oh, awesome, dude. No worries, man.
Earth. There's no one with me.
Okay. What about Allah?
You're upset because there's all of us flat earthers versus one of you, but you're supposed to have all the evidence on your side, right? I can go into a room right now with 100 globe earthers, and I'm not going to complain about how many numbers there are versus me.
No, you are not my room. Kid, how?
Give me a room to go in where there's nothing but globe earthers. I'll defeat them all.
Because
this is not a numbers game, man. You just don't have any evidence. You think that what you learned in school is evidence, but it's not. You were just told to recite what you were taught, and if you don't recite what you're taught, then you're not going to pass the test. And you think that that's evidence.
I gave you 3 evidence, but you didn't accept it.
What evidence? There's no evidence.
Okay, the boat evidence, the sun evidence, and the
So the sun moves across the sky. So what?
We refuted it. We refuted that, but you don't understand our refutation.
Yeah, the sun goes behind the curve of the earth, right? When the sun sets, it goes behind the curve of the earth.
Yes.
And then the earth is facing away from the sun when it's nighttime, right?
Yes.
Okay, where's the curvature at?
That's
the question. Where is the curvature at? If there is no curvature, then the reason why the sun doesn't light up the whole earth and that it only lights up part of the earth, there's another explanation for it. And it only works on a flat earth because the earth is measured flat. There's no curvature. You don't have any measurements. All you have is the belief. You believe because you can't see the sun anymore that the earth is facing away from the sun. That's a story. It's a belief. Matter of fact, that's a religion.
No, it's not a religion. No. You don't have to believe. You can say it with your eyes.
No, you can't.
I don't see the earth facing away from the sun.
See it curving it.
You can say the sun goes down.
It appears to. It appears to, right?
Yeah, it appears. Like when I'm standing in front of my house, my house is really tall and I can't see my roof. But if I walk like 1,000 meters away, it looks like the roof is below my eyes. It didn't go behind the curves. It just moved down in my field of view because of how perspective works, how my vision works, how 3D works.
Okay, listen. If you go from 1,000 away to your house, you will not see your house.
Yes, you will. Only a kilometer.
Yes, kilometer.
Yeah, it's not that, dude.
I don't even have to go to a kilometer. I can go up 5. I can go across the street and my house looks lower in view. You can go across the street from your house and you can see your whole roof. You don't even have to go a kilometer.
To the mountain or just flat?
There's mountains.
Oh no, there's mountains, but the surface of water, like in your bathtub, in your swimming pool, in the lake, in the ocean, all of that's flat.
Yeah,
That's
we're
why
not
we can
denying
find sea
reality,
level.
dude. Right? We're not denying reality, right? Like you go outside, there's mountains, there's valleys, there's water. You know, like there's an undulating surface on the solid ground, right? The flat part is the reference plane of the water. That's the flat part. The horizontal reference plane. Everything is referenced from sea level.
Yeah, you know that line where, like, if on the water, if your head is above it, you can breathe, but if your head is below it, you can't breathe anymore. That part of the water. I gotta make it real for him, dude. I don't know what else to say, dude. It's not an imaginary line, bro. That line is fucking real, and it's the difference between life and death.
Now, are you an actor? Your sound is close to actor.
I was just going to ask you, Timbo, if everything's referenced to sea level, does that include your height?
Yeah. But that is, if he stands on a hill, he's 20 foot tall, right?
Right. Yeah.
But the hill is flat.
Oh, guys, you are think the flat Earth is because your numbers of how many one is in the room said that.
Oh, you're saying because there's more of us in the room than we're saying that we're right, and because there's only one of you.
I'm
now
not sure.
I get it.
Yes.
We're not appealing to consensus.
I've already convinced 3 of my coworkers that the Earth is flat. I've only been working here for 3 months.
Yeah, like you can't say, like you can't say we haven't given you time to talk and listen and stuff like that, right? Like, we haven't shut you down or muted you or anything like that. You've had freedom to express like your views on the Earth. So we're not stopping you from doing that. So why would you worry if there was more of us and less of you? Because in the real world, there's more of you and less of us.
If the Earth was flat, then
you understand anything that I said?
What you said?
Don't worry about it. I'm not going to repeat it.
Okay, listen. If the Earth was flat, the mountain.
I'm not going to listen anymore.
Why?
Because you don't fucking listen.
No, I listen. Told me.
No, you don't. Me. What did I say?
What did Timbo say?
Tell me your question.
Don't worry about it.
So yeah, this might end the conversation now. I think.
My leg and hand.
I think there's other people in this room that we might be able to talk to.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, good point. We should move on.
I'll finish this sentence for him. If the Earth is flat, then the surface of the water will be flat.
Offense. It's like I will answer with every evidence I have.
Yeah, okay,
Sorry if it's with the offense.
It's not offensive, dude. It's the communication is an issue. We don't feel like you're understanding us.
Tell me.
I've tell you several times.
What country are you from, Scanhart? If you don't mind me asking.
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. Okay, so you know about the Burj Khalifa?
I can see it, bro. It's in Dubai.
That's not in Saudi Arabia, but I've been there too. I'm curious.
Right, so you know about the Burj Khalifa. Okay, what if you were standing right next to the Burj Khalifa and you were trying to look at the top, right? Your neck is going to be tilted right back, right? Right, yeah, you're going to have to tilt your head right back to look right up at the top. Okay, now if you walked, let's say, like a kilometer away from it, right? Okay. Now, do you still have to tilt your neck right back, your head right back to see the top?
No.
No. Right. No. Why is that?
You can see the sunrise twice from the.
Oh my
See,
god,
that's where
bro!
it ends, dude.
The top Burj Khalifa.
That's where it ends, mate. Pretty work this out. So Burj Khalifa, right? If you face west from the Burj Khalifa, you got Riyadh, right? In the distance, there's a huge mountain range. So if that's going past the mountain range and then you rush up to the top of the Burj Khalifa, you're increasing your angular view to those mountains, and you're going to see the sun again. It's just silly.
It's actually designed for 1 second per floor of the sun going down.
Yeah, well, yeah. I understand.
Okay, so I have a quick question.
The way that it faces is towards the mountain range, right? Where Riyadh is.
Yes.
I'm familiar with it. I'm familiar. I was there during the construction.
Yeah, almost 3,000.
I was there during the construction. I'm very familiar with it.
I don't really care.
You don't need to say it twice.
Okay, I'm just
We
saying.
heard it the first time.
Yeah. Riyadh is 3,000 meters above sea level.
Yes.
The Burj Khalifa is at sea level. So the angle to the sun, as the sun's setting, it's going to set behind the mountains. If you jump up and you go to the top floor, you're going to see it again. It's very simple. Not going over a curve.
It's so far. How? If you have telescope from Riyadh and telescope it
Need a telescope.
you will not see Burj Khalifa. Even if it was the strongest telescope. If it was
a telescope.
Wait, what? Even if it was the strongest telescope, but now this would be hypothetical. Why do you have to use the telescope to begin with?
See the Burj Khalifa from Riyadh.
Yeah, because you can't see it with your eyes, can you? You understand that an optic, a lens, has a limit to how far it can see. So even if you were to use your eyes to see further or to increase the angle of view in the distance, you would use binoculars and telescope and then a powerful camera, of course, right? But the further and further you look, the more and more air you're looking through, pollution, weather, these types of things. So even if you could theoretically get the largest telescope in the world and point it horizontally across the earth, you're still going to have the problem of the light having to pass through hundreds or probably thousands of miles of the air. You understand that light's not going to be able to do that, right?
Right.
That's why it's dark at the bottom of the ocean when it's daytime, midday, above the ocean. The light can't penetrate through all of the water, so about 1,000 meters down, and you can't see anything. Same with the air over more distance, miles and miles and miles and miles. It attenuates the light. It scatters it. This is why you can't see forever on a flat Earth. The limitation to how far you can see is, as you pointed out, the optic that we use, the technology. And then, as I pointed out, the air that we're looking through. The limitation to how far we can see is not the curvature of the Earth, which comparably is a very short distance.
So you can see from Riyadh because the
stupid comment.
Let me continue. Because the air is have things you can see through it. Right?
The Earth has things you can see through. Is that what you said?
Yes, you can see it because the water. He said from the water. After the shams, after the sun hit the water give us.
I don't mean to be rude, dude, but this conversation is not going to make any room.
I can't hand this, guys. This is a pointless discussion.
Yeah, because you don't understand. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so sorry, guys.
No, you're all right, dude. It's not. It's not you, man. It's just like it's a frustrating conversation because it's a very technical subject, right? And if you don't know like the words, I understand. It's hard. If you don't know the words, we're not going to be talking about the same thing.
You need to be advanced English, I think, at least intermediate. You're beginner level, so you need to go away and practice English, and then come back and.
But you're doing well, right? Like your English is pretty good. So yeah.
I'm not criticizing your ability to learn English. I'm just saying that at the moment your level of English is not adequate enough.
For this subject.
Oh.
Yeah, for this subject.
For this subject. But any other subjects probably okay, right? But this subject is the terms. We have to agree on terms, otherwise the conversation's pointless. It's not talking about the same thing, as Helio says. We're not talking about this.
I think I will go to other room because I just my mind stopped working right after that conversation.
No worries, man. You're welcome anytime.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Down subject.
Okay. Otas Irani, are you there? Otas Irani.
We have Otas Irani.
Tell me if I'm saying it right.
What's this? Motarib and Engel and Vertox. These are new people I don't recognize.
Anyone like to join the conversation?
Yeah.
You can see it, we're friends. I'm not going to yell at you. Just like to hear your side of the story. Because that's all it is, really. Story. Based on observations in the sky. Roman days, things in the sky were gods. Still named after gods, which is strange. So they told stories about the sky. And the people believed their stories too. So now we have new stories about the sky. based on atheism. The universe was created from nothing. The new story. The new God is nothing. It's weird. Something you can't describe. Something you can't touch. Something, well, sounds familiar.
My favorite blasphemy is when the Apollo astronauts, Apollo, very fitting of like the king god, right? Deity, going to the moon for the first time. Apollo, the sun, right? Apollo, Helio, Apollo. And then they go up there knowing they're not up there and read from the Bible about creation. And they read the day one of the Bible, right? And then make it seem like we've now advanced in civilization and God is no longer the explanation for how everything is in the universe. Right, we're leaving that behind.
Yeah, new age. Crick says.
Hey Timbo, you ever hear my my hypothesis on the classroom, right? The teacher's desk. What are the two things you're going to find on the teacher's desk?
An apple and a globe.
An apple and a globe. What's the apple represent?
I don't know. I always thought it was calling the teacher a pig, but
slop, making him eat slop. No, it's Adam
you know
and
when
Eve.
you cook a pig and you put an apple in its mouth.
Yeah. No,
What
Adam
does
and
it
Eve.
represent? Like a heart? Oh,
Adam and Eve, the sin, the original sin, right? And then what's the globe? The globe is the illusion.
so the apple is like, will you sin with me? This.
No. They're just representations. What the illusion is the authority that's sitting behind them, that the illuminated authority, the enlightened authority, teaching you what you're supposed to know, right? That's the illusion. Yeah, they got us good, man. They made a mockery of everything that creation was supposed to be.
Was my daughter's doing physics at the moment, so they're just learning about gravity. Things like that. We're sitting at the dinner table having dinner. She's telling us what they were learning, and then she started mentioning like space, and I said, okay, well, everything you're learning in physics is good, right? On Earth, you can measure these things, right? I said, but once they go into space and make claims about that, then that is just a claim. Mrs. goes, oh my God, here we go. Just let her fucking learn physics, right? Tell her. I said, all right. Yeah. I said, just don't believe everything that they tell you. If the numbers work, they work, right? They work here on Earth, but just remember that you can't measure things in space and work out how things work in space because you can't measure that. All right.
The difference. I told her to memorize what the teacher taught her. I told her to memorize. I told her to memorize what the teacher taught her, and just pass the test. Because when she was learning gravity, when my daughter learned gravity, she was playing with magnets, right? And I was like, you notice how I told her, I said, you notice how when you play with the magnets, they pull towards each other, right? You can feel it. And she's like, yeah. I was like, do you feel gravity pulling you down on Earth? And she's like, no. I was like, remember that.
What were you saying, Jeddah?
I don't mean to give you like fatherly advice for your daughter or anything, man, but surely just teaching her the difference, like what a scientific theory is. Obviously, she knows that anything that, like in space, these are primarily scientific theories. We don't really know, but those are our best guesses. Difference with those things in the skies, because we can't touch them like the things on the Earth where we can and experiment on them. We know these things because we can physically demonstrate them. Up there in the sky, it's more theory than anything else. Just let her deal with that.
Yeah.
She'll understand.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny because she's doing chemistry as well. She goes, so can you believe that all of this is all equations and like best guesses? And I went, yeah. And she said, I find this really strange. And I said, I'm going to bite my tongue here. You just learn what you got to learn. And yeah, we'll have a conversation after you finish your, what do you call them? GCSEs or whatever. Yeah, your final year and before you go to uni.
Do you call them GCSEs at the end of secondary education?
No, but you know, I used to live in the UK.
That's how you know.
I was just relating to it. Yeah, so we call them.
Thank you.
It's a statewide thing. So because I live in Victoria, it's a Victorian Certificate of Education. So VCE.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, that's cool. It's difficult when you're bringing kids up and they come back with these questions and stuff. It's cool that she's studying chemistry and whatnot. My kids are kind of like the same. Always come back with little bits and pieces that in our position, you kind of like bite your tongue over a little bit. You've really got to learn this because you've got to pass this exam. I struggled with this for a couple of years with my boys, and I decided that, let them pass their exams first and we'll deal with it when they're mature enough. I've got them to question stuff and all of this, but I'll just let them get through their exams. They need to know that shit. And it is useful, and equations and stuff like your daughter was pointing out with chemistry. Most of it's just expression, right, of hopefully the expressions, the experiments that have been done. But that's really, really cool, man. Sounds like she's got a good shoulder on her head and like good parents around her, for sure.
Had to ask her for advice the other night.
Wow, man.
Yeah, she's an old soul. She's only 16, but she wants to go and she wants to study medicine. So you got to knuckle down and don't listen to me because I don't know shit. So you do what you got to do.
No, that's really
Mum's
cool.
a bit smarter. Math-wise, I'm a practical person. So.
Sounds like you're great fun at dinner parties and family barbecues and shit. As soon as somebody brings something up, it's like, oh, God. Did your wife turn around to you and tell you not to say anything?
Yeah, she does. She gives me a shoulder. She gives me an elbow, like a knock. But, she said something really nice to me last night. She said,
what did she say? You cut out for me. I really want to know. She said nothing, yeah. I don't. Yeah, she said nothing, right? Oh, okay.
What, are you still there?
She didn't need to say anything. Yeah, no, we lost you, dude. What did she say?
Yeah, so she said, I know, like you like your conspiracy theories and stuff like that, and I'm a critical thinker as well, but I was just thinking the other night when you were sitting around one Christmas telling your whole family about what's going on with the D19 thing, right? The B. And they all went, yeah, whatever, Tim with his conspiracy theories, right? And she said, and look at all this stuff that's happening now in the US with this trial where the Ouchie, Mr. Ouchie, pleaded the fifth 275 times in a deposition, right? And she goes, "You were right." Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm always right. It's just, it's just time, right? It's, you know, these things come out later.
Yeah.
I don't just
And
grab something and someone says something and then I just run with it. If someone says something and I find it interesting, I'll go into it and I'll research it, right? And I'll go, oh shit, this kind of makes sense. But I don't go around blurting it out in, you know, conversations and stuff like that. I kind of keep it to myself until I feel comfortable enough with it to speak to my missus about it. She goes, oh, yeah.
Teacher.
What's that? Sorry?
Teacher. Repeat, please, teacher. I don't understand.
You need to go down to advanced English. This is This is advanced English.
Teacher.
Please stop speaking.
Teacher.
Should we teach you some manners? Okay, Karen.
Sitting around a dinner table with a mute button, right?
Yeah, right.
But yeah, that was it, right? She said, you know, most of the stuff that you say ends up being true. I said, yeah, I don't say these things lightly, right?
I guess that's a really good thing. What I've experienced is, I guess we all have, right? You say something and then you point it out when it's happening, and then 5 years later, for example, everyone starts seeing the fallout. It becomes a little bit more, mainstream, a little bit more acceptable to maybe see it. And when people start feeling a little bit more comfortable, it's nice that they turn around to like you or the person involved and say, "Do you know what, mate? You were right. I'll start listening to you a little bit more now than I was before because you were spot on about that." This 6 years ago thing, there's been loads of these types of conversations, mate. Loads of them.
Yeah.
Lots of people turning around and saying, "Do you know what? That wasn't all it was cracked up to be."
Yeah, whatever they were doing, I feel like either it worked opposite or it's exactly what they wanted, right? It either shot them in the face or this is what they wanted, right? People to not trust anyone, right?
Yeah. It's like any kind of...
You can't trust the internet. You can't trust the government. You can't, you know, like it's like, you know, all these people who would be lost and things like that. They are like, they will be lost and they've got no one to turn to, you know, if you kind of got a weak mind.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably hard to see all of the things that they achieved, but you can probably imagine it was like a tick list of about 30 things, right? Different agendas in different places with different people. We're going well down the rabbit hole with this, but yeah, probably some they did, probably some they didn't. You know, 7 out of 10, maybe, something like that.
You know, the worst part about everything coming out right now, it all came out like 5 or 6, 7 years ago. Probably even before that. Probably came out back when SARS-CoV-1 was over in China. I don't know if y'all remember that.
Was that swine? The swine flu?
No, it was something. It was just a SARS. It affected like 4,000 people. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. I'm just saying, like, a lot of this stuff came out years ago, and it was shared and discussed all over the internet, but it wasn't on the news. And now that it's showing up on the news, some of it's showing up on the news, but not all of it. That's the heartbreaking part. Like, oh, you were right about this, but you weren't right about this because the news would have reported it. Like, and
Yeah, now no one trusts the media, right? Even normal people, right?
now it's all podcasts. What we're finding out now is a lot of podcasts are controlled opposition as well. A lot of people are bought in.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now it's I can't trust the media. I can't trust anyone on podcasts. I can't trust it. So people don't know where to turn, right? So then you can put in misinformation, right? They're like, oh my god, and then you're overloaded with misinformation or real information, but you don't know what's real information and what's misinformation.
And then you call out for a saviour.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is where I think what's been going on over the last fucking forever is all of this is like fear-mongering, not fear-mongering, but putting us into a position, like you pointed out, where we don't know what to trust. And somebody comes along and, from our point of view, pulls the establishment down, like, we need a saviour. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the Hegelian dialectic. Those that were causing the chaos with I also think that's a bullshit agenda as well, to be honest with you now. That's also fear-mongering. Everybody thinks that the end of the world is coming, like with regards to 6 years ago. Right, the new mark of the beast is coming in like IV form, like intravenously. Before that, it was like barcodes. Now it's going to be like AI in your brain and shit. So
it's changed with technology, right?
Yeah. But I think that religious aspect comes into it. So there's going to be a lot of people taking that revelation, tribulation, Christian side of things who are going to be not looking for a saviour. They hope to get the fuck out of here. But yeah, I think it's all manipulation, dude. Every single part of it, and including the thing that you pointed out as well. It's all bullshit.
Well, they say 2030 was always the plan, and to trust the plan. And 2030 is coming no matter what.
Are you talking about Agenda 2030 or Messiah 2030? Yeah, Agenda. Yeah, I got you.
And what are we going to do about it?
Oh, we won't be doing anything.
Because yeah, exactly. If you're not going to stand up and fight and do something about it as a collective, then shut the fuck up.
Exactly, yeah.
I seen a video the other day where this guy had a piece of cardboard and he was blocking a flock camera. Some other guy drove by and he's got his little camera on. He's like, what is that up there? He's like, that's a piece of shit. That is a piece of shit. He's like, the cops are bothering me. Okay, well, if the cops are bothering you, I'll look for you on the register. If you get arrested, I'll come bail you out. I was like, that's a cool guy.
Funny, we just had the census here. So, and it was a really weird question. My missus filled it out. Just put the basic information in there. And the rest of it. It's a really intrusive question. Did you do it? Did you get it teed up?
Yeah, we filled it out. Yeah, same here. Mrs. did it. She was like, it needs to get done. It's like, it's nearly Tuesday. Yeah, I'll get there.
They were saying
like, okay,
$350 fines, shit like that.
Yeah.
You look at there was someone posted something about the Bureau of Statistics can't issue fines. So to like refer it to someone else that can issue fines. And last census there was 0 referrals to give anyone. just as scared that.
Yeah, because that's what you want to do to your citizens during a time of economic crisis, right? Is pressure them with it, with financial threat. Just like give them, threaten them financially.
Don't fill in this piece of paper. We're going to fine you $350 if you tell me all your information. Do I really? You have to write, send it back.
And that's $300 per day that it's not filled in, Timbo.
Oh, was it? Yeah. Like I said, there was zero referrals. So.
Yeah, I filled in the basic stuff. Here's my name, here's my address, here's how old I am, here's my religion, the rest of it can get stuffed.
What's your religion? Jedi?
Wasn't an option.
It was in there 1 year.
I am your God.
Just a mind trick.
Sad part is, I'll give them all my details and they'll still fuck up sending jury duty forms to the wrong address and shit like that. So I don't even know why we bother. Like, to give you an idea of how excellent some of these companies are, we've all heard of Telstra. I used to live in Newcastle years ago. In 2011, I moved down to South Australia for a year. Then I moved across to Western Australia, and I was over there until 2016. I moved over to where I live. I not where I live now, but the house previous to this. I was there for 6 years, and I've been in this house for 3 years. I finally went, you know what, I'm changing from Telstra to another company. They still had my original address from Newcastle. After, each time I've moved, I've contacted them to tell them to change it, and they still have my original address. That's how hopeless they are. So, giving our government our address, I wouldn't be too overly concerned, like seriously. Knowing the corrupt slimes, they'd be more using your IP address to tie it to your physical address, so you're easier to find.
Yeah, well, all they need to do is ask the ATO, right? They've got all your information. They can get into your bank account and everything. So let's get all the information from them. I think the ATO rings you, right? Well, when you've got to pay your taxes and stuff like that. Yeah, do your quarterly. They say when you have to verify, they say, "Oh, what was your last 3 transactions on your business account?" And you go, "What the fuck? Can you see that?"
Yeah, you don't realise how much data they've got on you until you have to deal with that side of it. Like a classic example, and everyone does the same thing. You don't realise how corrupt the system is until you're on the wrong side of it. So my old chook had trouble with Facebook, so she got yeeted from her account because someone dobbed her in for some random shit. I don't even know what it was. It was something to do with the farm. And that's what she was always into me. You're just a conspiracy theorist. You just don't like people. You just hate politicians. And it's like, look, seriously, they're corrupt as shit.
Yes.
That's correct. Yes. So I've been yeeted from Facebook like 3 times now. Each one was a 90-day stand down. So, and the funny part was, between the first and the second one, I was back on for something like 7 hours or 6 hours. It was fuck all. And I got yeeted a second time. And my old chook was just having a laugh. She thought it was all funny until it happened to her. And but I'm not into conspiracy stuff. I didn't do anything wrong. Now you understand how broken this. Congratulations, you're on the same page as the rest of us.
Yep. As soon as you say something that's not. I got an echo in the back of you.
Yep. Step outside the group think and get yeeted.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Till you conform, then you can come back.
And then you got people saying, but there's laws, and you need to vote.
Got none of that.
Yeah, that sounded like Charlie Brown's teacher for sure.
I said, but there's laws, and we need to vote.
Yeah.
We're supposed to trust the system. The judges should arrest them all. If they did something wrong, the judges would have them arrested.
Yeah. Yeah, even arrest one of their own. Trust the process.
If the judges started arresting everyone that was corrupt and immoral and all the rest of it, there'd be no one left to offer them bribe. Like over the last couple of years, I was involved in a court cases to do with people losing their jobs for not liking Kool-Aid and whatnot else. And we went to multiple different legal firms, and nearly every single one of them just said, nah, not getting involved, not getting involved. They all backed away from it. No one wanted to touch it, like as if they knew something we didn't. We knew what they knew.
You know why?
Oh, yeah. Because they were told not to. They were told to back the shit away from it.
Well, when they swear allegiance, so they're actually they all work for the court. So
yep.
They don't actually work for you. They're what it is they're a translator for legalese from the court to you. So that's who they work for. But it was just interesting. It was just interesting that none of them wanted to touch us. Like, we had more than enough evidence, and not one of them wanted to come near us. And that's what we're like. Hang on a minute, this is unfair dismissal. Number one, nobody's got any grounds to force anyone to do this. This is illegal. Your job is to point this out. No, not touching it. The whole lot of them just backed away. One of them basically said, this is how it works. Go and do what work tells you to do. Then if there's any issues afterwards, come back to us. Yeah. That's what we were told to do. And, they got told where to go. We weren't really nice with that lot. Which is absolutely unreal. So, what I'm expecting, so what are we up to, 2026? So I'm expecting, once we hit 2027, end of 2027, which will be 7 years, then all the a lot more information will come out, because it doesn't really exist, because you only have to keep data for 7 years. But there's been a lot of shit come out now, but
too little, too late.
Yep. There's a lot going on at the moment.
Oh yeah.
In the US.
I think it's amazing, and just blows my mind that there's all this stuff going on in the US, but you listen to our news, not one drop of information about it. Absolutely nothing. It's like as if the US
crazy,
does
right?
not even exist. Unless Trump does something, Trump gets out there, if his hair's brushed the wrong way, 14 different fuckwits will comment on it, but not one thing about court cases or any of the other laws going down that could involve us.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was just watching it, and I was watching Ouchie just sit there saying, on advice from my lawyers, I plead the fifth. On advice from my lawyers, I plead the fifth. It's like 270 times or something.
You know, I'd like to see someone do to him something bad, and then when they're in the courtroom, from advice from my lawyer, I plead the fifth.
Well, he got a 10-year what is it when the outgoing president gives pardons, right? So he got a 10-year pardon from that retard that was in the string of sentence together. What was his name?
Biden.
Biden.
That's Joe Biden.
I mean, the Fifth Amendment, that's just, it's amazing because it's like, yeah, we're giving citizens the right to plead guilty without pleading guilty. So that's basically what you're saying. You're saying, look, I don't want to answer.
I'm not going to perjure myself.
I may incriminate. Right. Yeah. So, well, if you had no fear that what you say is going to incriminate you, you'd say it, right? Like, so obviously what you're going to say would incriminate you. It's not may, it would.
It'd be a different story if he only pulled that line on one or two questions, but the fact that he did it for every single one of them.
Is it 250 something?
Yeah, something ridiculous
something like
amount of
that.
times.
I could have made that number up, but from memory, it was something like that, right?
Yes.
Don't hold me to that number.
Yeah, one of the videos was 211 or 217. There's some phenomenal amount of times, yeah. But I just find it interesting. Like, he could have just said it once or twice. Okay, there's very particular questions that he doesn't want to answer. Fair enough, but not the whole set. Like, that's just mental.
There's something crazy. I need to look up the legalese again. But apparently, because he had already been pardoned, he technically can't plead the fifth legally. So technically, he broke the law every single pardon. But watch them not prosecute single one.
Yep. Won't happen. We're all involved. It's a black comment, but they're all corrupt. So
yep.
Once they out one of their mates, then they're all outed.
Has anyone looked into the Fabian Society? Anybody heard of the Fabian Society?
It rings a bell.
Heard of them, yeah.
Has anyone heard of Skull and Bones?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. A little bit like that.
We have a movie about that.
Okay. So yeah, the Fabian Society came around before the beginning of the last century, so late 1800s. It's fascist communist type of movement, like a left wing. You'll find these in government positions, in the Labour Party in the UK and so on. A reason why I bring up is that, yeah, I've looked into these a little bit recently, and it's like it's an open secret society, right? You know they're there. They tell you that with their manifesto what they do, but you can't get through the doors because you're not invited in. And what we find is lots of these people taking areas of government, for example. So this stuff always happens, doesn't it? We just have to accept it or not.
Yeah, little secret handshakes behind closed doors.
There's always somebody with an agenda, and especially politics, right? And this is primarily how the world is run by politics. So there's always a political agenda trying to oust the other side through whatever tactics, right? And there's lots of different political tactics to do this. Some of them more pleasant than others. It just becomes down to you as the individual, as whether you accept this as true or not.
Yeah. Well, you look at the left, right? Like they're the ones pushing this. Defund the police. The military's bad, right? Because they don't want anyone to protect you. Once they've got no one to protect you, then they can enforce all these, communism style governing. They create all this violence and stuff like that, and go, we're here to save you. This is how we're going to do it. Everyone's going to be registered on this. If you step out of line, then and everyone will go, yeah, we want to be safe again. We want to be safe again, so we'll sign up, right?
Yeah, exactly. The same thing that we were pointing out earlier, right? That kind of we need a saviour. They created the problem, but they're going to create the solution as well.
And both sides do it too, right?
Yeah, this is the thing.
The right. To me, the right makes a lot more sense. Is a lot more sensible, than the left these days, because it's changed a lot.
Yeah, the right used to be a lot more austere, even though it was very capitalist towards the lower class, especially in Britain. Right, if you weren't rich, you fucking shit, basically.
Yeah. Now it's become for normal people. The right's like a thing, and then the left says extreme right for normal people.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, everybody's getting branded some kind of racist or even some kind of domestic terrorist. All of a sudden, in the space of 10 years, because the language has changed very slowly over time, right? It's like we don't notice it because it's so slow.
Crazy.
Yeah, apparently you're an extremist now, Jedi, if you've got your own veggie garden.
Yeah.
Shit, I better hide my tomatoes. Fuck.
Yeah, because you don't like pesticides, right? Now you're a conspiracy theorist.
Call me hippie.
Extreme examples, right? Trump said something about one of the, like a over-the-counter drug, right? It starts with a T, T-Y, yeah? And then all these idiots went out, I'm going to prove you wrong. This pregnant lady went out and started taking them and had a miscarriage. It's like, are you guys fucking stupid? Like it says on the packet, don't take it while you're pregnant. Right. What the fuck, man? It's just retardedness.
People seem to play hard and fast these days without realising the consequences. I think that's the problem with the internet and the deeper realms of conspiratorial thinking, because it makes people do stupid things like take obvious poison in a position of pregnancy.